Thompson, when he got her inside, used his whip about the wretch's shoulders and beat her with the butt end of the stock to frighten her into doing what he wanted. The fact was he began to be suspicious, and as a consequence, his usual caution forsook him. That scene in the street, which took place some 2 months before his capture by Robinson, was the most impudent thing he did at Peckham, and there is reason to believe that he was then contemplating another change of residence, where Mrs. Thompson's tales would be in less danger of getting through the neighbors to the police. Had he not tried that house at Blackheath, or had he succeeded in doing it, and getting off Peckham would speedily have lost the society of the independent gentleman with the interesting household. Peace's life at this time must have been something terrible to think off, that is assuming he had any feeling or conscience, which to say the truth is very questionable. With all his cunning, he must have been in constant fear of detection. His wife was faithful enough to him, but he had good reasons for mistrusting the woman Thompson, who was prone to gossiping and given to drink, and who was moreover kept under subjection by cruel usage and a system of espionage. But with all this, there was no telling how soon a man might be compromised by means of an incautious word, and it required a wonderful amount of pains and trouble to keep watch and ward over Mrs. Thompson, who, to say the least of her, was anything but a prudent woman. In addition to all this, Peace had to elude the vigilance of the police. This he continued to do successfully enough for a considerable period, but it was not done without a vast amount of dodging, and even while at Peckham, he was disturbed by them. One morning, the local policeman noticed a light in Thompson's house at an unusual hour, about 2 o'clock. He was afraid things were not quite right, and was unwilling to let so estimable a citizen be robbed. He knocked loudly at the door. All was silent. He knocked again, and then there shuttled along the passage someone who cautiously opened the door. When Peace saw it was the policeman, and heard his business, he was instantly himself the cool, impudent rogue that he was. Flinging open the door, he insisted upon his coming in, saying, "We are working here at all hours of the night. At present the fact is I am busy on an invention by which I expect to make my fortune over Agate is for raising sunken ships, and I hope to start with the Eurydice." And the interested constable went in, and had the invention explained to him. It is more probable that at that time, Peace was busy at his crucible melting down some stolen goldware, and that he first cleared away all signs of the work, and substituted the model of his patent to produce before the policeman. On one occasion Peace had a scare. A long firm had been established at Peckham, and 2 detectives, rather famous in his profession, came over from Greenwich. At that time, an assistant to Mr. Clevis, a man named Thomas, who looks after the removal of furniture, was helping Peace to erect his stable pieces. Quick eye noticed the detectives stop opposite his house. He said, "Thomas, are these not 2 policemen in plain clothes?" Thomas said they were. He knew one of them, naming him as the famous M. Peace was frightened for the moment, but was reassured when Thomas told him they had come to inquire about a long firm case, mentioning one man he knew they were after. "Oh," said Peace, "the damned old scamp, why can't he get his living in an honest way?" Had the famous M known he was in sight of the Banner Cross murderer, I fancy he would have let the other old scamp slide for the moment. Thomas tells me that Peace did not go out much after his pony died. That event seemed to take the heart out of him. He was accustomed to trot his pony very fast, and he always went out in the afternoon prospecting. When his pony became ill, he showed the greatest solicitude for its recovery, walking it up and down at a most gingerly pace, and stroking it tenderly, while nothing was too good for it to wear or too expensive for it to take. Mrs. Thompson used to tell Mrs. Long that however great a villain he was very kind to dumb creatures, and would not let anyone hurt a hair of their heads. Mrs. Long has got his favorite black cat, and is very anxious to get possession of Rosie, a dog, which had a great liking for Mrs. Thompson. Once when Peace struck her, Rosie sprang at him and bit him severely. Rosie has disappeared every morning. Mrs. Thompson cut down a big loaf for Peace's pets, which he always saw fed himself. He was very careful, too, about their being cleaned, making it his rule to get down on his knees and scrub the stable flagstones himself. Thomas once said to him jestingly, while the stable was being built, that it was a good amusement for him. It kept him out of the public house. "The public house," said Peace, "is the ruin of all. I never go there. Keep out of it, my friend, if you would be a respectable man, and do well." As a matter of fact, he did go to the public house. He would take one glass, never any more, though he would pay for any quantity for other people. He usually went to the Hollydale Tavern, Hollydale Road. And he never sat down, he always stood up near the door, it was said, as if he was ready to make a run for it. Meanwhile, robberies went on night after night, and the magnitude of the depredations, together with the immunity of the burglar, was a matter of surprise to everybody. Letters appeared in the papers complaining of the inefficiency of the police. But all was in vain. Peace for a long time escaped discovery or capture. The wonderful way in which he disguised himself is most remarkable, and we doubt if it has ever been equaled by any other criminal, either great or small. We have already said that Peace was very careful in hiding his mutilated hand. That hand might have been to Peace what his heel was to Achilles. The tenant of No. 5 was more careful about keeping the missing finger from the not very prying eyes of the Peckhamites. He did not look like a man who was much given to the wearing of gloves, and anything new that way seemed to sit clumsily upon him. But upon the left hand he usually wore a glove, and to outward appearance he had the usual complement of fingers. He got over the difficulty by having one glove finger padded when he had forgotten his glove, which was on very rare occasions. He pushed his left hand into his breast and loitered about, but did not care to talk to anybody. But more important than the glove expedient were his other measures to conceal his identity. He treated his hair in a variety of ways after the Banner Cross murder. He eschewed beard and whiskers altogether. And in addition to getting rid of them, he shaved his forehead, thus giving himself the appearance of a person with a bald head in talking. The neighbors can now recollect how strangely he used to lift up as it were the whole front of his forehead, and let it quickly settle down again. When he elevated his eyebrows had not much in that direction to elevate, and these were usually doctored in various ways. It seemed to him as if the whole of the front part of his head went with them. Indeed, this interesting old gentleman had begun to amuse his nearest neighbors by what they considered his little oddities and innocent eccentricities. He was fond of wearing a wig, and he seemed unable to decide upon any given kind or color of wig. At one time, he would show the carefully arranged locks of hair, not one or which always indicate the work of the peruchemicarin, the glossiest of black. Then a few gray hairs would give him a venerable aspect, and anon he would fall in love with a pleasing brown, which the neighbors thought was a close imitation of the tresses of Mrs. Thompson. So much was he given to change, that some people thought that the tenant of No. 5 was a trifle crackador, what Yorkshire people call silly in this respect. Another method he had of disguising himself was the way in which he colored his complexion. Peace had no doubt picked some walnuts in his day, and the singularly effective dye, which exudes from the outer shell, had not escaped his attention. It was walnut juice. He used to impart to his face that peculiar tinge which would enable him to pass himself off as a half-caste. Mrs. Cleves, the lady to whom I have already repeatedly referred, includes walnuts among the articles she sells at her premises, 4 doors off Mrs. Thompson, or Mrs. Wardeye, forget which at this momentus, to ask Mrs. Cleves to be good enough to save the walnut shells for her, and Mrs. Cleves gave one or other of these ladies a basketful at a time, frequently wondering what the people at No. 5 could want with so many walnut shells. One day feminine curiosity got the better of her, and she asked Mrs. Thompson, who said Mr. Thompson had a secret of making ketchup from walnut shells, and that was what they used them for. Another day the man Thomas, while he lived next door, observed his neighbor Mr. Thompson emptying some dark shell out of a black bottle, and he was curious enough to ask the mistress. The mistress, he meant Mrs. Thompson, what that stuff was. She replied that he had been trying his hand at pickling walnuts, and had spoilt them. An intelligent young Peckhamite said that he and other lads had begun to notice something very peculiar about Mr. Thompson's back hair. He sometimes wore a low hat which fitted loosely to his head, and the wind would occasionally ruffle up the hair at the back. They could then see that there were distinct colors, which were no doubt caused by the dyeing with walnut juice. He must have used it very freely about his face, chest, neck, hands, and arms, and well down his body, and on his legs, for when the police stripped him, he looked even darker than the half-caste he professed to be. I am told that almost every morning he could be seen picking the shells of walnuts and throwing the nuts away. Peace, as we have already seen, was as cunning as a fox, and in fact, as far as scruples were concerned, he did not profess any. He would resort to any artifice for the purpose of carrying out his notorious practices. How he obliged a friend is very well remembered by the inhabitants of Peckham to this day. Chapter Roman 92, An Outcast in London, Gypsies' Trials and Troubles. The London career of Charles Peace was the most remarkable and daring one it is well possible to conceive. Indeed, we have nothing on record equal to it. In the life of any criminal of ancient or modern times, we shall have occasion to shadow this forth in the succeeding chapters of our work. We have followed the footsteps of our hero, up to the time of his becoming a resident in Evelyn Peckham. For the present we shall have to leave him, that we may turn back to an earlier period, and chronicle the doings of some of the other personages who have figured on the stage of our drama. Mr. William Rotten, the gypsy better known to the reader as Bandoligged Bill, left Sheffield after Peace's last conviction, to use his own phrase. He saw the game was up, and that his quondam companion had a pretty good dose. The gypsy therefore turned his thoughts in another direction, and sought out his patron, as he was pleased to term him. The gentleman in question was distantly related to the Ethelwoods, but he was the black sheep of the flock, a restless, careless ne'er-do-well, who ran through his patrimony by betting largely. In addition to this, he had other vices, which are too numerous to mention to do him justice. However, he had been kind to the gypsy on several occasions. He advanced him money when very hard pushed and put many jobs in his way. It was therefore a sad blow to Rotten when he was informed of his patron's demise. He felt that he had lost a good friend, and deeply deplored the loss. In addition to this misfortune, another befell him. The groom in Park Lane, who had been so staunch and true to him in times of great necessity, mistook his master's property for his own, and had to decamp to save himself from a worse fate, so the ill-fated gypsy was left without a friend in the metropolis. He went from bad to worse, and finally became so reduced that he was on the verge of starvation. He deserved no better fate, the reader may exclaim, possibly so, but it is hard for a fellow creature to be in the most opulent city in the world without being able to obtain the common necessaries of life. Nevertheless, this is of almost daily occurrence. The reports of similar cases in our public newspapers furnish us with proofs of this. We have no desire to enlist anybody's sympathy for wretches like Charles Peace, or Bill Rotten, or others who figure in this work, but starvation in a land of plenty is a melancholy fact which every right-minded person must of necessity deplore. Starving, homeless, friendless, despised, and desperate Bandoligged Bill wandered through the streets of the metropolis. It was a cold winter's night, and the gypsy's teeth chattered and his limbs trembled. "Nothing remains for me but death," he ejaculated, "for most assuredly my life must soon come to an end if things go on in this way. The crimes and injustice of others have brought me to this, not my own." This is the specious way scoundrels of this type invariably delude themselves by false reasoning. "It ain't been my fault," he repeated. "I always acted on the square with all my pals. Curse it, but it's hard lines to be in this sorry plight. Ill cast all conscience scruples in one scale hereafter, and will be an outlaw as well as an outcast. A man gets no thanks for being honest in this world. I am at war with the world, even as mankind are at war with me." Bill crawled towards a street lamp, as if he could derive warmth from its flickering flame. "I ain't a bit like myself," he exclaimed. "Am as weak as a rat, and as downhearted as a man just sentenced to a lagging peace. Is better off than I am. He has food and shelter, such as it is at the expense of government. I should like to be in his place just now, and the chances are I shall be before long." The hour was late, approaching towards midnight, and the street in which he was stationed was pretty nigh deserted. Presently, he heard the measured tread of a policeman, and the gypsy, not being desirous of an official interview with the arm of the law, skulked away, and hid himself in a dark alley until the constable had passed on. "I must find some place to crawl to, but where?" exclaimed Bill. "That's easier asked than answered. Mercy on me, how my teeth do chatter. I wish the night was over, but lor, what's the use of wishing? That morning will bring me no relief." Presently he heard footsteps. He guessed shrewdly enough that they were not those of a policeman. He grasped a thick cudgel he had in his hand, and said, "Now for it." A well-dressed, gentlemanly-looking person was advancing towards him with stately tread. He was a handsome man in the prime of life, and was evidently a favorite of fortune, yet the expression of his face was evil. The gypsy sprang forward, and grasped him by the collar of his coat. "Quick, haul over your cash," he exclaimed, "or I will knock you senseless. Do you hear? I am driven to desperation, and money I must have." "Well," exclaimed the gentleman, "you are either a madman, or else one of the most audacious fellows I ever met with." I am no madman if you refuse or attempt to utter a single cry for assistance, ill brain you. You are a most extraordinary man. Your money I am starving, do not drive me to desperation. I am not to be trifled with, do not drive me to commit murder. Upon my word, you really amuse me, said the gentleman. I thought the time was past for footpads or highway robbers, but we live and learn, it would appear. Unhand me. Not until you have given me what I demand. If I summon a policeman and hand you over to justice, which to say the truth is my duty, you will be severely punished, but as you are starving according to your own account. I am dying with hunger, and don't care about being sent to prison. It's preferable to dying like a dog in the streets. I will take compassion on you. This is something like an adventure again. I say, take your hand from my coat. I will assist you there. Will that satisfy you? It will, observed the gypsy, in a softened tone. For once I have met with one who has compassion on a fellow creature. You would not be very scrupulous, I suppose, in rendering services for kindness received, inquired the gentleman. Scrupulous? Well, no, not very. I should imagine not. A starving man is not likely to be over-particular, said the gypsy, laughing bitterly, and looking attentively at the face of his questioner. Well then, you must understand that this is not the place for a conference. I rather think you will suit my purpose, so if you will accompany me, I will take you where you can enjoy both warmth and food. Then we can talk over this business. Follow me. Bandy-legged Bill strode onward. He and his companion threaded their way through a number of streets, through which the winter's blast howled dismally. Nothing can be more desolate than the deserted streets of a great city at midnight. The busy thoroughfares are as silent as the grave, and every house seems a tomb enclosing some tremendous secret. What if in the silent hours of the night, the walls of the dwellings should suddenly become transparent, revealing all that might be passing inside? What astounding disclosures would be made! Imagination shrinks from the picture, appalled. Here we are, said the gypsy's companion, pausing before a house of handsome exterior, and leading the way down into the basement. Over one of the windows of this basement was a gilded sign, bearing the name Dr. Bourne. The doctor unlocked a door, entered a room, and turned up the gas. The gypsy now found himself in a very comfortable apartment, fitted up like a surgery. There was a bookcase surmounted by the usual skull. There was the inevitable skeleton grinning in a corner. There were anatomical pictures, a case of surgical instruments, shelves of bottles and phials, nice sofas, a crimson carpet, and a Helipolis stove in which a cheerful fire blazed. Sit down, my man, said the doctor, with an air of superiority and condescension. The gypsy thanked his host and seated himself. Now, in the first place, I must get you something to eat and drink, said the doctor. By my faith, but you look like a starved cat, and yet now I glance at your face, it seems familiar to me. Does it? We have never met before, not to my knowledge. No, of course not. I know that our spheres of life are widely different, I hope. But what the devil ever brought you so low as to set you prowling about the streets at night, dressed in rags and threatening to brain people with a bludgeon? The story of my life is hardly worth the telling, returned Bill. Well, I should suppose not, but I suppose your downfall is partly owing to drink. Partly, observed the gypsy. Ah, so I thought. The doctor unlocked a cupboard, and took from it about 2/3 of a cold-boiled ham, a loaf of bread, and sundry other articles, which he placed before Bill, inviting him to fall to and help himself. The starving man needed no second invitation. He ate most ravenously. Meanwhile, the doctor, rummaging in the cupboard, brought forth more eatables, which he placed before his guest. After the gypsy had satisfied his hunger, a glass of warm grog was mixed by his benefactor, which the gypsy was nothing loth to partake of. He was, however, greatly puzzled at the reception he met with. It was altogether so much out of the common order of things, and he was curious to ascertain in what way his services were required, for he was acute enough to divine that all these attentions were not shown him without some ulterior object. You spoke of some service, something you required me to do. May I ask its nature? Observed the gypsy carelessly. Oh, we won't enter on the business just now, said Bourne. It is not of any immediate importance, but I suppose you will pass your word to do me a good turn when I require you to do so. It is only my duty, sir. Anything I can do shall be done, provided it be such as a man can consistently perform. Yes, precisely. Well, we will discuss this question when we are better acquainted with one another. He's jolly artful, murmured the gypsy to himself, and don't let every fool see his cards. Well, he's not to blame for that. By the way, said Bourne, you have not told me your name. My name. Yes, don't be afraid, I am not likely to hand you over to justice. And at this the doctor laughed. I don't expect you are. Well, I am not ashamed of my name. It is William Rotten Bandeligged Bill, my pals call me, because you see my legs were a little warped in the drying process. The doctor gave an involuntary start. Rotten, eh? Yes, Bill Rotten, have you heard the name before? Well, I rather think some of my patients have mentioned that name. To all appearance you are a gypsy. Yes, I was born a gypsy, but our camp broke up years and years ago. No 49. Illustration Bourne questioning Rotten. Dr. Bourne questioning Bill Rotten the gypsy. Have you been a jockey at any time of your life? I should rather think I had. I might say that I was, in a manner of speaking, brought up on the back of a horse. Oh, that accounts for it. I have heard your name mentioned by some of my sporting and aristocratic patients. And who might they be? Inquired Bill. I cannot at the present moment call to mind. You are a single man, eh? I am single now, but I have been married. Ah, I see. Wife dead, I suppose. I haven't seen her for years, but she may be alive for what I know. Then suddenly looking hard at his questioner, he said in an altered tone. What makes you ask that question? Faith, I don't know why I made the inquiry. I was thinking, if you had anyone to share your troubles. No, I have not, and what's more, I don't want anyone to share my misery. It's hard lines. For one, it would be doubly hard if there were two doomed to the misery I have had to endure. You are quite right, my friend, it would. The gypsy regarded the speaker with another furtive glance. By the way, you are not getting on. Let me mix you another glass. Night is cold and drinking in moderation is beneficial. I am not an advocate for total abstinence. Nor am I, observed Rotten with a laugh. But of late I have been compelled to be a total abstainer. Another glass and a cigar. You are very kind, sir. I am sure I won't refuse, since you are so pressing. The grog was mixed, and the gypsy lighted a cigar of the first quality. Take it altogether, this is a strange night's adventure, observed Bourne. Most remarkable, it pleases me. And for this reason, I am fond of searching into the character of man, and I feel convinced your history must be strange one. I've seen something of life, have had my ups and downs, more of the latter than the former, and as I feel just now, or rather as I did when we first met, I don't think there is much worth living for in this world, not as far as I am concerned at any rate. You mustn't give way to despondency, and look at the dark side of the picture. Brighter days may be in store for you, who knows? The gypsy shook his head. I doubt it, he observed sententiously. There was a pause, after which the doctor said carelessly, and so you have been married, have lost your wife, and don't know where she is? Haven't the slightest notion, and don't care to inquire? Ah, she left me of her own accord. It must be, well, let's see it must be getting on for 20 years ago. Dear me, how very remarkable. Did Shethen, pausing suddenly, as if to check himself, the doctor added. But then, I don't know that I have any right to inquire into your private affairs, which after all cannot be of any great interest to me. Oh, I don't mind telling you the whole history, if you think it worth listening to. You see, in my early youth, I was a very different sort of chap to what I am now. I was what you might call a smart young fellow who got on pretty well with the girls. Oh, I dare say, no doubt. But since those days I've had a rough time of it, and had fallen into evil ways. At one time, I associated with the upper classes, not quite as a companion. I don't mean that, but I was in the secrets of a few of the big guns. But zounds, that is all past now. I've come down right on my haunches, and the chances are I shall never get up again. This is a beautiful flavored cigar. Yes, I've got a very choice brand, the best I've had for many a day. The doctor lighted one for himself. Very good flavor. Indeed. Well, as you were saying, go on with your history. Oh, I was merely observing that I was at one time thought a goodish bit of by some heavy swells. Yes, proceed. And your wife, was she with you at this time? We didn't live many months together. Not many months. Your nuptial bliss was indeed of but a short duration. No, not many months. You see, she was too good for me. The fact is, she was but a chit of a girl when I married her, who didn't know her own mind. It was a runaway match. I was passionately fond of her at the time, but I found out afterwards that I had made a mistake. She was a delicate, sensitive thing, had been well brought up, and I was not the sort of man she ought to have chosen for a husband. She soon found that out. She got sick and weary of me, and what? Well, we parted. She said she wished to leave me, and I knew she would do so in any case whether I liked it or not, so I thought it best to consent to a separation cause. You see, she had an admirer. An admirer, eh? Yes. A gentleman, a man of property, I suppose. Oh yes, a baronite. She went to live with him, he took her over to India, and I have never seen her from that day to this. If she's alive, which I don't feel at all certain about, I hope she's happy, for she was a right-down good sort. And pray, my complacent friend, is it a fair question to inquire the name of the baronet? I don't mind telling you Sir Digby Embride was his name. And he went to India, you say? So I was told. Sir William has been dead for the last 15 years, said the doctor. He fell on the field of battle like a brave soldier as he was. Did he, though? I never heard that bit of news before. It is a fact, I assure you. Did you know him then? No, not personally, but I was acquainted with those who did know him. What was your wife's maiden name? Hester Tage. Upon my word, you seem greatly interested about her, cried Rotten, with sudden warmth. His companion colored slightly. No, oh dear, no, not at all, you are mistaken, he ejaculated, endeavoring to assume an air of indifference. I know not why I asked the question, but I suppose she passed as Lady Embride. I dare say she Roman 999, she might have done for aught I know, she may have had a good many names in her time. She went on the stage, so I was told, and played under another name. Oh indeed, then possibly she's had some strange alternations of fortune. Rotten shook his head. I know nothing about her, she's passed away, and is nothing to me. No, has not been anything to me for years. You are evidently a character in your way. You've endeavored to play the part of a highwayman very successfully. It is true, but you've made the attempt, and doubtless you have played many other parts in the drama of life. I must learn something more of you. Take my advice for the future. Abstain from the committal of any lawless act. I have a wish to befriend you for the present. I will give you some temporary assistance, something to help you over your immediate difficulties, and for the rest you have my permission to visit Mo again, when I will see what can be done for you. The doctor gave Rotten a sovereign, which the latter took, and at the same time overwhelmed his benefactor with thanks. That will suffice, said Bourne. I am glad to be of service to you, and will see what more can be done. Possibly I may be instrumental in procuring you a situation, but you must first of all be furnished with better garments than those you have on at present. Well, we will see what can be done. You are very kind, I am sure, and I ought to be grateful indeed. I am much more than I can express. The gypsy rose to take his departure, being under the impression that his company was not wanted any longer. You can give me a look in tomorrow, or next day, if you like. The most convenient hour to see me is after 7 o'clock in the evening. As a rule, my professional duties are over by that time, except in urgent cases, which happily don't occur every day. I'll make bold to call again, if you will permit it. Certainly, I desire you to do so, returned Bourne, as he accompanied his visitor to the door. Rotten was about to pass out of the house, when the doctor beckoned him back. What might you want? He inquired. Oh, just this, returned Bourne. It is a matter of no very great moment, and which I cannot exactly explain at present, but could you procure your marriage certificate, and bring it with you when you call again? The gypsy was dumbfounded, and hardly knew what reply to make. Can you do so again? Repeated his companion. Why, what on earth do you want a worthless bit of paper like that for? Ejaculated the gypsy. It ain't of no use to mortal man. Well, that's a matter it is hardly worth while discussing, but I take it for granted that you wish to oblige me. Most certainly I do. Then you will greatly oblige me by doing this little favor. But what for? As a matter of good faith, as a proof that you have not been deceiving me. Deceive you in what way? It will give me assurance that you have spoken the truth. Oh, that's it, you don't believe a word I have been saying then. I believe all you have said, but I tell you again, I should be much more satisfied if you would bring with you the marriage certificate when you next call. Now, do you understand? Of course I understand as far as it goes. Well, I am blessed if this ain't a new start. Well, never mind, let it be for the present. I will explain more fully when we next meet. Now go, for I am perishing with cold. The gypsy bade his companion good night, and left the house without further ado. Chapter Roman 93, The Unexpected Discovery. Husband and wife. Mr. William Rotten, after he left the doctor's establishment, betook himself to a common lodging-house, where he slept for the remainder of the night. He had found a friend, it is true, and the assistance afforded him was most welcome, as it saved him from perishing from actual want and privation. But the more he considered the matter over, the more puzzled he was to account for Dr. Bourne's manner and demeanor. That there was something beneath the surface Bill had guessed long before he took his departure from his patron's house. What that something was he could not possibly divine or even guess. The thought crossed the gypsy's mind that the certificate of his marriage was wanted to prove the gypsy's identity, and possibly criminal proceedings would follow. He did not like the doctor's manner, he did not like his looks, or indeed the man himself. Anyway, he deemed it expedient not to be in too great a hurry to oblige his patron, about whom he was desirous of learning a little more. Rawton's elopement and marriage with Hester Tage was a sort of boy-and-girl attachment, which was in reality but little more than a 9-days wonder. Both the contracting parties found out their mistake, and it is likely enough that the gypsy was as glad to be rid of his bargain as she was to leave him. Hester Tage was a beauty in addition to her personal charms, which were of no mean order. She had grace and an air of refinement, which went far to commend her to persons in the higher walks of life. The history of this fair but frail woman would fill a volume. She had passed through various phases of life, had been the pet and idol of some of England's proudest aristocracy. Then, when the sunny days of her youth had passed away, she was left to the tender mercies of one who ruled her with a rod of iron. As far as Bandelligged Bill was concerned, he had altogether forgotten the young and attractive girl, whom he imprudently chose to marry. The only wonder was how such an assorted match could ever have taken place, or how any well-educated young woman could have ever consented to be led to the altar by such a commonplace personage as our friend the gypsy. But so it was. Bill had certainly one quality to recommend him, was brimful of good nature, and was at this time one of the best-tempered fellows out. He was good-natured enough to resign his wife to better hands, and after this had taken place, he never afterwards interfered with her. The gypsy husbanded his resources as carefully as possible. He could make a small sum go a long way when it suited his purpose, and the sovereign he had received from Bourne would last him some little time. Besides, the chances were that a farther advance would be made when that was gone. He did not deem it advisable to call the following day, but at about 7:30 in the evening, he presented himself on the succeeding one. The doctor was in, and the boy who answered the bell showed him into the surgery. "Ahits, you sit down, my man, and ill attend to you presently." The gypsy seated himself. "Well," said the doctor after the boy had left, "so you are here again. I hope you have been conducting yourself in a proper and discreet manner." "I've done my best, sir, but it's hard lines with those who cannot get anything to do. I don't mind what it is so long as I can earn an honest living." "I am glad to hear you say that, but you see, my man, I am afraid you have lost your characteristics. That not so." "I won't deny it, sir, I have." "Yes, by dishonest practices, eh?" "I don't deny that I have been in trouble." "Oh, I thought so. Have you brought that certificate?" "No, I am sorry to say, I have not, but of course I can get it if you wish me to do so." "Confound the man, what's the use of saying if I wish? Haven't I already told you what I wished?" "Very good, sir, the next time I come will do, I suppose." "It must do." It was very evident that Bourne, for some cause or another, was in a bad temper. At this juncture, the boy entered the room and said that Mrs. Moncroft wished to see his master. "Oh, Mrs. Moncroft," exclaimed the doctor, "dear me, I will see the lady." "Shall I leave, sir?" inquired the gypsy. "No, don't go. I wish to have a little conversation with you, Buta. You had better go into the consulting room and wait till I am disengaged. Walter, show this gentleman upstairs into the back room. He will wait." "Yes, sir," said the lad, who conducted Rawton into a dingy apartment above what was called the surgery, in a minute or two. After this, a fashionably dressed, camellia-looking woman was shown into the apartment in which Dr. Bourne was seated. "He ain't altogether what you might call a nice-tempered, amiable sort of gentleman," murmured Rawton, as he seated himself on the well-worn sofa in the room to which he had been conducted. "He's far from that, I am thinking. But then we all of us have our faults and weaknesses. Shortness of temper seems to be one of his. I confess I can't quite tumble to him. However, we shall see how he turns out as time goes on. It's jolly hard lines for a cove to be dependent on a stranger. But he ain't the sort of man to do the generous all for nothing. Leastways, that's my private opinion. I hope I don't do the gentleman an injustice." Mr. Rotten whistled and beat a tattoo on the head of the sofa, just to beguile the tedium of the hour as he was thus engaged. He heard the sound of voices which appeared to come from the front parlor of the establishment. He paused, and listened attentively. Then he turned pale, and his heart seemed to sink within him. He listened again. Persons were conversing. One voice was strangely familiar to him. He rose from the sofa, and walked hurriedly across the room. He partially opened the door, and stood spellbound with astonishment. It's many a long year since I heard that voice, or rather a voice like it, for I must be mistaken. It ain't likely, and it's well nigh impossible, and yet the sound is so unmistakable that it seems to knock me over. He heard the light step of a female in the passage. He opened the door, and peeped out. A maidservant was passing along the passage. "I say, my dear, just a word with you, if you please," said Mr. Rotten. "I am not your dear, sir," returned the girl with a pout. "Beg pardon, meant no offense, but you see I don't happen to know your name." "Well, what do you want?" cried the girl. "May I ask who it was I heard talking in yonder room?" "Who? Why, me and Mrs. Ah, and who might your Mrs. be?" "Mrs. Bourne, of course. Who do you suppose?" "I don't suppose anything. She's the doctor's wife, then?" "Yes, certainly. What makes you ask such a stupid question? Just mind your own business." "Now don't be angry. You are a charming girl, as beautiful as the flowers, I mean as a butterfly. Get along with your nonsense, seed." She was about to pass on, but he detained her. "What on earth do you want?" she ejaculated. "Only a word, only a word or two." He drew her into the back parlor. "Now then, what do you want?" "Where is your mistress?" "In the front parlors." "Oh, will you do me a favor?" "That depends upon what it is." "I want you to go back to your mistress, and ask her if she knew a man named William Rotten." "And what if she does?" "Well, then she will remember the name. If she is the person I suppose her to be, now do, as I tell you, like a good girl, as I am sure you are." "You are a queer sort of fellow. Ask her yourself." "No, I would not think of doing such a thing. I ask you again, to oblige me by doing this." "There's not much difficulty in the matter. I will do as you desire." The girl flitted past her questioner, hurried along the passage, and entered the front room. When she had reached this, Rotten heard a faint scream, and in a few moments after this, the maid-servant, pale and flurried, returned to the gypsy. "Well," exclaimed the latter. "Well, it's not well. When I mentioned the name of Rotten, my poor mistress was ready to faint, and when I left, she had not recovered." "Ah," said Bandaleged Bill, "I am not surprised. I am almost inclined to do a faint on my own account. But did she make any inquiries? Did she say anything else?" "Yes, she told me to ask who and what you were, and wished to know if you wanted to see her." "I do want to see her," returned Bill. "If only for a few minutes. I should like to see her. Tell her, so I don't know your name." "My name is Amy." "Well then, Amy, say, I want to see her, if you please." The girl went to her mistress, and delivered the gypsy's message. In a minute or so after this, an elegantly dressed, aristocratic-looking female entered the doctor's consulting room. "You wish to see me, sir," she observed with hauteur, addressing herself to the gypsy. For a moment, Bill was so taken aback that he could not find words to express himself. He stood gazing abstractedly on the wan features of the fair creature before him, and found it difficult at that moment to feel assured as to her identity. "I beg your pardon, madam," he stammered, "but you see, I thought, as I listened to the conversation which was going on in the opposite room, I recognized a voice I had heard afore, though it be ever so many years back since I heard it." "I do not quite understand your meaning, sir," observed his companion. "Pray, may I inquire whom I am addressing?" "You do not know me, then?" "I confess I do not." "I am Bill Rotten, the gypsy." Had a bombshell exploded in the room, Mrs. Bourne could not possibly have been more astonished. She staggered back several paces, and sank into a chair. She became deathly pale, and her whole appearance was indicative of terror intermingled with despair. "You William Rotten," she presently ejaculated. "It is no teat, cannot be possible. Rotten has been dead for more than 15 years. The gypsy slowly shook his head. "You are mistaken, madam," he said in a tone of abject humiliation. "I am that man. But he was drowned in Harcourt's Mill. I heard years and years ago. A man supposed to be Rotten was drowned there, and there was an inquest on the body, but it was not me. I am ruined, undone, and the most miserable of mortals," exclaimed Mrs. Bourne, wringing her hands. "What has brought you here, and what is the object of this visit?" "Do not be alarmed, It has not been my own seeking. I am here by the merest accident, and the very last person in the world I expected to meet here is yourself. I am appalled. Gracious heaven, what am I to do? And you are in the depths of poverty, I presume. That is so, but do not suppose I mean you any harm. We have been strangers for 20 years. Let us continue to be so. And my husband, oh, you know him, but of course you do, else you would not be here. I know something of him. The miserable woman shuddered and pressed her hands to her throbbing temples. My cup of sorrow is full to overflowing, said she with extreme bitterness. Exposure, disgrace, ignominy are before me. Oh, why have you come hither? And in such a garb too. Oh, but this is indeed terrible. Does the doctor know who and what you are? The gypsy hung down his head. I am answered, she cried. For mercy's sake, tell me what you want. If it be money, I will give you what you need, provided you do not come here again. I shall not trouble you, he exclaimed, and I will not accept any money from you, seeing that I have forfeited all claim upon you, but I should like to have half an hour or so's conversation with you, not on account of myself, but on your account. Is this man kind to you? What man's? Dr. Bourne. She approached the speaker and whispered into his ear the monosyllable no. The gypsy nodded significantly. Tell me when I can see you without fear of interruption. I've something to tell you, but it's likely enough you've a bit to tell me. May I trust you? You may, as heaven is my judge. On Thursday next the doctor will be away. He has to attend a patient in the country. You can see me on that day any time after 5. But hush, that's his footstep. And with these words, Mrs. Bourne hurried back into the front room. She had done so, but just in time, for the doctor ascended the stairs immediately after she had disappeared, and putting his head into the room where the gypsy was, he said, in a loud, pompous tone, I shall not have time to attend to you today, my man, so you had better call again. Do you hear? Oh yes, I hear, sir, returned Bill. I will call tomorrow or next day, whichever will suit you best. Either will suit me, but I am busy just now. Bill Rotten passed out of the house. When he gained the street, he saw that there was an open carriage at the front door of Bourne's house. In this was seated a fashionably dressed lady. Presently the doctor emerged from the portico of his residence, jumped into the carriage by the side of the lady, and the vehicle rumbled over the stones. Chapter Roman 94. Bill and the doctor's wife. A tale of sorrow and misery. Mr. William Rotten, when he left the doctor's residence, returned to the wretched lodging-house, where he had taken up his quarters for a brief period during his sojourn in the metropolis. The events of the last 2 or 3 days had made a deep impression on him. He was not a man given to sentimental or moral reflections upon either the past, present, or future, but he was nevertheless forcibly impressed with the remarkable series of coincidences which had recently taken place, and the appearance and manner of the woman whom he had wooed and won in the outset of his career gave unmistakable indication of the dark mystery which was hanging over her and enshrouding her even as a funeral pall. Bandoligged Bill was puzzled. There was evidently something lying beneath the surface, but what that something was he was at a loss to divine. He felt abashed and humiliated when in the presence of Mrs. Bourne, and had it not been for his strong desire to learn something more about her, the chances were that he would never have sought her again. But he was down upon his luck, as he termed it, and did not know which way to turn. He had never in the whole course of his life been at so low an ebb as at this particular period. Nevertheless, to do him justice, it was not for himself that he was so much concerned, as for the woman whom he had known in an earlier day as Hester Tate. Bill Rotten, beyond a certain amount of good nature, had but little to recommend him. He had been a dodger and a cheat from boyhood, and his moral principles had in no way improved as he grew older. Nevertheless, deep down, in the bottom of the heart of this coarse common man, there was one touch of honor and good feeling. Under any circumstances, he would not of his own free will round upon the girl whom he had once loved. Nay, more, he would not harm her by word or deed, and if he had thought she was happy in her present position, he had sufficient respect for her never to trouble her again with his presence, for he had sunk so low in the social scale that he felt he was a disgrace to her. When he thought of this, his dark, swarthy face wore a troubled expression, and something like a tear stood in his eyes. Many of my readers will find it difficult to believe that anything good and pure could be found left in the callous and hardened nature of the gypsy. My answer to this is that it is nevertheless a fact. Bandoligged Bill is sketched from nature, and many of the incidents I have described in his course are founded on actual facts, and are in short real occurrences. Bill pondered over the words which had fallen from the lips of Dr. Bourne, and as he did so, he felt they had a significant meaning. What this was he could not at present determine. "He thinks me a bad lot, of course," muttered the gypsy, "and I suppose he's not far out in his reckoning. I look about as great a wretch as it is well possible to conceive so. People tell me they seldom flatter a bloke who is so low down as I am at present. The fact is I am ashamed to present myself at a respectable house. That's not to be wondered at." He glanced at his ragged, dirty garments, and as he did so his countenance wore an expression of disgust. "I don't know as I shall go there any more," he exclaimed with sudden warmth. "It isn't the cheese for me to do, so I shall only disgust her. Let things take their chance. I can but call when I am better off if that ever comes to pass." He drank the lodging-house coffee. A decoction of horsebeans would perhaps be the better term, and sallied forth. He had no particular place to go to, no business to transact, and was certainly not a pleasure-seeker, but like the rest of the idlers in the great human hive, he paced the streets and stared about him. In the course of an hour or so, he discerned a face which was not unfamiliar to him. A fashionably dressed lady turned her head as she passed by and came to a sudden halt. The gypsy was bold enough to walk up to her, as her manner seemed to be encouraging. "Goodness me, it is you then, but how strangely altered," said the lady. "I hardly know myself, and it's a wonder you recognized me," Miss Stambridge cried. "Why, what in the name of all that's wonderful have you been doing with yourself? You look the greatest ragamuffin out," observed Laura Stanbridge. "Why, my friend, you are down upon your luck." "I should just think I was, and no mistake." "And Peace Charles Peace, what became of him?" "Don't know. He had 7 years, and I haven't set eyes on him since he came out. He's left Sheffield." "Left Sheffield, eh? And is he in London?" "I should suppose not, or I must have seen something of him." "No, I don't think he can be in London." "And ya, what are you supposed to be doing?" "Nothing at all at present." The lady laughed. "Then how do you live?" "I don't live, I exist. How, I cannot tell you." "Why, rotten, this is a bad business." "Precious bad, but there are others as badly off as myself. I am too honest for this world." And here the speaker laughed, but it was a forced, hollow sort of laugh. "Well, I am vexed to see you in such a sorry plight, but y'all never do any good while you present such a wretched appearance as this. Call on me this evening." "We're at the old place." The woman nodded. "At what time?" "You will be sure to find me in after 8 o'clock. "I'll call, if you give me permission to do so." "Good call, by all means. Adieu for the present. You won't forget." And with these parting words, she tripped lightly over the pavement. "I'll call, she may depend upon that," muttered Bill. "After she had left, there won't be any harm in my giving her a look in. Probably she may put me up to a thing or two. A clever woman, a mighty clever woman, and isn't she up to the knocker, as fresh as a 4-year-old, and jolly well groomed too." When the specified time arrived, Mr. Rotten gave a modest knock at the door, and was thrown into the presence of the mistress of the house, who treated him hospitably enough. A substantial repast was placed before him together with some old ale. The gypsy elected to partake of the last-named beverage. He was not much of a hand at wine, but as to malt liquor he could take any quantity of it. "Here's to you, marm," said he, raising a foaming tankard to his lips. "My respects, and thanks at the same time. You ain't one of those who deserts a cove when he's down, and I ain't one as is likely to forget your kindness. Never mind that I don't want any protestations. Eat and drink, and make yourself as happy as you can under existing circumstances." And so Peace had to do his 7-year shed. He Well, I suppose they let him off after a 5-year stretch. They usually do, that if a man behaves himself anything near the mark, and he'd be sure to get the blind side of them if any man could. Miss Stanbridge was silent for some minutes. "Oh," she at length ejaculated, "poor Charles. He was very unfortunate to be nabbed, but the wisest men are caught napping at times." "You've known him for a long time, marm?" inquired Bill. "Dear me, yes, since I was a child. He was always square enough with me. I've no reason to complain of him. I only wish I knew where to find him." "Why?" "Because I don't think he'd let me go away empty-handed." "Neither do I intend you to go away empty-handed," cried Bill's companion. The gypsy looked hard at the speaker. "Do you mean it?" he said. "Of course I do. You must not go about in your present plight. Everybody suspects a man who is in rags, and the police in particular. You must make a better appearance." "I wish I could." "Aye, but you must, my friend. Now look here, I will advance you £5. You can pay me back when you are better off, you know. Ah, my dear good creature, I'll pay you back the first money I get hold of, never fear. That £5 it's a little fortune to me just now. Will you promise to make good use of it? Yes, I do promise. And not give way to drink. It ain't likely. I don't know so much about that, I am afraid it is more than likely. I have suffered too much for that, you may trust me, believe me, you may. Well, I will trust you. See, here are the 5 sovereigns. This sum will suffice for your present necessities. Possibly in a week or two's time, you will be able to turn yourself round and get something to do. You are not a fool, and I hope you are not an idler. I am not afraid of work, marm. No, Peace told me I know but little about you from my own personal knowledge, but I am proud to say that Charlie always spoke well of you, and it is for his sake that I am rendering you this timely assistance. I don't know how to thank you sufficiently. You are a downright good sort, and no mistake, and I shall never forget your kindness, observed Bill, who was really grateful for the service rendered him. He pocketed the money, and after again expressing his thanks, took his departure. He proceeded at once to the nearest clothier's, and had what he termed a complete rig out. He then returned to the lodging-house, where he washed, shaved, and put on his new garments. When this had been done, he did not appear to be the same man. His appearance was not aristocratic, it is true, but he looked a respectable member of society. In addition to this, he felt in better spirits and looked hopefully towards the future. If I am not up to the knocker, he observed, I am at any rate neat and tidy, and don't look the forlorn and dilapidated wretch I did yesterday. Oh, I shall do, and I don't mind paying a visit to the doctor's establishment. To say the truth, I did feel downhearted when I last called there. The gypsy made himself pretty comfortable till the evening which had been appointed for him to pay a visit to Mr. Bourne. He counted the hours till the time arrived. As the hour approached, he made himself look as presentable as possible, and then bent his steps in the direction of the doctor's residence. He gave a timid knock at the door, which was presently opened by the servant girl Amy. To his inquiry whether her missus was in, the maid gave a nod, and the gypsy entered. He was conducted into a room on the front floor, in which was seated the doctor's wife. Ah, tease you, she said, I am glad you have come. Are you alone? Inquired Bill. The answer was in the affirmative. You are in much better trim than when I first saw you, she said, glancing at his attire. Yes, a little better. How came that about? I have had assistance from a friend, marm. It is astonishing how respectful he was towards her. He treated her as a superior being to himself, and was humble and submissive to the last degree. He could not fail to observe that she looked pale and delicate, and that a settled melancholy seemed to be indelibly fixed on her thin but beautiful features. You have something to tell me, she observed languidly. Ahimise, he stammered, not knowing very well what to say. In the first place, be good enough to inform me how you became first acquainted with Dr. Bourne. This was an awkward question, not a very agreeable one to answer, but the gypsy thought it best to tell the truth, so he made his companion acquainted with the attempted highway robbery, and all that followed after this. You have sunk so low as that, she murmured as a dark shade of sadness passed over her countenance. Oh, but this is very dreadful. I was driven to it, and bitterly regretted the act, he returned, turning away his head. Had I known. It is of no use repining, it is done, she interrupted, so let that pass. Now for the rest. I don't so much regret the lawless act. I was guilty of not half so much as letting him know that I was married. He wants my marriage certificate, as I have already told Yawut, for I am at a loss to imagine. He has a motive, and a strong one, or he would not be so importunate. I know him, and can read him like a book. Don't give him any further information upon that, or any other subject. I will not. I am sorry I said so much. Dear me, this is the most wonderful thing that ever occurred. It seems to me to be altogether impossible. I deemed you dead, I felt assured of it, and now in the hour of trouble and travail you rise up in judgment against Mayu, whom I have not seen for nearly 20 years. Don't imagine I am likely to trouble you, cried Bill. I'd sooner cut off this hand than harm a hair of your head. When I leave this house, it will be for good and for all, and you may rest assured that as far as you are concerned, Bill Rotten, the gypsy will never cross your path. Hell change his name, and no one will ever know that he is crawling about on the face of the earth. No, Mrs. Bourne, you have nothing to fear from me. This meeting is an accidental one, but our waster paths of life are too far asunder for you to be In any fear of being troubled with my presence ill, go this very moment if you wish it." There was a tone of sincerity in Bill's manner, which went far towards reassuring the doctor's wife. "You speak fairly enough, and I have no reason to doubt you. Indeed, in earlier days, I was taught by experience that you were mindful of me, and never that I can remember thwarted me in one solitary instance. You told me the last time we met that you were not happy. Is that so?" inquired the gypsy. "Alas, yes, happy. I am supremely miserable, more wretched than I can possibly tell you." "And the reason for this?" he inquired. "You are the mistress of this establishment, are the wife of a physician of good repute." "Good repute," she exclaimed with bitterness. "Well, I should imagine so, and I hope I am not mistaken. It is hardly worth while discussing that question. It was an unlucky hour that you ever met with my husband, most of all fatal for me. You have made him acquainted with too much already, and he will never rest till he gets all from you." "He'll get no more from me," exclaimed Rotten. "I wish my tongue had been cut out before I told him what I have, but Lord bless us, I had no idea I was doing anything wrong, had no notion that it would injure anyone, still less you." "Ah, you don't know all, or you would not talk like that. Listen, this man-thigh's Dr. Bourne my husband hates. Meh wants to be rid of me at any cost. The lady who was with him when you were last here is a rich widow to whom he is paying attention. I am the one person too many in this house, and at any cost or sacrifice, I must be removed. He has tried poison, but as yet has not succeeded." "Poison!" exclaimed Rotten, turning suddenly pale. "Do not tell me that. It is a fact, I know it, but too well. Every day, every hour I am in fear of my life. Oh, the miserable life I have led." She paused suddenly, and her eyes were suffused with tears. Bill Rotten was touched. He could hardly believe his senses. "The wretch!" he ejaculated. "Abominable, merciless wretch. If I thought that id—" "Hush, silence, don't be rash. It was wrong of me to say thus much, but it was done without due consideration. It is enough to know that he wants to get rid of me either by fair means or foul. I have good reason to know this. He has been placed in his present position through me, or rather through one who was my protector." The gypsy gave a prolonged "oh." The real state of affairs began to dawn upon him. "That's Ide," said he. "Yes, it is," answered Mrs. Bourne. "He married for the handsome dowry he had with me. Nothing else induced him to make me his wife." "And who gave the dowry, if I may make so bold as to inquire?" said Rotten. "Oh, it's no secret. I'll tell you, Lord Fullerton." It answered Bourne's purpose, for at that time he was a poor man. With the money he had with me, he was enabled to make a good appearance, without which a doctor has but little chance of getting on. He is mercenary, cold, cruel, and crafty, and is desirous of espousing the rich widow you saw in the carriage with him the other day. I am the only stumbling block in the way now. Do you understand why he wanted the marriage certificate?" "Well, not exactly. How is it possible that he could connect my marriage with you?" "Doubtless he has heard of something of the sort. Perhaps he is better acquainted with my past history than either you or I imagine. There is no telling. If the idea once entered his head, he would cling to it as a drowning man is said to cling to a straw. Well, this quite gets over me. I never heard of such a thing. I wish I had died of starvation before I saw the varmint. That's all I wish, and bad luck to him. I am knocked clean out of time, and no mistake. I have told you all because I believe I can trust you. If he could prove a former marriage, he would have no scruples in casting me adrift without a shilling in the world. He'd never do that, surely." "Aye, but he would too well. I know it. It was a most fatal night for me when you met the doctor, for it will bring ruin and disgrace upon me." "Ruin and disgrace!" exclaimed Bill in a tone of deep dejection. "And concern your words drive me mad. I wish I can't express myself. Hang it all, I have been a fool. But never fear, I'll make it all right if it costs me my life." "How can you possibly do that?" said Mrs. Bourne. "The mischief's done. You have been most rash and imprudent. Oh, that I could see my way out of this difficulty. I confess I have been imprudent, but what of that? It was not done willfully. Who could or would have supposed for one moment the doctors object in questioning me so closely about my private affairs? He seldom takes the trouble to question people closely upon any subject, without a special reason. He has the wiles of the serpent, the cunning of the fox. Oh, he had an object in so kindly becoming your patron. He has some well-devised scheme in his head, some plot to be rid of me. I would not stay with such a wretch, if I were you," exclaimed Bill. "I would leave him tomorrow. Too glad to leave him upon certain conditions. I cannot consent to go out of this house penniless. But enough of this, as I before observed the mischiefs done the train is formed, and it cannot be undone. I do not blame you, William Rotten. You had no desire to injure me nevertheless. I cannot conceal from myself that your presence here is likely to prove fatal to me. Fatal to you, how so? Oh, do not torment me with questions, cried Mrs. Bourne. The mischiefs done this man thighs Dr. Bourne, my husband, if he could by any means in his power find out that I had been married years and years ago, would not scruple to put the machinery of the law to work to ruin and crush me. He would be but too glad of the chance of prosecuting me for bigamy. Bigamy can't do anything of the sort. In the first place, you were what the law calls an infant at the time, and in the second place, there was an inquest on the body of a man who was found drowned in a mill stream, and whose body was identified as that of William Rotten, or supposed to be him. Ah, supposed won't do. Well, hang it all, if my existence is so baneful to you, if there is no other way of repairing the mischief I had so unwittingly done, then I can throw myself into a mill stream, or any other way to make an end of myself. I am only an encumbrance on the face of the earth. It is quite time for me to trot off into another world. Peace, don't be so rash. Your death would not make any difference now, and if it did, it is perfectly purposeless to make such a suggestion. I will consider the matter over, look at it from every point of view, and determine what had best be done. Oh, I think I shall have to determine, remarked the gypsy. You, what do you mean, how can you determine? Well, you see, it's simply this. It unfortunately happens that I have been imprudent enough to blow the gaff, but I beg pardon, you don't understand this sort of language. I confess I do not. Well then, I've let my tongue run too fast that you understand. Most certainly I do. If it costs me my life, ill put matters straight. He may be jolly artful, this same doctor, and no doubt he is, but ill take good care, if so be as it lays in my power, which I believe it does, to circumvent him. Your language is altogether so foreign to what I have been accustomed to listen to that I hardly know what reply to make. Don't you trouble yourself to reply. I know my way about it. Is true, I have been most imprudent, but I will repair the evil. Oh, Mrs. Bourne Hester, I used to call Yaub of good cheer. Do not give way to despair. I can see my way out of this business. But how? Tell me how. Never you mind, leave it to me. I cannot possibly do otherwise now. Very good, then rest satisfied. I think I can see through his little caper. I never liked him, no, I hate and despise him specially after what you have said. Ill do him, yet as dead as a nail. But what do you want my assistance? In what way? You can't render me any. I mean, as far as money is concerned. I don't care to take money from you, still a trifle would be of service. I can return it you at some future time. Shortly will be published the Life and Recollections of Calcraft, the hangman, in penny weekly numbers. No 50. Illustration, Rotten searching register. Bill Rotten searching the church register. I will give you what you require, for I believe you are sincere and mean what you say. Opening her desk, Mrs. Bourne drew therefrom several gold pieces, which she placed on the table in front of the gypsy. Take what you require, she said. The money is at your service. I will not rob you of a shilling, exclaimed Bill, resolutely. Not a penny. You are much more self-sacrificing and scrupulous than I gave you credit for. I say again, take what you require for your immediate necessities. Surely you are not so proud as to refuse what is offered freely and with the best intentions. The gypsy hesitated. Well, he observed, after a long pause, perhaps you are right, marm. I may need a little ready rhino to carry out a little bit of business on my own account. I hope it is not a dishonest one, cried Mrs. Bourne with some concern. You've no call to be alarmed. What I am a going to do is right enough, leastways what I hope to do. Mrs. Bourne had no very exalted notion of her companion's honesty or way of life, about which, however, she knew nothing, but she guessed rightly enough that he had fallen into evil courses, and was therefore a discredit to her and all who might happen to be acquainted with him. Nevertheless, she felt assured that he would not willingly harm her by word or deed. It was a terrible thing that he had become acquainted with her husband, as from this very fact ruin and disgrace might fall upon her, in a way that she had never for a moment contemplated. I will not make any further inquiries, said she. All I might say would not alter your course of action, and therefore the least said the better. But I am free to confess that I tremble for the future. Your presence here has been most fatal to my happiness and peace of mind. If this man, my husband, could find any means of getting rid of me, he would be but too glad to avail himself of the same, for I feel assured that I am a stumbling block in his way, which doubtless he will find some means of removing. Oh, no one knows but myself what I have suffered, what daily, what hourly dread I am in of this man. What if he should find out the church in which we were married? What if he should produce the certificate of the same? Oh, why has all this come to pass? I deemed you dead, could have sworn it. You have not seen or heard anything of me for over 20 years, and you had a right to conclude I was dead. He can do nothing, rest assured of that. Hang him ill, take very good care that he won't have it in his power. Be of good cheer, marm. When next we meet I hope to bring you good news, and so farewell for the present. Rotten rose from his seat, and taking 4 sovereigns from the heap of gold before him, he descended the stairs and passed out of the house. "Oh, heaven save me," ejaculated Mrs. Bourne. "I am now in his power. But still, I think I may trust him. I hope so lost and fallen man, as he is. Oh, Amy, it's you." "Yes, marm," answered the girl, who had crept into the room immediately after she heard the gypsy take his departure. "But how troubled you look," cried the maid, as she glanced at her mistress. "What does that dreadful man want?" "Oh, he's better than you suppose him. He wanted a little assistance, that's all. Why, he's quite a swell to what he was the other day. I hardly knew him. When I opened the door he looked so respectable, but he has such odd ways, and is so familiar by half to my thinking." Mrs. Bourne laughed. It was the first time she had done so for several days. "Familiar is he, Amy?" "Well, marm, I think so. Not rude, you know, but he makes use of such odd words, and has such an easy, confident manner with him. Oh, he's a card in his way, there's no doubt about that." "Yes, he is a character, but there is no occasion for you to mention to the doctor that he's been here." "Me, marm, Lord bless me, no, I wouldn't think of doing such a thing. Because you see he's a man I knew when little more than a child. He appears to be so strangely altered since those days that I can hardly believe him to be the same person. He's evidently quite a lost man. But this is only as I guess, for I know nothing of his mode of life, which however I fear is not altogether a respectable one. I wonder what the doctor wanted him here, for he wouldn't have encouraged him unless he had some motive." "That's not your business neither, is it mine?" observed Mrs. Bourne reprovingly. "No, of course not, marm. Anyway, it ain't any business of mine." Chapter Roman 95, Mr. William Rotten's cunning deviseth missing pay. With all the gypsy's faults, and, it must be confessed, he had a few want of consideration for Mrs. Bourne, was not one of them. He saw pretty clearly that a concurrence of circumstances, as unlooked for as unpropitious, threatened to environ the doctor's wife in a labyrinth of difficulties. It is true that morally speaking no blame could be attached to her for consenting to become the wife of a needy and heartless physician. She had not the faintest notion that Rotten was in the land of the living. Indeed, she had quite forgotten in the vortex of fashionable life that such a person ever did exist, but facts are stubborn things, and there was no getting over the horrible one which so immediately concerned herself. Nothing would please Dr. Bourne better than having it in his power to cast her adrift on the world, to be released from the tie that bound him, and to espouse the rich and fascinating widow whom he had been dangling after for so long a time. He knew perfectly well that his present wife regarded him with the greatest possible aversion, and the chances were that she would offer no impediment to a divorce provided he gave her only a portion of the dowry he had received from the nobleman who was her former protector. But Bourne's cupidity was so great that he could not bear to part with money. His device was to obtain a release by other means. He had learned from a gossiping, mischief-making Frenchwoman, who at one time had been lady's maid to his wife, when she was in India with Sir Digby McBride, that in her early youth, her ladyship, as she was termed, had been espoused by a gypsy named Rotten. Indeed, the lady's maid in question aided further than this. She gave the doctor a small miniature, which she said was a correct likeness of the gypsy in question. This the doctor treasured, and it was from this same miniature that he traced some similarity in the features of Bill Rotten when he met him on the eventful night of the attempted robbery. Well might his wife say that he had the cunning of the fox. He had a motive, and a strong one too, in patronizing the gypsy. His motive was to worm out of him all respecting his doctor's wife. He had already become possessed of facts, which he deemed might be of infinite service to him in carrying out his nefarious and contemptible plans. He had, as may be readily imagined, married the nobleman's cast-off mistress for the purpose of his own personal aggrandizement. It was not a very creditable course of procedure. Nevertheless, It is one which has been frequently adopted. Born had no very nice sense of honor, and not much self-respect, or he never would have acted as he had done throughout the greatest portion of his selfish life. He now thought he saw his way out of the difficulty. He believed, if he could obtain the certificate of the marriage of the two persons, named William Rotten and Hester Tage, his own marriage contract would be rendered thereby null and void. The chances were that he would have found out that he was after all only deluding himself with false hopes, but he was very much charmed with the idea, and believed in its efficacy. Bill Rotten was under the impression that the plea would not hold good. Nevertheless, he was sorely troubled in his mind. There was no telling he did not understand much about the law, certainly not that part of it which related to matrimonial and divorce suits, but he was determined not to throw a chance away. He felt that he had already done an incalculable amount of mischief, and was determined to repair the evil at all hazards. How he proposed to do this we shall presently see. While at the common lodging-house, he met with Cooney, whom the reader will remember as being connected with Gregson and Charles Peace in the Oakfield House burglary, described in the opening chapters of this work. We have had no occasion to take notice of Cooney since he was captured by Mr. Wrench in the bar of Sanderson's Hotel. Since that time, Cooney had gone through a series of gradations in crime. How he obtained his living, when Bill Rotten lighted on him, it would be difficult to say. He did not, however, appear to be in very prosperous circumstances, being as of yore very glad to turn his hand to anything. The gypsy came to the conclusion he was just the man for his purpose, so he at once made a pal of him, and told him what he required him to do. Bill Rotten was married at a primitive village in Hampshire called Ratton, and to this place he forthwith proceeded in company with Cooney. "It's a delicate little bit of business we are going on," said Rotten, "and will require a good deal of artfulness to work properly. But it must be done. That's certain. It is not a profitable job, I admit, but we must take the fat with the lean." "All right, old man," said Cooney. "I don't much care what it is as long as it's worked to rights. Let me know what I've got to do, and I'll be on to it like a shot." Upon arriving at the village in question, Mr. Rotten was more communicative to his companion. "Now, old sinner, I am going to the church." Cooney opened his eyes to the fullest extent. "To the church, eh? Oh, I tumble the plate, I suppose." "No such thing. I want to search for a register." Cooney nodded. "And when I give you a signal, all I want is for you to throw a stone at one of the windows of the church, and then take to your heels." "Well, I'm blessed if you ain't a rum on what break a window. What's the good of that air?" "Never you mind, do as I tell you, and all will be as right as the nail. I know every inch of the ground in this neighborhood, and every stone in Ratton Church." "Does yer?" "Certainly." "And what's the good on it if you're due?" "Nothing in particular as I can see, but that ain't the question. You play your part, and I'll play mine. Yours is an easy one enough. It ain't worry difficult if that's all you want me to do." "That's all, but here we are at the church." The two Confederates passed through the gate and reached the churchyard. "Ah, it's the same old place, not altered in the least," cried the gypsy. "Just the same, but how changed to me." "Ah, cut that, don't go for to be sentimental. You ain't come down here to moralize," cried Cooney. "I say leave that to some other bloke. It's out of our line." "Perhaps you're right, but you know this place I remember when but a bit of a boy, and I haven't set eyes on it for many and many a year." "At it again," cried Cooney with a sort of double shuffle. "Well, I am blessed it's the green trees and the dicky birds as does it for you, makes you feel aliverish, like just the same as why'd be if you were once more on your mountain heather like the man who says his art's in the islands." Mr. Cooney, after this speech, indulged in a prolonged whistle. "There's no occasion for that," observed the gypsy, reprovingly. "We've come on very serious business, and must look very grave. Mustn't indulge in unseemly mirth, as our parson used to say. Very good, I am all there, not mind you, but this is quite a new line of business to me." "But you are equal to anything." "In course I am. So now keep quiet. Listen, do you see that little window in that part of the church which abuts out?" "Yes, I does see it with these air blessed eyes." "Good, there's nobody about just now, which is all the better, as we must not be seen together. I have shown you the window." "Yes, yer have." "At that end of the church, there is a clump of yew trees. You can easily conceal yourself in those." "I'll go at once then." "No, not now. All is not ready at present. Wait patiently. I am merely explaining what you are to do, because if we don't pull this off this time we shan't have another chance, so we must be careful not to make a muddle of it. I shall have to go round to the clerk's house. I expect, for he doesn't seem to be here, what I want you to do. Is this: go out yonder into that lane, watch and wait there, till you see me and the clerk enter the church. Yes. But don't be seen yourself, if you can help it. All right, drive on. When you see us enter the church together, creep down from the lane where you have been stationed, and conceal yourself in the clump of yew trees. Then keep your eye fixed on that little window. Yes, and what then? You will see me looking over a big book when I draw my hand across my forehead. Thus throw a stone at one of the end windows, and make off as fast as your legs will carry you. But mind, Cooney, don't attempt to throw the stone till I have given the sign. Oh no, in course not, I ain't likely to do that. And what else? You are pretty sure to get clean off, make for the station, and remain in the waiting room, till I come. Now you understand. I hopes as how I do. Now make off, and I will go and find the clerk. Cooney at once betook himself to the lane, and Rotten returned to the village. Upon arriving at the clerk's house, he found that worthy at dinner, so he took a stroll till the meal was over, and then called again. He explained his business, saying he wished to get a copy of the register of 2 persons who were married at the church some 20 or 22 years back. The clerk was a very old man with tottering limbs and defective sight. He had held his present office for over 50 years. He carried with him a huge bunch of keys, and walked by the side of the gypsy, conversing in a friendly manner till they reached the church. You are not quite certain as to the year, you say, he observed, as he opened the door of the sacred edifice. No, not quite certain, but I can't be very far out. The names you have with you? Yes, they are Jane Jenkins and Robert Besant. I dare say we shall find them this way, if you please. Rotten was led by the old man into a small apartment in which were a number of ponderous volumes ranged on shelves. We had better search the volume for 1858 first. As you please. Have you the paper with the names? Yes, sir, it is. The old clerk began to look over the book, page after page was gone over, but no such names could be found. Can I be looking over the volume for the preceding year? Said Rotten carelessly. Oh, certainly, sir, if you please. My eyesight is not so good as it was, but my memory is good, and I think I can recollect 2 persons bearing the names here written down. The gypsy meanwhile turned over the pages of the other volume. He soon came to the page on which his own name and that of Hester Tage was inscribed. He slid a piece of paper between the leaf, and turned over the others. Then he drew his hand across his forehead. Immediately after this, a loud crash was heard. The sound reverberated through the aisles with terrible force. Mercy on us, what's the matter? Some accident to the church, cried the gypsy, in a tone of alarm. Pray see what it is. The clerk was seriously alarmed, and upon the impulse of the moment, rushed out into the body of the church. This was Bill Rotten's opportunity. With almost incredible rapidity, he drew forth his penknife, which he had kept open in his coat pocket, passed the blade along at that side of the page which was fastened to the book, and drew it forth. Then folding it up, he thrust it into the breast pocket of his coat. When this had been done, he went out of the little room, and anxiously inquired what was the matter. The clerk informed him that some evil-disposed person had thrown a stone at the church windows, one of the panes of which was broken. The stone was picked up inside the edifice. The mischievous, audacious scoundrel, exclaimed Rotten. Shall I try and catch him? He can't be far off. I wish you could. I'll try, said Rotten, who at once rushed out. He brought in a lubberly boy, who was staring open-mouthed at the broken glass. It ain't me as did it, sir, indeed it. Ain't I never heaved a stone at the window, cried the lad, bursting into tears. Oh, it's you, Jim Starlinjay, said the clerk, and if it wasn't you, perhaps you can tell who did it. I dunno, I heard a smash and saw the window shivered, but I did not see him as heaved the stone. Was there anyone else about besides him? Said the clerk, addressing himself to Rotten. I did not see anyone else. This must be inquired into. It's a most scandalous, wicked act, and you must do your best, Starling, to find out who it was. Yes, I will, sir, I will do my best. Am I to let him go? Said Rotten. Yes, I suppose so. Ah, yes, he is well known here. I don't think he would be wicked enough to do such a thing, for we consider him to be a well-conducted lad. But as I said before, it must be inquired into, a reward must be offered, and the police must be made acquainted with the circumstance. Dear me, sir, young people of the present day are not a bit like those I remember when I was young. They are audacious, mischievous, and uncontrollable. But as I said before, this matter must not be allowed to drop without a searching inquiry. No, certainly not. I am a stranger to these parts, observed Rotten, and certainly never expected to find such a lawless act committed like this in open daylight. It so alarmed me that I have not as yet recovered from the shock. I dare say not, sir, I can well understand that. And indeed I am very sorry, replied the clerk apologetically, extremely sorry. Such a thing never occurred before. I can't make it out. But your pardon, sir, you have not found what you want. No, the interruption was so sudden and unlooked for that for the moment I had almost forgotten my errand. The blubbering boy scampered off the moment he was released, and the clerk and Rotten returned to the room. May I take the next volume to this? Said the gypsy. Yes, sir, if you please. Rotten turned over the leaves of the other volume, and in the space of a few minutes, found the two names of which he professed to be in search, but which, as the reader can readily imagine, he cared nothing about. It so chanced that he remembered the persons bearing these names being married in the year 1852, and they did very well as a blind to his proceedings. When he found them, he professed to be very anxious to have a copy of the entry in the book, which the clerk at once proceeded to make. The clergyman had to sign it as a matter of form, and when this had been done, it was handed to the gypsy, who paid the usual fee, wished the clerk good day, and walked rapidly on towards the station. I've done, my worthy friend the doctor, now, and no mistake. Hester can defy him. After all, there was not much to fear, but I should have been on the grizzle, and as savage as a meat hatchet if he'd got the better of her. It was about as neat a job as I can remember doing, and Cooney did his part to rights just in the nick of time. Nobody will be any the wiser, and the chances are the leaf will never be missed, but if it is, I can't help it. Upon arriving at the station, he found Cooney seated in front of the refreshment bar, devouring the remains of half a pork pie, which he washed down with a pint of bitter. Thought you'd never come, he cried upon catching sight of the gypsy. Been waiting here till I was so hungry that I couldn't hold out any longer, so thought it best to stick up a score to you. Gammon and all, said Rotten, they don't give credit at these places. I ain't paid for nuffin as yet. Then I will, said Rotten, who forthwith put a shilling on the counter, and called for a pint of the best. Burton paying for that, and what his friend had had at the same time. When the two entered one of the carriages of the next London train, their tongues were unloosed, for there were no other persons besides themselves in the compartment, and they had purposely forborne talking about the business that had brought them down before the barmaids and loiterers in the refreshment bar. All restraint was, however, now thrown off. Well, said Cooney, how did you work it? All right. Right as the mail. Never did anything so neatly in my life. Went out and collared a boy for throwing the stone. Oh, scissors, what a spree. Yes, and did the indignant to rights. I can tell you the old clerk took it all in like a gudgeon, and was mighty civil and obliging. Oh, he's a very decent old boy. Well, said Cooney, this one is about the rummest start I ever knew, coming all these miles for the purpose of throwing a stone at the window of a church. Why, when you come to look at it in a serious light, it seems ridiculous, don't it? Oh, as for that, in a manner of speaking, it is ridiculous. But what of that? It has answered our purpose. You don't want more, I suppose. We've done what we came to do. It's a matter of duty lastways, as far as I am concerned. And as to you, a trip in the country and a sniff of the fresh air won't do you any harm. It's the dicky birds and the trees and the green grass as does it. Makes you preach like a parson and talk like a bookblode if they don't. But I am glad you've brought it in all right. Why, Lord bless us, I wonder what has become of Charles Peacehaven. Set eyes on him for years. He got into a little bit of a mess at Sheffield, observed the gypsy, and had to do 7 years stretch. Since his conviction I haven't seen anything of him. Nor don't know what he's up to, I suppose. No, haven't the slightest notion. Poor Charlie, he was always straight and square with me. Many people run him down, but I speak of a man as I find him. Same here, he was always right enough, but Lord bless you, things aren't a bit like what they used to be. You can't trust anybody nowadays. That's true enough, Cunyer, right there, old man. But I say, observed the gypsy's companion, after a pause, what might be your little game at this blessed old church? You haven't come all the way for nuffin, that's quite certain. For nothing we, of course, not, tain't likely. Well then, what's your lay? Merely to serve a friend, that's all. Hang your artful old eyes, it's something more than that. I expect y'all make a jolly lot of couters out on it. Nothing of the sort, I shan't make a single quid out of it. I pledge my word that it is a mere matter of friendship. Shelp my taters, I am jolly glad to find there's so much friendship left in the world, but it's hard to believe for all that. You can please yourself about believing it. I have only to say again, what I've said is the solemn truth. All right, I don't want to pry into any man's secrets. You've done the trick cleverly, and that's what you may call a jolly artful dodge and no mistake. But I am as dry as a piece of old chunk. Stand a drop of something to drink at the next station. Right you are, you shall have as much as you like. When the train arrived at the station, the two companions repaired to the refreshment bar and regaled themselves with some heavy wet. Upon their arrival in London, they betook themselves to their lodging-house, and Bill Rotten presented Cooney with 2 sovereigns for his services, which the latter considered a handsome recompense. The gypsy, with all his faults, had never been a mean or selfish man, and certainly in this case, he did not take the lion's share, but he was well pleased with the result of his visit to the village church, and was consequently in the best of spirits. He considered he had put into practice a master stroke of diplomacy, and began to ruminate upon the best course to adopt in seeking an interview with Mrs. Bourne. He had no desire to see the doctor, wished to have a tete-a-tete with his wife. Chapter Roman 96, The Gypsy AMD Mrs. Bourne's Surprise. Rotten deemed it best not to venture paying a visit to Mrs. Bourne, without first of all making sure that the doctor was from home. How this was to be ascertained, he could not at first determine, but after some consideration had been spent in reflection, he elected to send Cooney with a note addressed to Mrs. Bourne with strict injunctions that it was to be delivered into her hands, and if this could not be conveniently done, Cooney was to return with the letter and wait a more favorable opportunity. It took him some time to indite the brief epistle, which was couched in very guarded albeit not in very elegant language, but it sufficed for the purpose. Cooney was as hangdog-a-looking rascal as it was well possible to conceive, but the gypsy had no other person to send upon whom he could rely. His messenger was by no means a foolotho of a common coarse type, and as ignorant as a hack horse, but he was artful, and was not easily cornered to make use of an American phrase, so away he went upon his mission. The maid-servant opened the door, and Cooney asked if her mistress was disengaged. "Suppose she is. What do you want with her?" inquired the girl, looking at the speaker with evident mistrust and suspicion. "I don't want anything with her, my dear," returned Cooney in oleaginous accents. "Don't dear me, man," cried the girl. "What's your business? Is the doctor—" "I don't know. Is your mistress alone?" "If she is, I am sure she won't see you." "Well, you're a nice-looking girl, but a little sharp, but that don't matter. Now listen." "I am listening. Go on and be as quick as possible." "I've got a letter for your mistress," said Cooney in a strange whisper, which must be delivered into her own hands. "A begging letter, I suppose." "No, it ain't no begging letter, nuffin of the sort. You were never more mistaken in your life. But it's a letter from a friend, and is of the greatest importance." The girl laughed derisively. "You're on the wrong tack, my lady," observed Cooney reprovingly. "Don't be so cheeky, because it ain't becoming in young females to be cheeky. Get out with your impudence, give me the letter at once, and I will take it up to Mrs. Bourne." "All right, my lass, there it is, but don't you be adjuving it to anybody else. Do you hear?" "Yes, I hear," cried the maid, tripping lightly upstairs, with the missive in question. "She is a pretty creature," murmured Cooney, as he was waiting in the passage. "A jolly nice gal, but a little pert. But I like her all the better for that. Don't care a bit about your smooth-tongued wenches." In a minute or so, the maid returned, and handed an envelope with no name or address upon it to Rotten's messenger. "You are to give that to him," said the maid, in a more subdued tone of voice. "Thank you kindly," returned Cooney. "Oh, but you are a darling, and no mistake. Get along with your impudence. I never met with such a rude man in all my life." "Oh, don't say that. Go away at once. You've got your answer, so now be off." Cooney sallied forth, and the door was slammed to the moment he had passed out of the house. He took the answer he had received to his pal Bill Rotten, who tore open the envelope, and drew forth a slip of paper on which was written these words: "If you desire to see me, call tomorrow evening, at about 7:30. "That's all right," cried the gypsy. "I'll be there." "She ain't altogether the most amiable girl I've met with," observed Cooney. "Who ain't?" "Why, the maidservant, but she's jolly good-looking, and I expect she knows it." "You haven't been fool enough to chaff the doctor's servant. Why, she's a most respectable, well-behaved young woman." "Ain't no manner of doubt about that 'ere," returned Cooney. "I am sorry I sent you." "Why, it's all right enough, ain't it?" Yes, but it strikes me you've been too forward with the girl. Nothing of the sort, is it likely? Well, if I must say what I think I feel cert, that there's nothing more likely, you ought to know better. Well, I'm blessed, do you expect a bloke to stand like a mute at the door of a gentleman's house? There's shut up enough of this, observed Rotten, who made a shrewd guess of what had taken place. He never could keep his tongue still, murmured Rotten. And I suppose never will, however, it doesn't much matter, I suppose. On the following evening, at a little before the appointed time, Bill Rotten left the lodging-house and made direct for the doctor's house. As he came within sight of this, he observed the boy in the street, with a basket of medicine bottles on his arm. "Hallo, young gallipotist, one moment, my lad," cried Rotten. "Yes, sir." "Is your master in?" "No." "Oh, then I'll just call and leave my card. When do you expect him to return?" "He didn't say when he would be back." "All right, I may as well call. Good night." "Good night, sir." "Oh, he's not in, so much the better for my purpose," said the gypsy, as he gave a gentle knock at the door, which was opened by the girl Amy. "Do you want to see Mrs. said she?" "Yes, if she's disengaged and alone." "She's quite disengaged, and told me to show you upstairs." Bill was conducted into the front room, first floor, where he found Mrs. Bourne pale and anxious, awaiting his appearance. "So," said she, "you are here again. I concluded you had something to communicate, and am glad you have come at the specified time. My husband is not in the way, and we can converse without fear of interruption. Be seated, and proceed to business at once." The gypsy dropped into the nearest chair. "It would be a sore trouble to me if I thought my presence here, and my interview with the doctor, and the words I have spoken, might cause you trouble or anxiety. They have caused me great trouble and anxiety. But let that pass. I do not blame you. What you have done with information you have given places me in the utmost peril. But as I before observed, it is no fault of yours. Pray, tell me what you purpose doing. It appears to me, if you have any consideration for me, that you had better avoid this house, and not present yourself here again. You will thereby avoid being cross-questioned by my husband, who from what I can gather wishes to extract all he can get from you. He will get nothing more from me, remember, not a smell of that. I will be as silent as the grave. If I do open my mouth at all, it will be to deny all I have said. You say I have placed you in a situation of extreme peril. I believe you have, and you would agree with me if you knew all. Dr. Bourne will not rest night or day till he has found out the church where we were married. This done, he will have proof, which will be fatal to me." "He will find no proof, madam," said Bill Rotten. "I have taken good care of that." "How can you talk in such an inconsistent and unreasonable way? How is it possible for you to remove a record so indisputable? The books in the church contain a register of this unfortunate and fatal marriage. I told you when last here that I would repair the evil I had done. I have kept my word. There is no record of our union on whatever, and no living man can procure I except myself," cried Rotten in a solemn tone of voice. "You are speaking more like a madman than a sane person." "Am I? I should imagine so." "You are mistaken. Listen to me for one moment. I say, there is no record. The leaf in the book containing the certificate of the marriage between William Rotten and Hester Tage is no longer in the books of the church. I have it here." As he said this, Bill Rotten drew forth the page he had abstracted from the breast pocket of his coat. He handed it to his companion, who was bewildered and awestruck. "In heaven's mercy, what have you done?" she ejaculated. "Read and judge for yourself," he returned. She did read, and her face became as pale as death. She was so overwhelmed with astonishment and fear that she could not find words to express herself. "I have kept my word," he said slowly, and with something like melancholy and remorse in his tone. "I have at all risks contrived to make you a free woman, free as far as I am concerned, and free also from the danger which threatened you. Bear witness, Mrs. Bourne, for you alone can do so, that I have been mindful of your interest, that I have shown a desire to shelter and shield you. The tie which bound us was cancelled years and years ago. Now, it no longer has existence. It has passed away, and will never rise up in judgment against either of us, never." He took the paper in his hand, thrust it into the fire, where in a few moments it was consumed. Mrs. Bourne looked at him in a state of stupefaction, but he was calm and quite unmoved. "William Rotten," she presently exclaimed, "I never would have believed this of you, certainly not unless I had been witness of it, and seen it with my own eyes. I have found a champion and friend, where I least expected to meet with one. I know not how to express myself. I never dreamed you had so much magnanimity in your nature. How can I possibly recompense you? I don't want any recompense, observed the gypsy. What I have done has been done for your sake. Perhaps you will find it hard to believe this, but it is a fact nevertheless. I ain't of much good in this world, and nobody has a good word for Bill Rotten, the gypsy. Nobody cares about him, who is at best an outcast and a blot upon the face of the earth. But it may be in the years that are to come that one person will think well of him, and remember he was not altogether the selfish and abandoned wretch people suppose him to be. If that one thinks well of him, remembers him with something like gratitude, will be amply rewarded for the favor he has conferred upon her. Mrs. Bourne was touched, her eyes were moist with tears, and she stretched forth her hand, which the gypsy clasped fervently and respectfully raised to his lips. I am glad to have been of service to you, he cried. This is the brightest hour I have known for many a day, and the remembrance of it will last my life. O Rotten, how much I have reason to be thankful for what you have done. I tremble when I reflect upon the act you have committed. Suppose it should be discovered, what then? What a risk you have run! It will not be discovered, rest assured of that. I am in no fear of the consequences. But it's a dreadful alternative, and a most discreditable proceeding. It's direct robbery. Nothing of the sort. Oh yes it is, there's no denying it. Well, suppose it is, what does it matter? You are not bound to know anything about it. Nobody is bound to do so. Don't you be concerned about the matter, it's right enough. Right, I think it's very wrong, sinful and wicked. Ah, that all depends upon the way you look at these things. I see no harm in it, not a morsel of harm, however it's done and done to save you. I know that and am of course duly grateful, but it is a terrible alternative. There was no other left as I could see, and it was the wisest course anyway. It makes you safe, and that's all I care about. The conversation was cut short by the sudden and unexpected entrance of Dr. Bourne into the room, in which his wife and the gypsy were seated. They were both astonished, and not a little alarmed at his appearance. You here, he exclaimed in a tone of anger, addressing himself to Rotten. Right you be, doctor, returned the gypsy. I am here as you see. And pray, sir, if it is not an impudent question, observed the doctor with bitter irony, may I inquire how it is that I find you holding a secret conference with my wife? But I need not ask, I can make a pretty shrewd guess. If you can guess, I wouldn't trouble myself to inquire if I were you, said Rotten, nothing moved. You are an impudent, low-bred fellow, cried Bourne in a towering passion. How dare you have the impertinence to address this lady? And what can you be thinking of to encourage the visits of such a low ruffian, madam? This last observation was made to his wife, who was too distressed and overcome to make any reply. You were out, said Bill, and I asked to see your lady. Suppose there's no great harm in that. Harm, cried Bourne, don't imagine you can deceive me. I ask you again, what brought you hither? Why, my legs, of course. I ain't got a carriage, and so had to walk. Hark ye, my man, let me have no more of your impudence, or I shall find means to punish you. I say again, what business have you here holding a conference with Mrs. Bourne, who ought to be ashamed of herself, to be seen conversing with such a ruffian? Answer my question, without any more ado. You're so sharp upon a cove that you don't give a chap time to answer. Well, if you must know, I wanted to leave a message with the lady. It's a lean, impudent lie. You wanted to do nothing of the sort. You think I cannot see through you, I suppose, you shameless woman. Hold hard, governor, at a time, if you please, cried Bill. You will be pleased to address me in a more respectful manner, my man. Do you hear? Yes, I hear. Now, madam, said Bourne, turning to his wife, will you kindly enlighten me on this subject? What is the reason for this man being here? He is your acquaintance, not mine, said Mrs. Bourne. Thank you for the compliment. He's a robber, a thief, and a disgrace to a civilized community. And this is the man you choose to encourage here, is it? I do not encourage him. I have told him to go away. Yes, that's quite true. She has told me to go away and not come here any more, and I have promised to do so. You are not going away just yet, my man, cried the doctor. I have a goodish bit to say to you. Ah, that being the case, it's lucky I am here. You are very well acquainted with this lady, it would appear. I don't know what you mean, returned. Don't you? No. I know what I mean. Look at her. Well, I am looking at the lady. You've seen her before years ago, haven't you? Me know not as I know of. You can't deceive me, you scoundrel. Is your wife? At this Bill Rotten burst out into a loud laugh, which a little disconcerted the doctor. My wife, cried Bill. Why, Dr. Urey, a little touched in the upper story, I am thinking. I say she is your wife. Do you? Yes. And I say she's not. And never was. And never was. Well, my man, you have any amount of audacity that, I frankly admit, but it won't be of much service to you in this case. You have already acknowledged your name to be William Rotten. I have passed as William Rotten. The doctor started. You haven't got the right sow by the ear, as yet, doctor, observed the gypsy, with the most admirable self-possession. Him, as you call, Will Rotten was drowned years agone in Harcourt's millstream. Audacious liar, exclaimed Bourne in a fury, think not to disprove your identity. I don't intend to do so, but as I observed before, you've got the wrong pig by the ear. Then you are not William Rotten. I have passed as him, that's all. The doctor made no answer to this. He quietly walked into an adjoining room without even so much as uttering a word. Presently, he returned with something in his hand. It was a miniature. Look at this, he said, holding it before the gypsy. Yes, I see it, it's a picture, and a very pretty one too, a likeness of somebody, I suppose. A likeness of yourself, my man, said Bourne in high glee. Of me? Most certainly, and an admirable one it is, or was, for it was taken about 20 years ago. It must have been wonderfully like at that time, I should say most remarkably like the original. Not having seen the original, I can't say, said Bill, perfectly unmoved. The original is yourself, my man. Bill shook his head. That won't do, look at the nose, it's a mile too long, and the picture is not in any way like Mellistways as far as I can see, but, if you say it is, of course I give in to your superior judgment. I say it is a portrait of William Rotten, and that you are he. Very good, have it your own way, it does not make much difference to me. I don't quite see what you are driving at, but that is of no great consequence, I suppose. It is of very great consequence to me, though. Is it? Yes, and so, my very excellent friend, you may as well confess. All you will have to do, so you know sooner or later you are the lawful husband of this lady. Get out me, her husband, it's false, exclaimed Bill. You must think me a fool to believe what you say. I shall find means to prove the truth of what I am saying, said Bourne in a confident tone. I am sure you want. What's your little game? Do you want to get rid of your wiffy? Your wife's? No, yours, if you please. Of all the capers I ever heard of, this is about the rummest. Why, you must have been swallowing some of your own medicine, doctor, and it has flown to your head and driven you silly. Don't you give me any more of your impudence, fellow, cried Bourne in a fury. I am in no mood to stand it. Your audacity is exceeding all bounds. But I know very well how to deal with a man of your type. You will find it difficult, or indeed, I may say impossible, to deceive me. This miniature which I hold in my hand is in itself quite sufficient to prove your identity. You are William Rotten, the gypsy, the same William Rotten, who was wedded some 20 years ago to Hester Tageth, beauteous and fascinating Hester Tage, as she was afterwards called, continued the doctor in a sarcastic tone. Am I? Yes, you are, and I think you will find it difficult to disprove my statement. All right, governor, have it your own way, cried Bill with an aggravating laugh. All right, have it your own way. It does so happen, however, that Rotten was drowned in a millstream, and that for special reasons best known to myself, I chose to call myself by his name. Then you told me a false and wicked lie on the evening when we first met, but I know which story to believe. Pray, sir, how is it? I find you here in company with this lady. Answer me, that shall I tell you? If you like. It is just this, you are here plotting together for the purpose of determining how you can best deceive me, but do not think you will succeed in your nefarious plans. Still, at the same time, I have to apologize for disturbing a tete-a-tete between husband and wife, observed the doctor with aggravating sarcasm. Mrs. Bourne, who had purposely abstained from saying anything more than the occasion absolutely required, now observed in a deprecatory tone. I do hope and trust, Mr. Bourne, that this conversation will be brought to a close as speedily as possible, if it be only for my sake. For your sake, madam, exclaimed her husband with a sneer. Upon my word, that is really a good joke. It is really amusing, I think, madam. I shall have no very great difficulty in dissolving the galling and odious tie, which binds me to so amiable a partner. A prior marriage with a gentleman, who is still alive, no 51, will suffice for the purpose. Mr. William Rotten, who is here present. Illustration, you audacious miscreant. You audacious miscreant, cried Bourne, striking the gypsy with his walking stick. "I am not William Rotten," interrupted the gypsy. "Then who are you? What do you want to know for?" "No matter, I do want to know, let that suffice." "Then I don't choose to tell you, let that suffice. But even if you could prove me to be rotten, which you never can, what would it matter?" "Then this lady would be the wife of 2 husbands," cried the doctor, bowing with mock gravity. "Don't you see that?" "No, I don't." "Ah, but I do." "Oh, so you think, but you are mistaken," observed the gypsy, perfectly unmoved. "Never were more mistaken in your life." "Am I?" "Yes, you are most miserably mistaken. Shall I tell you why?" "I am always glad to receive information, especially in this case, as it is a subject which concerns myself." "Right you are, doctor. I suppose it does concern yourself. Well then, the young girl named Hester Tage was married to a gypsy. There's no denying that, but what sort of marriage was it?" "What sort?" What sort indeed. She was married in the gypsy's camp after the manner of gypsies married, by the father of the tribe, with the son for a witness, and the greensward for her couch. As far as the legal part of the business is concerned, it wasn't any marriage at all, so you may take your change out of that." As he brought this brief speech to a conclusion, he burst out into a mocking laugh. "You lying scoundrel," exclaimed Bourne in a paroxysm of rage, "you contemptible deceptive hound, it is falsehood. I will prove you to be a liar as well as a thief, you unmitigated ruffian. Go on, governor, lay it on thick, your hard words won't hurt me, cause why, I am too much used to them." "You shameless abandoned woman," cried Bourne, turning towards his wife, "I have disgraced myself by my connection with you. What have you to say to this fellow's declaration?" "I don't choose to say anything. You have heard all he has said, and can judge for yourself. You have brought this scandal upon yourself. But it was not done without a cause. I decline to argue the question with you." "Insolent strumpet," exclaimed the doctor, striking his wife on the side of the head, "hence, get out of this house at once." "Hold hard," cried Bill, stepping between the enraged husband and his illused wife. "Hit a woman, you are a coward and a bully. If you want to hit anyone, pitch into me." "Stand out of my way, you dirty lying thief," cried Bourne. "Look here, if you give me any more of your cheek," said the gypsy, "or attempt to lay hands on this lady, ill smash you thuts. What ill do with you, and no flies." "You audacious miscreant," cried Bourne, almost beside himself with rage, and striking the gypsy over the head with his walking stick. Bill at once let out with his right and left in rapid succession, hitting the doctor some terrible blows in the face which were delivered direct from the shoulder. Bourne was so taken aback by the suddenness and vigor of the attack that he had not time to recover himself. "I'll make you smart for this," he said presently. "You can't escape me, you scoundrel. I've 2 officers below." And as he uttered these words, he rushed towards the door, calling out for assistance at the same time. The gypsy intercepted his passage and leveled him to the floor with one powerful blow from his clenched fist. In falling, the doctor's head came in contact with the fender, and he lay on the hearthrug speechless and senseless. At this crisis, the sound of a low whistle fell upon the ears of bandoligged Bill, who judged rightly enough that danger was at hand. He went at once to the door of the apartment, closed and locked it. Then he bethought him of what to do. "Oh, merciful heaven, save and succor me," ejaculated Mrs. Bourne, wringing her hands. "What have you done?" She glanced at the prostrate form of her husband. "Perhaps murder." The noise of ascending footsteps on the stairs was now heard, and another whistle was given by somebody outside the house. "This is indeed terrible. You will be captured. Ruin and disgrace will fall upon me. Oh, unhappy and fatal was the hour you set foot in this house. I'll leave it for good and for all," returned Bill, "and never of my own free will enter it again." "Leave a but how?" inquired Mrs. Bourne. "Hark, they are knocking at the door and endeavoring to break it open." Bill Rotten felt that not a moment was to be lost. He flew to the back window of the apartment and threw it open. Then he thrust his head forth and took a rapid survey of the surrounding yards. Abutting out from the window was the roof of a washhouse. To drop on this was no very difficult task. But even when this had been done, the gypsy did not see any way of getting clear of the yards in the rear, and the sides of the doctor's residence were surrounded by walls and houses, and he did not see any place for concealment. Nevertheless, he felt that to remain where he was would most assuredly end in his capture. There were 1 or 2 little matters against him, which rendered an interview with police officers in no way desirable. Rotten had risked much for the sake of Mrs. Bourne. He had acted towards her with a spirit of magnanimity, which was the one bright spot in his shadowy character. and it is but fair that he should have full credit for the better impulse of his nature, which prompted him to save the woman whom he had once loved. The officers were beating violently against the door of the apartment and demanding immediate admittance. "Fly," cried Mrs. Bourne, "get clear off while there is yet time. It is evident you have done something wrong, and the police are on your track doubtless. My husband has brought them hither. Fly, for mercy's sake, hesitate no longer." "Hammer away, my sweet pets," cried Bill, as he heard the thumps at the door. "My name's Walker." He crept through the window, hung by his hands for a moment from the sill, and dropped safely on the roof of the outhouse. From here, he slid down into the yard. Then he looked about him for a moment or two, not knowing very well what next to be at. He felt pretty certain that some of the neighbors would soon observe his movements from the backs of the surrounding houses, and therefore prompt action was required in his present emergency, for he did not intend to be taken if he could help it. He jumped over the wall and reached another yard, which was paved. He soon discovered he was in close proximity to a stable. A man was cleaning some harness in the yard where he now found himself, and while thus occupied, he looked at the gypsy in an inquiring, and it might be a suspicious manner. "All right, mate," said Bill, "you've no call to be afeard. I've just given a bloke a prop in the eye and another on the sneezer. We've had a bit of a scrimge, and the bobbies are after me." "Who have you been mugging, then?" said the ostler with a laugh. "Why, a doctor's." "What name?" "Bourne." "Oh, scissors, what, that varmint?" "Ah, you're right, he is a varmint, but I say, just let me come inside, there's a good fellow." "Inside where?" "The stable, anywhere to get out of sight." "I'd step it if I were you." "That's just what I want to do." "Come in, mate, I want turn my back upon a man who's in a bit of a mess, which I expect you are." "In a jolly mess, and no flies." The gypsy crept into the stable, and his newly-formed friend went on cleaning the harness as if nothing had happened. Both remained for some time inside the stable, without saying a word. Presently his friend the ostler said in a low whisper, "I say, old fellow, there's some blokes a-looking out of the window of the doctor's house." "The devil," murmured Bill, "I wish I was out of this. They'll be in the yard presently, I expect. Tell me when they draw in their ugly heads." "Hush, stow magging," cried the man in a whisper, "hold your row, you fool." The gypsy did not venture to speak after this timely admonition, but awaited the issue in breathless suspense. In a few moments after this, the harness cleaner entered the stable. "You'd better step it," he observed. "Yes, that's all very well, but how show me the way, and I'll be off in the twinkling of a bedpost." "I don't know who you are," said the ostler. "You may have committed murder for aught I know, but I don't like to give a cove up, unless he's a downright bad un." "Oh, get out, murder indeed. I tell you, all I've done is to floor the doctor, but he's got his knife into me for other reasons. I can't explain all to you now, but show me the way to escape. Could you take me through the house?" "I can, of course, but you may be seen, and then there will be the devil to pay." "Well, I'm sure you're a good sort. Take pity on a poor chap. Come now, just think it over. A man is never the worse for doing another a good turn." "Who and what are you?" "Well, if you must know, I was a jockey. Now I am in the horse-training line." "I guessed as much by your looks. Wait a bit, I'll just have a squint, and see if the blokes are there or not." The speaker went out into the yard again, and glanced at the back window of the doctor's residence. Then he returned to the stable. "They've hooked it," he ejaculated. "Now's your time, follow me." Bill Rotten did not need a second bidding. He passed quickly out, went up a narrow passage by the side of the stable, and then entered the back door of the house, to which it was attached. Passing quickly along this, until he reached the end of the hall, he came to the front door of the establishment. The ostler opened this, placed his finger on his lips, to enjoin silence, and Bill emerged into the street. It is needless to say, perhaps, that he walked as fast as his legs would carry him. He had succeeded, thanks to the ostler, in getting clear off. Leaving him for a while, we will return to the room from which he had escaped. The hammering at the door continued for some time. After Bill had dropped onto the outhouse, Mrs. Bourne did not know what to do. On the floor lay her husband in an insensible condition, who the men were outside the room she could not very well determine, but she judged rightly enough that they were officers of the law. She was, however, in no way disposed to admit them, till Rotten had sufficient time afforded him to effect his escape. The poor woman was in a terrible state of fright and trepidation, and she stood pale and irresolute, wringing her hands in the center of the apartment. "If you don't unlock the door, we will break it open," cried a voice from the outside. For mercy's sake, what's the matter? Do say what you want, cried Mrs. Bourne. We want to see the doctor. Open the door without further ado. But I am afraid Dr. Bourne has had a desperate struggle with some man, and is lying senseless on the floor. Are you friends or enemies? Friends, we are detective officers. Mrs. Bourne unlocked the door, and our old friend Mr. Wrench entered in hot haste. He was accompanied by another person, who was a detective from New York. What is the meaning of all this, madam? Said Wrench. Your husband lying senseless, and you alone with him. Please to account for this as best you can. Mrs. Bourne briefly explained the conflict that had taken place, and said that the man who had struck her husband threatened to take her life if she opened the door. She wound up by declaring that he had made his escape through the window. Foiled, ejaculated Wrench. Our man has given us the slip, but no matter, I shall be able to find him. What has he been doing, gentlemen? Inquired Mrs. Bourne. We have to arrest him upon the charge of horse-stealing. That's all, observed Wrench. But my poor husband, pray see to him at once. The two officers lifted up the doctor and placed him on the sofa. The movement seemed to revive him, for he slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed in an anxious tone, "Where is he?" "Who, sir?" inquired Wrench. "That infamous wretch, the gypsy. He has escaped, but don't trouble yourself about that. We shall catch him. How do you feel now?" "Very bad, me head swims I." He ceased speaking, having swooned. A doctor in the immediate neighborhood was sent for, who at once proceeded to make an examination of the injuries received. He said there was nothing to be alarmed at. There was a contused wound at the base of the skull. This had in all probability been caused by the head coming in contact with the fender. But in addition to this, there were 2 or 3 abrasures and contusions on the face. The patient was weak from shock to the system and loss of blood, but there was no danger to be apprehended. The injuries were strapped up, and the doctor ordered him to keep his bed till his medical advisor's next visit. "I care not for myself," said he to Wrench. "All I am anxious about is that miscreant. Lose no time in hunting him down. Don't let him escape, if you can possibly help." "I dare say we shall be able to find him, sir. Leave that matter to me and my friend Shearman." "Ah, just so. You have not introduced me to the gentleman." "I beg pardon, I have not. Mr. Shearman, of the New York detectives. Shearman, Dr. Bourne." "I should have liked to make the doctor's acquaintance under more favorable circumstances," observed Shearman dryly. "But let us hope he will be himself again in a day or 2. "There is not the least doubt of that," said Bourne, "but meanwhile do your best to capture that ruffian." Wrench and Shearman drew aside and had a long conversation which was carried on in whispers. "Not at present, there will be time enough for that," cried Wrench in a louder tone. "Plenty of time." "Good, so be it, then," ejaculated the Yankee. "I tell you no time is to be lost," exclaimed the doctor, who was under the impression that they were discussing the mode of proceeding to be adopted in reference to Rotten. "We will do our best, rest assured of that, sir," observed Wrench quietly. "In the meantime, keep as quiet as possible. Good evening. We both wish you a speedy recovery." "Thank you. Good evening, gentlemen." The two detectives then left the patient to himself. Dr. Bourne's head and temples were throbbing, and he was in great pain, but consciousness had returned, and he was already much better than anyone would have supposed. "I wonder who that fellow is." Wrench brought with him a detective from New York. He said, "Strange. What made him bring him here? I wonder our constabulary is sufficiently effective without enlisting the services of officers belonging to America. It seems a strange thing to me that Wrench should be in such close companionship with a mysterious man like that from New York. He tossed about in an uneasy manner and kept harping upon the subject for some time. Presently, the medicine he had swallowed took effect, and he sank into a sound slumber. Chapter Roman 97, Watching and Waiting. A tete-a-tete between two detectives. When Mr. Wrench and his companion descended to the basement of the house, they were invited into the parlor by the mistress of the establishment, who placed before them wine and brandy. Both elected to have a glass of the latter. "How do you think the doctor is? He seems very prostrate," said Mrs. Bourne. "I think he's going on all right, madam," returned Wrench. "He's weak, of course, but is far better than we had a right to expect considering the damage to which he has been subjected." "You think so?" "Oh dear me, I feel assured of it. You need not be under any apprehension. He'll soon be himself again. But we must now look after our man. That is the next duty we have to perform." "You allude to his assailant, I presume?" Precise Lito, the man rotten, it will be joyful news to you I expect when you hear of his arrest. It's an unfortunate business Mr. Wrenchfrey, unfortunate rotten, was not so very much to blame. Indeed, exclaimed Shearman, the attack was not made for the purpose of robbery then. Dear me no, there was a disputia, wrangling words were used, and the doctor struck him first. Oh, cried Shearman glancing at Wrench. It does not matter, returned the latter, he is wantides charged with horse-stealing. This assault is only a secondary sort of affair. But of course, it will have to be inquired into, when we get our man. Did you see which way he went, madam, after he got out of the window? This last query was addressed to Mrs. Bourne. No, I did not, she answered. If it is not an impertinent question, observed Shearman, may I inquire how long you have been married to Dr. Bourne? Sir, ejaculated the lady. Pray excuse the observation, do not imagine, madam, that I am inquiring out of mere idle curiosity. Gentlemen in our profession seldom do that. I confess I am at a loss to understand the reason for such a question, but there is no secret in the matter. Indeed, there is no reason for secrecy. I have been married to the doctor between 5 and 6 years. More than 5 years of wedded bliss, ejaculated the American. I have not said so. No, but I infer it. I hope the inference is a correct one for your sake. I do not as yet see what you are driving at, sir, returned Mrs. Bourne a little nettled, and for the life of me cannot understand what my wedded bliss, as you term it, has to do with you. Pardon my friend, cried Wrench, coming to the rescue, he's at times too plain-spoken, and I think I may add a little too inquisitive, but it is a way he and his countrymen have, and which I am sure, or at any rate, I hope you will overlook. I am not offended with the gentleman, but he is to me a perfect stranger, that you must admit, and well, to speak plainly, he is a little peculiar for a stranger. I beg 10,000 pardons, my dear madam, said Shearman, I will not offend in a like manner again. I have already told you, sir, that I am not offended, let that suffice. Let it suffice also for the present, observed Shearman, that as time goes on you will be able to discover the reason for my query, which, as I before observed, was not made out of idle curiosity. Good evening, Mrs. Bourne. Good evening, gentlemen, said the doctor's wife, as she saw her 2 visitors to the door. Now, Shearman, ejaculated Wrench, when they had got some little distance from the house, you have your duty to perform, and I have mine. In the first place, I must see and find my man. Certainly, by all means, the sooner the better, say Roman 1 a.m. I in your way. By no means, I shall be glad of your company, if you've nothing better to do. I've nothing to do at all just at present. Mr. Wrench made direct for a public house called the Bag o' Nails. This place was nearly opposite the common lodging house, to which Rotten was known to repair. The detective's object was to keep watch and ward over the entrance to the lodging house from the front floor window of the public opposite. He argued shrewdly enough that, as the night wore on, the gypsy would pass into the lodging house in question, and when this had taken place, Mr. Wrench proposed paying a visit to the establishment and capturing the runaway horse-stealer. The front room, first floor of the Bag o' Nails, was used by the foresters, who held their weekly meetings there on the evening in question. It was vacant, and this Mr. Wrench knew perfectly well. The detective was known to the landlord of the house, and a few explanatory words in the bar parlor, with that worthy sufficed to make him comprehend that our 2 detectives wanted the use of the room for a few hours, and this was at once acceded them. They took up their station close by the window, but like bashful gentlemen, as they were, they did not court the public gaze. Far from it, they concealed themselves, as well as they could conveniently do so, behind the thick wire blind, which obscured the lower part of the window. There was a flaming gaslight immediately in front of the lodging house, so that there was but little difficulty in observing those who entered the place after dark. Some brandy cold was ordered by the 2 detectives, who, after it had been brought in, closed the door and took up their stations. You know best, I suppose, said Shearman, but I should say the fellow would never be fool enough to betake himself to his old quarters, since he must know he's wanted. Well, he's hard up, and has no other place to go to, I believe. Anyway, there is a chance, and I don't care to miss it. It is weary work watching and waiting in cases of this sort, and the outside world has probably no idea of the patience and unremitting attention which detectives have at times to exercise. In this case, however, Wrench had a companion, and that in a measure beguiled the tediousness of the hours. The doctor's wife must have been a beautiful woman in her early days, said Shearman, Indeed, she is so now to my thinking. Oh yes, very beautiful at one time, and was thought a good deal of in the fashionable world. Has been kept by one or more, I suppose. Mr. Wrench nodded. Bourne married her for money, I should imagine. For nothing else, money and patronage. Ah, just so that I should imagine, don't hit it very well together, eh? Do people ever hit it, who contract marriages of that description? Perhaps not, still there are exceptions. Very few. He's a bad lot. Dear me, yes, a very bad lot. The conversation began to flag, and the first hour passed slowly away. 2 more glasses were ordered, and 2 cigars, and the watchers shifted their seats, and prepared themselves for a long sitting. You've seen a goodish bit in your time, Wrench. Yes, and so have you, I expect. Certainly, but the life of chaps like us is very different, I should imagine, in the States, to what it is in this country. You see, there is such an extent of territory, and it would puzzle a Philadelphia lawyer to tell which way your man has taken. But mind you, your London thief is a match for all the world in cunning. Hasn't any equal, I should say. None whatever, returned Wrench, puffing blue wreaths of smoke from his cigar. Your man don't make his appearance as yet. No, and it's precious tedious this waiting, but don't you stop unless you like. Ah, but I do like, I don't find it tedious. We are all right here in a snug room quite to ourselves. Did I ever tell you of a midnight adventure I had in the new country? No, I don't know that you ever. Roman 999. Let's have it anyway, it will break the monotony of the evening. No one knows better than yourself, Wrench, that a detective's life is full of incident and adventure. One hears this remark often enough, but few out of the force reflect upon what a multitude of remarkable circumstances and events such an experience does cover. You must know that at one time I was night policeman in the New York force. Oh, were you? I didn't know that, said Wrench. Yes, was only a night policeman at the commencement, and I must say that notwithstanding the many disagreeable things connected with the calling, on the whole I liked it. Ah, you would not like it in this country. Possibly not, but I did there, and took an interest in my business. Perhaps this is why I was in several instances more successful in certain matters of importance connected with our profession than were others of my companions, and eventually attracted the head of our department. At all events, I received a note from our chief, and was agreeably surprised upon calling to find that I was to be removed from the position I then occupied, and was to be put upon special duty as a detective officer. Oh, that's how it came about, said Wrench. Yes, and you? I commenced as a detective, but proceed. We have had an eye upon you, Shearman, said our leader, and in addition to you being a brave and efficient officer, certain matters show you to be ingenious and incorruptible characteristics, which should be vital tests in the selection of our detective force, so you know the reason of your promotion. He was quite right, observed Wrench. I am sorry to say that corruption creeps in to no small extent here. I don't know how it is in America. Oh, bad enough. I thanked him for my good fortune, and so much that was flattering confused me not a little. Now, Shearman, said he, after I had concluded, we are about to put you on a trail that will test your powers to the utmost, and one which, if successfully followed up to a favorable termination, will establish your reputation as a detective. I eagerly listened to the details which were placed before me and made careful and copious notes of the same, and when I left the office, it was with the determination never to return unless, as a successful man, that is as far as this case was concerned. With an excess of caution, I said nothing to my old companions about the change in my circumstances, for I had determined to be as faithful as I possibly could. The facts of the case were as follows. A bank robbery so bold and startling as to create a good deal of excitement, even in those days of sensation, had been perpetrated a few weeks previously on one of our state institutions, and the whole matter had been accomplished in such an exquisitely adroit and skillful manner as to baffle hitherto the most persistent attempts to discover the clever operators. A large reward had been offered for the offenders, but all seemed useless, and the losers had about made up their minds that the affair must go to their profit and loss account. I had little hope that I so inexperienced could succeed where men thoroughly educated and disciplined by years of practice had signally failed, and almost grumbled that the department had put me upon such a case for my maiden attempt. Still, I determined to do my best. Of course, my first move was to carefully examine the premises where the robbery had taken place and discover, if possible some clue to the villains. From the style of the work, they were undoubtedly experienced hands, but I was too new to the Brotherhood to determine with any degree of probability as to the identity of the men from the character of the job, like others who had preceded me. I found nothing which would apparently throw the faintest gleam of light upon the matter, and in fact said as much to the president as I was about to leave the place. The stone bank building joined the wooden building of the cashier and was accessible from his rooms by a glass half-door. It was plain enough that the thieves had effected an easy entrance into his house, and passing softly through his sleeping chamber, had gained the interior of the bank and the vaults by removing a pane of glass from the upper part of the door, and had escaped by opening a window from the back of the bank from the inside. The vault locks themselves had been destroyed in a common way by the agency of gunpowder. While I was talking with the president, I stood idly drumming on the sash where the glass had been removed, and as I turned away, felt a sharp pain like the prick of a needle upon my right forefinger, and upon looking at my hand, found that it was bleeding slightly. Naturally, my first thought was that I had been cut with a piece of glass, broken off in the sash when the pane was first removed, but not liking to overlook anything however trivial apparently, I privately turned back, and upon examination to my joy extracted from the woodwork the ragged end of a penknife blade, which had perhaps been used to remove the glass. I examined it intently, and found that the fracture was rather a longitudinal one than the ordinary breakage straight across the blade. I said nothing of my discovery, but put the piece carefully away perhaps for further use. Now all this seems a very small matter, but I well knew that a very slight clue would sometimes lead up to an important disclosure. Still, there was nothing at present to do, but to take the cars and return to New York. I had been riding for over an hour quite amused by an animated political discussion between two gentlemen who sat directly in front of me, and indeed had come to the conclusion that they were both more than usually intelligent and interesting talkers, when a little incident put me once more on the extremest official alert. It chanced that a boy passed through the car with a basket of fruit and confectionery for sale, and my companions each bought an orange, a thing common enough, and which almost escaped my notice. I happened to be looking at the one who sat on the inside as he took out a knife and began to peel his orange. An exclamation or annoyance, which escaped him, caused me to glance at the knife, when to my astonishment, I noticed that part of the blade was gone, and singularly enough, the fracture startlingly suggested the fragment that I had rescued from the bank window. I fancied I saw a look exchanged by the two men, but kept quiet and cool. My next move was to call back the boy, although I had refused to buy as he passed, and purchased an apple. This done, it was a delicate venture to request the loan of the aforesaid knife, pleading the loss of my own, as we had had some little conversation previously. He could hardly refuse, and indeed passed it with no apparent hesitation. I had of course taken care to have the fragment handy, and when unobserved tried the two. They were two parts of one whole. I was satisfied that I held the knife that cut out the bank window, but whether the man in possession of the same was the robber or not was uncertain. But of course now I had nothing to do but follow up the trail opening before me. I returned the knife with thanks, and gave myself up to a severe study and scrutiny of the two, so that I could never forget or mistake them at any other time. But to my surprise, I discovered that to a great extent I was baffled in this by what seemed a design on their part. Instead of proceeding direct to New York, as I had supposed they would at the next station, they got out and took seats in a car running on a branch road towards the interior of the state. Of course I had nothing to do but to follow. I saw that they glanced suspiciously at me as I entered, and fancied that I detected a look of anxiety on their faces, but said nothing. It's best to say nothing in cases of that sort, observed Wrench. Many of our chaps spoil all by opening their mouths when they ought to be closed. Oh, and so do ours, but we can none of us be wise at all times. Well, how did you get on after that? You shall hear. It was near nightfall when we all three dismounted at a lonely station, where a large, old-fashioned house seemed to be the only indication of life about the place. I must needs make some explanation of my course, so I casually told them that I had come down into that part of the country to look up a desirable farm, with the idea of purchasing if suited. They accepted my explanation without comment, and as they informed me that the adjacent house was used as a sort of tavern, I accompanied them there, and engaged lodgings and supper, taking occasion to ask our host, a withered old fellow in an audible voice, if he knew of any good farms for sale in that region. Of course, I had to listen to a string of tedious enumerations in reply, but it answered my purpose very well, and I saw that my companions seemed easier than before. There were 4 other fellows in the great kitchen, and rough-looking chaps they were too, and had I met them in the purlieus of 5 Points or Cow Bay, I should have instantaneously set them down as a quartet of errant cutthroats and burglars. However, out here in the country that was hardly likely, and they were doubtless honest enough drovers or horse jockeys. I was, however, considerably worried when I saw a silent but unmistakable look of intelligence pass between my gentlemen friends and these fellows, and I speedily made up my mind that I was in the midst of a gang of desperate characters, and that my only safe way would be to leave the place if possible by the very first morning train, as I had ascertained that this being a branch road, no night trains passed. I was well armed. But what could one man do against 6 such fellows as these? About 9 o'clock, I was shown to a large unfurnished room overhead, and to my consternation found that I must share my bed with one of these worthies, but fearful of exciting suspicion, I made no objection, but only partially undressed and lay down not to sleep but still pretended to do so, and was soon breathing deep and heavily. Everything was quiet, until about midnight, when my companion stirred, got up in bed, and I was sure bent over me to see if I slept. I lay very still, and he, evidently believing that my feigned breathing was real, crawled softly over me, and stepped out upon the floor where, hastily dressing, and taking a parting glance at the bed, he silently left the room. I heard him descend the stairs, and the next minute I was at the window. It was quite light without, and shortly I saw my friend steal out of the house, and move in the direction of the station. An impulse seized me, and I was quickly upon their track. I had no idea of their purpose, but I was sure that it was no good one. I soon reached the station, and almost stumbled upon them, but had presence of mind enough to conceal myself in a dark shadow, in time to escape detection, but where I could overhear their conversation distinctly, from which I soon learned that not only had I discovered the missing bank thieves, but come into possession of a number of other facts of great importance. It seems that they had become suspicious of me, and had determined to leave the place in the night, with which idea they had determined to break open the door of one of the railroad buildings, and stealing a handcar make their way with that to a junction some 7 miles down the road, and there take an early train for the west. I heard the door burst open, and the muttered oaths as the party discovered that the car usually there was that night unluckily for them gone. It was then that I was seized with an irresistible desire to cough in vain. I struggled against it would come, and at Roman 999 I had hardly time to dart away when they were in full pursuit, and despite my utmost efforts I was caught, knocked down, and borne back to the station. And now my heart failed me entirely, for I was completely disarmed, and I knew by the scowling glances that I was in the deadliest peril still. I had only done my duty, and I determined, if I must die, to do so like a man. There was little said to me, but I saw that they were deliberating as to the best way of disposing of me, and when 2 of them approached me, I thought that my time was come indeed. But it was not to be so yet, for they pushed me into the empty car-house, and shut the door, leaving me to my reflections. I soon found out the motives of this. The house was to be fired, and I was to be burned alive to destroy every evidence of guilt. I attempted to cry out, but the roll of thick cloth in my mouth stopped that effectually. The thought of my poor wife and child drove me to despair. Could I have had a chance to die in conflict, selling my life as dearly as possible, it would be easy to such a death as this. But to be confined in a dark room, unable to move or speak, or to make a single effort for my own relief, to helplessly lie and listen to the crackling of the fire, and feel the gentle warmth at first grow to a savage, terrible, horrid torture, fiend eventually lapping the moisture from my bones and blood, and swelling my black and blistering tongue, till, consumed by its own rage, it fell a foul and withered cinder in the common ruin. What a decree of deadly, deadly fate it seemed, that only a week before the night train, that would at least have saved me from this kind of death, had been taken off, and no relief could come until 8 o'clock the next morning, before which time nothing distinguishable would be left of me. I already choked with the smoke that came rushing in through the loose sides of the building, when something tore past the station, with what seemed to me a scream of frantic, exulting joy and hope. My heart leaped at the sound, and with a tremendous effort I snapped the cords that bound my arms. It was the whistle of an approaching engine, and I knew that, as this was one of the few watering places on the road, they would certainly stop there. My captors heard it too, and in a minute I heard them at the door. I prepared myself for a rush, and as it hastily swung open, I darted out and struck wildly right and left at the desperate fellows who surrounded me. They fell upon me with knives, and I felt myself, although a very powerful man, and fighting as only a strong man can fight in the last extremity, half-blinded, badly cut, and gradually sinking under the terrible assaults of one huge fellow, in particular. I slipped over an old dry goods box that stood near. The fiend had me by the throat in an instant, and poising his monstrous bowie knife over my head cried out, "DN you, what can save you now, you miserable spy, this and this?" I heard a terrible voice cry, and then came the crash of a revolver, and the hand at my throat relaxed, and with a loud cry, my assailant fell heavily backward. I gained my feet, and to my utter amazement, saw the two gentlemen that I had first met on the train struggling desperately with the other three. I was weak and wounded, but I did what I could to help. I heard a roar and a rumble, and a great blazing eye came out of the night, and an engine and car loaded with laborers stopped at our feet. I fell to the ground, and only knew that we were helped upon the train when I came to in earnest 3 days afterwards. I found two smiling and somewhat familiar faces at my bedside, who unraveled the tangled skein of my night adventure. I found my two companions to be detectives from Chicago, who in the guise of swell mobsmen had made the acquaintance of the real criminal in our party of that terrible night, and had gone down there with the supposed intention of participating in a burglary already planned, but with the real purpose of preventing the robbery and arresting the party, with the assistance of others lying in wait at the selected house. But I had interfered with all their plans, and they had not dared to reveal themselves to a stranger when, with such a large party still at the same time, I came so near being burned. They had made up their minds, despite the risk, to attempt a rescue, but the fortunate arrival of the train solved the difficulty partially. While with the robbers, a few days previously, they had come into possession of the peculiarly broken knife that had attracted my attention, and had retained it thinking something might come of it, as there did, for the crime was traced beyond a doubt to two of the prisoners, and they received a sentence that will probably furnish them with lodgings for a lifetime. You can imagine what this lucky exposure did for me. Had I not have been a new man in the force, the Chicago men would probably have known me. Ah yes, there is a great advantage in not being known. We all find that out said wrench, it's a great drawback, and causes us no end of trouble. Does your man know you? What rotten, Lord bless you, yes, know me. Why, I gave evidence against him in a former case. Oh, cried Shearman, I shall have to tell you one or two more of my adventures then. While this conversation had been taking place, and the two detectives had been keeping watch over the entrance to the common lodging-house, a man with a shambling gait had made his way to the Bag o' Nails. This personage was Cooney, and as the reader will doubtless readily imagine, he had not paid a visit to the place without a purpose. His object was to have a word or two with the potman of the establishment, to whom he was very well known. Cooney's circle of acquaintances, if not very select, might be considered extensive. Potmen, he looked upon us, his natural associates. Anyway, he generally managed to ingratiate himself in their good graces. Cooney entered the taproom of the house, and drew the potman on one side in a mysterious manner. I say, Dick, old man, a word with you, whispered Cooney. The two went into the passage. Well, what's the row, cried the potman. Just give us the straight tip. You've got two blokes upstairs in the front room, first floor, ain't you? There are two gentlemen there, I believe. Guessed as much, gentlemen with eyes like gimlets, as can pierce through a 4-inch deal board, eh? I don't know about that. They hail from Scotland Yard. That's about the size of it, I fancy. Thank you, Dick, that's all I wanted to know. Been here long? An hour and more. I see rocks ahead, good night. Cooney did not want to make any further inquiries. He saw which way the land lay, and acted accordingly. There wasn't much chance of the gypsy making his appearance at the lodging-house for that night, or a good many more. After Cooney blew, the gaff gave the alarm, and of course Bill Rotten was very shortly far away from the scene of action. The night wore on. Mr. Wrench and his, our anecdotal lively companion, began to consider the case as hopeless. The latter had done so on the outset, and Wrench was fast inclining to his friend's opinion. But Wrench was a most persevering officer, and was not one to give up easily when he had made up his mind to any course of action. I guess we shall have to go away as wise as we came, said Shearman, with a short dry laugh. The fellows fly, and it's no use watching the dark shadows cast on yonder door. I fancy not I shall give it up for tonight, but I shall have him before many hours are over our heads. I hope you may, but what are you going to do? Cut it, are you ready? I have been a long time ago. The two friends passed out of the clubroom and descended the stairs. The obsequious landlord came out of his bar parlor. Are you off, sir, said he. Yes, returned Wrench, it's been a bit of a sell, but it don't matter, the bird has flown. The landlord gave a mysterious nod, and the detectives took their departure. Chapter Roman 98, The Wounded Man and His Better Half. In the course of a day or two, Dr. Bourne was sufficiently recovered to sally forth and attend to his professional duties. He was in no very amiable frame of mind, and his temper was not improved when he learnt from Mr. Wrench that Rotten had not been arrested. He offered a handsome reward for his apprehension, albeit he was in no way concerned in the charge of horse stealing, but he was furious when he thought of his assailant, whom he hated with no common hate. Rotten had deceived him, he had done more than this, he had insulted him, and committed a violent assault. All this was bad enough, but a number of other circumstances conspired to irritate the doctor, which filled his bitter cup to overflowing. Mrs. Bourne had of course a fine time of it. She saw as little as possible of her selfish and overbearing partner. He was morose and snarlish, answering her in short sentences, and treating her with the utmost contempt. At length, however, after a few days had passed over, he became more outspoken. And so, madam, he said one afternoon, you and your worthless, infamous champion and protector have done your worst. You have chosen a thief, and a ruffian of the very worst type, for your companion. It is a pity you did not take yourself off with him. I should then be rid of a pest and a nuisance. I am perfectly well aware, sir, said Mrs. Bourne, indignantly, that my presence here is obnoxious to you. I would gladly go, and would be thankful to be released from this odious thraldom. Then why the devil don't you go? Nobody wants you to stop, I am sure. I don't, he added sarcastically. You wish to be rid of me, and have done so for a long time past. Do not for a moment imagine, sir, that I do not know the reason. If you were an honorable man, which you are not, you would at once agree to a separation. Agree, gad, it would be the most desirable thing that could happen. Agree indeed. You had £5,000 settled on you on the day I became your wife. Resign that or a portion of it, and the tie which binds us can be dissolved. You are then a free man, and will be at liberty to marry the rich lady upon whom you have an eye. Upon that condition, I will resign all claim to you. I am much obliged, very much obliged. I am sure. No. 52. But does it not occur to you that I can obtain a release without acceding to any such condition? Illustration: Mr. Bornadoctor. Mr. Bornadoctor, ejaculated Wrench, who suddenly entered the room. I know your mercenary, grasping nature. You would not willingly part with a shilling of the money. No, I don't intend to do so, certainly, not to such a shameless, abandoned woman as you are. I was a fool, worse than a fool, to be cozened into marrying a common harlot. Mr. Bourne, your language is intolerable. What were you at the time? What are you now? I will proclaim you to all the world as a brute and a ruffian, for such you are. If you had one spark of manhood in your coarse, callous nature, you would blush at such observations. Thank you, madam, for your good opinion. We know each other pretty well, I believe, and there's no very great love lost between us. I shall find the means of proving your marriage with William Rotten, notwithstanding the assertion made by that wretch as to its being an illegal one, when I am in a position to prove it, which I soon shall be. Out of this house you go. I am in danger of my life while I remain here, exclaimed his wife. What do you mean, madam? He returned sharply. Oh, you know what I mean. Liar and adulteress, he exclaimed in a violent fury. I demand to know what you mean. You know well enough that I am not a man to be trifled with. Explain yourself. I say I believe my life to be in danger. That is my answer. Who cares what you believe your life? It doesn't much matter how soon it comes to an end. Certainly, not as far as I am concerned. You are an adept at dealing in innuendos. I deal with facts. I wish to be rid of you. I am well aware of that. My life has been for a long time almost insupportable, and it would indeed be a joyful hour when I could feel assured that I was about to part from you, so that I might never see you more. The feeling is quite reciprocal, madam, said Bourne. I hope the hour is at hand for both our sakes. You have passed through many grades in the social scale. You can now return to the arms of your admirer and protector, ruffianly husband who is a thief, and for aught I know may be a murderer as well. You base, infamous man, cried Mrs. Bourne in a perfect frenzy, you have not one spark of honor in your whole composition. Upon the impulse of the moment, she caught hold of a scent bottle which stood on the table, and hurled it at her husband. It struck him a sharp blow on the left cheek. He sprang forward and struck his wife with his clenched fist, then he wound his fingers around her throat and pinned her to the wall. You common harlot, he exclaimed, I'll make an end of you at once, and take all consequences. He pressed the unfortunate woman's throat with such force that she was half strangled. She made a desperate struggle to release herself, and called out for assistance, being under the impression at the time that he would carry his threat into execution, but her cries were soon stifled by her brutal husband. Fortunately for her, the street door had been opened by the maid in answer to a gentle rap, and Mr. Wrench, hearing a noise in the front parlor, entered without any ceremony. The detective was awestruck at beholding Mrs. Bourne purple in the face, and her husband grasping her remorselessly by the throat. Mr. Bourne, a doctor, ejaculated Wrench, dragging at the same time the man he was addressing from his wife, and thrusting him forcibly into one corner of the room. When this had been done, he said, How is this, sir? You are sadly forgetting yourself, it would seem. Leave me alone, don't you interfere between man and wife, exclaimed Bourne, I know what I am about. Do you? Well, and so do Roman 1. There is good reason for all this. You don't know the provocation I have had. I have nothing to do with that. I will not allow an assault of this nature to take place in my presence, without interfering. I know my duty, Mr. Bourne, and am surprised at you. You would not be if you knew all. I know a great deal more than you imagine, said Wrench, with admirable coolness. A parcel of lies she has been telling you, I presume. No such thing. This lady has never spoken to me about your disagreements. You are mistaken. She would not scruple to malign me to you or anyone else. I say I am very much shocked at your conduct during the scene I have just witnessed. I sympathize with you, madam, said the detective in continuation, and turning towards Mrs. Bourne. God knows I need sympathy. I am weary of life, cried the lady. Silence, hold your tongue, woman, exclaimed her husband. Mr. Bourne, do let me endeavor to prevail upon you to be a little more temperate, and conduct yourself in a more becoming manner. I am not to be lectured or dictated to by you, sir, was the reply. I have no desire to dictate to anyone, but in a case of this description, I am of necessity constrained to be outspoken. Oh, go on, sir, pray go on. I am not master in my own house, it would appear. I hope you are. I should say, judging from appearances, that you are very much the master. I'll get a warrant, said Mrs. Bourne, and swear that I am in danger of my life. I can do that, I suppose. You can do it, of course, returned Wrench, but it would be a very great exposure for a gentleman in your husband's position. I don't care if it is. She does not care for anything, and has no regard for my interests. She is a worthless woman. Wrench, I am very sorry to be obliged to say so, but it is a fact. You don't believe him, I hope, observed Mrs. Bourne quietly. He does not mean what he says, madam, I am sure of that. I do, ejaculated the doctor. I say she is a worthless, infamous woman. I am sure you don't expect me to believe you. Indeed, but I do. Well, we will not discuss that question, Mr. Bourne. You are out of temper, and say a great deal more than you mean. But let that pass, I hope, and trust there will be no recurrence of this scene of violence. I want to have nothing to say to her, I hope, and trust to be in a position, before many days are over my head, to get rid of this abusive woman. Mrs. Bourne made no further observation, but quietly left the apartment. Well, said her husband, after she had retired, have you any good news for me? Is that scoundrel still at large? We have not as yet been able to meet with him, but hope to do so before long. Hang it, but that's most unfortunate, I concluded, when I saw you that business had brought you hither. Well, so it has. It is partly business matters that I have come upon. Ah, indeed, just so, and what is the nature of the matters you speak of? Upon my word, doctor, I don't know that I am in position to tell you precisely. I have come hither for the purpose of inquiring what time it will be convenient for you to see Mr. Shearman. Mr. Shearman, what, that detective from America? Yes. What can he possibly want with me? That you had better hear from his own lips. Dr. Bourne looked puzzled, or it might be said a little disconcerted. From his own lips, he iterated. If you please, that I think would be the best course. Upon my word, Wrench, you are monstrously mysterious. What has the man to tell me? I am not able to say. Ah, very well, I will see the gentleman. I hope he will bring me good news. Perhaps a rich relative has died abroad, and left me some thousands, say. I don't think so, observed Wrench quietly. Or it may be that I am the owner of some unclaimed property. Such things have taken place before now. They have, I admit, but I would not buoy myself up with any such fallacious expectations. Oh, you don't appear to be at all hopeful or sanguine, but at any rate, I trust this active and intelligent Yankee will bring me good news of some kind. You will learn all when you see him, observed Wrench. The case is in his hands, not mine. Case? What do you mean? What case has he in hand that can possibly concern me? I never saw the man before in my life that I am aware of, not till you brought him here. That is likely enough. And has he ever seen me before? I believe not. Hang it, Wrench, you are most confoundedly mysterious. I wish you would be a little more communicative. When will it be convenient for you to see Mr. Shearman? Said the detective, not appearing to take any notice of the doctor's query. When? Oh, any time that may be most convenient to the gentleman. Any time is no time, Dr. Bourne. You had better state the day and the hour. Certainly. Will tomorrow evening suit? Very well, I should imagine, and at what hour? Let me see, I am rather busy, it is true, but will 8 o'clock do, or between that and 9? It will suit, Shearman, if it does you. So be it then, I will be in then, and shall be glad to receive your friend between 8 and 9 o'clock. Agreed, doctor. I will make a point of being here, I am quite sure of that. Shall I have the pleasure of seeing you as well? I cannot promise. Besides, it would be perhaps advisable for him to confer with you without the presence of a third party. The case has been entrusted to him to conduct. Oh, indeed, cried Bourne in a tone of mistrust. But here you must not go, my dear friend, without a glass of wine, or some refreshment. What will you take? I would rather not have anything just now, if y'all excuse me. I see how it is, you are a little out of sorts just now. Probably this may be attributable to the scene you have just witnessed, but permit me, in justice to myself, to assure you that there was a strong reason for my being so moved to anger. It is not possible to make you acquainted with the nature of the provocation I have received from that woman. I do not desire to inquire into your domestic troubles, for such I suppose them to be, said Wrench, rising. I hope there will be no further violence displayed on either side. There shall not be, as far as I am concerned, I pledge my word. As to that, Wrench, I lost my temper, I admit. But it is all over now. I shall be more guarded for the future. Thank you for your good advice. I wish you a good evening, sir, said the detective with something like dignity in his tone and manner. My friend Mr. Shearman will be here at the time specified. Good evening. Good evening, but I say one word before you go. Yes, what is it? There is no occasion for you to mention the outbreak the fracas you have been witness of, do you see? Yes, I will not mention it to anyone. You pass your word as to that. I do. Once more, good night. Chapter Roman 99. Mr. Detective Shearman is outspoken. A story of woman's wrongs and man's baseness. Dr. Bourne, after Wrench had taken his departure, was calm and thoughtful. He was by no means so self-confident and overbearing in his manner as heretofore. Indeed, he might be said to be considerably cowed. Why, or wherefore, it would perhaps not be so easy to determine, but the storm of passion had passed over, and was succeeded by a dead calm. The doctor busied himself in his surgery. He had to make up several prescriptions, with which he purposed drenching his patients. Nevertheless, the compounding of deleterious drugs occupied some time. It served one good purpose. While thus engaged, Bourne's mind was in a measure released from the weight that seemed to oppress him. But despite his employment, a foreboding of coming evil seemed to fall upon him. This he found it impossible to dispossess himself of. Late in the evening, he sallied forth, paying a visit to one or more of his familiar acquaintances. With this beguiled away the time, till long past midnight. All the occupants of the house had retired to rest. This is precisely what the owner of the establishment desired. He did not trouble himself to inquire after his wife, for at this time they occupied separate apartments, and saw as little of each other as possible. To say that there was no love lost between them would be but making use of a very mild figure of speech. As far as Bourne himself was concerned, he cordially hated the woman whom he had sworn at the altar to cherish and protect. If anyone had come to his bedside with the news of her death, they would have been greeted as a messenger bearing glad tidings, but no one had come with such welcome intelligence, and Bourne slept peacefully, albeit his slumbers were now and then disturbed by strange, uncouth, and fantastic visions. What greater misery can by possibility fall upon anyone than being compelled to live with a person whose presence is repugnant and abhorrent? Yet the man and woman doctor and his wife had submitted to this torment for years. He never loved the woman he had espoused, but in the earlier portion of the period of his intimacy with Harand, indeed, for the first year or two of his married life, had liked her. Had this not been the case, he would never have made her his wife. But the liking no longer existed. It was succeeded by a deadly and rancorous hate, which of late had become intensified. When he saw her on the following morning, he maintained a dignified silence, and the miserable pair did not exchange a word. Whatever it was necessary to say was conveyed through the medium of Amy, the servant girl, a faithful little maid, who was very well used to these scenes. She liked her mistress, but had no very great predilection for the doctor. Bourne was from home the greater part of the following day. He came in shortly before 7 o'clock in the evening, and betook himself to his surgery. At 20 minutes after 8, he heard a loud rap at the front door. He started, and listened. He heard the well-known voice of Shearman, who was speaking to the servant. There was no mistaking it for the voice of the detective, who had an American twang, and was altogether dissimilar to any of the other visitors to the doctor's residence. "Show the gentleman in here," said Bourne to Amy, when he was informed by the girl that the American was in the passage. Mr. Shearman entered the surgery in an easy, self-satisfied sort of manner. He was smoking a cigar which he at once took out of his mouth and placed on the mantelpiece. "Pardon me, doctor, I forgot for the moment that the Virginian weed might be objectionable to gentlemen of your profession. By no means. I am a smoker myself, and have no kind of objection to the fumes of tobacco. Pray, continue your smoking. I shall in all probability join you shortly." "Oh well, if you've no objection." "None in the least. Pray, do not stand upon ceremony, my friend." Mr. Shearman took up his cigar, the end of which he replaced between his lips. "So you are pretty punctual, it would appear," observed his companion. "Yes, always make it a rule to be up to time, if it is possible." The doctor placed a chair for his visitor. "Oh, thank you, much obliged, I am sure." He seated himself, and stretched out his long, thin legs, with the utmost complacency. The doctor looked at him inquiringly, but his countenance gave no indication of either pleasure or anger. It was a perfect blank. "Wrench said you had something to communicate to me. I assume that his statement is correct." "Perfectly correct, but you are not in any hurry. That is, I suppose you've got an hour or two to spare." "Certainly, I am quite at your service." "Ah, that's well, because it's a matter which will require some little time. I don't like to jump at conclusions, doctor. I like to take matters in regular order, you understand. At present, I do not understand the nature of your business, but I dare say I shall do so in the due course of time." "There is not the least doubt of that," remarked Shearman, sending out several blue wreaths of smoke from his Havana. "That is well observed, Bourne. You know, or at least you can imagine, that every man has his own way of going about business. I have mine, and if you please, I will begin at the beginning. The tale I have to tell you is a little singular, and I think there is an air of romance about it, considering all the circumstances of the case, but I deem it but fair, and just, that you should be put in full possession of all the particulars. It may be better for you." "For me?" "Well, for me, for you, for everybody. That's my view of the matter. I may be mistaken, but I think I am not. It is not for me to dictate, Mr. Shearman, or even to suggest. I am here to listen." "Hadn't you better light up?" said the detective, offering his cigar case to the other. "Yes, perhaps it would be as well." The doctor drew forth a cigar, which he lighted. "Now we are on equal terms," observed Shearman with a laugh. "Confound the man," muttered the doctor. "When is he going to begin?" He had not long to wait. "You see, doctor, I must take you over to the United States, for that's where great part, and I may say the most important part of the events I have to describe, took place." "Oh, indeed, in the United States, eh?" "Yes," drawled the American. "Wall, some years ago there resided at Baltimore a gentleman of the name of Levin." The doctor started, and gasped out, "Yes, well, what of him?" "He was a planter, tolerably well-to-do. He had a daughter whose baptismal name was Clara. She was a wild, harebrained, giddy little flirt, I've been told. But that's not much to the purpose. Mr. Levin, had the misfortune to lose his wife before his daughter. Clara was 15 years of age, and as a matter of course the loss was a severe one as far as the gal herself was concerned, for she was deprived of a mother's care, just at the time when she most needed it. However, misfortunes of this kind are inevitable and cannot be averted. In addition to his daughter, the planter had two sons who were however younger than the gal. They were a little wayward and self-willed, but the planter loved his children so much that he was blind to their faults or foibles. For, to speak the truth, if I am to judge from what I've been told, neither the boys nor the gal had anything much the matter with them, certainly nothing very serious. But you follow me, I hope, suddenly ejaculated Shearman. I beg your pardon, but I don't quite understand your question, observed Bourne. Oh, don't you follow method, is you understand the narrative as far as I've gone? I should indeed be a dunce if I could not do that. Ah, exactly, that's all right then. Where was I? Oh, the sons and the daughter. Wall matters went on right enough for some considerable time after the old lady's death. She was not very old, by the way, but I call her so to distinguish her from the younger members of the family. I say, matters went on all right enough for some time. Clara Levin had her admirers with whom she flirted to her heart's content. One of these was a Britisher, who was very persistent in his attentions to the young gal. Wall, ye see, the planter for some reason or another didn't like this gentleman. Perhaps the reason for this was his being a Britisher, for prejudice does run high with some. Anyway, he did not approve of him as a suitor to his daughter's hand. The old story, I suppose, observed the doctor with a sickly smile, a hard-hearted parent, and a self-willed disobedient child. I suppose we may call it the old story, returned the detective. She was a little fool, that's what she was, but it is not much use dwelling upon that now. She gave the Britisher encouragement, and I suppose she fell madly in love with him. That's what I've been told. Her father, when he discovered the state of her mind towards him, became furious. He threatened to lock her up, to take her life if she acted in disobedience to his expressed commands. If his daughter was a little fool, he was a big one, for that was not the way to quench the flame which had been kindled. Women, and gals in particular, are so perverse that by opposing them in affairs of this sort you clench the nail more securely in the other side. Really, Mr. Shearman, I do hope you have not come hither for the purpose of reciting a love story to a hackneyed man of the world like myself. If it concerned me. If, cried the detective, there's the point which I hope to arrive at in good time. Oh well, that being the case, I have no other alternative than to complacently listen. I think you'd better hear me out, doctor. Indeed I do. Wall, as I was saying, Levin led the gal a devil of a life. He wasn't altogether a tyrant or anything of that sort, but he was impetuous and liked to have his own way. He did his level best to corner the Britisher, who however in the end proved too much for him. A parent hasn't much chance against a favorite lover of his daughter, and so Levin found out as to giving his consent that was altogether out of the question, not to be thought of for a moment. What was to be done under the circumstances? The old expedient in elopement. Clara Levin was under the delusion that her parent would forgive her, and matters would be made up after the marriage, so she consented to fly with the Britisher. And pray, Mr. Shearman, what was the name of the Britisher, as you are pleased to call him? His name, cried the detective. Oh, Wagstaff, Dr. Wagstaff, he called himself. Bourne's countenance became of an ashen hue. Mr. Shearman relighted his cigar, which had gone out during the recital, and puffed away vigorously. I am burning him all on one side, doctor. Gone out, and a relighted weed is always a bit obstinate. Take another, you won't do much good with that. I will take another. Mr. Shearman threw the half-smoked cigar behind the fire, and then recommenced his narrative. Yes, he said, the Britisher's name was Wagstaff. He was an artful cuss as ever stepped in shoe leather, so I've been told. He planned and carried out the elopement. The gal, of course, assisted him. The two were married and settled in Texas. After the lapse of a short time, Clara Levin wrote to her father to beg his forgiveness. He forwarded her some money, but informed her that he would not consent to receive her husband upon any conditions, whatever. He was firm and staunch in that resolution, and his sons could not turn him, so there was no help for it. The young and loving pair had to shift for themselves, but in justice to the planter, it must be said that he sent his daughter several sums of money, stating at the same time that nothing would please him better than to have her back. But it must be without her husband. Wall, you see, doctor. The gal clung to her partner. Even as the ivy clings to the ruined wall, she would not return home, although it was said that she had by no means a bed of roses in Texas, to make use of a common phrase. She found out in the due course of time that she had outlived his liking, but she never told anybody this but one person. And who might that be, inquired. That was a young black gal who had left the plantation to follow her mistress, whom she accompanied in her flight. She made a confidant of her sable companion, who was a liberated slave, and Tilda, as she was called, was in possession of all her secrets. Your story is doubtless very entertaining, sir, observed the doctor, but for the life of me, I cannot see how it can in any way concern me. I hope to arrive at that point, presently, returned Mr. Shearman. Do pray permit me to deal with the case in my own way. Oh, certainly, I will not interfere with you. So the happy pair lived in Texas for some months, over a year, or it might be a year and a half. Before the expiration of that time, Mr. Levin died somewhat suddenly from disease of the heart. The land and stock were sold under the hammer. In accordance to the will, he had left the bulk of the proceeds, was left to the sons, some few hundreds. I don't know precisely how manibing Clara Wagstaff's share. Shortly after the demise of her father, Clara grew suddenly sick. The circumstance was a little singular, but it is not more strange than many others one hears of a similar character. Well, to cut a long story short, the young wife died. The cause of death was not clearly established, but the doctor who attended her in her last hours gave the requisite certificate, and she was buried. Mr. Shearman, at this point of the narrative, paused. Very sad story, ejaculated Bourne, casting his eyes up to the ceiling. Ya's most melancholy, ain't it, said his companion. Very much so indeed, and the husband? Oh, wall, he had of course the money left to his wife. It wasn't a great deal, I believe, but it sufficed him to run the rig in Texas for many months. He led a life of pleasure, and blued the greater part of the money. Then he sloped, and returned to the old country, so people say anyway. He was not heard any more of in the States. Not heard of, A's? No, to make use of a nautical phrase, he slipped his moorings, and was not seen any more. Perhaps he's dead. And perhaps he ain't, said Mr. Shearman. That all depends, you see. I have paid a visit to this country for the purpose of finding him out. Oh, indeed, I hope you may be successful. Thank you. Mr. Shearman rolled the end of his cigar in his mouth. I think I shall go away wiser than I came, but that don't matter. And what do you want to find out? This man, Wagster, did you say? Wagstaff. Ah, just so. What do you want to find this Wagstaff out for then? We must not jump at conclusions, returned Mr. Shearman. That would never do. You have as yet only heard part of my story. True, I am most anxious to hear the conclusion. Ere you all then, you must know that after the planter's death, the war between the Federals and the Confederates took place. The North and South went at it like hammer and tongs. Both the young Levins were engaged throughout the terrible and sanguinary war. The Southerns had a hard time of it, but they fought for their homes like lions, and the odds were against them. And despite their valor and heroism, they were whipped in the end. I guessed they would, but they were brave fellows, and deserved a better fate. Oh, I know all about the war to which you refer. No doubt. Well, I am only mentioning it to account for the occupation of the two Levins. One, the youngest, fell on the field of battle. The other is now a farmer in South Carolina. You must understand that he never knew the whole particulars concerning his sister's sudden, and I may add, mysterious death. Mysterious, exclaimed Bourne suddenly. Yas, it was a bit mysterious. Was it? Yas. How so? I'll tell you. As I before observed, Silas Levin settled in South Carolina. Shortly after his arrival there, he began to reflect seriously upon the sudden death of his sister. It may appear strange that he should let so many years pass over without troubling himself to make any inquiries, but the fact is he didn't suspect anything was amiss, and took it for granted that she had died of a broken heart in South Carolina. He met with some persons who hailed from Texas, who resided there. When Mr. and Mrs. Wagstaff were there, they told Silas a lot of things about the young people which greatly surprised him. They hinted at foul play, and said that the ill-fated Clara had been poisoned. Poisoned, exclaimed Bourne in an evident state of trepidation. Gracious heaven, I hope there was no ground for any such statement. I am pretty sure there was. You see, when Silas Levin heard all these things, it occurred to him that he had better try and find the girl Tilda in the first place, and after that he might make further inquiries. And did he find her? Oh, yas, he found her. She was at work on a plantation a good many miles from his own, it is true, but he found her nevertheless, and engaged her as a help on his own farm, for she was a faithful, hardworking darky. She told him a lot more. What did she tell him then? She up, and told him as plain as the letter O, that she believed her dear young mistress was done away with. Oh, it's not at all likely, upon the very face of it, calumnies all calumnies. Wait a bit, doctor, the case was placed in my hands, and I need not tell you that I did not let it go to sleep. It had been slumbering for a good many years, but when I had hold of it, I was not disposed to let it rest. Quite right, what did you do then? I got an order to exhume the body so that a post-mortem might be made, and an inquest held. Excellent device, nothing could be better. A good move, wasn't it? Oh dear me, yes, most admirable. I thought you would say so. And so a post-mortem was made. It was. With what result? It was clearly established beyond all cavil that the ill-fated young woman had died from the effects of a mineral poison. When Mr. Shearman uttered these last words, he regarded his companion with a searching glance. The doctor quailed before the piercing eyes of the detective. In appearance, his face resembled that of a corpse rather than that of a living being. He endeavored to muster up an air of intrepidity to his brow, but it was plainly perceptible that he was a prey to a deadly and sickening fear. Shearman affected not to see this, but it did not escape his notice. The poor creature died by poison, did she? Said Bourne after a pause. Yes, doctor, that has been clearly demonstrated. Was it a case of suicide then? No, murder, exclaimed the detective sententiously. And whom do you suspect? Her husband, Mr. Wagstaff. He went by the name of Wagstaff when in the States, but we concluded that he would not be fool enough to pass under the same name here, and I believe the presumption is a correct one. Ah, ejaculated the doctor, gasping for breath, you astonish me. I thought I should now. Do you want to know in what way this story concerns you? Sir Mr. Shearman, what can you possibly mean? I always like to do things in a straightforward, upright sort of way, before coming to that part of the evidence which so seriously affects you. I have deemed it advisable to put you in possession of those facts which lead up to the main issue. This is but fair to a suspected person, and one I invariably adopt when circumstances will admit of my so doing. You are still speaking in enigmas. I again ask, in what way does the case concern me? I don't want to ask you any questions, Dr. Bourne, said the American. I should not be justified in doing so, and I may observe that I don't want you to make any statement. It would not be advisable for you to do so, since you might criminate yourself. Criminate myself, sir, cried the doctor, rising suddenly, and regarding the speaker with an eye of flame. Are you mad? I hope not. Let me come at once to the point. We have reason to believe that Dr. Wagstaff of Texas and Dr. Bourne of London are one and the same person. Gracious heaven, what do I hear? Ejaculated the miserable man, me accused of a heinous crime of this nature. It is monstrous, scandalous, and most improbable. Well, doctor, I hope you may be able to prove your innocence, but I have a duty to perform, an unpleasant one as it may be. I have no other alternative than to execute it. Mr. Shearman, said Bourne in a whining tone, surely you are not serious. Ah, but I am. I've my own way of doing business. It's different perhaps to the ways of detectives of this country, and I must inform you that I hold in my possession a warrant for your apprehension upon the charge of willfully murdering Clara Wagstaff. But I am not Wagstaff. Shearman, you are mistaken. I swear you are mistaken. Don't swear, doctor, you will not be benefited. By so doing there is no help for it. You will have to meet the charge. Bourne looked down upon the floor in all but hopeless despair. He remained silent for a brief period, then, as if suddenly something had occurred to him, he raised his head and, glancing at his companion, said in a conciliatory tone, Let us arrange this matter, Mr. Shearman. Give me a little time, and I shall then be in a position to prove my innocence. As far as recompense is concerned, you had better name your own terms. I never accepted a bribe from any man, said Shearman, indignantly, and it is not likely I should do so now you are my prisoner. My God, this is indeed horrible, exclaimed the conscience-stricken man, falling into a chair, in a perfect state of prostration. I cannot help you, doctor, but you had better meet the charge like a man. It is of no use attempting to shirk it. The matter has gone too far for that, and the weight of evidence too strong. Too strong, said the doctor, looking up. I fancy so, but of course I may be mistaken. But I tell you again, I am not the man. I never passed under the name of Wagstaff, never in my life. What proof have you of it? that you will hear when the first examination takes place. And when will that be? Tomorrow, I believe. This is a false and malicious charge, got up to ruin me. Chapter Roman 100, the inquirith end of a murderer. Although Dr. Bourne was what might be termed a black sheep, he was in a good position. He mixed with a respectable class of persons, and was in tolerably fair repute as a medical man. The darker side of his character was of course not known to those whom he counted as his friends. Some people, gossiping and mischievously disposed persons, hinted that he was not the best of husbands, that he was a mercenary, grasping man, but nobody was prepared to hear that he was a murderer. His social position caused him to be treated with some degree of consideration, and bail was accepted pending the serious and weighty charge made against him. He had not much difficulty in obtaining the necessary sureties, after which he returned home. The offense with which he stood charged was committed in America, and the prosecution sought by means of the extradition treaty to take him over to that country for trial. The doctor hoped, as other culprits have hoped both before and since, that the identification would fail to be established, and at the outset of the proceedings, he buoyed himself up with this delusion. But Mr. Shearman had managed the case with a considerable amount of skill and tact, and he was not at all the sort of man to let the accused escape through any neglect or want of forethought. When the first examination took place before the sitting magistrate, the counsel for the prosecution gave a brief but succinct recital of the leading events. He dwelt with much force upon the sudden and mysterious death of Clara Wagstaff, who appeared, so he averred, to be in sound and robust health, but a few days before her decease. Suddenly, and without any perceptible cause, she was stricken down with insupportable and violent pains in the viscera. A doctor was called in, who declared her to be suffering from inflammation of the bowels. He prescribed and attended her with the greatest assiduity, but despite his remedies, she gradually sank and expired in her husband's arms, who was said to be overwhelmed with grief at the loss of his partner. The body of the ill-fated woman was interred, and her husband, after a short period of mourning, plunged, so it was alleged, into a vortex of dissipation. The theory that the young woman came by her death from natural causes, which were beyond the control of man, was very generally accepted. Some few, however, at the time of her decease, were a little mistrustful. One in particular, the black girl Tilda, shook her head, and said she was not at all satisfied with the manner of her mistress' death, which she declared to be strange and mysterious, and in every way suspicious. She spoke her mind pretty freely at the time, with no better result than being reviled for what people chose to call her scandalous and wicked aspersions, so the matter dropped, and, as years passed on, the death of Mrs. Wagstaff was forgotten by the inhabitants of the neighborhood, and it was not until Mr. Silas Levin instituted inquiries that the real facts of the case were brought to light. The body was exhumed, and the presence of arsenic was detected in the stomach, intestines, and other organs of the body. A sufficient amount was recovered to prove beyond all question that the poor creature had been poisoned by that deleterious drug. 2 doctors from America, who made the post-mortem examination, gave their evidence at the police court, and their testimony was unanswerable. Up to this point, the case was as clear as the sun at noonday. The next question was how far Dr. Bourne was connected with the case. Was he the man who passed as Wagstaff and who married the planter's daughter? In proof of this, a photograph was produced of the person known as Wagstaff. It bore a most remarkable similarity to the accused, that is, if allowance was made for the difference in his age now, and at the period when the photo was taken. The magistrate, however, was of opinion that the photo, although valuable as collateral evidence, was not in itself sufficient to establish identity. When the doctor heard this, he smiled. Hope dawned upon him, and he emphatically declared that he was not the man. But the case did not rest on the photo alone. 2 persons who had resided at Texas at the time of the lady's death were present at the inquiry and were placed in the box. One swore to the prisoner most positively, and the other would not go further than that he was the gentleman whom he had known as Mr. Wagstaff to the best of his belief. Further than this, he would not undertake to say. I confess, observed the magistrate, that the case assumes a grave aspect, and certainly cannot be permitted to drop without a searching inquiry. But at present, I fail to see that the identity is clearly established. It is true one witness swears to the person being the man, but it is possible, nay, indeed probable, that he may be mistaken. He is not mistaken, sir, said the counsel, and that I hope to be in a position to prove to your satisfaction in the course of 2 or 3 days at the latest. How do you propose to do that? Inquired the worthy magistrate. By producing the black servant, who lived in the house with Mr. and Mrs. Wagstaff at the time of the unfortunate lady's decease. She is well acquainted with the countenance and general personal appearance of her late master, and if she recognizes the prisoner as the husband of the now dead lady, I assume the case is established as far as the identity is concerned. If she does recognize him and can swear positively to his being the person, then it is established, and all difficulties will be removed. When do you expect her? She ought to be here now. She may arrive tomorrow, or the next day. In fact, she is hourly expected. That being so, it would be best to adjourn the case for a week perhaps. Will that be long enough? Oh, I should imagine so. She is sure to arrive before the expiration of that time, at least we hope so. She will be the only other witness I presume you are likely to call. No, there will be another, a lady who was on intimate terms with the Wagstaffs when they resided in Texas. She is also well acquainted with the personal characteristics of the murdered woman's husband. Where was this photograph taken? Said the magistrate, glancing first at it and then at the prisoner. At Baltimore, I believe. No, New York, said Shearman. I purchased it myself in that city. And are you sure it is a representation of Mr. Wagstaff? We have at present no proof of that, you know. It has been recognized by a number of persons in Texas who were acquainted with the person. It is supposed to represent, indeed, many of the inhabitants have copies of it presented to them by Mr. Wagstaff himself. It is to be regretted that one or more of them are not here. But 2 are here, sir. And who may they be, and why have you not called them? The 2 gentlemen who have already been examined can speak to the photo being a representation of Mr. Wagstaff, said the counsel. Then let them be recalled. The 2 witnesses from Texas were again placed in the box. They both swore that the photo in question was a representation of Mr. Wagstaff, as he then appeared. I adjourn the case till this day week, said the magistrate. I hope, sir, you will accept good and substantial bail for the reappearance of my client, said Bourne's solicitor. We have not had any time allowed us to meet this charge. My client is a gentleman, moving in a good position in society. He is greatly respected by, I may say, all who have the honor of his acquaintance, and a charge of this nature presses, with a heavy overwhelming weight, upon one who we hope and trust it will be proved, beyond all controversy, is perfectly innocent. I am not likely to prejudge the case, and should indeed be sorry, by any observation of mine, to prejudice Dr. Bourne in the eyes of the world, or his associates, observed the magistrate. Still, you must admit, indeed everyone must admit, I think, who has heard the evidence, that the case cannot be dismissed without a searching inquiry. I hope and trust that the prisoner may be in a position on the next inquiry to rebut the grave testimony that has been given against him here today. I, however, deem it advisable for many reasons not to enter into any discussion upon the merits of the case in this early stage of the proceedings. I will accept good and substantial bail for Dr. Bourne's reappearance at the next examination. Thank you, sir, with the usual notice. Yes, with the usual notice. There will be no difficulty in the matter, I suppose. None whatever. Dr. Bourne can produce bail to any amount. In the course of the day bail was offered and accepted, and the doctor was liberated. He returned home miserably depressed, dejected, and sick of heart. He had not counted on the array of evidence which had been presented on the first examination. His legal advisers endeavored to comfort him with the assurance that as yet there was not enough to send the case for trial. Much depended upon the girl Tilda. She might break down anyway. She would be subjected to an exhaustive and searching cross-examination. Then came the question of an alibi. When everything else failed, an alibi was the invariable recourse of an accused person. Was it possible to get up one? Such things had been done, and in some cases they had been successful. The doctor clung to this, as the drowning wretch clings to a straw, but he could not at present see his way clear as to working it successfully. He returned home, and at once made for his surgery, where he remained for hours still and thoughtful. The clouds which had been gathering over his head seemed to be darkening and thickening. What was he to do? Could he fly and escape the avenging arm of the law? It had been made painfully manifest to him at the examination before the magistrate that his enemies or accusers were on the alert. They did not intend to let him escape. Certainly not if they could help it. Mr. Shearman had acted in a businesslike way throughout the inquiry. He had hunted up evidence in the States with the greatest assiduity, and had succeeded in obtaining information connected with a number of smaller and less important circumstances, connected with the death of the ill-fated woman. At present Bourne had only been made acquainted with a portion of the evidence to be preferred against him. Much of it was kept in the background, but what had been given before the magistrate was of a most damnatory character. Bourne appeared to be almost paralyzed at the array of evidence. He trembled for the future, and oppressive, an all but insupportable weight seemed to press upon him. Just as he was about to accuse his wife of bigamy, so that he might be rid of her, and be free to marry a third wife in the shape of a rich widow, a fearful accusation was brought against him, which in any case would hurl him from his present position if nothing worse happened. But the chances were that he would have to suffer a dreadful and ignominious death. No 53. Illustration dead. Dead. They would take him over to America to try him, so his solicitor informed him, and he knew perfectly well that prejudice ran high against him when he resided in Texas, and the probability was that this feeling had been strengthened and intensified, so that if there was a chance of bringing the charge home to him, a Yankee jury would be sure to return an adverse verdict. Dr. Bourne therefore could not conceal from himself that he was in imminent danger. He knew himself to be guilty of the charge preferred against him, and was in consequence scourged by conscience, and in a state of fear and trepidation. Nevertheless, he was in hopes that the evidence in respect to the identity would break down. The crime had been committed many years ago, and if he could throw discredit on the witnesses, there might be some chance of upsetting the whole case. Much depended upon the girl. Tilda Bourne was in hopes that he was so much altered in appearance that the black slavey would be a little puzzled, and would fail to recognize him. It is thus that criminals of every degree have been from time immemorial accustomed to delude themselves with hopes that in most cases have turned out fallacious. The doctor affected to put as bold a front on the matter as possible, but he studiously avoided his wife, and she had no desire to force herself into his company. It had been at best but a miserable state of affairs as far as their domestic happiness, if it could be so termed, was concerned, and it was a relief to both when they were apart. Consequently, they saw as little of each other as possible. Mrs. Bourne, however, was not altogether in the dark in respect to the state of affairs, as regards her husband. Her faithful attendant Amy, who, like most servants, was something of a gossip, made her mistress acquainted with the full particulars of the grave charge made against her master. Mrs. Bourne was perfectly astounded at the revelation. She had never for a moment supposed that her husband had contracted any marriage previous to his nuptials with her. He had, throughout their acquaintance, signified that he was a bachelor. Ah, murmured the unhappy wife, me suspicious were not groundless. I have indeed escaped almost by a miracle, but after all I cannot find it in my heart to believe him guilty of such an atrocious crime. Facts, however, are stubborn things, and there was no getting away from those made manifest on the first magisterial inquiry. Mrs. Bourne was now very careful in examining minutely what she partook of in the house of her suspected husband, who, however, had very little opportunity at this time of tampering with either food or drink. He was too much occupied with his own guilty thoughts, and in devising some scheme to turn aside the course of justice, he went about as usual, paid visits to his patients, and endeavored to make out that the whole affair was a wicked conspiracy on the part of some evil-disposed persons who owed him a grudge. There were many who believed this view of the matter, for it is at all times most difficult to believe a man you have been intimately acquainted with capable of committing a crime of such enormity. The few friends the doctor possessed rallied round him on this occasion, and sought to console him with words of comfort. Prone as the world is to look upon the dark side of the picture, the most hardened offender has at times a few faithful followers, and the doctor was not an exception to the rule. Nevertheless, it was pretty generally buzzed about that he was in a precarious position, and that those engaged for the prosecution were using every endeavor to bring the murderer of the dead woman to the bar of justice. The matter was canvassed at several fashionable clubs in select coteries, and by the public generally. Indeed, it was the universal topic of conversation at the west end of the town, and many bets were offered and taken upon the issue of the next examination. 2 days of suspense had passed over. On the third, as Dr. Bourne was getting into his brougham, he saw at the corner of the street 2 persons looking eagerly at him. His heart seemed to sink when he discovered that one of these was the black girl, tilde the other being Mr. Shearman. "Oh golly," exclaimed the black girl, "that's I am massa, I could swear to him, out of 10,000, it's Massa Wagstaff, as did away why Mrs. "Hush, mind what you are saying, girl," cried Shearman, "remember you are in England, and people are not permitted to speak their minds as freely as in the States." "Dunno 'bout dat," returned Tilda, "I knows I am, and I mean to tell all 'bout de cuss come what may." "Silence, come along, and cease your clattering, you foolish wench," said Shearman, dragging her forcibly from the spot. Dr. Bourne broke down. His last hope was gone. It was evident enough that Tilda would swear to him, we want say, till she was black in the face, for that she was already, but she would swear to him, while she had the power of speech. Bourne felt convinced of this. He knew pretty well the temperament and disposition of the young woman, who had come across the seas to give evidence against him. He knew that she would not budge an inch when she had once made up her mind. She had years before been forcibly impressed with the fact that her mistress had met with her death through foul play, and at the time of her decease she had not scrupled to say so. She had been throughout her life devotedly attached to the planter's daughter. This is not at all surprising, seeing that Tilda, as she was termed, had been a help in the family, since she was little more than a child. "Curse her," exclaimed Bourne through his clenched teeth. "I wish the ship that brought her over had sunk to the bottom of the sea before she set foot on these shores. The game is up, they'll prove their case, and I am lost." He was so miserable, so completely overcome, that he would fain have burst out into tears, but his eyes were dry and bloodshot, and his tongue was hot and parched. There was a singing in his ear, like the murmur of rushing waters. His temples throbbed painfully, and he fell back in the cushions of his brougham in a state of prostration. Something seemed to whisper to him, "Can't she be bribed?" At this suggestion, hope dawned again upon him for a moment, but it was only for a fleeting moment or so, and he came to the conclusion that bribery in her case would be an impossibility. What was he to do? What would be the end of this terrible business, death on the public scaffold? This thought was a maddening one. He struck his forehead with his clenched fist, let down the window of the vehicle, and gasped for air, for he felt as one about to faint. Mr. Shearman would be too much for him. That was but too painfully manifested. On the next examination he could complete his case, and then in all probability he would be given into the custody of the American representatives. Bail would of course be refused, and it was not very difficult to see how it would all end. Dr. Bourne, upon arriving at his own residence, endeavored to muster up an air of intrepidity to his brow. Upon alighting, he told his coachman that he should not go out for the remainder of the day. Then, having signified this much, he opened the street door with his key, and made at once for his surgery. He remained there for 2 or 3 hours, making up some prescriptions. The medicine boy came in, and sallied forth with his basket of drugs, after which the doctor went into the front parlor. When dinner was laid, he was informed by the maid servant that her mistress was indisposed, and begged to be excused at the dinner hour, adding that Amy was to take her up a basin of soup and a small portion of fish into her bedroom. This was done, and Bourne sat down to his solitary meal. He was glad, however, to be by himself. He did not believe in the indisposition of his wife, and deemed it only an excuse. Perhaps he was not very far out in his supposition. He did not care to meet her, nor she him, and so as far as that went they were both satisfied. He had no appetite, but swallowed several glasses of wine, which he supplemented by a small modicum of cognac. Then he endeavored to swallow a few mouthfuls of food. This he found no easy task. His throat was inflamed, and his tongue seemed to cleave to the roof of his mouth. Nevertheless, he felt constrained to make a pretense of dining, and to say the truth, a most miserable pretense it was. However, it had to be gone through. He was very quiet and reserved, and only hazarded a few chance observations to Amy, who was struck with the paleness of his countenance and his distraught manner. However, she did not appear to notice it, and spoke to her master in her usual respectful, cheery manner. Bourne looked at her for a moment, and then heaved a deep-drawn sigh. What would he have given at that time to be possessed of a conscience as pure and untroubled as his servant girl? The dinner things were cleared away, and Bourne took a medical book which for some time he appeared to peruse with interest. The grey dusk of the evening was succeeded by the gloom of night, and the girl lit all the branches of the chandelier. Her master was busily occupied with his book, and did not appear to be aware of her presence, or if he was, he did not care to take any notice of her. The night wore on. Bourne left the front parlor, and entered his surgery. His countenance was pale, and haggard. It was indicative of some settled and defined purpose. There was a fixed and rigid expression about the mouth, and an almost savage look darted from the flaming eyes. He sat himself down in his chair, and then bent his body forward, resting his head on his hands, while the elbows were supported on the table before him. His breathing was heavy and troubled, and his whole attitude was one of abject despair. Presently, he rose from his seat, went towards the bottles which were ranged on some shelves at the side of the room. He took one after another in his hand, and examined their contents with the eye of a connoisseur. He selected one and placed it on the table near to a medicine glass. Then he sat down again. The terrible and appalling nature of his thoughts at this time, it would be impossible to describe. He took the glass stopper out of the bottle, emptied the contents of the bottle into the medicine glass, and swallowed the liquid with one gulp. And then, well, there was silence in the room, silence deep, dark, and impenetrable. A few fleeting hours passed over, the night waned, and passed away. The second hour of the morning arrived. All the inhabitants of the house had retired to restall save the master of the establishment. There was a violent ring at the night bell, which was unanswered. A second summons was given, whereupon the servant Amy, who had hastily slipped on her things, descended the stairs and opened the door. A man-servant stood on the steps outside. He informed the doctor's maid that his mistress was seriously ill and desired Dr. Bourne's attendance immediately. The doctor had been retained as accoucheur to the lady in question, and the man said that not a moment was to be lost. "I will tell Dr. Bourne," said the girl, "and am quite sure he will be with your mistress in less than a quarter of an hour, or perhaps before that." The messenger, upon this assurance, took his departure. Amy closed the street door gently and made direct for her master's bedroom. She knocked at the door, but received no answer. She called him by his name, and then knocked louder, but still no answer. In cases of this sort, ceremony could be dispensed with. She opened the door and entered the room, which she found tenantless. "Perhaps he's gone there," she murmured. "He knows Mrs. Curtis is near her time. It is possible he may have gone there." She paused for a moment and pressed one hand to her side, as a troubled expression passed over her countenance. She looked at the bed. It was just the same as she had made it in the morning. It was evident enough that no one had occupied it since then. "I did not hear him go out," she murmured, "and I believe he was in the surgery when I went to bed." She crept downstairs without awaking her mistress, and made direct for the surgery. She could see through the crevices of the door that a light was still burning. She knocked but received no answer. Then a vague shadowy fear seemed to take possession of her, and she was half afraid to enter, but being a girl of high spirit, and one who was not easily cowed, she opened the door and entered. She saw the figure of her master in his high-backed chair. To all appearance he was slumbering. "Mr. Bourne, doctor," cried Amy, "you are wanted immediately, if you please. Mrs. Curtis is very ill." The figure in the chair did not stir or give any indications of life. The girl cried out in something like a terrified voice, but she did not succeed in arousing her master, who had fallen back in his chair, with his legs stretched out like one who had suddenly sunk into a deep slumber. "I can't wake him. What on earth shall I do?" cried the girl. "How very strange, and how fearfully pale he looks." There was a small hand lamp on the table. Amy seized hold of this, and by the aid of the flame, examined the features of her master. "Heaven save us," she ejaculated, "he must be in a fit or else." She did not complete the sentence, but examined the features of the doctor more minutely. She placed her hand on his shoulder, shook him, and called him again by his name. Then she shuddered and crept out of the room like one bewitched. She hastened upstairs and aroused her mistress, who was sleeping soundly. "For heaven's sake, do tell me what's the matter, Amy. You look like a person who has just seen a ghost." "Oh, Mom, if you please, I don't know what to make of master. He looks so strange. I am afraid something's happened to him. Appears to be in a fit." "Where is he? In his bedroom?" "No, in the surgery." "In the surgery at this hour? It is just upon 2 o'clock," said Mrs. Bourne, as she glanced at the timepiece on the shelf. "He hasn't been to bed, that's quite cert. And I told Thomas, Mr. Curtis' footman, that he would be with her in less than a quarter of an hour. Whatever are we to do?" "I'll get up at once," cried Mrs. Bourne, springing out of bed and arraying herself in her capacious dressing gown. "In the surgery, eh?" "Yes, ma'am," sitting in his chair. "Ah, he's all right enough, I dare say. Don't give way to groundless fearslet. Us hope you are mistaken." Mrs. Bourne put her feet into her slippers and accompanied by her faithful handmaiden, she went downstairs. She entered the surgery and glanced at her husband, then a bolt of ice seemed to shoot through her heart. "Where's Peter?" she inquired. "In bed, I suppose." "Go and rouse him at once, tell him to put on his things, and go off at once, for Dr. Garnet, quick, not a moment is to be lost." "What is the matter with the doctor?" inquired Amy, in evident trepidation. "Matter, girl, something very serious. It appears to me that he is dead." At these words, the girl uttered a sort of shriek, and flew upstairs for the boy Peter. The young urchin was not long in bundling on his things. Upon descending below, he found his mistress in the front parlor. "Go as quickly as possible to Dr. Garnet's house, ring the night bell, and say I want to see him. We fear something has happened to Mr. Bourne, do you hear?" "Yes, Mom, I'll run all the way." "Good lad, and mind you don't return without Dr. Garnet," cried Mrs. Bourne, seeing her messenger to the door. Dr. Garnet lived but 2 streets off. He had been accustomed to attend to Bourne's practice, when that gentleman was away from home. He was a little alarmed, however, upon being informed of the urgent nature of the case. He had seen Bourne a day or 2 before, and considered him to be in excellent health. He was a little depressed, it is true, but nothing to speak of certainly, not to give rise to fears as to his health. Garnet was a little fussy, bald-headed gentleman with a soft musical voice, and a conciliatory, agreeable manner. He was very popular with the ladies, to whom he was at all times remarkably attentive. "Dear me, this is a very sad business," he ejaculated, as he proceeded to make a careful toilette for Garnet. "Made it a rule never to be caught en déshabille. Very sad, poor Mrs. Bourne. It must have greatly alarmed her. Did you say your master was insensible, my lad?" "I ain't seen him, sir," returned the boy, "but Mrs. said he was, and Amy could not get him to speak." "Ah, we will see what ails him. Overwork, worry, anxiety of mind. That's the remote cause. The proximate may be, well, apoplexy perhaps. Tell your mistress I will be with her in a few minutes." "If you please, sir." "Well, what?" "She said I was not to return without you." "Oh, very well, my man, go downstairs, and wait, I will be with you shortly." The lad went down as requested. Presently, he was joined by Dr. Garnet, who hurried off at once to his patient. As a matter of course, he found Mrs. Bourne anxiously awaiting his appearance. "My dear Mrs. Bourne, let me beg of you to bear up against this trial, for such it must prove to be in any case. But we none of us know how soon we may be stricken down. But this is of so sudden a nature that—" "It is sudden, Dr. Garnet, both sudden and unaccountable." "We shall be able to account for it, my dear madam, there is not the slightest doubt about that. But where is the patient?" "In the surgery." "I will see what can be done for him," said Garnet, with the same soft voice, of the same mellifluous and measured accents, for he never at any time permitted himself to be betrayed into an expression of surprise. To use a common phrase, he invariably took things in a quiet sort of way. He entered the surgery and glanced at the face of Bourne, then he felt his pulse, and then placed his hand on the region of the heart. Then he lifted up one of the eyelids and looked at the pupil of the eye. This done, he drew a chair up to the table, and sat down, placing at the same time another chair for the mistress of the establishment. "Well, doctor, what is it?" "It is very plain what it is, Mrs. Bourne, but let me beg of you to bear up against this terrible trial." "What is it?" cried the lady. "It is death," returned Garnet, "but the cause which led to it we have yet to determine." "My husband is dead," then exclaimed Mrs. Bourne, "then there is no hope." "None whatever. He has passed away peacefully and tranquilly, and to all appearance without pain. Be thankful for that." The bereaved wife burst into tears. He had never been at any time an affectionate partner, or even a passable sort of husband. But the suddenness of the blow quite unnerved his widow, who demonstrated an amount of feeling which few would perhaps have given her credit for. "Dead," she iterated in sorrowful accents, "and the last time we met we parted in anger." "There is no occasion for you to make that declaration, my dear lady. People will talk quite soon enough, without you giving them a handle for their discourse. Say as little as possible upon that subject which is nobody's business. But your own poor Bourne, I confess, I was not prepared for this. But after all, everything is for the best." "I do not understand your meaning," said Mrs. Bourne. No, perhaps not. When was the doctor last seen alive?" "When he went into the surgery in the early part of last evening." "And by whom?" "By me, sir," returned Amy. "And did he appear in his usual health at that time?" "He looked very pale, and his manner was strange." How strange. He seemed to be in trouble about some things, I thought. Oh, likely enough, girl, the probability is that he was very much troubled in his mind. He gave indications of that when I last saw him, but not to so great an extent as to suggest this act. Mrs. Bourne looked hard at the speaker but said nothing. What a strange odor there is in the room, doctor, observed Amy. Odor Gerloff, what description? Like peaches. Ahis there is, I admit. He took up the medicine glass, which had fallen upon the floor, after its contents had been swallowed by the dead man, and smelt it. It proceeds from this, observed Garnet in the same soft voice, as heretofore, yes. That is from whence this odor proceeds. Let us return into the next room, my dear madam. Mrs. Bourne rose from her seat, and went into the front parlor with Dr. Garnet, Amy, and the boy made their way into the kitchen, after carefully closing the door of the surgery. I shall purposely abstain from making any observations upon the state of mind of my friend Bourne prior to his decease. In fact, it will be as well, I think, to say as little as possible upon the subject, certainly not till the inquest is held. Inquest? Yes, my dear madam, there must be an inquest. That is a sine qua non. It is pretty clearly demonstrated that Bourne has died from the effects of poison, and there can be but little doubt, I think, that he took it of his own free will. What poison has he taken then? Prussic acid, that is as far as I can judge at present. I must beg of you, my dear friend, not to disturb anything in that room. In fact, it had better be locked up, and either you or I will take charge of the key. Oh, you had better do, so I would much prefer it. Well, I will, if you wish it. Let us lock the door at once. Garnet and Mrs. Bourne went out of the front parlor. The former locked the door of the surgery, and placed the key in his pocket. Then they returned to the parlor once more. These things will occur, said Garnet, casting his eyes up to the ceiling. In fact, they do so, I may say, almost daily. Death is terrible at all times, and under any circumstances that is a truism, everyone must admit. But all things considered, I really do not think there is any great reason to repine in this case. I have lost an old friend and companion, and you have lost a husband, and we have of course both of us reason to mourn. Still, matters might have been worse. They might have been, I admit, said Mrs. Bourne. This is a shock to you, a sad blow, cried Garnet, placing his hand on her shoulder, with well-simulated kindness of manner. Let me again beg of you to bear it with becoming fortitude. I will be with you in the morning, after I have given notice to the coroner. Till then, adieu, my dear madam. I need hardly say that it will afford me great pleasure in being of service to you in this matter. You are very kind, I am sure, Mr. Garnet. Accept my thanks at the present moment. I find it difficult, and indeed, I may say impossible, to realize the terrible reality which has been presented to us so suddenly. Of course not, I can well understand that, observed the oily-tongued doctor. But do not worry yourself, the worst is over. I was not prepared for such an ending. But all things considered, it is after all but a natural sequence, and not so much to be regretted as we at first supposed. Not to be regretted, Dr. Garnet? Well, no, not so much, my dear madam. What do you mean? Are you of opinion that my husband was guilty of the charge preferred against him? Really, Mrs. Bourne, you must excuse me. You cannot expect me to answer such a query. I should not be justified in hazarding an opinion at this early stage of the inquiry. Still, you know, people will draw their own conclusions after what has occurred. Be thankful that you are here. I now perfectly understand your meaning. The lady died from the effects of poison that has been established beyond dispute, said Garnet. Who administered it is another question. The prosecution says my late friend Dr. Bourne. But assertions are one thing and proof is another. This is a question, however, which I think we had better not attempt to discuss just now. Good night, or rather morning, my dear friend. I will see you as early as possible tomorrow. And with these words, the fashionable physician took his departure. Chapter Roman 101. After the deed, the sale, by auctioneers. Bourne pays a visit to Mr. Thompson. The news of Dr. Bourne's sudden departure from the world, together with the manner of his death, spread like wildfire. It was in every person's mouth. Wood wiseacres shook their heads, and said it was no more than they expected. Rich dowagers and antiquated maiden ladies said it was very shocking, and that the poor dear man had been persecuted by a lot of good-for-nothing Americans who were envious of his position and fair fame. Everybody had something to say upon the subject. The diversity of opinion was most remarkable. Meanwhile, the dead body of the doctor remained in the chair in precisely the same position in which it had been found, till the day appointed for the coroner's inquest. The inmates of the house and Dr. Garnet were of course the chief witnesses. A feeble attempt was made to prove that death resulted from disease of the heart. There was as usual a great deal of hair-splitting, and the medical evidence was contradictory, but the facts were so clearly manifested that after a short deliberation, the jury returned a verdict that the deceased died from the effects of prussic acid taken while laboring under a fit of temporary insanity. Everybody appeared to be satisfied with the verdict, and the last remains of the doctor were interred with great pomp and ceremony. Upon the cavalcade reaching the grave, many hundreds of persons were to be seen awaiting the arrival of the hearse. To say that there was not a dry eye in the assembly would be, but to make use of a newspaper reporter's stereotyped phrase. As far as grief was concerned, there was but little if any at all, but there was a vast amount of curiosity, and it was this that had drawn the people to the spot. Strange to say, Dr. Bourne, to the surprise of everybody, and to his wife in particular, died intestate. Mrs. Bourne therefore took out letters of administration. As may readily be imagined, she was not permitted to have it all her own way. Doctor's relatives stepped forward to have a wrangle over the effects. He died worth a great deal more than was supposed, and the widow's share of the property was quite sufficient to maintain her handsomely, so that after all the American plotters, as they were termed by some, had really done her a very great service. She was released from a thraldom which had daily become more and more painful, and she was rendered independent for the remainder of her life, proving the old adage that no evil occurs, but some good comes from it. It was necessary for the better distribution of the property that the furniture and personal property of the doctor should be disposed of, and consequently, a public sale took place. Everything was brought under the hammer. The number of curiosity hunters and sightseers who flocked to the house during the 3 days appointed for the sale was prodigious. Every class of the community seemed to be represented on this occasion, Jews and brokers being as usual the most prominent. Some of the articles fetched fancy prices, while others went at sums considerably below their value. The aristocratic and more wealthy class of bidders went in for the pictures and articles of virtu. The reader will perhaps be in no way surprised to learn that Charles Peace attended the sale. He purchased a violin. Bourne had at one time taken lessons of an eminent professor of that instrument, and in early life had amused himself during his leisure hours in practicing, but he never made much of a hand at fiddling. However, his violin was sufficiently good in tone and quality to tempt our hero to bid for it, and he became the purchaser at a ridiculously low sum. Peace had always a penchant for visiting places of public resort, and the probability is that he was attracted to the sale by the circumstances connected with the dead man. He knew that Bourne had been accused of murder. This fact in itself was quite sufficient to excite the curiosity of Charles Peace. There was, it must be admitted, something like a grim jest in a murderer purchasing a murderer's musical instrument at a public sale. Rotten, or bandoligged Bill as he was more frequently termed, kept his word. He never again paid a visit to Mrs. Bourne. He had not been seen or heard of by any of the detectives since he had effected his escape. Mrs. Bourne very much regretted not having had any tidings of him. She did not wish him to be captured, far from that, but he had behaved so well to her that she was desirous of forwarding him some money as a recompense for his exertions on behalf of herself. Bill, however, contrived to remain perdu, and the doctor's widow had lost all trace of him. She was the more concerned about this, since she was about to leave the house she at present occupied, and then there would be but little chance of her ever again communicating with the gypsy. This reflection seemed to have a depressing effect upon her, for it occurred to her that perhaps Bill had been captured and cast into prison without her knowledge, and when the thought crossed her mind, she was more than ever deeply concerned about him. The servant girl Amy, who happened to be looking out of the window, watching the throngs of persons going in and out of the house, cried out in a surprised tone, "Well, I declare if there isn't the man who brought the letter to you just gone in." "What man and what letter do you allude to?" "Why, that impudent forward man who brought a letter from Mr. Dorton or Rotten. I don't know his right name." "Gone inside, did you say?" "Yes, Maroman 1000. Mrs. Bourne reflected for a few moments, and then said, "I wish you would go downstairs and see if you can find him. Do go at once. There's a good girl is rather important. And if I do find him? Oh true if you do. I never thought of that. Well, you can ask him for the address of Mr. Rotten. Amy was under the impression at the time that the man would not give the required address, but she said nothing. Her mistress again urged her to go downstairs, and she obeyed. The sale-room was thronged with visitors who chaffed and bantered each other, to say nothing of the auctioneer to their heart's content. At a public sale, all restraint is thrown off, and people say and do what they please. Amy, who was a remarkably pretty girl, had to run the fire of a series of observations, which doubtless were meant to be flattering and complimentary, but which were however very distasteful to her. Presently she caught sight of the person whom she was seeking. This was Cooney, who had just dropped in to see if he could get a job to do in the way of porterage, and if at the same time he could pick anything up, it would suit him better. The girl beckoned to him, and he came forward out of the crowd. "What my charmer," he ejaculated. "I said, as how you'd think better of me, as time went on. Well, I am jolly glad to see you on. How's the missus?" "Come this way," said Amy, drawing him towards the passage. "Vell, what is it?" inquired Cooney, who now began to be a little alarmed. Out why, it let us know the whole and true particulars. "I wish you'd hold your tongue, you fool," said Amy. "You've a great deal too much to say. Listen to me for a moment, if you please." "Vell, ain't I Alistanin, to your sweet voice in course, I like to hear you speak. Can you give me the address of Mr. Rotten?" Cooney gave a prolonged ah and looked puzzled. "Don't you hear? I want Mr. Rotten's address." "Do you?" "Yes, at least, missus, does she sent me down for it." "Vell, you see, my pretty pet, I can't give it." "And why not?" "For a good reason. He ain't got no address." "But you know where to find him, I dare say." "Yes, I might find him, but he won't come here any more." "Wait till I have asked missus." "Wait where?" "Here or in the sale-room, anywhere you choose, but don't go away till I come downstairs." "I want." Amy tripped upstairs, and told her all that had passed between herself and Cooney. "Ah no, he won't give the address, of course, not. We can't hardly expect him to do so. Rotten is at hide, and seek there is but one way to get over the difficulty. I will write a letter, and this he will deliver to Mr. Rotten." She sat down and penned a hasty epistle to Bandaligged Bill. "There," she said, handing it to Amy, "give him that, and tell him to deliver it to the party to whom it is addressed. But stay, better give him something for the favor. Here is half a sovereign. Slip that into his hand when you give him the letter. I think he's a sort of a man who is quite open to receive a bribe," cried Amy, bursting out into a laugh as she descended the stairs once more. "Oh, gie him thysay," said Cooney. "Right you are, Mary, it shall be done. And no flies, what half a quid shelp me, Bob. I wish I could find a few more of your sort. Your missus is a stunner, and no mistake." "Do hold your tongue, you donkey." "Vell, I'm blessed, don't like to hear a cove speak, don't yer?" "I don't care about listening to your conversation." "Why, what's the matter with it?" "It doesn't please me, that's all. You have a deal too much to say." "All right, darling, then it'll remain mum. So I am to give this to Bill. You are to deliver it into the hands of Mr. Rotten. And bring an answer." "Yes, if you can, that will be all the better. But we leave here the day after tomorrow. Remember that." "I'll be here afore you leave, please the pigs," cried Cooney as he left. "What a common brute," exclaimed Amy after he had left. "He is a coarse, common sort of man. But I suppose he will keep his word, at least I hope so, for Mrs. seems to be very anxious about Rotten for some reason or another, which I can't quite make out." Cooney was sufficiently faithful to his pal the gypsy not to let anybody know his hiding place, but he had very little difficulty in delivering the letter to its rightful owner on the evening of the day upon which it had been placed in his hands by the girl Amy, whom he still declared to be the most aggravating, charming creature he had ever set eyes upon. On the following day, he returned with an answer to the epistle which had been entrusted to his care. "I am here again," said he to Amy, when she opened the door. "I can't keep away from you. You're in my thoughts by day and by night. I can't sleep for thinking of you." "I don't intend to listen to any more of your nonsense, you impudent vulgar fellow," returned the girl in an angry tone, "and so you'd better conduct yourself in a more becoming manner. If you don't, I shall have to tell my mistress, who I am sure will forbid you coming again to this house." "What for? I ain't said or done nothing that anyone can complain of. Here's a jolly sell. Well, I am blowed." "Silence, let me have no more of this. Have you got an answer?" "Well, in course I have, but you won't give a cove time. I never seed such a pretty little tartar in all my born days. Give me the answer if you've got one. Didn't I tell you I had here it is, am I to wait outside or come? Oh, come in, cried Amy, in a pet, slamming the door violently. I shall be glad when we are rid of you. She went into the parlor. Ah, I ain't fortunate why women or gals never was, murmured Cooney, looking meditatively at the hall clock. Charles Peace is the man for that sort of business. He'd make any on 'em believe black was white, if he'd a mind to house 'em for it. Don't much matter, I s'pose they've been a deal of trouble to Charlie, that's sartin sure. Amy returned, gave Cooney 2 half-crowns for his trouble, and told him to be off. You're in a jolly hurry to get rid of me, said he. I'll give you the 2 half-bulls if y'all. Well, what? Let me have one kiss. Get out, you wretch. If you don't, well, there's a detective in the back parlor. Oh, crikey, exclaimed Cooney. Ill, step it, if you please, my dear, but you might. Hush, cried the girl. Hell here, and she pointed significantly to the door of the back parlor. She found this ruse a most admirable and efficacious one, for Cooney hesitated no longer. He, as noiselessly as possible, passed out of the house, and was lost to sight in an incredibly short space of time. Amy laughed. There was no detective in the house, but she had got rid of a troublesome customer by the mere mention of such a personage. The contents of the letter which Mrs. Bourne received from Rotten proved to be sufficiently satisfactory to that lady. The epistle was a brief one. The gypsy congratulated her upon being rid of what he chose to term a tyrannical and worthless husband, and at the same time he said he did not require a recompense or even thanks for whatever he had done for her. It was enough for him to know that she was relieved from an oppressive thraldom, that she was now her own mistress, and that he had been of some little service to her, or at any rate what he had done was with the view of rendering her a service. That, however, was all over now, and he bade her a final farewell. But as the chances were that she would not be contented, without knowing where to address him, he informed her that any letter forwarded to Mr. Thompson, Evelyn Arrowed Peckham, would be sure to reach him. The said Mr. Thompson, being an old friend of his, would be sure to know where to find him. So far the letter from Rotten was explicit enough, and Mrs. Bourne felt that all communication was not cut off from herself, and the man to whom she owed a deep debt of gratitude. Poor fellow, she ejaculated, he's self-sacrificing, and magnanimous enough. His conduct to me is, I presume, the one bright spot on his character. Perhaps the only one, for it is evident enough that for years he has been leading a lawless and depraved life. Dear me, but this is all very terrible. I do not desire, however, to see him again, and shall therefore, as far as that is concerned, take him at his word. But this Mr. Thompson, I wonder who he can be. Some worthless character, I suppose. Well, I can leave him a check or banknote, enclosed in a letter addressed to Rotten. Yes, that will be my best course. When the sale was over, and the goods removed, Mrs. Bourne took furnished lodgings in Somerset Street, Portman Square. As yet she had not determined her course of action. She thought of taking up her residence in Paris for a while. She spoke French fluently, and understood something of German. Indeed, she was what is called an accomplished woman, who shone in society as a sort of star. She was a good musician and excellent singer, and as we have already signified, had at one time been an actress of no inconsiderable merit. But with Dr. Bourne, she had been buried as far as the external world was concerned. She was so depressed, so miserable, that she had not the heart to go into society to the extent she had done before her fatal marriage. After her husband's death, she was sought after and patronized by the upper classes in a way that not only astonished her, but numbers of others besides. In fact, she was more popular than ever. Although the bloom on the peach had long since disappeared, and the springtime of her life had passed away, she was still a beautiful woman, and was capable of making herself very agreeable in society. In addition to all this, there was a halo of romance cast upon her. Her career had been a most remarkable one, that was pretty generally admitted. But the culminating point was reached when her husband was accused of a murder committed years before his marriage with Hester Tage. Mr. Shearman and his confederates were miserably disappointed when they heard of Dr. Bourne's suicide. No end of trouble and money had been expended in getting up the case against the guilty doctor, and it certainly was very mortifying to the American detective to find himself cornered, as he termed it, by that artful cuss. Mr. Shearman was balked just as his prey was about to fall into his hands. It would have been quite a triumph for him to have escorted Bourne to the States, proved his guilt, and had him executed. However, as he could not pot his man, he contented himself, while in this country, in seeing all the sights he possibly could in the great metropolis. And these, as the reader can imagine, were not a few. Mrs. Bourne looked very well in her widow's weeds, which however she purposed throwing off as early as custom, and the usages of society would admit. She had not been very long in her new quarters, before she determined, upon paying a visit to Rotten's friend, her object being to leave a sum of money for the gypsy, with Mr. Thompson. The doctor's 2 vehicles together with the horses had been sold, but his widow had purchased a neat, unostentatious-looking brougham for her own use. She had been so long accustomed to a carriage, that from force of habit, she felt constrained to have one. She had taken with her into her lodgings in Somerset Street her maid Amy, who was a faithful girl, and devotedly attached to her mistress. The brougham was ordered, and as the doctor's widow did not care to wait upon a stranger without a companion, she took Amy with her. Peace's house in the Evelyn Road was a decent, respectable-looking habitation enough, but in its external appearance, it certainly could not be described as aristocratic-looking. Its general appearance is doubtless familiar to many of my readers from the representations of it, which have appeared in several of the illustrated papers at the time of Peace's arrest for the attempted murder of Police Constable Robinson. Anyway, it was a far better sort of habitation than Mrs. Bourne had expected to see, for she was under the impression that Rotten's friends must be of the very lowest class. Mrs. Thompson opened the door, and to Mrs. Bourne's inquiry as to whether Mr. Thompson was within, she was answered in the affirmative. She was shown into an elegantly furnished parlor, and saw there an old gentleman looking over a draft which he had before him stretched out on the table. Upon the widow's entrance, he looked up from the chart or draft and made a sort of bow which the widow returned. "Pardon my intruding upon you, sir," said Mrs. Bourne. "You are Mr. Thompson, I presume?" "Yes, madam," said Peace. "Pray be seated." "You are a friend of Mr. Rotten's, I believe." "Who did you say?" "Mr. William Rotten, or Bill Rotten, as he is more familiarly termed." "Oh, certainly yes, I know Bill Rotten perfectly well. But he is certainly not in London, just nowheres far away, I believe. What might you want with him?" inquired Peace, or rather Thompson, with a suspicious look. "I have no desire to see him, Mr. Thompson, but he has rendered me a service, and I am desirous of offering him some recompense for the same." "Oh, I see, that's a different matter altogether. It will be very acceptable to him, I have no doubt." "You've got a grand work here, sir," said Mrs. Bourne, glancing at the paper on the table. "You are in the engineering line, I suppose." "Well, I do a little in that way. This is a draft of an invention a neighbor of mine and myself are about to patent. I hope it may prove successful and lucrative," said the widow. "I hope so, I am sure, for his sake. Luckily for me, I don't depend upon those sort of things. I am possessed of independent means." He spoke so confidently, and was withal so plausible and urbane in his manner, that Mrs. Bourne was rather taken with him than otherwise. "Well, as I was observing, Mr. Thompson," said the widow, "I have no desire to see Rotten, but he has informed me by letter that anything I might leave for him with you would be sure to fall into his hands. Is that correct?" "Perfectly correct. I will undertake to give him anything you may entrust to my care." "I am greatly obliged, I am sure." Mrs. Bourne took from her pocket a large-sized envelope containing 2 10-pound notes and a slip of paper with a line or two written thereon saying who had sent them. The envelope was addressed to Mr. William Rotten, care of Mr. Thompson. "Will you be good enough to give your friend Rotten this?" said the widow. "Certainly, with the greatest of pleasure, and to say who it comes from." No. 54. Illustration: Peace jumps into pony trap. Peace jumps into his pony trap. "I have signified that inside from Mrs. Bourne." "Dear me," exclaimed Peace, not the widow of Dr. Bourne, at whose house a sale has recently taken place. "The very same, I am the lady." "How very remarkable." "Indeed, in what way?" "I attended the sale merely as a matter of curiosity. That is all. I purchased a violin, which I presume was the property of the deceased gentleman." Peace went to a side table and produced the violin. "Yes," said Mrs. Bourne, "that belonged to my husband. You play, I presume?" "Yes, a little." "Dear me, what a singular circumstance. Are you pleased with your bargain?" "Not a bad instrument," said Peace carelessly. "It has a mellow, rich tone." He drew the bow across the strings and ran through a scale or so. You know how to handle the instrument. I can see that, said Mrs. Bourne. Dear me, I should have supposed you to be a professional. I have played in public, observed our hero. So I should imagine I am a devotee to music, Mr. Thompson. Peace, or rather, Thompson pointed to the piano in his room and said, do you do anything in that line? I used to play very often, but am now out of practice. Indeed, I have not taken much interest in music of late years. That is no reason for you not doing so now. See, I have here a charming piece, set for the violin and piano. Will you accompany me? I'll do my best, said Mrs. Bourne, who believed at the time that she had met with a kindred spirit. She sat down at the instrument, and very soon convinced Mr. Thompson that she was an accomplished musician. They played a duet together. Mr. Thompson did his best, and the piece, it is needless to say, was most charmingly rendered. It is not often observed, Mr. Thompson, that I meet with such an admirable executant. Really, madam, your style is most admirable, and merits the warmest commendation. Ah, sir, you flatter. I am out of practice. I should hardly have supposed so. However, we will, if you please, try another. I am a little nervous, suggested the lady. Oh, but you must get over that. Remember, we are not playing before an audience only to amuse ourselves. Mrs. Bourne thought he was a very nice old gentleman, quiet, unobtrusive, and well-behaved. As we have before intimated, Charles Peace was a most plausible man, and could deceive the most wary person in the world. Another duet was gone through with even greater success than the first, and the girl Amy, who was waiting for Mrs. Bourne in the brougham, wondered what was detaining her mistress. She heard the sounds of music, and was under the impression that the doctor's widow was taking a lesson of some well-known professor. After the second duet was over, Mrs. Bourne rose from the music stool on which she had been seated and said, You must now excuse me, Mr. Thompson, my brougham is waiting, and I have several calls to make, and therefore I must, however reluctantly, it may be, wish you good morning. I am sure I have been most delighted with this short visit, and only wish it could be protracted, but I will not seek to detain you. You will remember the letter I have given you for Mr. Rotten. Most certainly, I will. It shall be delivered into his hands, upon the very first opportunity. Thank you very much. Peace saw his aristocratic visitor to the door. She entered her brougham, waved her hand to the gentleman of independent means and musical proclivities, and the vehicle was driven off. I thought you were having a lesson, Mom, said Amy, after they had got out of the Evelyn Arrowed. I am sure it sounded beautiful. Oh dear me, no, you silly girl, a lesson, indeed, only just trying a new piece of music. Over, that's all. Mr. Thompson is such a nice, genial old gentleman, quite a fatherly man, and I should say he is a most respectable person. Is he a professor of music? Oh dear, no, nothing of the sort. He has played in public, though so he told me. I hope you have not lost your heart, cried Amy, bursting out into a merry laugh. Hush, don't be so ridiculous. What can you be thinking about? Lost my heart? Indeed, I should hope not. He may be very nice in his way, but he's not a sort of man I am likely to fall in love with. No, he's not particularly handsome, is he? You mind your own business, girl, and don't be so demonstrative or talkative. Amy said no more. She felt that she had already said more than enough. The vehicle was driven rapidly along, and in the due course of time, the doctor's widow reached her house. She threw off her traveling costume and arranged herself in an exquisitely and faultlessly made dress. She was about to receive visitors. Throngs of persons now flocked to her house. Indeed, she was quite the rage for a brief period, and people who before had taken but little notice of her all of a sudden demonstrated a feeling of friendship, or it might be attachment, which, to say the least of it, was most remarkable. She was a woman, however, who had a pretty good knowledge of the world and the people who lived in it, and could gauge with a tolerable degree of accuracy the amount of sincerity of those who all of a sudden professed to be her friends. She had had at all times an extensive circle of acquaintances. From the very nature of her position, this could not be otherwise, for although she had not been recognized or patronized by the extremely discreet and virtuous of the upper classes, she had been received as a guest by some of the most wealthy and aristocratic persons in the land, the Union. With the doctor silenced in a great measure the rumors as to her antecedents, she cared but little for the opinion of the world. Indeed, she had been lectured by her former protectors to contemn it, but deep down in the bottom of her heart lurked sad and bitter recollections, which she could not smother. But despite all this, she looked hopefully to the future. She had always been a well-conducted, ladylike woman, and never indulged in coarse innuendos or vulgar display error, had been in a great measure forced upon her. And considering how she had been petted and sought after, it is a matter of surprise that she contrived to remain so quiet and unobtrusive in her ways and habits. Chapter Roman 102, Domestic Squabble Spill Rotten pays a visit to the Evelyn Road. Peace's house in the Evelyn Road, to which Mrs. Bourne had paid a visit, has attained a considerable share of notoriety. It is most remarkable how he contrived to live there so long, and carry on his lawless practices in the surrounding districts, without being discovered. A glance at his house would at first sight have suggested the impossibility of his going on for so long a time, without being brought to justice. In the front of him was a row of houses. To the rear were the backs of a whole road full of dwellings, in which the windows seemed so many eyes looking down into the Peace establishment. On the railway side, he was safe enough as the embankment was high, and the trains passed within a few yards of his dwelling. But high above his roof, yet it does seem, looking from the street, as if he must have been observed sometimes by the people in the bedrooms to the rear of that road. If we take a glance at the back, we shall soon find out why Peace managed to escape observation. The tenant of No. 5 neglected nothing. He had a microscopic eye for what people foolishly call little things, a master of detail. He made the stable serve two purposes: to house his pony, and to conceal his doings. It was constructed so as to shut off all prospect from the rear. The stable was placed and covered in so cleverly that nothing short of the power to pierce through wooden boards could have enabled anyone to see anything. To make assurance doubly sure, he had all round the back a wooden partition put up heaven on the side, next the railway, where there was only the hedge to guard against. Timber of fine quality was used for this purpose, and the workmanship was creditable to the carpenter Peace himself. A neighbor remonstrated with him once for using such good wood for what seemed to be so common and trivial a purpose. "Ah," replied Peace, "I know my own business best. Money's no object to me, for I like things well done, whatever it costs." He had a peculiar light, which enabled him to show varying colors in rapid succession, and the effect was to dazzle and bewilder the person in whose face it was flashed. He guarded the lamp very carefully. Mr. Knight, the neighbor who served him with milk, said they were a remarkable lot for playing early in the morning. Frequently, when he went out with the milk in the morning, he would find Peace playing on the fiddle, and the lad of 17, Willie Ward, strumming on the guitar and capital music. It was too, he added, sometimes sacred, but they played all sorts as well operatic and dance music. Occasionally, the boy had the violin and Peace the guitar, and they would go at it for hours, getting a name for the eccentricity, which they took pains to encourage on all sides. Very rarely, when Peace was at home, was the sound of music unheard, and Mrs. Thompson could do her part on the harmonium. The old gentleman was fond of the harmonium. He preferred it to the piano for sacred music. There was a fullness and depth about the notes, he said, which gave the peculiar solemnity he liked in the rendering of sacred music. There is a tradition that Peace was once induced to go to some Methodist chapel, but we think that this story must be relegated to the region of fiction. Nobody at Peckham believed it, and the gentleman who was said to have taken him denied that he ever did anything of the kind. Peace on the Sunday had always a little chapel of his own, in which the service was exclusively musical. He read the daily papers with great diligence, yet music had greater charms to soothe his savage breast, so that when he was wrapped up in his harmonies, the papers lay unregarded on the doorstep. And sometimes when the pair of Peaces fiddled and guitared, the milkman, who was not so enamored of the melodious art, perused the papers to see if they were worth a penny. Mr. Knight usually delivered the milk at Mr. Thompson's house himself. He gave rather a different account of the appearance of the habitation in the morning from that given by the other neighbors, who were privileged to drop in to tea in the evening. He said that things were very higgledy-piggledy. All the kitchen utensils seemed to be in a mess. One morning, he particularly remembered seeing all the tea and supper things in the fireplace within the fender, and on the rug in front of the fire was Mrs. Thompson lying full length with a cushion for a pillow. She had evidently lain there all night. Thompson himself was then up. Perhaps he had been at an unusual distance that morning. The family, he said, seemed to live well. They wanted for nothing, but they appeared to have it in a rough and ready fashion. That was his idea of how they lived when they had no visitors. But Mr. S. Smith of Ryde Villas, who let them the house, declared that at Peace's little tea parties everything was up to the knocker. Peace's life in the Evelyn Road is perhaps the most remarkable period in his whole career, and as far as his lawless depredations are concerned, appears to be almost incredible, but we must not let this little sketch break the continuity of our story. A few days after Mrs. Bourne's visit to our hero, Bandoligged Bill put in an appearance after his escape from the doctor's house. He had, as already mentioned, been playing at hide and seek. It was Bourne himself who had aroused the detectives and sought thereby to bring the unfortunate gypsy under the ban of the law. But despite the vigilance of Mr. Wrench, Bill had succeeded in keeping out of harm's way. To explain how this was done would be only a waste of space, which we hope to occupy with more important and interesting details. Bill Rotten did contrive to dodge the detectivess that is sufficient for our purpose. By the merest accident in the world, he happened to meet with Peace in the neighborhood of Whitechapel. A mutual recognition took place, and an interchange of expressions of friendship for Peace, like the gypsy, in consequence of his always acting fair and square to him. Indeed, it must be conceded to that worthy that he had done a number of acts of disinterested kindness for our hero, and as we have before said, with all Bill Rotten's false selfishness, was not one of them. Peace invited him to his house in the Evelyn Road, which Bill accepted. They very soon became as good pals as ever, but our hero, albeit he gave his friend an account of his adventures, since they had last parted, did not make any allusion to the Bannercross murder. This was a subject which he was remarkably reticent. Soon after this, Rotten received the letter from Mrs. Bourne, which Cooney had undertaken to deliver. He then asked our hero if he had any objection to receive any communication for him, which a friend of his might at some time or another entrust to his care. Peace at once expressed his willingness to do so, but told Bill that he was no longer Charles Peace, but Mr. Thompson, and that on no account whatever was the name of Peace to be mentioned to a living soul. He had sufficient confidence in the gypsy to trust him with his secret thus far, and his confidence was not misplaced. The gypsy was as heretofore true to the core. One afternoon, when he did not know very well what to be up to, as he termed it, he determined upon calling again in the Evelyn Road. Not that he had the most remote idea any communication from Mrs. Bourne had been left for him in charge of our hero. Upon Bill's arriving at Peace's house, he heard a violent altercation in the front parlor. This was succeeded by a scream from a woman. Bill entered and beheld his friend Peace in the passage, giving some straightforward blows to a female whom he afterwards took by the shoulders and thrust into an adjacent apartment, closing the door and locking her in without further ceremony. Rotten made no observation, but concluded naturally enough that it was a domestic squabble, the cause of which he was unable to fathom. "Oh, it's you, Bill," cried Peace, catching sight of his friend. "Come in, old boy." Peace went into the front parlor, from whence a moment or so before he had emerged in such a towering passion. "What's the row, governor?" said Bill. "Oh, row, don't ask me," returned his companion. "These women drive me distracted at times. That fool can't keep her tongue from wagging, and I feel like a man who is walking with a lighted pipe over a powder magazine. Sit down." Rotten sat down, but did not make any further remarks. For the present he was at no loss to see that his friend was in one of his tantrums, and that he had let her ladyship have it. "I tell you, those two women are the torment of my life," cried Peace, still irate. "Two? Well, yes, two. Worse luck. It's bad enough to be troubled with one, but two is more than mortal man can bear." "It's no business of mine," said Bill, "but I should have thought." "Well, what should you have thought?" "One gibber would have been enough for you to do with at a time." "You are right, thee are both gibbers, but then it's no use talking about the matter. Every man has his troubles in this world." "And yours appear to be women, eh, old man?" cried the gypsy, with a laugh, for he was well acquainted with his friend's predilection for the fair sex. "Now don't chaff me, I tell you I'm in no mood to stand it." Rotten said no more. He looked hard at the speaker, and saw that he was still in a great state of frustration. The gypsy remained silent and thoughtful for some time. Presently, Mrs. Peace entered the room. She started at perceiving Rotten. "Dear me, how are you?" she said, offering the gypsy her hand. "I am pretty well for an old un," replied Bill. "We 'aven't met for a good while. How's yourself?" Middling, but I am glad to see you." "Thank you, marm, and the same to you." "Where is Susan?" said Mrs. Peace, addressing herself to her husband. "Where I put her in the next room. Hang her, she can't, or rather won't keep her tongue still. I tell you what it is, shan't go out of the house at all. Ill stop this little game. Ill tame her, as sure as my name is." He was about to say Charles Peace, but he substituted what it is instead. Nobody wants her to go out, said his wife. Well then, why does she? Merely out of aggravation. But I won't have it. If she does, I shall have to wring her neck, that's all. I'll look after her. Do not put yourself in these tantrums. But you don't look after her. Yes, I do. I say you don't. If you had, there wouldn't have been this row. I am sick and tired of speaking about this. She's in the next room. I'll give her a good talking to, observed Mrs. Peace, who was on the point of leaving the parlor. Here, shouted her husband, take the key of the next room. I've locked the self-willed obstinate fool. Mrs. Peace took the key, unlocked the door of the back parlor, and went into the kitchen with Mrs. Thompson. She wants a deal of watching, that woman does, observed our hero, and if she is not watched, mind, you shall most likely get me into a devil of a mess. Oh, Jerusalem, will she though? Peace nodded significantly. I give in to you, Charlie, said Bill. You've had more experience with women and such like than I have by a long way. I confess they've generally proved too much for me. I'll take good care they don't get the better of men ought, if I can help it, remarked our hero. But let's drop this. I'm sick of it. We will talk about other matters. How fares it with you? Have you managed to keep dark? As dark as the old gentleman himself. Not a blessed crusher has been at my heels. I've dodged them to rights. But I say, Charlie, old man, you've got a jolly comfortable little crib here, snug, quiet, and everything you can desire. It would be comfortable enough if it wasn't for anxiety of mind that 'ud knock over any man. Anxiety of mind. Yes, well, you see, Bill, these women are almost more than I can manage to a certain extent. They have me in their power, and they know it. I see might round upon you at any moment. If they felt disposed to do so, of course they could. Ah, but they won't do that, leastways. I think not. I can answer for one. The other I know nothing about. Ejaculated Peaceall. The better for you. I wish I had known nothing about her. Women will be your downfall, old man, observed Rotten. There ain't any mistake about that. Get out, mind your own business. I know my way about, and don't intend them to get the best of me if I can help it. All right, Charlie, I dare say you know best. But I am blowed if I ain't forgot something. What's up then? Why, I've got a letter for you. For me, nevers. I say, I have a lady, a proper sort of one too. I can tell, yowkled here a few days ago, and asked if I knew you. She was as nicely behaved a woman as I ever clapped eyes upon, and her manner was so sweet and gentle, so ladylike that, well, hang me if I didn't get quite spoony on her. What another's? Oh, as for that, it's only in a manner of speaking. Well, after some conversation and a little music, we got quite friendly like. Yes, I understand. She knew me, did she? Yes, and left a packet for you, a letter with an enclosure, so she told me I'll give it you. Peace went to a side table, unlocked his desk, and drew therefrom the letter which had been given to him by Mrs. Bourne. Rotten glanced at the writing on the envelope, and turned suddenly pale. Why, what on earth ails you? Cried Peace. Oh, nothing, I am all right. He twisted the letter in his hands for some little time, as if afraid to break the envelope, which enclosed it. Fire away, old man, open it, said his companion. Oh yes, certainly. Bill did as he wished and drew forth a slip of paper and 2 10 notes. Finnips, a Bill, cried Peace in a voice of surprise. Yes, 2 tenors, as I am a living man. Well, I am blessed. What did you mean the other day by saying you had not a friend in the world? I've 1 or 2 friends left for all my grumbling, observed Rotten, and she who sent these is one. It was easy to see that he was much moved, for, as he held the notes, his hands trembled, and his countenance was indicative of deep emotion. You are a star in your way, said Peace. Why? Why indeed, to all appearance you seem to be knocked silly, instead of being pleased, as anyone else would be under the circumstances. Who's your friend? Oh, I hardly know what to say to that question. If it's a secret, keep it to yourself. I don't expect you are the sort of man to make up to the widow. Widow? Yes, she had on widow's weeds when she called. I suppose so. I know it, and that's better than supposing she's a downright good sort, I should say. You are right, she is a good sort. Her name is Mrs. Bourne. How do you know that? Because she said so. Why, her husband, that was Dr. Bourne, committed suicide. His furniture and other effects were brought under the hammer, and strange to say, I attended the sale, and bought his violin, that one that you see lying on the top of the piano. We played a duet or 2 together when she called. Did you? Yes, what is there to be surprised at in that we did? Ah, you'd be surprised if you knew all. But I don't know all in point of fact. I know nothing as yet, certainly not from you. No, that is true enough. Why, Bill, what's the matter with you? You don't appear to me to be a bit like yourself. Keep your pecker up, old man. There's nothing so very dreadful in receiving 2 tenors from a pretty woman, is there? Oh dear me, no, nothing at all, but I am surprised, never expected she would come here, or give a thought about men, ever expected it, and don't deserve it. I think ill, send them back. Don't be a fool, send them back. Why, you must be off your head. To think of such a thing, send back the flimsiswell, that's beyond a joke. Bill Rotten made no reply, seemed to be at a loss to determine his course of action, and remained for some time silent and thoughtful. I say again, you're a star, I can't make you out, observed his companion. Well, you see, Charles, said the gypsy, we've all got our weak places. The most callous cove as ever lived finds that out some time or another, though maybe he don't care to confess it. And somehow or another, I ain't come off scot-free. The lady as called on you was, when I first knew her, one of the purtiest creatures as ever broke the bread of life. I met her when she warn't but a wee bit of a thing, a chit of a girl, as one might say. And to meet her was to love her. Oh, scissors, it came to that, did it? What, you, Bill the gypsy, fall in love with a ladylike person, such as she appears to be? It doesn't seem natural, does it? Returned Rotten. And now nobody would believe it, perhaps, can't quite believe it myself. But mind yer, she ain't nuffin to me, nor has been for more than, well, getting on, for 20 year. I hadn't set eyes on her for all that time, nor she me supposed her to be dead. I had been dead to her for ever so long a time. Well, you see, Charlie, lately, by the merest accident in the world, I met with her. She was at this time the wife of that doctor chap named Bourne, and I was well nigh upsetting the apple cart when I got acquainted with old Gallipot. I wished myself at Jerichoin Quadneware rather than where I was. What harm did you do then? A goodish bit of harm, that is, I might have done, but as matters turned out there wasn't much call for grumbling, though it was a narrow squeak. I'm blessed if I know what you're driving at, Bill, and that's the truth. You're getting into a fog, and no mistake. No, I ain't. I sees my way clear enough. Glad you do. It's more than I can. How was it that you were so near upsetting the apple cart? 'Cause Gallipot was a varmint, a bad un, and wanted an excuse to get rid of his wife. That's why, don't you see? Not just at present. Well, I'll go back a bit. Yes, do try back. I will. As I was saying, Charlie, I fell in love with her. Oh, gammon, and I'll shut up. But I want shut up. I did more than this when she was a chit of a girl as didn't know her own mind, and was anxious to get away from her stepmother, who treated her with the greatest unkindness. She gave her consent, and became my wife. Your wife, cried Peace, wheeling back his chair, and regarding the gypsy with an incredulous look. Why, you must have taken leave of your senses. No, I ain't. What I've said is the solemn truth. She became my wife. But Lord, it was to be supposed that a purty delicate creature like her would stay with mate wasn't possible, not likely. She was a deal too good for me. And so, in less than 6 months after our wedding, we parted. I gave her up. She went her way. And I went mine. She left the country, remained in India for some years. So I was told. Indeed, I thought she was there still, never dreamed of her being in this country. However, she was, and we met. And did you claim her, then, as your wife? Claim her? I should think not. Haven't I told you? We were separated 20 years ago, divorced. Oh, you were divorced? Well, in a manner of speaking, we were. I'll tell you what it is, old man, you're having a bit of game with me today. No, I ain't. It's all fair and square. What I've been a-telling yer, it's as right as the mail ain't a bit of falsehood about it, not a morsel. I tell ye, I wouldn't harm a hair of her head. And if needs be, I'd lay down my life for her. There, I've said it out, I mean it. It is a most extraordinary thing that you should never have told me anything about your having a wife before, cried Pisa. Most extraordinary circumstance. I never told anyone, 'cause why, it's so many years ago that I had really forgotten all about Hester Tage, as she was called. That was her maiden name then. Yes, Hester Tage. She had changed it 3 or 4 times, I believe, before she became Mrs. Bourne. But how about the bit of a mess you were likely to get into? You shall hear. Bill Rotten, at this point, proceeded to give Peace a succinct detail of all the particulars connected with his visit to Bourne's house, with which the reader is already acquainted. Now I understand, observed our hero. Old Gallipot wanted to come the artful dodge, and be rid of his partner, without the trouble or risk of putting her out of the way. Very natural, and all things considered a wise course perhaps, but he was floored, it seems, just in the nick of time. Oh, I haven't the slightest doubt about the end. If he couldn't be shut of her by fair means, he would have done it by foul. She would have been poisoned like his first wife. He was a cold-blooded, cruel scoundrel. Upon my word, the story you've been telling sounds more like a romance than an actual reality. Perhaps it seems almost like a romance when I think of the time when I first met with Hester, and what I have passed through since then, what I am, and what I might have been, and how gentle and beautiful she was. I feel a heavy weight fall upon me. I feel that I want a heart not made out of human flesh, but out of the nether millstone. There was a mournful cadence in the gypsy's voice as he gave utterance to these words, which made them additionally expressive as the sounds fell upon the ears of Charles Peace, the burglar. Then on the bronzed and wrinkled cheeks of Bill Wroughton, 2 tears chased their way. They were the first he had shed for many a year. The hard man's heart was softened the remembrance of his early days dawn, and noontide of love seemed to him then like the oasis in the sterile and arid desert, and he leant forward and buried his face in his hands. To say that Charles Peace was moved by the display of feeling in one from whom he would have least expected to find any genuine sentiment would be perhaps saying too much, but he was surprised more so perhaps than he had been in the whole course of his life. He might well be so for many reasons. He never for a moment gave his companion credit for so much chivalrous and disinterested feeling as he had displayed in his endeavors to shelter and shield Mrs. Bourne. And perhaps the reader will find it difficult to believe that a man of such essentially coarse a type as Wroughton was capable of being moved by the higher instincts of our nature. In answer to this, we have but to declare that the gypsy's character is sketched from life. The leading incidents in his career are but records of actual occurrences. His devotion to Mrs. Bourne was the one bright spot on his character which nothing could dim or diminish throughout his life. He invariably spoke of her with respect and admiration not unmixed by a latent, but enduring. Instances of this kind are by no means so rare as people are led to believe, although perhaps they are not outwardly manifested. As in the case of Wroughton, the human character is diverseful, and it would not be a pleasing thought, nor indeed would it be correct to suppose the most callous do not possess one touch of nature, which makes the whole world kin. What can be said about Peace? Then some of our readers may exclaim, it is true he was a bold, bad man, who had but little to recommend him. He was about as bad a sample of the human species as it is possible for us to find. Nevertheless, he had some lighter shades in his character. He was fond of animals, of music. He was not an unkind father. Perhaps there may be what we may term negative qualities, for taken altogether he cannot be deemed anything else than a ruffian or freebooter of the very worst type. Wroughton remained for some time silent with his head resting on his hands, and Peace was so taken back by the narrative and the deep dejection of the gypsy that he had not the heart to question him further. And so the two sat in the front parlor of the house in the evening road for some minutes, without exchanging a word. I've known this bloke for a good while, murmured Peace to himself, but I am blessed if he haven't queered me now, and no mistake. Hang the fellow, I am afraid some parson has got hold of him. He took his violin and began to play a prelude to a new piece of music. Ah, that's right, cried Wroughton, give us something soft and touching, you know, I always like to hear you play. You want something lively, old fellow, to cheer you up, returned our hero. You're down among the dead men just now, and seem inclined to do the sniveling business, which to say the truth I should have thought quite out of your line. Don't be hard on a cove, Charlie, am a bit down I confess, but fire away, let's have a tune. Peace played a surprising bravura air upon his violin. As the strains of music reached the ears of the gypsy, his countenance became radiated with pleasurable emotion. That's grand and no mistake, he ejaculated. I wish I could handle the instrument as you do, but that I never shall. It ain't in me not, mind you, but I've a great liking for Idleways had. Well, do you feel better, old man, inquired Peace, with a lurking smile upon his countenance. Yes, a deal better. That's well, have a dram of brandy, that'll set you to rights. He passed the bottle towards his companion. Bill poured himself out a glassful, which he drank off at one gulp. You are all right now, said Peace, or you ought to be by this time. Pull yourself together, and drop the sentimental. Ah, murmured the gypsy, I dare say you think me a weak, silly fool, and indeed, to say the truth, I think so myself. But you must know, Charlie, that I never think of Hester Tate, and of the days when I first knew her, without many bitter regrets for the past. Ah, I dare say it won't do to give way to this sort of thing. Are you spoony on her now? Spoony be hainches nothing to me, and I am nothing to her. Lord bless yer, what can you be thinking about? Why, she's far above me in every way. What am I, old man, a cadra dodra miserable wretch, who's not worth her notice? She has noticed you though, return Peace. Ain't she left you 2 tenors? Ah, true. Well, I rather fancy it would be best for me to return them. Did she leave her address? Not a bit of it, she left no address with me, so you must pocket the affront. That's the best thing you can do. I don't like to take her money. I would sooner rob than accept anything from her. And why, pray? Because I don't deserve it, and would rather not have a sixpence of her money. You don't like to be beholden to her, is that what you mean? No, it ain't that, but I don't like her to think that what I've done was with any idea of getting paid for it. It goes again the grain for me to receive a single quid from one whom I would serve for the mere pleasure of serving her. Well, you are a stunner, and no mistake, cried Peace. I never could have believed you had so much honor in Younot, unless I had been witness of it. I'm a queer chap, Charles, and I dare say I've queer ways, but I am too old to alter now. But there, let us say no more about the matter, we'll talk about something else. I think we had better perhaps, Yowl, be a little more reasonable upon other subjects. Are you in the mind to take a bit of a drive with me this evening? In course I am. Where to? That we will determine by and by. I am going to have a spin in the pony trap, and shall be glad of your company. All right, I am your man, never say no to a good thing. Is it business matters you are going on? Peace smiled. Well, yes, it's all in the way of business. What time do you start? Oh, about 7 o'clock, I suppose. Very good, I'll come round at that time. No, don't do that, I would rather you would not meet me in the road, and I can pick you up, do you see? Just as you like. Where shall I meet you then? Ah, I don't know, let's see, Spurgeon's Tabernacle will be as good a place as any. I'll be there, old boy, only let me know the time. From 7 to about a quarter or 20 minutes after. I am sure not to be later than that. Imon will be there at 7 without fail. Now I'll be off, but I say keep yourself quiet, and don't have any more shindies with the women. Oh no, that'll be all right, replied Peace, with a laugh. Don't you bother yourself about my domestic affairs. Goodbye for the present. You won't forget the appointment? Not it ain't likely. Bill Rotten took his departure. Peace returned to his little parlor, and began scraping away at his violin. Presently Willie Ward came in and took up the guitar, and they played several duets. Mrs. Peace, who had been in the kitchen below, endeavoring to console Mrs. Thompson, shortly after this presented herself. Ah, it's you, cried our hero. Well, what about that beauty? Wants to go out again, I suppose, to make as much mischief as possible. She does not want to go out, and has promised to remain indoors, but of course she does not like to be kept a prisoner. I tell you she must not go out. She can have whatever she likes, and enjoy herself as much as she likes here, but I will not have her trapezing about, and letting everybody know our business, and what is going on here. I'll take good care she doesn't do that any more. That's all right then, I hope y'all keep your word this time. Mother's sure to do that, cried Willie. She does her best, I am sure. I wish I could be as sure of it, but no matter. Now then, go on with your music. The two began to play once more. Mrs. Peace, who had quite enough of their musical entertainments, left the room, and made the best of her way towards the kitchen. As 7 o'clock approached, the pony and trap were got ready, and Peace drove off to meet Bill Rotten. Chapter Roman 103 Burglars at Blackheath surpriseth, strange meeting. It has been said that Charles Peace carried out the burglaries on the other side of London entirely by himself, and without the assistance of even one confederate, and to a considerable extent the statement is borne out by facts. Nevertheless, it is quite certain that occasionally he had a helpmate or accomplice, this being none other than Bandolegged Bill. Rotten, however, was fortunate enough to escape notice. He was never implicated in the extensive series of depredations carried on by our hero during what may be termed his London career. We have it upon good authority that there was another person besides Bill who occasionally accompanied Peace on his predatory excursions. This personage also escaped detection. It is true that both he and the gypsy only acted in concert with our hero some half-dozen times or so. As a rule, Peace certainly did commit an almost incredible number of burglaries entirely by himself, and this perhaps furnishes us with the series of daring exploits, which for audacity and fearlessness are without a parallel in the history of criminals. But Peace was altogether a character, far above the level of the ordinary housebreaker. His cunning finesse, his hypocrisy and assumption of the character of a well-to-do respectable member of the community, when in his house in the Evelyn Road, seems to be altogether outside the barriers which hedge in the lawless class to which he most unquestionably belonged. The neighbors, as they saw him drive his pony trap along the Evelyn Road, said the old gentleman has gone out for his evening drive. They saw him go out, but none of them saw him come back. Whither he went nobody seemed to take the trouble to inquire. The supposition was that he was going to pay a visit to some friend who did not live within walking distance, and as Peace made it appear that he was an invalid and was not able to bear much fatigue, they naturally concluded that the respectable independent gentleman had a large circle of acquaintances who lived on the outskirts of London, and to these persons he was accustomed to pay periodical visits. That he did make it his business to call at the houses of the wealthy in Blackheath, Greenwich, and elsewhere was very certain. The number of houses he entered it would be very difficult to enumerate, and in most cases he brought away with him substantial proofs of his having made a careful selection of the valuables therein. Upon arriving at Spurgeon's Tabernacle, he found Bandeligged Bill awaiting his appearance. Bill was good at an appointment, and seldom failed to keep any he made with our hero. "Well, old Stickenthemud, are you in better fettle? Now got rid of the miserable say," cried Peace. "I am all right now, old man," returned the gypsy, "it was but a passing cloud." "Ah, so you've still got a touch of the romantic, it would seem. Well, jump up." The gypsy got into the trap, which was driven off by Peace. "Where are you making for? Any place in particular?" "I saw a tempting-looking crib at Upper Charlton, and well, just see if it can be worked to rights." Rotten laughed. "I wish I had got your ability, Charlie, and your nerve," said he. "I've tried, but have never been able to manage this sort of business by myself. I expect I'm clumsy. Anyway, I'm a fool compared to you. I don't know so much about that. We've done pretty well together at one time, we not now. Oh, I am well enough to play second fiddle, but ain't of no manner of use when left to myself. So you've given up Sheffield, and the other townshave you got too hot, I suppose." "It's not altogether that I could do well enough in my old quarters, but a change was absolutely necessary. I see a change of air for the benefit of your health. Look here, nobody knows me as Charles Peace in Peckham, and so you'd better not mention Sheffield, Manchester, or Bradford, cause, you see, if you do it might get wind, and if it did I should be copped as sure as eggs is eggs. Oh, you've nothing to fear from me. I know that old boy'd trust you with my life, and that's saying something, seeing how few there are a bloke can trust nowadays. Men are getting more like wild beasts than human beings. As to the people in this world getting wiser, or better, it's all my eye and Betty Martin. That's right enough, they are not near so good, I think, as they were when I first came into this world," remarked the gypsy. "Look at old Gallipot. He poisoned his first wife, and no doubt intended to polish off his second by the same means. He left behind him an excellent fiddle. That's one thing in his favor, seeing that I bought it for a mere song." "Was that his fiddle you were playing on today?" "Why, of course it was, I told you so." "Oh, true, I forgot. Why, your wits are wool-gathering." "That's better than oakum picking," returned Bill, bursting out into a loud laugh. "I had you there, old man, and no mistake. Look here, Bill, it ain't worthwhile for you to remind me nor for me to remind you of the miseries of prison life. I don't like to think of it, blist. If I do, it seems to send a cold shudder through my frame. I've had enough of it, and don't intend to be copped again, come what may." "Why, what would you do then?" "Shoot my man down rather than be taken." "Oh, Jerusalem, but—" "Well, what?" "That sounds like murder," cried the gypsy, "and we've neither of us come to that as yet, and I hope as how we never shall never." Peace was a little discomposed at this speech, which was delivered with an earnestness and power which seemed to go right through him. "No, Bill, we ain't come to that as yet. Let's hope there'll never be any occasion for us to be brought to such an extremity." "Brought be blowed," said Rotten. "Prigging's one thing, and murder another. If you lift a few things from a crib as you enter, while the owner and his virtuous family are asleep, why, well and good, the loss of them won't ruin him. Indeed, in a manner of speaking, it won't perhaps do him a morsel of harm. But taking human life, pal, is a horse of a different color, and id rather give myself up, let alone being copped, than rob a cove of his life. Cause you see, Charlie, life is a precious gift, and when once taken it be a gift, it ain't in the power of mortal man to restore, and you know it's dear to every one of us however hard up and miserable we may be. I tell you what it is, Bill, I am blowed. If some sanctimonious parson ain't been getting at you, there's no mistake about that. You make a jolly big mistake if you suppose that I ain't said a word to any parson, nor has one said even so much as a word to me. But that don't much matter, priggings, one thing murders another. Well, who says it ain't, cried Peace petulantly. We've not come out on a preaching tour, have we? No, I dunno as we have, but you mustn't talk about shooting your man down, cause, in the first place, y'all be a jolly fool to do so, and in the next, the chances are y'all never have a happy hour arter. You're a jolly old hypocrite, Bill, exclaimed Peace, laughing in his turn, thundering old hypocrite. Am I? Well, I s'pose I am if you say so, but them's my sentiments, and always were come. What may I don't intend to go in for murder or manslaughter. As to giving a cove a crack on the head, when he becomes troublesome, that's another matter, but shooting or stabbing ain't in my line, and as I said afore, I hope it never will be. You never know what you may be brought to, so don't you make cocksure of being free from temptation. Oh, I ain't free from temptation, I admit that, Charlie. Don't you imagine I am going for to do the sanctimonious, as you term it, because you see it wouldn't fit either on us, not a bit on it. I am game to lift anything as comes in my way, and no gammon. If you said otherwise, I shouldn't believe you. In course, you wouldn't. You might as well expect Cooney to preach morality as me. Cooney, exclaimed Peace, have you seen anything of him lately? No. 55s. Illustration: a strange meeting. A strange and unexpected meeting. Our hero now became seriously alarmed. Well, yes, I have. For mercy's sake, don't say you've seen anything of me. Don't tell Cooney I'm in London, but perhaps you have already done so. No, I ain't, nor do I intend you take me for a fool. Far from that, old stickin' themud, but don't you say a word to Cooney about me. I wan't likely. He's all well enough in his way, but he's got a precious long tongue, and is too fond of chattering. Oh, there ain't any harm in the chap, leastways, I never found any. He's fair and square enough. That may be, but I again charge you, Bill, to say nothing about my being in London. What I am, and what I am doing, this is most important, do you understand? I do. Cooney knows nothing, nor shall he. That's right, you've passed your word, and I am satisfied. They had by this time passed Charlton. The curtain of night had fallen over the landscape, not a star to be seen. Peace drew the rein, and the pony and trap turned into a dark, narrow lane. We are within sight of the crib, said Peace. I shall leave you here in charge of Tommy. Who's Tommy? The pony. Oh, I see. Well, and what then? You wait here till I come back. The house is some little distance off from where we are now, so much the better. I don't want the trap to be seen by any chance passenger. Here you are pretty safe from observation. But if a bobby does hail within sight, you can drive slowly on, and, after he has gone, return to the spot or near it. I shall be sure to find you. If I do not, I shall give a whistle, and y'all know I am at hand. Oh, you're going to crack the crib all by yourself, then? I shall manage it better without a companion. Besides, one must be left in charge of Tommy, and the trap. Don't you see that Tommy's worth his weight in gold, and I wouldn't lose him for the best man or woman that ever breathed. You were always fond of animals, Charlie, and you ain't altered in that respect, I see. Peace left the gypsy and proceeded to the habitation he proposed operating on, and Rotten had to content himself as best he could in the dark lane till the return of his companion. A quarter of an hour passed over, then half an hour. The gypsy felt cold and uncomfortable. He got out of the trap and walked backwards and forwards in the lane to break the monotony of the hour. I wonder how far this place is. Charlie was speaking of. I do hope hell work it to rights. I'm getting jolly sick of waiting, but anyhow I'll stick to my post. He is a stunner, and no mistake. Presently the moon, which had hitherto been obscured, shone forth, and lighted up the surrounding neighborhood with remarkable distinctness. Rotten re-entered the trap. Before doing so, however, he reined up Tommy, whom he had loosened that he might nibble at the grass which grew by the hedgeside. The gypsy glanced in every direction. In a few minutes, after he had seated himself again in the trap, he beheld at some distance down the road, which ran at right angles with the lane, a man running at the top of his speed. He was at no loss to comprehend that the fugitive was Charles Peace. He was panting and almost breathless. It was evident enough that he had run his hardest. He threw his bag into the trap, put on an overcoat, encased his neck in a red muffler, and exchanged hats with the gypsy. In the space of a few seconds, he made such an alteration in his appearance that none would have known him. "Drive your hardest," exclaimed Peace, "and keep as quiet as possible." The gypsy put Tommy out to the greatest possible speed, and in a few minutes after this, they were far removed from the scene of action. "What's been the matter?" then cried Bill after they had got clean away. "Matter," returned our hero, "I was as near as possible being potted just as I was leaving the grounds of the house. Who should come up with me? But a bobby. What have you got in that bag?" says he. "That's no business of yours," says Roman. "One ain't it, though," cries my gentleman. "No, it ain't. You mind your own business, and leave respectable people alone. Y'all just let me see what you've got there, my man," says he, and with that, he endeavors to seize hold of the bag. "Now then, governor," says I, "you're a jolly sight too fast, you are by a long way. If you give me any more of your cheek, ill report ye. You are not going away without satisfying me as to what you've got in the bag," says he, just hand it over without further ado. "No, not if I know it," says Roman when well with that he seizes me by the collar of the coat, when before he was aware of it I slipped out of his grasp and tripped him up. I didn't wait for any further conversation with my gentleman, but ran my hardest. He followed, but you see I had the start of him and cut across a field, and reached the high road again. By this means I doubled on him, but he was still giving chase when I jumped into the trap. However, he's left behind now, but it might have been worse. "I am glad you were not driven to extremities," observed Bill, in a tone of satisfaction. "I am glad of it myself, but I was very near being copped, though precious near." "Which road am I to take now?" inquired the gypsy, as they came to the end of the one through which they had been traveling. "Make for Blackheath." "What, not for Peckham?" "No, shan't go home just yet. My business is not over." "Why, surely you don't intend?" "Aye, but I do. One crib don't satisfy me. I've got to work another." "Well, you have got a nerve, Charlie. After what has taken place, I should have supposed it would have given you the sick of it for tonight at all events. Drive on to Blackheath, I tell you, and leave me to myself." "To yourself?" "Yes, I'll tell you what to do presently." "Right you are, old sinner. I've no right to interfere, so here goes." Upon reaching Blackheath, Charles Peace got out of the trap, took his burglar's instruments with him, and declared that he was about to effect an entrance into a palatial-looking mansion in the immediate neighborhood. "Now, if you like, you can drive Tommy home and leave me to myself. See, here's the key of the stable." "I don't care about leaving you to yourself, as you term it. It is best for you to do so. There's a goodish many things in the trap, and if we are suspected, which is more than likely, seeing that the cart and pony may be recognized, if we are noted, the contents of the bag are overhauled, where shall we be then? No billet want. Do to risk it, you make the best of your way to the Evelyn Road, put up the nag, hide the booty in the place I pointed out to you, and then step it. If you see either of the women, say, 'I am detained playing at a concert in Blackheath,' then you can see me in the morning." "Oh, very well, if it is to be so, there's no help for it, I suppose. But where are you going to now?" "Oh, I've had my eye on one or two little places. Never you mind where they are, I tell you. I've not done for the night, not as yet." "You lick mennock me silly, I am not in it," cried the gypsy with a laugh. "I am to go back, am I?" "Yes, haven't I told you so? Anything else you want?" "No, nothing. Drive on." Bill turned the horse's head, wished his companion good night, and trotted on towards London. Charles Peace remained for some little time silent and abstracted, until the gypsy was lost to sight, after which he walked on in the most unconcerned manner. It is very well possible to conceive he had, before leaving his companion, taken off the overcoat and muffler, put on his own hat, and made himself up in a manner which was altogether different to the one he had assumed when starting out on his lawless expedition. After a walk of some 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour's duration, he came in sight of an elegant mansion, situated in its own grounds, which was to all appearance tenanted by some wealthy, well-to-do citizen. The house in question stood not very far from Kidbrooke Lane, which has attained an unenviable celebrity for the barbarous murder of the ill-fated girl named Margaret Clewson. This crime, like many others of a kindred nature, remains a mystery to this day. The murderer of Margaret Clewson is in all probability still in our midst. The murder in Kidbrooke Lane was one of the greatest possible atrocity. The victim lay for hours in a semi-unconscious state by the hedge, where she had been stricken down with 14 wounds of a most fearful character on the head and face. After lingering in perfect agony and torture for some days, death put an end to her sufferings. But the perpetrator of this horrible crime has never been overtaken by justice, avenging arm of the law, has been nerveless and powerless in this instance. Margaret Clewson was not able to articulate or express herself in the smallest degree after being taken to the hospital. When found in the lane by a policeman, all she was able to say, "Oh, let me die," those were the last words she uttered. Many of the inhabitants of Blackheath, Greenwich, and Sydenham believe to this day that her death will be avenged, but we fear the chances are very remote of her murderer being discovered. Peace walked round the fence which enclosed the garden and grounds of the house, upon which he had an eye as he was making a survey. A policeman who was going his rounds passed close to the spot where the burglar stood, but the latter was in no way abashed. He walked leisurely on, and watched the bobby going his round, till he was lost to sight. Then he returned to the habitation. With one spring he cleared the low wall which ran round the back garden. He then found himself in a dense plantation of trees and underwood, which effectually concealed him from observation. He then bethought him of what to do. He glanced at the back of the house. One of the windows of the first-floor room seemed to be available. He might succeed in climbing up to this, without attracting anyone's notice. He paced up and down the garden, being still in doubt as to the weakest point of attack. While doing so, he observed a short ladder stretched lengthways by the side of the wall. It had been used in the early part of the day by a man who had come to prune the vines. This would suit his purpose admirably. He rubbed his hands with glee. Sent on purpose, nothing could be better. He murmured nothing. He looked over the wall. No chance passenger was visible. He reached the ladder, and in an incredibly short space of time, he succeeded in opening the back window. He crept softly into the apartment. He found himself in an elegantly furnished room, full of articles of virtu, with a large wardrobe, in which were articles of female attire, a lady's riding habit, sealskin mantles, and other costly garments. Peace looked about, and observed by the aid of his dark lantern a number of valuable trinkets and portable property, which quite charmed him to look upon. He set to work without further hesitation. In the next room to the one in which he was occupied sat a lady, who was evidently waiting for someone. She heard a noise in the adjoining apartment. "Dear me, how late it is," she murmured. "I ought to have been in bed hours ago. Ethel, is that you?" Ethel, the lady's maid, did not answer, and the faint rustle in the back room, which had called forth the lady's question, ceased the instant she spoke aloud. The lady was not wanting in courage, was not nervous, far from it, yet her watch seemed to tick with extraordinary vigor, and her heart to beat harder than common while she listened. The door of communication between the two rooms was closed. Another door in the smaller apartment opened to the passage, but this, she remembered, was invariably locked on the inside. It couldn't be Ethel, therefore, who disturbed her mistress' reflections, unless that faithful handmaiden had come down the chimney, or in at the window. It could not be her husband, for he was far away in the country on a visit to some of his relatives. Still, it was just possible he might have come back, but even assuming he had, it was not at all likely that he would be groping about in the adjoining room. The house was very silent, so silent that in the distant corridors were distinctly audible those faint and ghostly footfalls which traverse all large houses after midnight. A small hand lamp was burning on the lady's toilette table, but it served rather to show how dismal were the shadowy corners of the large lofty bedroom than to afford light and confidence to its inmate. She listened intently. Yes, she was sure she heard somebody in the next room. A step that moved stealthily about, a noise as of woodwork skillfully and cautiously broken open. She became seriously alarmed. Who could it be? She endeavored as best she could to account in some rational and reasonable way for the sounds which fell upon her ear. One moment she felt frightened, then her courage came back higher for its interruption. She was a woman who was not daunted by a trifle. Still, it must be confessed, the situation in which she found herself was a trying one. She could have escaped from her own room into the passage easily enough, and so alarmed the house, but when she reflected that its fighting garrison consisted only of an infirm old butler and a page boy whom no one could possibly wake, there seemed little to be gained by such a proceeding, if violence or robbery were really intended. Besides, she rather scorned the idea of summoning assistance till she had ascertained the amount of danger. She remembered at this time the accounts she had heard of the numberless daring robberies which had taken place in that and the surrounding neighborhoods. She had laughed at these reports, which she concluded had been greatly exaggerated, but she looked upon the matter in a more serious light now. It was likely enough that some daring burglar had paid her establishment a visit during her husband's, and the footman's absence for both were away. She determined upon her course of action she would know the worst. She blew out the lamp on her toilette table and crept to the door of the smaller room in which our hero was now so busily occupied. She put her ear to the keyhole and heard the burglar's movements more distinctly. She laid her hand noiselessly on its lock. Softly as she turned it gently, as she pushed the door back on its hinges inch by inch, she did not succeed in entering unobserved. The light of a shaded lantern flashed over her the instant she crossed the threshold, dazzling her eyes, indeed, yet not so completely, but that she made out the figure of a man, standing over her shattered jewel box, of which he seemed to have been rifling the contents. Quick as thought, she said to herself, "Come, there is only one. If I can fright him more than he frightens me, the game is mine." The man uttered a series of impious oaths in a whisper, and the lady was aware of the muzzle of a pistol covering her above the dark lantern. She wondered why she was not frightened. It was most remarkable, for her position was one of imminent peril, but she did not lose her presence of mind. She could distinguish a dark figure behind the spot of intense light radiating round her own person, and perceived besides, almost without looking, that an entrance had been made by the window, which stood wide open, so as to disclose the topmost rounds of a garden ladder propped against the sill. What Charles Peace saw in the flood of light was an aristocratic-looking woman, decked in the most costly raiment, with her neck and arms sparkling with jewels. There was such an air of composure and refinement about her that he was fairly bewildered. "Bessie Dalton, as I am a living man," he ejaculated. Chapter Roman 104. Charles Peace is checkmated. The pale, dauntless woman, with her haughty, delicate face, and her loops of brown hair falling over robes of white, stood erect and motionless, confronting the leveled weapon of the burglar, without the slightest fear. To his exclamation, she made no reply. He had never before set eyes on such a sight as this in circus, nor music hall, nor gallery of a metropolitan theater. For a moment he lost his heart, for a moment he hesitated. In that moment, his companion was equal to the occasion. Quick as thought, she made one step to the window, pushed the ladder outwards with all her force, and shut down the sash. As it closed, the ladder, poising for an instant, fell with a crash on the ground below. "Now," she said quietly, "you are trapped and taken. Better make no resistance, for the manservant can be summoned if I choose, and I have no wish to see you ill-treated." Peace was aghast. What could it all mean? Was he awake or dreaming? She must be well backed, he said to himself, to assume such a position as this, and she looked so firm and resolute. Nevertheless, instinctively rather than of intention, he mattered hoarsely, "Drop it. Let's have no more of this." One word out loud, and I'll shoot you as you stand there. "Fire away," she answered with perfect composure. "You will save me the trouble of giving an alarm. They expect it, and are waiting for it every moment below stairs. Light those candles, and let me see what damage you have done before you return the plunder." A pair of wax candles stood on the chimney-piece, and he obeyed mechanically, wondering to himself the while. His cunning, however, had not quite deserted him, and he left his pistol lying on the table ready to snatch it away if she tried to take possession. It was thus he gauged her confidence, and seeing she scarcely noticed the weapon, argued that powerful assistance must be near at hand to render this brave woman so arbitrary and so unconcerned. His admiration burst out, in spite of his discomfiture and critical position. "Well, you're a cool one," he exclaimed in accents of mingled vexation and approval. "A cool one, and a stunner. I'm blessed if you ain't." "I am not afraid of you, Charles Peace," she returned. "We, should I be, you are now in my power." "Are you then mistress of this establishment?" inquired our hero. "I am, and have been so for some years. What more do you desire to know?" Peace seemed all of a sudden to be under a spell, and while he acknowledged its strength, had no power, nay, had no wish to resist its influence. What had come over him? He felt almost pleased to know he was at her mercy, and yet she treated him like the dirt under her feet. "The mistress of this princely establishment, we, Bessie." "Don't call me Bessie, if you please, sir. It is my husband, and my intimates, who have the privilege of addressing me by my Christian name." "Well, I am knocked silly," exclaimed our hero. "I am sure I beg your pardon." "That is the very least you ought to do. You must understand, most clearly, that I cannot permit you to rob this establishment. Return my jewelry at once if you please. I did not know it was yours, or I should not have taken it. Much obliged to you for your consideration, said the lady. But I say, observed Peace in a wheedling tone, don't be so grand and distant, we've not met for years. And at one time you knew well enough that I doted on you. Don't talk like that, she cried, holding up her hand in a deprecating manner. We have not met for years. I only wish we had not done so tonight, because it only causes me pain and sorrow. Oh, I dare say it does. But I am knocked over, hang it all, do tell me something about your past life, I mean that portion of it, since you left Bradford when you were. See, sir, if you do not behave yourself in an orderly and respectful manner, I solemnly declare that I will show you no mercy, but will hand you over to the officers of the law, without pity or remorse. I do not desire to say anything that may offend you, indeed, I do not. My husband would never forgive me if he knew I held parley with a burglar and a convicted criminal. Peace hung down his head. Your husband, he ejaculated, then you are married. Of course, I am to as good and kind a husband as ever woman could wish to have. He's very rich, of a good family, and has not a blemish on his escutcheon. I am knocked silly, there's no mistake about it. You might double me up with the blow of a mere straw. This beats all I've heard of sorcery, and I am blowed, if there must not be something of the sort here. Before you proceed with your agreeable discourse, said the lady, you had better put every one of my trinkets in its place. Peace at once proceeded to replace the jewels in the case. The other articles he had possessed himself of were also rendered up to their owner without hesitation. There, will that satisfy you? It is not at all likely that I should attempt to rob you. I have returned everything. That is well, and now she hesitated. Well, you have thrown down the ladder, but I can get clear off. Do so then at once. Ah, but you must tell me how all this has been brought about. I promise never to molest you again, never to trouble you. But how in the name of all that's wonderful have you managed to become a lady of fashion, for such I presume you are? Your surmise is a correct one. How has it been done? That's what I want to know. By moving in good society in the first place, and in the next becoming the wife of an honorable and wealthy gentleman. Good society, how was that managed? Easily enough, we had a good introduction. We, who do you allude to besides yourself? Mrs. Bristow, to be sure. What, John Bristow's wife? Certainly none other. She came into a fortune. Oh, came into a fortune, did she? I see that accounts for it in some measure. And what has become of her? She is all right. And has she got a worthy and honorable gentleman for a husband? She has. And now, before I go, shan't see each other again, I expect not this side of the gravito, answer one or two other questions. How did John's wife become possessed of a fortune? Did she inherit it? I suppose so. But all her relatives were poor, so I always understood. Most of them were, but that's not to the purpose. Mrs. Bristow, as I have already intimated, had enough to support an establishment at the west end of the town. She did not like living by herself, and I became her companion. Is your curiosity now satisfied? Yes, where is she now? Who? Mrs. Bristow. I do not deem it expedient to answer that query, for I am perfectly satisfied that she has no desire to see you. Oh, Charles Peace, let me beg and entreat of you to alter your course of life. What will be your end? If you don't think of that, have you no thought of the future? Have you ever had any thought about me? Cried Peace. Certainly, I have. I sent a remittance to you, to be handed to you at the expiration of your term of imprisonment. Did you send that? Yes, and would most gladly, most cheerfully assist you, if you would become a respectable member of the community. Oh, gammon and all, I've tried the respectable dodge, but didn't find it pay. I'll say no more. Go your way. You will never be wise or discreet, I suppose. Are you in want of money at the present time? She said, drawing out her purse and opening it. Because if you are. If I am, I should not accept anything from you, he cried with some asperity. Put back your money, and keep it to serve a better purpose. I can be as proud as you when I choose. Enough, sir, we will say no more upon the subject, then. This appears to me to be more like a dream than an actual reality. You, mistress of this grand establishment, assuming all the airs and graces of a lady of fashion. Confound it all, I am knocked completely silly. There's no mistake about it. I am dead beat, you Bessie Dalton. I am not Bessie Dalton, Mr. Peace, and I must request you to be more guarded in your observations. A wide gulf now separates USA Gulf which nothing can bridge over go your ways, and leave me for evermore unmolested. I am done, there's no denying thought a gone coon. But after all I see no reason for regret none. Whatever I am pleased to think that you have been so fortunate, madam, that the sun of prosperity shines upon you, said Peace with something like sarcasm in his tone. We are separated, and a wide gulf, as you very properly observe, lies between us. But for old acquaintance' sake. For old acquaintance' sake, I would do anything that lies in my power to serve you, said she. Anything to turn you from your evil courses, she added after a pause. Rubbish, don't preach morality to me, cried the burglar, because I ain't in a mood to listen to it, certainly not from you or from anyone else, for the matter of that. As you please, I do not desire to hold further parley with you, and now. Well, what? I must devise some means of getting you away, without attracting the notice of any of the servants. You devise ill act for myself, cried Peace. There will not be much difficulty in the matter. He made towards the window, threw it open, and passed through. He hung for a moment by his hands from the window sill, and then dropped on the gravel walk below. Bessie Dalton, or more properly speaking Mrs. Metcalfe, looked out in some alarm, for she feared the burglar's daring escape would be attended with serious consequences. In this, however, she was mistaken. She observed Charles Peace safe and sound in the grounds at the rear of the house. He did not speak, but waved an adieu with his hand, and in another minute was lost to sight. All this had taken place in a much shorter time than we have taken in describing it. Mrs. Metcalfe closed the window, fastened it, and then stood irresolute for some little time. She was aroused from her reverie by the entrance of her maid Ethel. Goodness me, Mom, how pale and troubled you look, cried the girl. Whatever is the matter? What has kept you all this time? Said her mistress, in a tone of anger. I've been waiting anxiously for your return, you giddy, thoughtless girl. If you please, Mom, it ain't my fault. As I was coming home, Mrs. Fowler's servant stopped me, and said her mistress was so ill that she was going for the doctor. Well, what has that to do with the matter? I just looked in and saw Mrs. Fowler, who would not let me go till Anne came back. You had no right to look in there. You could be of no use in such a case. Besides, you know perfectly well that you were keeping me waiting. I want to retire to rest, a pretty time of night truly for you. To be gallivanting about, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. The girl had not confined herself strictly to the truth. Female domestics, who hold midnight audiences with life guardsmen, seldom do, but part of her story was correct enough. She had called at Mrs. Fowler's house, and seen that lady, but she did not remain with her for more than 5 minutes at the outside. Ethel, who was a cunning little puss, sought to change the subject, and an admirable opportunity occurred for her doing so. She caught sight of the shattered jewel box, and immediately uttered a faint scream. Oh, Mrs. Something's amiss, what has happened? A burglar has entered the house, returned her mistress, and I might have been robbed and murdered. A burglar, cried the girl. Oh, mercy upon us, and what has become of him? He has made his escape. I caught him in the act of abstracting the jewels from the case, and at the sight of me, he sprang through the window and made off. I have reason to be thankful that no worse has happened. Well, I never heard of such audacity, exclaimed Ethel, the daring scoundrel. That will do, I don't require any further remarks. I am weary, and shall be glad to seek repose when you are ready. I am. Oh, dear me, Mom, of course, I am at your service. Now, dear me, my heart's in my mouth, and I come all over with a cold shiver. A burglar? I never heard of such audacity. I am so sorry, Mom. Hold your tongue, do, said Mrs. Metcalfe. I will go to bed at once, if you please. Chapter Roman 105. The two detectives' capture of a smasher. Passages in the life of a detective. Charles Peace, as he wended his way homewards after his escapade at Mr. Metcalfe's house, was almost bewildered with the singular adventure that had taken place. He could not in any way account for the altered position of the girl, whom he had been so intimately acquainted with years before at Bradford. He could not fail to understand that she was altered in every way. Her manners did not appear to resemble those of the mill hand, who was at one time his constant companion. How the metamorphosis had taken place, and how she was able to assume the grace and demeanor of a well-bred woman to such perfection, was a matter he could not account for. He felt ashamed of himself, if he ever had any shame in him. The better term would perhaps be that he was deeply mortified. He had been foiled by a woman. He had let her have it all her own way, had given up the stolen property, without a murmur or even so much as a feeble attempt to retain possession of it. This he did not so much regret, for after all it was but the loss of a few trinkets. He was too great and adept at his art to repine at being baffled in this instance, but he was very much chagrined at being looked down upon by one whom he had considered at an earlier day as an equal if not an inferior. "She's done the trick, the saucy jade done it to rights," he ejaculated. "How she has managed it is another question. Well, I am regularly queered. But I suppose I shall never know the rights of it, never." He was of course in a terrible bad humor when he returned to his habitation in the evening arrowed and half regretted not having returned with bandoligged bill, for he would have given almost anything rather than have encountered Mrs. Metcalfe. It was gall and wormwood to him to see her under the circumstances, but it was too late. No, could not recall the past he had seen her, and the worst was over. He determined upon avoiding such another re-encounter. Peace, as we have intimated more than once, had very little feeling in his whole composition, but he was at times a prey to jealousy, and he was most certainly both jealous and envious in this case, was envious of Mrs. Metcalfe's superior position. As far as the woman herself was concerned, he cared perhaps but little about her, but he did not like to be lorded over. He did not like the tone of superiority she assumed, and it is likely enough under any other circumstances he would have hurled at her a perfect shower of epithets and virulent abuse. He was however unable to do so upon meeting her in her own house. To use his own expression, he was regularly floored. Upon arriving at his own domicile, he at once made for the stables. He found Tommy properly stalled, and the valuables he had purloined carefully secreted by the gypsy in the place he had named. So far all was satisfactory, and after seeing to this he retired to rest. The history of the two women, Mrs. Bristow and Bessie Dalton, is, in many respects, a romantic one. We have not taken note of them for a long time, but doubtless those who have perused these pages will remember that a number of Bank of England notes were found secreted in a looking-glass behind the plate and backboard of that useful piece of furniture. The notes represented in the aggregate many thousands of pounds. When Mrs. Bristow and her faithful companion and friend Bessie Dalton arrived in London, they changed their names, as they had changed their condition in life. Mrs. Bristow, although the wife of a working engineer, was tolerably well connected, certainly better than most women in the same walk of life. She took an elegant suite of apartments in Brook Street, Grosvenor Square, and having ample means at her disposal, she lived in good style, and in the due course of time contrived to get introduced into society, as it is termed that, is she became acquainted with people who moved in the upper circles. Bessie passed as her younger sister, and as time went on they both improved, became more polished in their manners, dropped provincialisms as much as possible, and really turned out very creditable specimens of unostentatious gentility, and were pretty generally liked for their kindliness of heart and unobtrusive manners and demeanor. They were introduced to Mr. Metcalfe, a rich city merchant, and frequently paid visits at his house at Greenwich. He was seized with a sudden fit of illness, of virulent fever. Bessie Dalton volunteered her services as nurse, and her attention was so unremitting, her gentleness was made so manifest on many occasions, that it laid the foundation of a deep and endless love, which found its way into the heart of Mr. Metcalfe. The result of all this was an offer of marriage, and Bessie Dalton became the wife of, as she told Charles Peace, an honorable gentleman. Soon after this, Mrs. Bristow found a husband in the person of an obese widower with 2 daughters. This is a brief account of the factory hands who rode to rank and fortune upon a bundle of bank notes, found in the looking-glass of a deceased miser. The history is a romantic one, but not more so than we find in the affairs of everyday life. Life is full of romance to those who have the wit to see it, and the one we have been describing is based on fact. This the writer could prove beyond all cavil. But our scene shifts to other characters in this veritable history. Mr. Shearman, who had so industriously and cleverly ferreted out the murderer of the American planter's daughter, was as a matter of course much chagrined when he heard of Dr. Bourne's suicide. Justice had been baffled and balked. It is true the end would have been much the same, with this difference, however, instead of coming by his death from the effects of prussic acid, the doctor would have had to meet his fate on the public scaffold. Mr. Shearman, in common with the majority of his countrymen, had a certain amount of respect, or it might be said admiration, for the mother country. He therefore embraced the opportunity afforded him of seeing something of London life, before he returned to the United States, he was, as we have already seen, on the best of terms with our old friend Wrench, and at the latter's instigation he had put up at Sanderson's Hotel, where it will be remembered Peace sojourned for a short period after his leaving Broxbridge. The buxom widow Mrs. Sanderson made the American, and the persons he had under his chargethes, being the witnesses in the born case, as comfortable as possible, and Mr. Wrench generally dropped in on those evenings, upon which he was disengaged, to have a friendly chat with Shearman. To all appearance the American detective liked the old country so well that he was loath to leave it. Anyway, he remained as long as circumstances would warrant. The day, however, was drawing nigh upon which Mr. Shearman was destined to take his departure. "The best of friends must part," said he, as Mr. Wrench dropped in on the evening before the appointed time. "I've enjoyed myself, and seen more of the old country than I ever expected to do this journey, and I have to return you many thanks, Wrench, for all the trouble you have been at on my behalf. If you should ever have to come to the States, the first person you will inquire for, I hope and trust, will be me. That you may rest assured of. It's turned out a bit of a frost, this business, but it can't be helped. Confound old Bourne for making away with himself, say Roman 1. He's gone to that Bourne from whence no traveller returns," observed Wrench with a smile. "Excuse the pun. I'd excuse anything in you, but now you have come, well, make a night of it, as possibly it may be the last we shall be able to pass together for one while." "Can't be done just now," returned Wrench. "Have a little matter on hand." "The devil, what, something particularly urgent?" "Rather so." "What might it be, if it's a fair question?" "I am after an old scoundrel, whom I hope to take tonight, as a well-known thief. We've got 1 or 2 cases against him." "What's he been up to then?" "Oh, his old capper smashing." "Are you going to pull the string this evening, then?" "Yes, in less than half an hour." "And after then?" "Oh, well then, I shall be at your service." "Very good then, I'll wait here for you, shall I?" "Just as you like, or you may go with me if you prefer it." "I should much prefer it, very much." The two detectives in a few minutes after this sallied forth from Sanderson's Hotel, in quest of the smasher. "He's an old hand, I suppose," said Mr. Shearman. "Old hand, bless you, yes, he's been a thief all his life, but he's a stranger to me, or rather, was but a few days ago. I saw a chap yesterday who had 6 years penal servitude. Met him by chance in the street. He is leading an honest course of life now, and has been doing so for some years. He's one of the few that have reformed well. This old scoundrel, whose arrest for smashing I am bent on, I did not know much about. Well, as I was saying, I met the other one, whose name is Kedge. I asked him if he knew anything about my smasher. 'No, of course,' said he. 'Why, you know who he is, don't you?' 'Well, no, I can't say that I do.' 'He had 10 years for breaking into a public house in Oxford Street, 16 years ago. Well, after his return from transportation, he goes to the public calls for something to drink. And as he stood in front of the bar, he asked the landlord if he kept the house 16 years before. 'No,' says the landlord, 'I did not sure on it,' says Hardy. 'That's his name, though he calls himself Mr. Dosher on it,' says he. 'Quite sure,' says the landlord, who I fancy suspected something was wrong. 'Well then, I believe you're telling a thundering lie. Do you remember charging a man with burglary 16 years ago?' 'No, I do not,' says the landlord. 'I never charged anyone with burglary in all my born days.' 'I'm glad on it,' said Hardy, 'for if you'd been the man as got me convicted of burglary, I'd have had your life, that's all.' 'You see, Mr. Wrench,' said Kedge, 'Hardy wasn't sartain about his being the same man, and it's likely enough the landlord saved his life by declaring he was not the person who kept the house 16 years before. Of course, he was greatly altered in his appearance, so much so that the returned convict did not know him.' 'It was lucky for the bung,' observed Shearman. 'Very lucky, for he's a desperate old scoundrel, is this Dawes, as he now calls himself. But I shall be able to prove several previous convictions against him, I've no doubt. But let me make sure of my man first.' Mr. Wrench made the best of his way to Drury Lane in one of the narrow turnings, which led from that place to Great Wild Street. The smasher resided, and it was to this turning that our two detectives were bending their steps. It was the resort of thieves, and all sorts of disreputable characters, many of whom were well known to the police. They had got about 20 yards or so down the court or alley, when Mr. Wrench was accosted by a woman who was a native of the Emerald Isle. 'Ah, good luck to ye, Mr. Wrench,' said the woman, making a curtsy, 'and it's right ye are this time. If any gentleman iver was, oh sure now ain't he fast asleep in the front room, and a snorin' like a dozen fat hogs. He's in his room, Winnie, as he cried wrench. Didn't I see him myself, wid my own precious eyes, not a moment ago? Oh, bedad, he's a-waitin' for ye, and no mistake at all at all. That's all right then, Winnie, well, pay the gentleman a visit. Oh, the thief of the world, but he's a dirty circumventing, blackguard, mek the best av him. But arrah, don't ye be afther saying a word about me, or maybe he be a little rampageous like. I won't mention your name, depend upon that, said Wrench. We never do that in cases of this sort, besides you know, there is no occasion. Thin ill be afther going, or maybe, he might suspect something. Oh, but ye've just come in the nick of time, my duty to ye, Mr. Wrench, and good luck to ye. The old Irishwoman at once disappeared from the scene whither she went. Mr. Shearman had not the faintest notion, neither did he take the trouble to inquire. The detectives now arrived in front of a miserably dirty and dilapidated habitation. Indeed, it was so covered with filth, and such an offensive odor came from the place that Mr. Shearman half regretted having set out on the expedition. Mr. Wrench went into the passage, opened the door of the front room, and entered. He was followed by the American on a dirty mattress, which was on a rickety bedstead. An old man was stretched. That he was sleeping soundly was evident enough. Mr. Wrench nodded significantly to Shearman. Your man, whispered the latter. Yes, that's my gentleman. The room was dimly illumined by a gas lamp in the court, the feeble rays of which found their way through the dingy window panes. There was therefore light enough to distinguish the features of the sleeping man with tolerable distinctness. Now then, wake up, man, you are wanted, cried Mr. Wrench in a loud voice. The sleeper uttered a kind of sigh or groan, and then opening his eyes, he beheld those of an officer looking into his own. Curses on you, what brings you here, cried the smasher. Get out, will you leave me alone? Come, Dawes, you're wanted, and you are my prisoner. What for? I ain't done anything, it's a lie, I ain't your prisoner, and don't intend to be. He sprang out of bed, and glared round the room like a wild beast. Get away, will you, cried he, if you don't. He paused suddenly, and made a hideous grimace, which he intended for a look of defiance. Wall, stranger, said Shearman, it's no good hollering, you're a corneredent, got a ghost of a chance, the game's up, you'd better go quietly. Who are you, I should like to know, and what business have either of you here, cried the smasher, making a hideous grimace, which he intended to be a look of defiance. If you're going to ride Rusty, observed Mr. Wrench, say so, and we shall know what to do. Perhaps you will first of all tell me what you have come here, for I ain't done nothin' as I know of. Well, that is a matter of opinion. You are charged with passing bad money with smashing, and you are my prisoner. It's a lie, I ain't passed any bad money for ever so long, and so you may take your change out of that, Mr. Wrench. I am not here to take any change as you term it, but I shall have to take you, and you had better put on your coat and hat, and come along with me to Bow Street. Mr. Wrench had observed upon his first entrance a sort of trapdoor in the center of the room. The boards had been cut away, so as to afford a place of retreat, for the smasher, had he succeeded in passing through this into the cellar, below he would doubtless have succeeded in making his escape. But our detective had the forethought to stand on the trap, while he was interrogating the man Dawes. You see, he said, with admirable coolness, addressing himself to the smasher, there is no chance for you to effect an escape, so come on at once, the game is up. Curses on you, exclaimed Dawes, you're a meddling dirty crew, the whole lot of you, and if I had my way, you would have been sent to Kickareeboo long ago. Oh, I dare say, but you see, fellows of your class are not permitted to have it all your own way now. Then, man, look sharp, put on your coat, and hat at once, or otherwise, I shall have to take you as you are. The man was only partially dressed, having on only his shirt and trousers. In appearance, he was a ruffian of the very worst type, and had there been a chance he would have offered an obstinate resistance, but he was taken by surprise, and did not see very clearly any way of getting out of his present difficulty. Vel, he said in a sulky tone, if you're vance me, which I suppose you're do, id better put on my togs and be off with you. No. 56. Illustration, a magnificent black. A magnificent black was brought by the ostler, and the stranger mounted. He went to a corner of the room, drew forth a coat and waistcoat which he put on in a leisurely manner, then he drew on a pair of highlows, and lastly his hat. When this had been done, he made a sudden rush towards the door in the hope of making his escape, but Mr. Wrench, who had been watching him, was prepared for this. He tripped his man up and, as he lay on the floor, clapped a pair of handcuffs on his wrists, and then told him to get up. Dawes was by this time completely cowed. He rose to his feet, cast a malevolent look upon the American and Mr. Wrench, and then walked towards the door held firmly the while by the English detective, who conducted him safely enough to Bow Street, where after the charge had been entered, he was locked up till the morning when he would be taken before the magistrate. He was disposed to be nasty, said Mr. Shearman to his companion, after they had left the police station, and is a sort of gentleman, I fancy, who wouldn't stick at a trifle. Oh dear me, no, a regular bad un wouldn't mind what he did, if he only had the chance. Is the evidence fully clear? It is. We've got him as straight as an arrow. There's half a dozen cases against him. Oh, he's safe. To be convicted, he knows that well enough. He is a most daring and determined smasher. Just to give you an idea how these fellows carry on their business, I'll tell you of one case. A shop was opened a few days ago in the neighborhood of Oxford Street. It was a publication and cigar business, which was left in charge of a young girl, the niece of the proprietor. On the day it was first opened, one of the smashing fraternity went into the shop and bought half a quire of note paper. He tendered a florin, which the girl changed half an hour afterwards. Another of the same respectable body of men purchased some tobacco. He also tendered a florin, which was changed. 6 florins were taken in the course of the day, and 5 shillings. Upon the proprietor of the establishment coming home in the evening, he was delighted to find that there had been so many customers, but alas, upon his looking over his money, he found that the 6 florins and 5 shillings were all bad ones. And where do the rascals get all these bad coins from? Inquired Mr. Shearman. They are sent up in boxes or cases from one or more of our provincial towns, and bought by the smashers for next door to nothing. The man I have just quoted has been following the calling for years. Chapter Roman 105, at Sanderson's Hotel. Recollections of an American Detective. After a little further conversation, the two friends reached Sanderson's Hotel, where Mr. Wrench spent the remainder of the evening with the American. I like the old country after all, said Shearman, though a good many of my countrymen run it down. And as far as expert thieves are concerned, you beat us into an almighty smash. That's a very doubtful sort of compliment, observed Wrench with a smile. But I will not attempt to deny the statement. I believe we do. A London rough is a match for anyone in brutality. By the way, said Shearman, what became of that horse dealer, the gypsy you were in search of? Did you ever find him? No, well, the fact is I have given up the search. The gentleman from whom the horse was stolen don't care about prosecuting now. Why not? He don't. That's all I know. The fact is he was persuaded to do so by Bourne, and now the doctor's dead, he's disposed to let the matter drop. He says Rotten is not so bad as he has been painted. What's your opinion? If I am to speak the truth, I am of the same opinion. It was nothing but spite, revenge, or whatever you may please to term it, that made Bourne so bitter with the gypsy. 'Twas a nice article to give himself airs and graces, and do the virtuous. Yes, particularly so, wasn't he? I had one scrimmage with a horse thief, which I shan't easily forget, said Shearman. He was a resolute rascal. Surely I'll tell you all about it. Light up another cigar before I begin. Mr. Wrench did as he was bid. You must know, observed Shearman, who was never so happy as when recounting one or more of his adventures, that I had been furnished by an Omaha express firm with the means to ferret out a horse thief, by whose operations they had lost some 10 animals, being persuaded by information too tedious to detail that the purloiner had gone to Silver Creek on the Pacific Railroad. I proceeded to that unknown settlement and immediately commenced operations. The man and his habits were so familiar to me from repeated description that I felt certain of identifying him in some of the many faro establishments of the place, or failing in them, in one of the multitudinous firewater dispensaries. One night I visited all the gambling banks unsuccessfully. The next I proceeded to inspect the drinking places. The first one was a large frame house which I entered, and while drinking quickly scrutinized every face and incident. In the middle of the room, upon a huge barrel, stood a red-faced, broad-shouldered Irishman, in his one hand a bottle, in the other a glass. On the floor close to the barrel's base crouched in a looking mastiff, who eyed around savagely. At the bar was a tall man waiting the replenishing of his flask. His hat concealed half his face, and a scarlet handkerchief wound round his neck buried in its greasy folds, a mass of matted gypsy-like hair. I caught him glancing furtively at me, when entering, then saw him turn his back, so I kept my eye brisk for any suspicious incident. Suddenly, the Irishman who all along had been alternately singing in his native dialect and absorbing spirits fell headlong upon the dog, whizzing the glass and bottle across the floor with a crash. Simultaneously with his fall out went the light the reeling man had clutched and wrenched the fixture from the ceiling. Now, it was confusion with a vengeance. The different card-playing groups, deprived of light, rose from the tables, and each gainer or loser struggled for the little heaps and balls of money. Noises from shouts and loud curses from the hard, breathing through the clenched teeth of combatants filled the room, and in this pandemonium, I nearly gave up all hope of nabbing my man. In the midst of the confusion, the door opened, the dear moonlight streaming in. Stepping across the sill, I saw the man with the red kerchief. Ere this I had decided that this one was no other than the thief I was after, so I made a spring towards the door, but came to the ground stunned and bruised. Rising with bleeding face, I saw that I had fallen over the prostrate Hibernian. I rushed out and ran to my horse was gone. Clattering hoofs, gradually lessening in sound, told me that the thief had outwitted Megan on my own horse. I chafed considerably at the discomfiture, but only for a moment, detectives having little time for sentiments of any kind. Without any exact purpose, I started off in the direction of the decreasing sound, and suddenly came upon a team of mules. In predicaments necessitating immediate action, we sometimes hit upon expedients, which at other times might seem ridiculous. So now with me, I cut the breeching and traces of the saddle mule, vaulted on his back and scampered after the appropriator of my horseflesh. I knew well that my horse was too fagged for much riding, and as the animal I bestrode was fresh from the stable, I was pretty sure of making my captive, if it was to be determined by speed alone. Moreover, my mule being miraculously void of the attributes of his race, obstinacy and slow gait, warmed to work, and gradually, the thud of the hoofs ahead became more distinct. "Ah, you are a good rider, I suppose," observed Range. "Pretty well, ain't you? Nothing much to boast of." "Ah, but a fellow must know how to ride in America well." In 20 minutes on the moonlit road 1/4 of a mile ahead, I saw the man mounting a hillock at a far less rapid pace than mine. At last I come so near that I discerned 2 pistols stuck in his belt. I disengaged my own weapons, but did not fire. The rascal's irregular motion darting in and out of the skirting woods excluded the possibility of hitting him. I called him to halt at 40 yards leveled, and then let fly at him. A strange agonizing cry arose at the report. Galloping through the smoke, I came upon a prostrate horse, no man. A crunching of crisp leaves among the trees betrayed the quick footsteps of the fugitive. Dashing into the woods, at 3 paces, came a shot from the forest gloom, laying my mule stark dead, I leaping off just in time to escape a crushed limb. I whipped behind a tree, straining to see my assailant, but I heard and saw nothing, so creeping cautiously back, I found my horse dying, and the mule dead. Being a good distance from town, I had no choice but to camp out or foot a weary journey home. Mounting a low tree, I espied far in the woods a bright fire which I knew was a camp of railroad laborers. After a 2-mile walk, I entered a circle of gambling, smoking, low-talking men of different nationalities, receiving a rough welcome. To my inquiries, I found they had heard the shots, but such things were too common to notice, and about 10, the most of the camp fell asleep. I entered a small log tenement, belonging to the boss, the hospitality of which was tendered me by that worthy himself, and the company not being very assuring of safety, prepared to take a watchful sleep. The boss, however, was, as he told me, above the generality of his class, as to family and education, having come out of the States for the sake of adventure. He sat up late playing with a large glossy Newfoundland, talking over the topics of the day, and relating many anecdotes of the stirring life in the Western land, inspired by some excellent punch. I told him my whole adventure, describing minutely the man who had so miraculously eluded me. He listened thoughtfully, then said he doubted of my ever capturing him, because of the many desperadoes swarming along the line of the roadsmen who held law officers as foes to the death, and who would espouse the cause of any rascal against them. Finally, we both fell asleep after I had bargained with him for a horse. Aurora had just arisen from her gray couch as a shout, and bustling, without made us both leap from our slumber. A violent beating at the door, nearly shaking it from its fastening, accompanied by vociferations for the boss, impelled my host to begin rapidly drawing the door bolts. But I clutched his arm, and told him to stop, for I had distinctly heard my name pronounced. Without we listened, a savage voice yelled, "Send the blackguard out, it's Shearman the detective, and sure he's after Scrubby. The spalpeen send him out. Or be jabers, well have both avie out, ye bloodsuckers." A pick came hurling, and thrust its 4 inches through the door. A huge missile fell violently upon the roof, almost coming through. Terribly serious. Was it becoming? The boss commanded them to desist, but was greeted by a tornado of rock spades, Roman 100, thudding over every inch of the edifice. 2 bullets now buried themselves in the doorpost 3 inches more, and they would have entered the superintendent's heart, seeing nothing, but our death would allay their drunken rage. The boss declared his intention of fighting to the last. We grasped hands, and then piled all the available movables against the door, and then charged the 3 rifles and 4 revolvers we had. We both ascended into a low loft over the room, the eaves of the roof, forming a narrow opening near the floor. We knelt down and peered out. About 30 men, most intoxicated, armed with excavating tools and firearms, were grouped a little way off, gesticulating and reeling at a terrible rate. Though divested of his scarlet kerchief, I recognized my horse thief. Communicating my discovery to my companion, he said that, when I first described the rascal, he thought he knew him, for his name was entered on the work list yesterday when he came from Omaha. "And depend upon it," added the boss, "he has escaped some criminal penalty in other settlements than Omaha." The lull in the human tempest was now accounted for. Part of the crowd were now engaged in belaboring 4 Chinamen who had refused to join in the assault. The rest were hilarious witnesses of the performance. At last, the luckless celestials, being punched into speechlessness, attention was turned on us. Not to betray our refuge, the boss slipped down the ladder and ordered our assailants once more to desist, as we were prepared to kill if necessary and determined to rather die than surrender. A renewed bombardment of projectiles, inconceivable, was their response. "Now, Shearman," said the boss, "use your weapon well, for the way things look, I don't think we could procure life assurance policies on any terms. However, we can stand a siege. If fire is not enlisted on the enemy's side, we have provisions and water below for a week and a half, a CWT of bullets and powder, but by Jove, this roof will never stand such missiles as the one that Irishman is picking up, and it is not proof against the balls of that crack rifle your friend of the scarlet kerchief is loading so well. Put these planks along this side, and keep them from bringing fire to the door. That would be death. See him look." The Irishman was drawing back to hurl that death and ruin-dealing rock, when the boss fired. The man dropped in his tracks, the heavy stone falling on his face. The wild, drunken crowd rushed at the door with yells of drunken madness. 4 small puffs and flashes issued from under the eaves. The rabble drew back pell-mell, leaving 3 stretched upon the ground. Our precise locality being thus discovered, the bullets came thick and fast, and the efficacy of the planks was proven. A dozen balls perforated the roof, but lodged in the stout boards. Suddenly, I saw the horse thief partially slip from shelter and poise his deadly-looking rifle. I was aware that its contents would pierce our barricades, and not being able to pick the fellow off in his position, I sprang aside, dragging the boss with me. Hardly done ere whiz went the ball through a spot of the plank where my brain was the preceding instant, and buried itself in the noble Newfoundland's heart. With a mournful cry of agony, the brute sprang up and fell across his master's knees. The boss stroked his glossy coat, then a strange gleam flashed in his eyes. We both fired at the slayer, dropped, then sprang up and, savagely laughing, whipped behind a tree. By this time, from continual battering, the door hung loosely on its broken hinges. Nevertheless, our fire kept the mob from attempting the breach, and finally they retreated far back in the forest, giving us a respite to refresh and contemplate our begrimed and bruised faces, our arms discolored and trembling from violent exertion. For we had begun the struggle at dawn. It now wanted 1 hour of noon. Suddenly, a wreath of smoke curled up from the tree. Firing and shouting again were rampant, and we got a glimpse of the horse thief darting from tree to tree, at last bringing up behind a huge oak, exactly in front of which, and opposite our citadel, grew a tall, flexible sapling. The man clutched a roaring brand, and I saw his hand cautiously creep around the tree trunk toward the sapling. Then I fired at his huge palm, but he drew it back too quickly. When the smoke cleared away, we saw the sapling bent behind the tree, the man unseen, busily attaching something to the branches. We wondered at these proceedings, but the mystery soon cleared up. The sapling bent back, touching the ground. then sprang forward with elastic violence, and from its branches like a meteor, darted a glancing hissing brand, lodging on our frail roof with an ominous thud. In unison came a joyful shout from the villains who made a rush for the door. "My word, you are hardly pressed," exclaimed Wrench. "Ah, it's nothing to what followed. It was a smartish piece of business, take it altogether." Pell-mell firing Roman 100, on rushed that mass of brutal, drunken strength thirsting for the lives of us two men. A well-timed volley drove them back less by 4. But on the forest edge stood the horse thief, exultingly pointing to the blazing roof. The solar rays of noon the roof in a whirlwind of flame, and the dense smoke made the house, a suffocating oven-hot cinders fell upon us, and the floor below in perilous proximity to the powder-glowing coals fell upon our bare breasts, and put us in momentary agony. Death stood at our shoulders, and hope did not accompany him. Seconds now were priceless. We dashed down the ladder as a heavy beam fell from the roof, and left the loft open to the shots of the enemy. Quickly, the boss pulled up a trap from the floor, pushed me down, sprang in himself, and shut and bolted it. The rapid tramp of feet overhead told our escape was none too soon. We heard the reckless fiends tearing away the barricades, shouting in expectant revenge. I followed the boss along a narrow, low, excavated passage, till coming into a sort of cellar, which he said was the storage place for the spirits, he exclaimed hoarsely, "Take this pick and dig for your life through the wall upward. After bursting the spirit barrel, I will do the same." What a position to be in, observed Wrench. "Well, I can't say I have ever had anything so hot as that. Neither should I care for such another dose, of course. You understand that I was in uniform and serving my country as a volunteer at this time." "No, I did not quite understand that." "Ah, but I was, although a mere detective, I could handle a rifle with the best of them. Well, I need not tell you that I worked as I never worked before. The axe tore down the earth in massest darkness. The perilous mystery, in that I was doing the faint-third shouts of the wretches, above storming about the burning house. The flames, roaring the wood crashing, wrought me up to a Herculean frenzy. The spirit cask was now staved ankle-deep in the fiery contents. We both worked like Gog and Magog of yore. Suddenly a huge lump of mold rolled down, light and air pouring in upon us. Tear Wrench. A fissure sufficient for human egress presented itself, quickly dragging ourselves through. We stood in a thick clump of low rose bushes, where we lay peering out towards the roaring mass of flame, and through the smoke endeavored to get a sight of the murderous rascals who ran riot amidst the flames. Hark, the riot lulls, a thud of hoofs, a regular monotonous clanking. We knew those sounds rushing out of the bushes. We came upon a cavalry squad, holding at bay the drunken crowd. We shouted to the officer in charge to order us around, which was quickly done. Then followed explanation. In the excitement of the scene, I had almost forgotten the man with the scarlet kerchief. Now I thought of him. Looking sharply around, I espied him creeping off towards the place where the boss' horses were tethered. "There is the ringleader, Dan Whipple, the horse thief. In the law's name, Lieutenant, I order you to help capture that man." Saying this, I threw myself on the nearest horse, followed by 4 soldiers, but he had reached the tetherage, and we saw him galloping through the woods far ahead, saddleless, and managing his nag with a mere halter. Our horses and his were about the same mettle, and we gained nothing on him. The soldiers told me they had left Silver Creek in search of this Dan Whipple, who in the open street had stolen a mule from a team about to set out with the colonel's camp furniture, that on the road they had come upon a dead horse, and the stolen mule with a bullet hole in his head. Being at a loss to account for it, however, they had pressed on in hopes of capturing the outlaw. They had not gone far before they heard shots and saw smoke, and after a sharp ride came upon the camp. I did not enlighten them in regard to the mule, but kept a lookout for the fugitive. Although during the Civil War the popular estimation of government horse flesh was not very great, nevertheless, these Western war steeds were not at all despicable, for they brought us near enough to get a sight of our prey. But just then the mare whisked into the woods, and was invisible. An ejaculation of a soldier caused me to turn my head, and 50 feet right behind us came on the horse the rascal had 2 minutes before bestrode. We looked at each other astonished. One man secured the horse, and I ordered the troops to proceed with me to the place where the thief had darted into the forest. We scrutinized every bush and hollow closely, for the moves of the man were so sudden and unexpected that I looked for a fatal shot from every corner. In apparent despair, I ordered the men to face homeward, as our prey had certainly escaped us. We had not gone far, however, before I signed them to keep on slowly, while I lightly dismounted and made a large circuit until I stood hidden in the bush 10 paces from a certain large tree I had noticed. Yes, the branches swayed in a manner not at all natural. First a limb, rather high up, moved queerly, then a lower one, now one farther down, and so the strange motion was communicated, till the legs of a man appeared beneath the lowermost branch. I cocked my pistol. Gradually, the body of the veritable Dan Whipple came down, till he hung by the hands. Now was the time. Wishing merely to disable him, I aimed for his legs. Ping ping went those barrels. He tried hard to draw himself up into the tree, then hung by one hand, with the other endeavoring to detach a weapon. But it was too much for him. He dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. I pounced upon him, held him by the throat, my knee on his chest, shouting for the soldiers. A cavalryman detached from his saddle a pair of iron cuffs originally intended for the appropriator of the luckless mule, and the unenviable ornaments speedily enveloped the captive's wrists. The wound not seeming serious, we placed him astride his last booty and started for camp. To conclude, suffice it to note that the rioters were liberated, with the exception of a few of the most prominent who were sentenced to some months' labor at the garrison in Silver Creek. There was no convenient penitentiary in the locality. Besides, men were in demand by the PRR, therefore they were set at large. As for Dan Whipple, it was found necessary, after surgical examination, to amputate his wounded limb, but his thiefship obstinately refused to undergo the beneficial operation, and 3 days after his capture, he died miserably from the effects of gangrene, thus preventing me from taking him to Omaha to be subjected to lawful justice by the injured express firmi employers. In justice to the departed purloiner of other people's horses, so as to obliterate from his record at least one crime, I explained to the military authorities the abstraction of the mule from the team, and was cleared of all intention of joining the profession of which Mr. Whipple was such a prominent member. The labor superintendent, since these adventures were shared, has often met me, and we have undergone the same perils over and over. In words. Chapter Roman 106, a glance at Broxbridget robbery, at Nettlethorpe a visit to Mother Bagley, a stranger at the farmhouse. We must beg of the reader to accompany us once more to Broxbridge, which has been the scene of so many important events in connection with our history, since our last visit to this place. Time has made many sad alterations. Old Mr. Jamblin has passed away from the living things of the earth, and his daughter and son-in-law are in full possession of Stoke Ferry Farm. The old rascal with the scythe, forelock, and hourglass has dealt mercifully with the noble Earl at the Hall. Nevertheless, Lord Ethelwood gives unmistakable indications of advancing years. He does not shoot or hunt so much as he used to do of yore. His fine frame is a little bent, and his step has lost something of its elasticity, but despite all these drawbacks, he is a fine specimen of England's boasted aristocracy, and it is pretty generally admitted that there is not such another aristocracy in the world. Think of the American honorables, and spit from nausea as they do from fashion. Think of the continental counts, who are as numerous and as dirty as the paving stones of a London street. An English nobleman has the breeding of a French marquis, before the Revolution, the majesty of a Spanish hidalgo, the phlegm and equanimity of a German baron. He can show you a pedigree which has no beginning, for its roots are buried in the obscurity of tradition, and which will end only with the world itself. He can show you his name crowned with fresh laurels in each fresh generation, and then he can show you himself brave and loyal as his ancestors should his services be needed for his country or his sovereign. It has been said that we live in degenerate times, that the age of chivalry has passed, and that the English aristocracy are not the proud and noble race they were, and it cannot be denied that some members of noble families are frivolous, enervated, and deficient in mental power, but they are the exceptions, not the rule. Lord Ethelwood, as we have already intimated, was a fine sample of his order. His leading fault was his indomitable pride and his undisguised contempt for the lower classes. When his daughter was divorced from her husband, he seemed for some time to have taken a fresh lease of his life. As a matter of course, the Lady Aveline was surrounded with admirers, and the greater portion of her time was spent in London. Mr. Jackal, like his master, was falling into the sere and yellow leaf, but he had the same soft, unobtrusive, respectful manner as of yore. As to the radiant footman Henry Adolphus, he got sick of service, and yearned to be his own master. He jilted the young female he was engaged to, and paid marked and persistent attention to Nell Fulford, whom peace had been smitten with in an earlier day, and who afterwards became the mistress of Philip Jamblin. These circumstances, however, did not appear to have any great weight with Henry Adolphus, who in the course of time made up his mind to pop the question. At first he was refused, but as he was a man not to be easily cast on one side and chose to press his suit again and again, he was ultimately accepted, and he led Nell to the hymeneal altar. After his wedding he started in the greengrocery line, had a big plate-glass front put into the old shop, originally owned by Nell's aunt, and drove a very prosperous trade. He served the hall bricket, and a host of the surrounding gentry and tradespeople, and it is but justice to him for us to signify that he made Nell an excellent husband. Bricket still kept the carved lion, and would often when in a contemplative mood wonder what had become of Charles Peace, but it was only to his particular cronies that he would broach the subject, for Peace, by this time, was looked upon as a daring and hardened offender, and the more discreet portion of the villagers forbore from mentioning his name or making any allusion to him. Let us now take a glance at Stoke Ferry Farm, the external appearance of this English homestead we described in a preceding chapter. Now there is seated on the roughly hewn bench before the front door a brighty, dimpled-cheeked young woman, twittering to a baby, which she holds in her arms, the female in question being none other than she whom we have known as Patty Jamblin. She is now Mrs. Richard Ashbrook. She caresses the child, talks sweet gibberish to it with her lips. Doubtless the words she gave utterance to were but a mere sound to the child, but to all appearance it is a pleasing sound, for the little thing rears its crazy arms and smiles, and sometimes the young mother, sustaining her offspring with one arm, would stroke its face with her fingers, which were soft and delicate. And ever and anon she would look down the long white road, which was only lost to view among the dark and distant woods. She was evidently expecting something or someone, for her glance was earnest and frequent. Presently her eyes brightened, and she tossed the baby gaily in the air, the infant uttering loud and rapid screams, which no one but a mother or one who had been accustomed to children could have understood to be demonstrations of delight. The black dot in the distance had now become a man on horseback, who galloped towards the farmhouse enthroned in a cloud of dust. "It is Richard," cried Patty. "I knew it, by the manner he rode it is he." She was right enough. It was her husband, who upon arriving at the front gate called lustily out for Joe, the same Joe who had been so intimately connected with the discovery of the murderer of Philip Jamblin. He was still retained on the establishment. His master gave him injunctions to rub the mare down well. "I'd no business to put her out to such a pace, especially as there's a bit of a hill. However, shall be none the worse for it. If she's well looked after, a horse should always go cool into the stable. Rub her down. I am desperately behind today, there's no doubt about that, but she went along bravely though, and is as good as gold to any man." "Shall be all right," said Joe. "I'll see to that, don't you concern yourself about her." "Dear me, you have been a time," cried Patty. "I thought you would never come back, but here you Arian, that's enough." She placed her hand upon his broad shoulder, and rising on tiptoe kissed him tenderly. He took her in his arms, and they kissed each other repeatedly. Oh, it is a pretty sight, these meetings of husband and wife after the day's work is done. When they have been separated for a few hours, they greet each other with the warmth which follows an absence of years. They have carried each other's photographs in their mind, having cherished the emblems. All day long they spring to each other's arms with transports which the forethought has prepared. What a contrast these two persons afford to the matrimonial life of Mr. and Mrs. Bournemouth. One is unalloyed happiness, the other supreme misery. "And now, sir," said Patty, endeavoring to call up a frown, "what have you to say for yourself? How is it you have kept your wife waiting in this way?" "Couldn't help it, dear." "And why not?" "Well, in the first place, I had got to start 'em right with their sowing for the spring wheat, and after that I made over to Oakfield." "To Oakfield, eh?" "Yes, one of my chaps told me John was not at all the thing, and I was a bit anxious, you see." "And how did you find him then?" "Oh, only middling, very middling, one might say. He don't seem to ha' a bit of life about him." "Nothing serious, I hope." "Oh no, but Maud poor Gell troubles herself a goodish bit. Well, it ain't to be wondered at, he gets such strange notions in his head. I must go over there for a day or two, and give him a good talking to, else hang me if he want go melancholy mad or summat. However, let's hope he'll mend. I suppose dinner's pretty well cooled by this time, eh?" "It won't be too hot, I dare say, but the girl has set it down before the fire." The husband and wife went into the front parlor, where dinner was served. Richard Ashbrook was as hungry as a hunter, and did ample justice to the repast set before him. "I am sorry to hear so poor an account of John," though observed Patty, "very sorry, but he mustn't give way. No, of course not. Half his ailment proceeds from the mind. The doctor says he's ahyperdriach, or summat of that sort. I ain't quite got hold of the right word, but I just say we shouldn't be much the wiser if I had. It's a longish word, ain't it? Oh yes, and you've got to jolt it out if you want to make anything of it. But I say, old gel, I've got some news to tell Isamat as ill surprise e. Lore out why, it then tell us what it is. Why, I just say you remember Carroty Head, Nettlethorpe him, as you used to be spoony on before you were silly enough to marry me. Spoony on Nettlethorpe, get out with you. Well, we won't dispute about that. Don't be so foolish, Richard, cried Patty, pouting. There, don't be crabby, I was only joking, you know that well enough. Go on with what you were about to say. Old Nettlethorpe's been robbed. Never, why, it will kill him. Oh, you may well say that he's been robbed, house broken into, strongbox opened, and all the money he and his amiable sister had stinted themselves of, for I don't know how many years gone in one night. Think of that. Well, you do surprise me, returned Patty, poor fellow. It is cruel, though most cruel of anyone, to take a man's all. It is, you are quite right. But do you know, peeply a goodish man say that it serves the beggarly screws right. They starved themselves, and worse than that starved their servants, and watered the men's beer at harvest time. So father used to say. Yes, and he was right. They gave the men shorter wages than any other farmer, and when there was a holiday given all over the land, made 'em do work the night before, and that they did too, and plowed by moonlight. But suppose there was no moon, said Patty with a laugh, did they find the men rushlights? Ah, you may make light of the matter, missus, but it's a fact nevertheless. Still, I don't wish Nettlethorpe any harm. He's a pinch-and-starve farmer, it is true, but that's no reason for his being robbed, for after all it can't be less trouble to them to lose what they came by hardly, and honestly, than it is for folks as be more open-handed. And we ought be glad that mischief is done to a neighbor, whatever that neighbor may be. Never rejoice at nobody's downfall, my old father used to say, and a good saying it be. You are quite right, it must be a hard blow for them, and it must be harder to find that people are glad because of it. But how did it occur? Whoever could have been wicked enough to commit such an act? Oh, there are plenty who are wicked enough if they only had the chance to, may depend upon that. But I haven't heard the particulars. I tell you what we'll do. Well, what? Presently we'll go up to old Mother Bagley's, and shall be sure to know the whole history of the affair by heart. Trust her for that. Excellent thought. Well, pay a visit to the old dame then. Soon after this, Mrs. Ashbrook went upstairs to put on her things for the purpose of paying the visit agreed upon. Upon coming down again, she found her husband waiting at the front door, when he scolded her good-humoredly for having been so long with her bonnet and shawl. This is by no means an uncommon complaint with husbands. She gave him back his jokes transformed into repartees, and thrust her wrist through the loop of his arm. They walked along the bare white road for about a mile and a half. As they proceeded along, Ashbrook said, I tell 'ee what it is, Patty, it's my belief that Charles Peace has had a hand in this business. People say he's the most desperate and determined burglar out. Oh, Richard dear, be just, returned his wife, it don't seem fair to accuse a man without the faintest scrap of evidence against him. Well, I dunno as it is, but it's just like one of his tricks. But he has not been seen in the neighborhood for years. They presently turned aside through a gate, which opened on a footpath which led to Mother Bagley's cottage. This humble habitation stood in a field with no safeguards from solitude, but a walnut tree hollowed by lightning, a pair of apple trees, a microscopic garden of cabbages and potatoes, and a high untrimmed hedge, in which bloomed side by side the last convolvuluses of summer and the first berries of approaching winter. The cottage was small and compact. It did not ramble over a fraction of an acre, as most cottages do, and its appearance made one believe that it was not the home of a common peasant. In point of fact, Mrs. Bagley was the relict of an old servant of the Earl's. When her husband died, Lord Ethelwood made her a present of the habitation in which she now resided, and in addition to this, he settled on her a small annuity which sufficed for all her wants. The Earl never let any of his dependents come to want, and this was only one instance, out of numberless others, of his kindness, in this respect. Mrs. Bagley lived a secluded, almost solitary life, and yet contrived to acquaint herself with every tittle of parish gossip. She knew everything, and anybody wanting information need only to consult her. Whenever there was a mystery, it was to old Mother Bagley that the cronies of the village resorted, as if she had been a sibyl or a priestess of the Oracle of Delphos. The interior of her house was remarkably clean and neat. The articles of furniture were so many varied mirrors. Her tiny poker, tongs, and shovel were as bright as a set of surgical instruments, and the very smoke seemed to go carefully up the chimney, curling and twisting, and rolling itself into the smallest possible compass, as if doing its best not to leave any soot behind. Mrs. Bagley was a character in her way, one of those oddities one seldom meets with nowadays. She possessed a Bible prayer book, a pair of spectacles, and a snuff-box. With these she amused herself all day long, or to speak more correctly during that portion of it, upon which she was not otherwise engaged, for being a lady of gregarious habits, for all her solitary life. She had innumerable droppers, in who were of course village gossips. Like most old peasant women, she was an inveterate tea drinker, and her favorite beverage was always brewing by the fireside. The teapot was a round, red little thing, about the size and shape of an apple dumpling, with a spout like a baby's finger, and the lid made fast to the handle with a silver chain. This cleanly old woman took snuff, it is true, off the light yellow pungent species, for she was a victim to headaches, the natural result of incessant twankay or souchong, but she took it without permitting a grain to fall upon her Bible or her dress. When Mr. and Mrs. Ashbrook entered her unpretending dwelling, she was sitting like Simon the cellarer in her high-backed chair, enjoying the faint warmth and rosy light of the fire, and bestowing a glance every now and then upon a baby which reposed in a cradle by her side. Patty saw this cradle as soon as she opened the door, for it was a sight which was pretty sure to attract the attention of any young mother. She gazed upon the tiny creature with evident interest. It was a sweet little infant about 6 months old. Its hair was already dark and promised to be black, as the raven's wing silky eyelids fringed the pearl-white lids, and its skin was as delicate and soft as satin. "I say, missus," cried Ashbrook, "what's the meaning of this? What have you been up to, going to turn baby farmer, eh?" The old woman laughed good-humoredly. "No, Master Ashbrook, thanks to his lordship. I don't need anything of that sort. The little thing belongs to one of my neighbors. They often bring their children here for me to take care of when they go to work, or to market, or anywhere for a day. But won't you take a seat, sir, and you as well, madam? You are very good, I am sure, to take charge of your neighbors' children. What a sweet little thing it is," observed Mrs. Ashbrook. "A very nice child, and so good-tempered too, don't give any trouble," said Mrs. Bagley, rising and wiping with her apron 2 chairs, which she placed at the disposal of the visitors. "Thank ye," said Ashbrook. "You are looking just the same as ever, Mrs. Bagley, not a bit altered since I last saw you, not a day older." "Ah, Master Ashbrook, I be older, and what be more, I find it out my back is so weak at times that I hardly know how to hold myself up. But I haven't any great reason to complain, all things considered." "You are happy and contented, that's the chief thing." "Well, I do hope, as I never was one of the complaining sort poor dear Bagley used to say." "Oh," thought the farmer, "if I once let her loose on that string, we shall have to listen to her for heaven knows how long." He therefore interrupted her with a sharp query. "We have called here being in the hopes of learning something about the robbery at Nettlethorpe's. Do you know anything about it?" cried Ashbrook all in a breath. "Aye, Master Ashbrook, I know something about it." "Well then, tell us, there's a good soul." "It went this way, Master Ashbrook. You must know that 4 or 5 days, it might be, I couldn't swear which, it was 2 men came a-driven round the country. In a gig I saw Myselphone, a rare big black-mouthed looking fellow, as ever you'd wish to see. Or rather wouldn't care about seeing on a dark night, in a lonely road, eh? That's more like it, Master. Well, the other was a poor weazen bit of a chap, as ever you'd set eyes on, in a day's travel. The pair on were goin' about like bagmen with Japan tea trays. But instead of going to the towns, and doing business only with the shops, they went round the country, and called at the houses themselves. And among others, they went to Farmer Nettlethorpe's, not to sell trays for everybody, yourself among the rest know that Master Nettlethorpe ain't the man to spill money over such like things, but to take the measure of his kitchen window with a piece of tape." "Goodness me, is it possible?" exclaimed Patty in a tone of alarm. "It be the solemn truth, mum, as sure as I be a speaking to you, this very minute. They not only measures the window, why tape, but they take the shape of his lock. Why, a bit of bread paste. Nevers. Oh, we knows this, because the servant caught one man at the window afore he'd quite done, and found a bit of bread crumb in the lock that same evening. But she being a poor silly morsel of a field wench, didn't think no harm 'ud come of it. She must have been a born idiot, that's what she must be, cried Ashbrook. Well, what followed? Harm did come, as we all on us know, for last night the house was broken into by the kitchen window, and the passage door the master and missus were gagged, and bound cord by two men crape on their faces, and pistols in their hands, and every farden in the house was robbed right away. Oh, but I be very sorry for poor Mr. Nettlethorpe, and his sister. They say as how she was senseless for hours, and the doctor had a hard job to bring her to it all. I am sorry for both of them, but I tell that there's summat more to be said in the business. It was only yesterday as Farmer Cheadle met me out riding, and he told me about a couple of impudent fellows as had driven up to his house, and one on 'em had got out and come into the kitchen, and asked his housekeeper Dorcas if she wanted any tea trays, and she said no. Is it possible? Yes, and then they told her to go in and ask her master if he wanted any trays, and she said she knew he didn't, because she had bought one for him not long before that, and she had the control of these things herself. And she declared that she wasn't going to trouble her master for nothing. When they saw she was to be got out of the room, they did abuse her frightfully, and she did not stir for all their bullying. Oh, she's a tartar, and no mistake. Mrs. Bagley heard the farmer out so far on the chance of picking up some additional gossip, under which circumstances alone she consented to listen to anyone's tongue but her own. Ashbrook having told his story, she fired away again, and related to him at full length all the burglaries which had been committed in the neighborhood and the surrounding districts for years past. Well, I am much obliged to you for the information you have given us, Mrs. Bagley, and that be all I can gie ye in return, said Ashbrook, rising and preparing to take his departure. I don't want anything else, nay, not even that, for you are quite welcome, and I be glad to see and Miss I, beg pardon, Mrs. Ashbrook, as is, and Miss Jamblin as was. But I say, cried the farmer, your hedge wants trimming. It's the only untidy thing about the place. Send a man up to do it for I am sure you are very kind, sir, said the old woman, dropping a curtsy. It do mek me wild-like when I says it, but I ain't strong enough to do a job like that, and the Earl, if he were to pass by, I know he'd be more annoyed than what I be myself. Course, he's a very particular gentleman, and so kind I'm sure I ought to pray for him, for he's been that kind. Oh, no doubt he is to all his tenants' dependents, and in short, everybody, said Ashbrook, sidling towards the door and nudging Patty to follow him. I'll send round one of my people either tomorrow or next day. Depend upon that, cried Ashbrook, as he passed out of the house. Goodbye. The farmer and his wife returned home. I tell you what it is, Richard, said Patty, we had best be on our guard, for probably these tea-tray men may pay us a visit. Who knows? Oh, we none of us know the burglary committed at Oakfield House years agon has proved to be almost a curse. Certainly, it has been attended with fatal effects to one member of our family. Fatal to whom? No. 57. Illustration, Farmer Ashbrook. Seizing a stout ash stick, Farmer Ashbrook proceeded to give the villain a thrashing. To poor Jane, said Richard Ashbrook, and it has not ended with her death. John is no longer the same man. I think of all men in the world, the Ashbrooks have reason to dread any attack of that nature, so as you say, well, be prepared to be forewarned, is to be forearmed. I'll tell you what I'll do, Patty. Well, what? I'll just step round to Brickett's for half an hour, or so. I shall learn more about this business at the line. Very wellinly, don't stop late, Richard. I'll take good care of that. It being market day, there'll be a goodish many people there, I expect. Likely enough, I may pick up some information. Richard Ashbrook sallied forth, and in a few minutes' time, he was in the snug little parlor of the Carved Lion. The room was full of people, many of whom were very well known to the farmer, who was a special favorite with the frequenters of the room. A young swell, who was a stranger to all present, was holding forth to the yokels. To all appearance he was a gentleman. There was an air of refinement and condescension about him, which seemed to indicate that he was of gentle birth. He affected to commiserate with the person who had been the victim of the burglars, and assumed such a high tone of morality that all present were under the impression that he was a person of great rectitude. But Ashbrook was not furnished with much more information than he had already gathered from Mother Bagley. Nevertheless, he remained for some time, listening to what the people had to say. As he was about leaving, the stranger rose also, and made his way towards the bar. By this time, it had commenced to rain in torrents. "A most wretched night, it must be confessed, sir," said the stranger, addressing himself to Ashbrook. "Yes, sir, I thought we should have it before morning, but didn't expect it to come on so suddenly." "This is very awkward," remarked the stranger to Bricket. "Are you sure you cannot accommodate me?" "I am sorry to say I am quite full. This is market day, and I have got more than my average number of visitors. Every bed in the house is engaged." A magnificent black horse was brought by the ostler in front of the carved lion, and the stranger mounted. It was at this time pouring in torrents. Bricket, who was holding a horn lantern, seemed much annoyed that he could not find the rider a bit. "Do you know of any other house where I am likely to meet with the accommodation I require?" said the stranger. "Well, there's the Frighted Horse about 2.5 miles down the road, but it's not a place I should like to recommend," returned Bricket. "What does the gentleman want?" cried Ashbrook. "A bed?" "Yes." "Well, you surely are not going to turn him out such a night as this." "It goes against the grain for me to do so," said the host of the carved lion, "but there's no help for it as I can see." "Have you far to go, sir?" inquired the farmer of the stranger. "Well, that depends upon what luck I have," answered he with a winning smile. "I've a good horse, and don't much care about a soaking, and must take my chance, I suppose." "Doll it all, but it seems cruel." Bricket cried Ashbrook, rubbing his head in a puzzled manner. "Look at the night." "It seems like cruelty, I admit." "I tell what e can do. I can give you accommodation for one night at all events." "I am sure you are extremely kind, sir, and I hardly know how to sufficiently thank you for the offer, but I should not like to intrude upon a stranger." "Oh, ye be quite welcome, for the matter of that," said the good-natured Ashbrook. "I expect you are a stranger to these parts." "Yes, quite a stranger. I am from London." "I well, you mustn't go back with a bad account of the hospitality of the people of Broxbridge, must he, Bricket?" "I hope he won't do that, Master Ashbrook," said the landlord. After some further discussion, it was eventually arranged that the gentlemanly young man from the metropolis was to become the guest of Farmer Ashbrook. He was conducted by his host to Stoke Ferry Farm, and upon arriving there Ashbrook told his wife to see the things were well aired, and everything got ready in the spare bedroom. Patty did not quite like the presence of a stranger under the circumstances, but in the course of a quarter of an hour or so, she found him so courteous and pleasant-spoken a gentleman that she became more reconciled. Richard Ashbrook, who was hospitable to a fault, conducted his guest to the spare bedroom, wished him good night, and the inmates of Stoke Ferry farmhouse then retired to their respective chambers. Chapter Roman 107. The stranger is communicative. Breakers ahead. To the farmer's surprise, the stranger was up and stirring by early morn. He professed to be a lover of the country, who liked to see the sun rise. When Ashbrook and his wife had seated themselves at the breakfast table, they were informed by their newly formed acquaintance that his name was Mr. Eric Fortescue, and that he was spending his 4 weeks' leave of absence from the red tape and parchment of a fashionable government office to which he belonged. All this appeared to be natural enough. He had the appearance of a gentleman attached to some such establishment, and the farmer and his wife were duly impressed with the respectability of their guest. Mr. Fortescue was loquacious and confidential. He said he was fond of riding. Besides his 2 hours' ride in Rotten Row between 5 and 7 in the morning, it was his custom to take a long journey on Sunday through the Middlesex meadows, sometimes as far as the Hopfields in Kent, and to spend his annual holiday upon the saddle with no luggage but the carpet bag which he strapped upon the pommel, and with no companions but the feathered choristers in the fields, and the sweet odor of the wild flowers, and the music of his horse's hoofs. Ashbrook thought him a jolly sort of fellow, enough genial and companionable. Indeed, he was charmed with his discourse. He abounded in anecdote, and revealed to their astonished mind much of the arcana and interior machineries of polite society, which are hidden from the uninitiated by a spangled but impenetrable veil. He knew or affected to know a number of notabilities whose names had reached Patty through the medium of her friends, Lady Aveline and Lady Marilyn, and she was therefore under the full impression that Mr. Fortescue was intimately acquainted with many of the leading personages who figured in the fashionable world. His manner was engaging, and he was scrupulously polite and respectful. He hastened to assure his host and hostess that he was ignorant upon many subjects in which they were well versed by asking them about farming and housewifery, and listened attentively to their explanations. In an incredibly short time, he became on excellent terms with the master and mistress of Stoke Ferry, and they would not hear of his leaving on that day or the next. Joe Doughty was sent round to the Carved Lion for the gentleman's horse, and it was stalled at the farmhouse, carefully groomed, and got ready whenever its master needed it. Thus matters went on for some days, until at length a tacit agreement became established between them that Mr. Eric Fortescue should spend his holidays at Stoke Ferry Farm. He appeared to be quite charmed with the establishment into which he had been by chance thrown. He went to bed with the linnet rose with the lark, and breakfasted on fat bacon and home-made bread and butter at 7:30. His life was one round of pleasure and happiness, he averred. After breakfast, the horses would be saddled and brought round to the door by Joe, and Mr. Fortescue and Ashbrook would ride over the farm together. Now ambling along the fallows, and watching the progress of the plough, cantering along the greensward by the roadside, taking a flight of hurdles, or a 5-barred gait, little matters, which the Londoner achieved to Ashbrook's astonishment with a seat as firm, and a hand as light as his own. Fortescue was not much of a hand at a gun. He said he did not shoot, but that it always gave him pleasure to see the sport, and often he would take a big stick in his hand, and do as tidy a day's beating, so said Joe Doughty, as a man on the farm. It certainly was most remarkable how he accommodated himself to the ways of Richard Ashbrook on market days. The latter was quite proud of him. He would take his seat about halfway down the table, and before the first quarter of an hour had passed, he would contrive to be on good terms with every farmer at the ordinary. In short, he was a general favorite. When dinner was over, and glasses round was the workery of the Knights of the Plough, he told them stories, till they clapped their hands to their aching sides, and spluttered in their glasses as they vainly strove to drink. He was a right down proper sort of gentleman. The yeomen declared there warn't no mistake about that. He was popular with all classes. He comes from another breed, nor most cockneys, said one man. He ain't one of those starchy sort of customers doll their rich and stuck-up ways. They's too proud to look at we poor folks, and when we touches our hats to 'em, their heads seems as if they were made of ice, but there ain't no pride in this gentleman near a crumb or morsel. So Mr. Fortescue was looked upon as a right-down good fellow on the farm and premises with all but one. This was the maid-servant or household manager Kitty, whom the reader may probably remember as the same serving wench who waited upon old Mr. Jamblin, when he spoke his mind so freely to Richard Ashbrook in respect to his daughter Patty. Kitty had remained in the same establishment after the death of her old master, and she was now chief domestic to his daughter and her husband. She had watched the stranger from the very first time he entered the house. He read in her eyes that she hated him by instinct. These antipathies are common enough with women, and are very difficult to conquer. It touched his pique, and he resolved to wage war against her, for he knew that she was prejudiced against him, and that to remove any such prejudice in a woman of her class was next to an impossibility. He addressed her at first with those silly compliments which are omnipotent with most girls of the lower class. Because they are mysterious, these she spurned with a contempt which appeared to be genuine, so he changed his tactics, and treated her with diffidence and reserve. Soon, however, his aims were turned to another quarter. He had liked Patty Ashbrook during the first few days as a pretty and agreeable woman, but of the two his senses had been captivated by the tall, athletic servant girl, whose arms, full of strength and symmetry, resembled those of the Amazons of old, and whose eyes seemed to flash real fire when they encountered. But one day he caught Patty looking at him, and in the languishing expression of these beautiful blue eyes, in that language which the eye alone speaks, and is never false, he read that she admired him. This was enough, for he was vain, and we might add unscrupulous. It was this look which showed him that she was lovely, that she was a prize which kings might have knelt to obtain. He wondered how it was that he had not admired her before, as one wonders how one has passed the tuft of grass without detecting the nestling place of the sweet and hidden violet. This look was also a reminiscence. He now remembered the dear little child who had so often tried to conceal his faults, and who had given him innocent kisses when he was a boy. All these things seemed to strengthen him in his admiration for the sweet and gentle farmer's wife. Once this feeling took possession of him, it grew with such strength and rapidity as to be almost overwhelming his mind, very shortly afterwards, became filled with this woman. He would sit in long reveries dreaming to himself that he held her hand in his, and that she was whispering to him, and caressing him tenderly. And at night when the house was hushed to rest, when all was silent within, and without, when the cries of the night birds were heard no more, when the moon was shining brightly, and covered him with her pale light, visions more voluptuous still would seize him in their grasp, visions so powerful and intense that they made him rise trembling, almost shrinking from his sleep. And when he awoke, he would find that it was yet dark night, and that he was alone, and he would press his hands to his burning brow, and sigh as men sigh when evil spirits are wrestling at their hearts. Beneath the dark mantle of the night he conceived, and plotted a most diabolical design. It was to destroy the happiness of two fond hearts, whom the roses of youth and love had twined lovingly together. But roses soon wither when touched by a poisoned hand. In this world thorns alone are those which do not die. And to gratify a whim this wretch would lead a poor woman in the one weak moment of her life, from peace, from innocence, from happiness, forever. Oh, why are men so wicked and women so weak? Why is it that the good are the victims of the bad, and that the foolish bear all the sufferings of the world upon their breasts? But Mr. Fortescue was under the surveillance of one who had from the very first looked upon him with eyes of suspicion and mistrust. Thighs was the girl Kitty. From his fits of abstraction, from the clouds which constantly gathered on his forehead, and from her own indefinable misgivings, she learnt that there was something on his mind, and began to watch him with the eyes of a lynx. "He's quite the gentleman, and has most charming manners that everyone acknowledges," said Mrs. Ashbrook to her serving maid, "and is so greatly interested in farming matters." "He knows a great deal more of farming and things of that sort than people suppose," returned Kitty. "Don't make any mistake, Missush, ain't the greenhorn you imagine." "I never said he was a greenhorn, you foolish girl," said Patty, a little petulantly. "Well, mum, it ain't no business of mine, but I think—" She paused suddenly. "Well, what do you think?" "I shouldn't like to say." "And why not?" "You might be a bit offended, but I don't think as how he's the man you and Master Tech I am to excuse my plain speaking." "Ah, you are prejudiced, and don't understand people of his class. It is not at all likely you should be able to do so. I've got eyes and plain common sense, I suppose. You don't like Mr. Fortescue, or wherefore I cannot imagine he's always behaved well enough to you." "Perhaps he has, but I tell 'ee plainly I don't like him. I should be telling a lie if I said I Roman 999. We can't help our likes and dislikes none on us, and he isn't one of my sort." Mrs. Ashbrook broke out into a laugh. "You foolish girl," exclaimed Mrs. Ashbrook, "you are both unjust and unfair. I don't like his ways, mum, and I think sooner or later y'all be of my opinion. But as I said afore, it bean't any business of mine, so ill say no more about your newly made friend." Patty Ashbrook was greatly annoyed and troubled by these observations, but she deemed it advisable not to press the question further, and so the matter dropped for some little time, but she afterwards remembered all that her maid had said. Chapter Roman 108, Kitty's suspicious rencontre with Fortescue. Matters went on smoothly enough for some days after this, and no reference was made to the visitor at Stoke Ferry. Ashbrook made him his companion as heretofore, and his popularity had not in any way diminished. One morning the farmer said in a tone of banter, "Come, Patty dear, what have you been about? The tea isn't made, and the cloth isn't laid, and I am half famished. Has Mr. Fortescue got into your head, or what?" "Mr. Fortescue," exclaimed Patty, coloring. "What could induce you to make such an observation as that? Mr. Fortescue indeed 'tain't likely." The farmer laughed. "There, don't 'ee lose your temper. I didn't mean to offend 'ee," said he. "Oh, you don't offend me, Richard, but I should say that he's more in your head than in mine." "That's true enough, old gel, quite true, but harky Kitty don't think much on him, does she?" "I believe not." "Also I thought, Lord bless us, what a funny world it is, to be sure. She says that she's quite sure from his face that he's no good, and that he must ha given us a false name, because the initials on his linen ain't EF or anything like it." "Indeed?" "Yes, that's what the gel says, and she ain't often mistaken when Kitty makes up her mind to do a thing. Ill back shall stick to it, but I don't think it at all likely that he would give us a false name." "Neither do Roman. One am glad to hear 'ee say so, wife," returned the farmer, "very glad. The gel must ha gone stark crazy, I do believe. Why, a better fellow than Fortescue never breathe others, no man can hold a candle to him for jokes and stories. I believe him to be a very good fellow, and should be sorry to find myself mistaken. Mr. Fortescue entered at that moment was looking pale, and his eyes were gentle and almost pathetic. Richard Ashbrook was a handsome man enough, but there was something so unmistakably physical about him. His face was red, and streamed with that which is praiseworthy, and even scriptural upon the brow of a man who works for his bread, but which is certainly not poetical. Then his hair was ruffled, and his garments, the offspring of the village shears, were clumsily put on. Patty looked at their visitor, who with features so distinct with clothes that fitted him like a glove with perfumes, encircling him, appeared to her like the genii of a romance. The contrast between him and her husband was most marked, which no one could fail to notice. Mrs. Ashbrook loved her partner quite as much if not more than women are accustomed to do, but it must be confessed, however, that she was not insensible to flattery and attention. The visitor at Stoke Ferry was scrupulously polite and respectful in his manner towards the farmer's wife. It was his purpose to lure her from her fealty to her liege lord by slow degrees. Patty had at all times displayed a disposition before her marriage to flirt with those of the opposite sex. She never for a moment thought there was any harm in this, for in the main, she was a true-hearted, honorably disposed woman. Nevertheless, she did give ear to the fulsome flattery bestowed upon her by Mr. Fortescue. The farmer had full confidence in his wife, and would have trusted her with anybody, but he did not calculate with anything like exactness the viper he was cherishing in his household. "You're looking a little pale, and jaded, Mr. Fortescue," said he. "Leastways, it strikes me so. I hope I am mistaken, sir." "I am tolerably well, thank you," returned the visitor, "but I could not sleep well last night here." He glanced at Patty. "That be a bad job," cried Ashbrook. "When a man can't sleep there, must be summat the matter. Why him?" "Oh, I shall be all right in an hour or two, I dare say," returned Fortescue, with a laugh. "It's no use giving way to idle fancies." "Not a bit on it, none in the least. Tech a mug of beer while your breakfast, and come over to Cheadle's farm. Why, me they've got an engine there." "Oh, indeed." "Yes, another there, and a crust of bread and cheese. Then if you're done up you can come back here while I walk over the farm." "All right, my friend, I will do so." Long before they had come in sight of Cheadle's farm, they heard a low humming sound like the music of a Jew's harp, and as they drew nearer the rattle and clanking, which formed a deafening accompaniment. Then they saw a stream of smoke curling over the trees, and on reaching the yard found themselves close upon the thrashing machine itself. A huge machine with revolving wheels and high narrow funnel, and a great iron belly out of which rolled sheaves of straw. These the men and women standing by caught on their pitchforks and piled into a rick. "What do we think of it?" cried Ashbrook. "You don't see that sort of thing every day, do ye?" "No, I can't say that I ever did see one before. It's a wonderful sight. Do you use it on your farm?" "Not I," replied the farmer contemptuously. "I am one of the old-fashioned sort, and stick to flail and barn door. My men hold to me in the summer when men are gold, so I keep work for them in the winter when work is scarce, and the best on 'em are glad of a job just to keep the pot boiling." "Ah, and it's a very proper course to adopt. These machines must be bad things for the laborers." "Yes, I suppose they are, but it don't so much matter as far as the thrashing goes. Ye see, farmers were drove to hire or buy these inginswy, because they couldn't get the thrashing done. Without the men round here, would sooner be thrashed than thrash any day, barring my own men. You won't find 3 flails for miles around thrashing, indeed. Why, if everyone hereabouts had to thrash his own corn, there's many as 'ud have to eat thern in the straw." "And how about reaping machines?" said Mr. Fortescue. "Well, they do take the bread out of the poor men's mouths, for you see at harvest time, a poor man counts on getting the money to put something on his back and feed. It's all a man with a family can do to buy bread and pay his rent with what he gets a week. But farmers don't like to use machines, and don't do it when they can get men. There's very little difference in the expense, and I always will believe that a man with a head on his shoulders can do his work cleaner and better than a great iron thing with a lot of teeth and wheels." "Machinery is now made use of for almost every purpose," said Fortescue, "but I had no idea the population was so thin in the country." "Ah, but it is miserably thin if we go on as we have been within the few last years. Our bold peasantry, as they've been termed, will disappear altogether, and ill tell why. There's fresh commons enclosed, and bits of waste lands, constantly taken into cultivation. Arable lands increases every year, but the population don't drops behind the young men go to London to be mechanics, or to market towns, to learn trades, or to Australia or California to mek fortensheven, help a man the girls go to service. You can't get girls to field work now. Or if you do by chance she comes with a big hoop, on as if she was agon to a party. I like to see a field wench as she ought to bane a smock, and leather gaiters, not dressed like a milliner and moppin' and poppin', about as gay as the first lady in the land. Oh, certainly, that's right enough, said Fortescue, but the question is whether it is to the advantage of women to go to field work. I dunno as it is, said Ashbrook dryly, it meks 'em dirty, and their homes dirty, and their children are left all day to themselves, and their clothes be soon spoilt. The little they do get is fetched out of the foire like. Fortescue affected to be deeply interested in the subject. He asked question after question, and Ashbrook replied with oration after oration, for he was never tired of discussing upon farming matters, and was an oracle in his own particular way. He little thought, however, where his companion's thoughts were wandering all the while. A man must have his head screwed on in the right way to be a successful farmer, observed Fortescue, thinking thereby to please his companion. You're right, it dos there bean't any mistake about that. Many people think any fool is fit for a farmer, but they are deucedly mistaken, though, and so many of them find out arter they ha tried their hands at the business. But after all, it's a healthy, pleasant sort of life. It be sat all that. The two companions walked for some distance together, over the ploughed fields. Presently Ashbrook glanced at his companion in a furtive manner, and said in a tone of something like commiseration, "Ye bean't looking at all the thing this morning, and seem to ha overdone it in the way of exercise. I think ye had better go home, and see what the missus can do for shall tackle your complaints better than I can. I know more about physicking horses and dogs than human critters, but she finds all the neighbors in medicinish do. Oh, I have no desire to return. But must enough's as good as a feast, and you had more than enough. I guess go back, Mr. Fortescue, and keep yourself as quiet as possible." They walked together as far as the front gate. Then Ashbrook pressed his hand warmly, and gave his visitor kind words. The villain's conscience seared as it was felt a momentary pang, but it was only momentary. He walked slowly, till a high hedge hid him from the farmer's sight. Then he ran at full speed towards the house. He entered through the kitchen. There he found Mrs. Ashbrook standing over a deal table with a rolling pin in her hand, a heap of paste on one side, and a dish of apples pared and sliced on the other. Her plump white arms were bare above the elbows, and her fair hair was parted across her forehead, and gathered up in a thick cluster at the back of her head. She looked more charming and captivating than a verso, her visitor thought. She started as Fortescue entered. "So you're come back, said she. "Yes, Mr. Ashbrook did not think I could bear any further fatigue, and he advised me to return." "Oh well, I hope you are better for your walk, sir, but I fear that our early hours and rough fare do not agree with you." "It is not that which prevents me from sleeping," he murmured, in a low, plaintive voice. "Not that," he replied. "Oh, indeed." She glanced at him curiously, and saw something in his look which made her avert her eyes. There was a pause. Presently the farmer's wife said, "Oh, I dare say y'all be glad when you get back to London." "Indeed I shall not," he returned quickly. "I don't care about the metropolis now, and shouldn't be sorry if I never saw it again." "Why, Mr. Fortescue, what can you be thinking about to say such a thing? You would never be able to submit to the humdrum of a country life." "I should if I were near you," he answered. Her face wore a puzzled expression. He placed his hand on hers, which she suddenly withdrew. "Mr. Fortescue," she cried, "you don't seem yourself today. I don't know what to make of you." At this moment Kitty, who had been at work in the back kitchen, came in. She took up a pail of water which was standing near the door, and went out again, as if she had not noticed them. Mrs. Ashbrook had looked uneasy, and had shrunk back a little when she entered. The scoundrel saw this, and his eyes shone triumphantly. "I should like to make pastry, as well as you do," said he, following her to the table and standing close beside her. He pretended to assist her, and sometimes their fingers met, and sometimes his hand encountered, as if by accident, her soft, bare arm. A faint color, the harbinger of a blush, tinged her cheeks, and her eyes were lowered upon the table. She was in a state of trepidation, but did not know very well how to get rid of her tormentor. "I hope I am not in your way, Mrs. Ashbrook," he said, in a respectful tone. "Oh dear no," she returned, "not at all. You will be away the whole of Saturday." I'm getting tired of the market people, he answered. But how can I avoid going, unless I fall ill, or something of that sort? Her face became crimson, but she made no reply. You will not be angry with me, if I was to fall ill, he asked in a whisper, and placing his hand caressingly on her shiny soft hair. Mr. Fortescue, she cried in evident surprise, I do not understand your meaning, Gangry. In what way can your movements concern me? Kitty came in again. She darted a panther-like look at Fortescue, who received it with a face of marble. I have been showing Mr. Fortescue how to make pastry, said Mrs. Ashbrook to her servant. Is the gentleman going to take a situation as man cook? Then said Kitty sarcastically. Mrs. Ashbrook was greatly chagrined at this last observation. You are a funny girl, cried she. I think it very funny that a London gentleman should be pushing his nose in a farmer's kitchen, observed the maid. I dunno what to mek on it. And with these words, she darted out of the apartment. That girl is a great deal too forward, takes too many liberties to my thinking, said Fortescue. She will speak her mind, returned the farmer's wife. But you know she is privileged, has been here for so many years, that she looks upon herself as one of the family. Mr. Fortescue smiled and shrugged his shoulders, and deemed it best under the circumstances to beat a hasty retreat. Nodding to Mrs. Ashbrook, he left the kitchen. I wish you'd not be so ready with your tongue before strangers, said the farmer's wife to her servant. You see what you've done. No, I don't. Why, you've offended Mr. Fortescue. Oh, is that all? Cried the girl with an impudent toss of her head. It's a good job if he is offended. Of that I am the best judge. Well, I don't care for'n, and never shall I could take my Bible oath that he be a false man. Go along, why ye'da. Well, I've said it, and mean to stick to it. He's no good, I be sartin sure of that his ways are not like those of an honest man. Kitty, for shame. Ye mayn't like to hear it, cause you and master be taken so much up why him, but it don't alter my opinion. Nobody asked you for your opinion. Go away, and attend to your business. Kitty left, but she was heard muttering to herself in the wash-house for some time after this. Contrary to his usual custom, Mr. Fortescue sat up till late that night reading. His candle died out in the socket, he had no matches in his pocket, and was therefore obliged to feel his way up in the dark. As he passed Kitty's door, he saw a light shining through the keyhole. This he thought was a strange circumstance, and urged by curiosity more natural than refined, he bent his head and peeped in. She was seated on the bed, half undressed, busy with some work in her lap. Oh, female vanity, he soliloquized, the new ribbon for the Sunday bonnet, or the worked hem for your Sunday petticoat, is sufficient to impel you to almost fabulous exertions, to work your fingers to the bone, to rob you of your needful sleep, to make you burn your master's candles. As men labor to increase their wealth, so women will to decorate their persons. Filled with these sage reflections, he was about to withdraw his eye from its post of observation, when to his surprise the girl placed her work on one side and rose from her seat. She proceeded to disrobe herself, and was evidently preparing to go to bed. She's a fine woman, that is evident enough, cried Fortescue, who was however afraid to risk staying any longer, so he crept up to his own room again. She hates me and mistrusts me, and will balk me if she can. She is no contemptible enemy, it must be confessettes, self-reticent and watchful. But I hold a trump card in my hand, which she little suspects. Well, we shall see. When you draw your sword, Miss Kitty, you will find that you have only a feather in your sheath. Chapter Roman 109, A Young Wife's Dangerous Denouement. Mr. Fortescue managed to sleep pretty soundly despite his plans and machinations. He was such a consummate scoundrel and hypocrite that he was enabled to carry out his infamous project with the utmost coolness and address. He had neither pity nor remorse for the friend who had cherished him in such good faith and in such unshaken confidence. He rose early in the hope of enjoying half an hour with Patty before her husband returned to breakfast. He had met her thus the day before, and had told her that he intended to rise earlier the next morning. To this she replied with one of those looks which women use when they wish to accord favors, but fear to betray themselves by words. In a few minutes, he heard footsteps outside the door. He ran to it before it was opened and said, "Good morning, Mrs. Ashbrook." "It is not Mrs. Ashbrook," replied a stern voice. Kitty confronted him. "It is not Mrs. Ashbrook," she repeated. He shrugged his shoulders, but beneath this apparent nonchalance, he prepared himself for a duel. He saw that the crisis was come, and that his opponent was not to be despised. "I am glad we've met," said the girl, very glad. "Indeed, and why, pray?" "Because I've a serious word to say to you, sir, and the time's come to say it." "A serious word, my girl, well, I am all attention. Say it then without further ado, something strictly confidential, I suppose." "I dunno about that, but harkee, Mr. Fortescue, or whatever may be your name." "That is my name, you are particular one. Would suppose you were a lawyer about to open an indictment, go on, Kitty." "You mean to act basely towards my young mistress, that's what ye mean to do, oh none of your lying looks, and lifting of hands at me, I be only a common country gel. But I can tell what it is as shines in your eye when you see her, and trembles in your voice when you speak to her. I can tell what it is as meks you sit thinkin' by day, and wander about your room by night. I can tell what it is that's plottin' in your hard black heart, as well and better than a lord's lady or a squire's wife." "Can you?" "Yes, I can." "Upon my word, you are an astonishingly clever girl. I should not have given you credit for so much penetration. You can read my thoughts, can you, and see into my black heart, as you are pleased to term it. I don't know which to admire most, your perspicuity or your politeness." "It won't do, Mr. Fortescue. I won't be put aside by foine words. You take my advice, my excellent and sagacious friend, look after your pigs and poultry, and don't attempt to meddle in matters which don't concern you." "Not consarn me, not consarn me, don't it? Indeed, do you suppose I am likely to stand tamely by and see a white dove carried off by a ravenous kite? Don't it consarn me to see the dear lady I've known from a child on the edge of being ruined for this life, and for the next two maybe?" "Your similes do you great credit," said Mr. Fortescue, coolly paring his nails with his penknife. "Great credit, especially the white dove. And kite, I am the kite, I presume, and your mistress is the white dove. Anything more?" Kitty became furious. She could not stand the fellow's cool impudence and sarcasm. "Harkee, Mr. Fortescue, if you ain't out of this house by tonight's dusk or afore, then I'll tell Mr. Ashbrook, and hell pitch e out I. And ill help I am to die. See this arm, it's bigger than yourn, and it's stronger than yourn, and it's thrashed a better man than you for all your fine beard and cloth clothes and women's sense." Mr. Fortescue was perfectly unmoved. He looked languidly at the speaker, and said carelessly, "You are a brave champion, I admit, but you are a silly girl, nevertheless a very silly girl. I have no intention of acting badly towards your mistress. Dismiss such a thought from your mind. I won't believe it. Be out of the house, by the shank of the evening, or Mr. Ashbrook shall towel till your white skins, black and blue, my London gentleman." He clenched his teeth, and approached her, reveling in her vast strength. Kitty waited for him with her bare brown arms folded on her chest. He poured a fierce whisper in her ear. She became pale. "Oh, no, no," she cried, "he is dead, and there has never been a breath aged in him yet." He saw her weak point, and attacked her like a fiend. "Don't tell me," he cried, "I know the whole history. Mr. Philip Jamblin, who was murdered in Larchgrove Lane, had another sweetheart, besides the one who gave evidence on the trial. I know who that was." "It is false," she cried. "But even if he had, what has it to do with you? Do what you like. Why, me pelt me, put me in the pillory, but not a word aged in him." He went up to her, and said in a soft voice, "Do not be afraid, Kitty, I will not betray you. I have a secret of yours, you have a secret of mine, let us be friends." She did not answer him. He left the kitchen contented with his morning's work. Matters after this went on much the same as usual at Stoke Ferry Farm, for some few days after the altercation between Kitty and Fortescue. One morning, however, there was a change in the aspect of affairs. Richard Ashbrook was moody and discontented. It was easy to perceive that he was ill at ease, and that something troubled him. What this was his wife was at a loss to divine. "You seem to be out of sorts," said Patty. "You have scarcely touched your breakfast, Richard dear. What ails you?" He did not answer at first. When he spoke it seemed as if there was something in his throat choking him. "Matter indeed," he ejaculated, "to my thinking. There's a deal the matter. I've heard bad tidings, and it's upset me." "Goodness me, what is it? Then tell me all about it. Is anyone ill?" "No, it bean't that. Everybody as we know seems to be well enough. It's not a matter of sickness or disease, nor yet of bones breaking, nor crops failing, nor cattle dying of the rinderpest. It be worse than that. I've heard today, Patty, I've heard today, that the man I trusted most in the world, the man I loved like a brother, as one may say, the man I treated as one of my own kin and my own blood." He ceased suddenly, and drew his hand across his eyes. That man is trying to ruin me, to rob me of all I hold best in the world, that, while my bread has been in his mouth, and my words of welcome in his ear, he has been jeering at me in his heart, and setting snares to betray me and mine. Ah, Richard, how very dreadful, but are you sure of this? Quite sure, he returned, quite sure. Ah, I do hope you are mistaken. He strode across the room, and gripped her by the shoulder, till she winced with pain. I tell 'ee there ain't any mistake about it, he ejaculated, if he had nursed a worm in your bosom, till he had turned a viper. What would ye do? Would you let the reptile crawl away alive and strong as ever to sting other hearts? Or would ye crush his head beneath your heel, as wide crush a weasel or a stoat wouldn't? Ye crush the varmint, answer me, Pat, speak, wife. You are so excited, so moved, that I hardly know what answer to make, but Richard, be careful, keep within the law. I'll keep within the law, never fear, he answered with a terrible smile. But the law, my gel, is hard upon such men, as he and I intend to be hard upon him, or my name's not Richard Ashbrook, the soft-spoken circumventing vagabond. Kitty now made her appearance. She was very pale, but her voice was firm. Your horse is at the door, master, ye'll be late for market, unless you are off at once, and she added some words in a hoarse whisper. The farmer mounted his horse and rode off. His wife was seriously concerned about him. She sat by herself thinking and trembling. She had never seen him in such a fluster before, and he had not told her who it was that had behaved so ungratefully, nor what it was that he had tried to do. She was greatly puzzled. Who could it be? She could not determine. Possibly he would give her the whole particulars when he returned from market. Anyway, she must rest contented for a while, that is as contented as she could be under the circumstances. In a few minutes, after Ashbrook's departure, Mr. Fortescue came downstairs. There was an expression of anticipated triumph in his face, cloaked by precaution. At first Patty's manners were absent and restrained. She was thinking more of her husband's violence than of the fascinating young gentleman who was endeavoring to make himself so agreeable. Mr. Fortescue was a little disconcerted at her indifference, the reason for which he could not very well comprehend. But he strove to hold her engaged, and he succeeded so well that in the course of half an hour of his mellifluous conversation, all thoughts of her husband were banished from Patty's mind. Still, she had no idea of doing anything actually wrong. She reasoned to herself that she was fond of being alone with Mr. Fortescue, because she liked his conversation, and when her husband was present, they talked so much about farming, and so little about the world. The association with the Lady Aveline had given her a taste for the gaiety of London life. This, however, had in a measure passed away. She was well satisfied with her present sphere of action. Nevertheless, she liked to hear the scandal and gossip which floated about respecting those who move in fashionable society. Mr. Fortescue abounded in anecdote, and seemed to be deeply versed in the movements of great personages. As may be readily supposed, he drew largely upon his imagination, and did not confine himself to the truth. She listened to his discourse, and was charmed. In other words, she wished to gaze into the depths of a horrible abyss, and had invited a murderer of women's souls to lead her to the brink. Fortescue soon guided the conversation to topics of fashionable life, and with consummate art drew a sketch of matrimonial intrigue, a sketch in which he took care to introduce none of those dark and terrible tints which form the background of such pictures in real life. She remembered having heard similar narratives fall from the lips of persons she met with in London, when she sojourned there with Lady Marilyn and Aveline, but these were pure and innocent no comparison to Mr. Fortescue's. And as an experienced huntsman does not frighten his quarry by riding straight towards it, but rides round and round, gradually lessening the circle, till the deer, having become familiarized with the dangerous object, no longer heeds its, by imperceptible gradations, he approached this foolish deer, who sat listening to all his wicked nonsense with open ears and wondering eyes. I do not wish to analyze the infernal art with which he excited the senses of an innocent and guileless woman. Many who read these pages might take that as a guide, others would refuse to accept it as a warning. Mr. Fortescue presently poured into her ear a passionate declaration of attachment, which she ought not to have listened to. He hung over her, he placed his arm round her waist, and before she was aware of it, his lips met hers. She struggled to release herself from his grasp and said, "Mr. Fortescue, release me. This conduct is unpardonable, pray." She ceased suddenly, for a dark shadow fell across the room, and they both looked up. It was Richard Ashbrook, standing on the threshold. "I am glad you have come," cried his wife. He made no reply, but with one hand gestured for her to leave the room. She crept past him with her head bowed upon her breast. For a few brief moments the farmer stood still, as if to reflect. His face was white, but very calm. Presently, he made towards the door, locked it, and thrust the key into his pocket. After this, he drew down the blinds. Fortescue, who was perfectly astounded at the sudden appearance of the farmer, was at no loss to comprehend that he was made a prisoner. Trusting to bravado to save him, he hummed an air from the last new opera. "You infamous deceptive scoundrel," cried Ashbrook, "I've half a mind to shoot ye, as I would shoot down a fox or a wolf. It would be no more than you deserve." "Indeed, and why so?" "You came here a stranger," said Ashbrook, endeavoring as best he could to command his temper. "For a while, I gave you a night's rest unasked. For several weeks, I have made you live with me, and have treated you to the best of my poor power. I have made my home your home, I have made my friends your friends." "I do not deny all this," said Fortescue. "In point of fact, I admit it. But then, my honest yeoman, consider the honor of having a gentleman in your house. I have to return you many thanks for your kindness and hospitality." "A gentleman," cried Ashbrook. "God keep me from such gentlemen. A blackguard, you mean a gambler and a thief." "Have a care, Mr. Ashbrook, as to what you say. There is such a thing as indicting a man for defamation of character." "Character you've none to lose, you sneak. You've deceived my wife," said the farmer, raising his voice. "Ye've deceived me, poor fool that I have been. Ye've tried to disgrace us both for life." No 58. Illust Ashbrook receiving the challenge. Ashbrook receiving the challenge from Captain Bradley. "That I deny assertions are one thing, and proof is another. Remember that, Mr. Ashbrook. I call ye a coward and a dirty, contemptible hound, but I don't intend to let ye off with hard words. I mean to give ye a few hard blows. You won't forget Stoke Ferry. Ill dare be sworn for many a long day." "Ah, you are pugnaciously disposed, are you? Well, we can easily arrange matters. I have a pair of new trigger pistols upstairs, and am ready to give you satisfaction, wherever and whenever you please." "Satisfaction ye call it, you audacious varmint? That's a queer sort of satisfaction. Because you've done me wrong, I am to be shot at with a pistol. No, no, my man, I know a trick worth two of that. This is what I call satisfaction, you impudent monkey." He sprang to the fireplace and snatched down a stout ash stick which hung over the mantelshelf, and which he made whistle a sinister melody. "1 minute, sir, if you please," said the wretch, who soon began to tremble. "For the first time you accuse me of being a coward and a scoundrel, because I have flirted with your wife. Pray, may I inquire if you knew Mr. Philip Jamblin was murdered in Larchgravelane?" "What if I did? Don't ye say anything agin him." "You knew him's?" "Yes, what of that? Did he flirt with anybody? Answer me that." "Doll you if you speak a word agin Philip ill have your life, you cowardly dirty scoundrel. He ain't here to take his own part. But I am here, and that's just as well. Dare you speak of a murdered man to me, his bosom friend? By all I hold most sacred, before you leave this room, you shall pay in part for the pain ye've made me bear." Mr. Fortescue was at no loss to divine that the farmer was in earnest. He whirled round the stout ash stick in a most menacing manner. The London gentleman sprang towards the window, which he endeavored to open, but the farmer was too sharp for him. He caught Fortescue by the collar of his coat, and with Herculean strength dragged him from the window. Then he belabored him most unmercifully with his stick, with which he rained a series of terrible blows on his back and shoulders. Fortescue flew to the fireplace and snatched up the poker. On the instant, he received a terrific blow on the wrist. The poker dropped from his hand, which by this time had been rendered powerless, and then another series of blows followed in quick succession. If any man ever had a sound thrashing, Mr. Fortescue was the man. "Get out of my house, and never darken my doors again," cried Ashbrook, opening the parlor door and thrusting his visitor forcibly out. The latter did not want a second bidding. He made his exit without further ado. As he was passing the back kitchen, which abutted out from the farmhouse, the girl Kitty, who had been watching for his appearance, flung a pie of dirty water over him. "Take that, you dirty conceited puppy," said she. Dripping with wet and aching in every limb, Mr. Fortescue flew over the fields as if pursued by some wild animal, and was soon lost to sight. "Joy go with him," cried Kitty, "the dirty lying blackguard. I don't think it likely we shall be troubled with him, agin master." "I hope not," said Ashbrook. "I fancy he's had a pretty good dose." "And one as L last him a long time," observed the servant, retreating into the wash-house. Patty Ashbrook remained sad and silent upon a seat in her own chamber, her face distorted with terror, as she listened to the sound of heavy blows, and the cries of the man who, but a few moments before, had been whispering loving words into her ear. She despised him now, but not more than she despised herself for now. She remembered every little act, every word of kindness her husband had ever bestowed upon her now. She felt that she was an ungrateful wretch, that she deserved to be driven from her home, even as Mr. Fortescue had been. This last thought flashed upon her like a flash of fire, and dried up the last glad warm drops of blood in her unhappy heart. Oh, what a horrible fate! It seemed to be compelled to leave the house in which she had been happy from her earliest infancy, in which she had lived with those whom she loved and honored most in the world. She glanced tearfully round the room, as if to engrave everything it contained more firmly on her memory. Perhaps she might never enter that room again. All was silent below. Then she heard the door open and shut, then the voice of Kitty, then another interval of silence. There were then minutes of terrible silence. She heard a slow and solemn footstep upon the stairs. She held her breath. Her tears ceased to flow. She flung herself into a chair and raised her eyes full of repentance to the pale, calm face of her injured husband. "I've got rid of Un for good, and for all heaven be praised for that," said Ashbrook. "Oh, Richard," exclaimed Patty, beat me heavily, for I deserve it. But do not drive me from you. I could not live away from you." "I hope not," returned he, placing his broad brown hand upon her shoulders. "Nobody would wish it, leastways, not me." His voice was gentle, with love, tremulous with pity. "I say I have got rid of that viper, whom I ha' been foolish enough to cherish. I ought to be set down as a born idiot for my foolishness, but we are none on us wise at all times." "Oh, Richard," exclaimed his wife, "you ought to blame Muhich, no doubt you do. I have been more to blame than you have. But can you forgive me, my dear, honest husband?" "Can I forgive you?" cried Ashbrook. "You have been a good wife for me for 5 long years, Patty. You have worked hard for me by day, and by night, when I've come home weary, and oftentimes it may be a bit ruffled in temper. You ha' always had a sweet word and a kind kiss for me, and do you think, my lass, that I ha' any right to forget all that, and let a silly foolish hour or so blot out the thoughts and memories of 5 good years? No, no, my Jell, we've been both to blame. I ha' been more foolish and blind than what you ha' been." He took her in his arms and cradled her on his manly breast. "Oh, Richard," she ejaculated, "me own dear good Richard." "It was more my fault than yourn," cried Ashbrook, "a deal more my fault. I know that now. I put faith in this thy's deceivin' varmint. I left him with I gave him good chances to piss in your mind, and to draw your love from me to him for a little while more. Fool me, but your love's all come back agin, knowing it lassent, stronger and warmer and truer than afore, if that be possible, which somehow I don't think it can." She did not answer him. Her head was upon his shoulder, and her face was covered with her beautiful brown hair. She was still weeping, but now her tears were tears of joy. "My dear Patty," cried the farmer, "heaven be praised, you've been saved from the teeth of the wolf." Chapter Roman 110, Mr. Eric Fortescue and his respectable associates, challenge, and the result. Mr. Eric Fortescue, alias Alf Parvis, alias Mr. Algernon Sutherland, smarting with pain and foaming with rage, made the best of his way to London, after he had been ignobly expelled from Stoke Ferry farmhouse. He was in a terrible plight, was saturated with the dirty water which had been thrown over him by the girl Kitty, and his back and shoulders were black and blue from the blows that had been so mercilessly showered upon him by Ashbrook. But he contrived to reach the metropolis for 3 days. He preserved a moody silence, and shut himself up in one room from morning to night. On the evening of the 3rd day, he sent for Laura Stanbridge. He made her acquainted with all that had passed at Broxbridge. She laughed at him, and this made him perfectly furious. "You make a jest of my misfortunes," cried he. "It's just like women, they are always pleased when they hear of a friend's mishap. I am sick of the world, sick of you, and of everybody." "I dare say you are, but who have you to blame but yourself? You imagine every woman must of necessity be smitten with you. You shouldn't be so vain, my young spark. Don't preach to me, you fool. I am not disposed to listen to your lectures. I have had enough of them." "Very well, that being so, ill make no further observations," replied Miss Stanbridge, with perfect composure. "What am I to do?" he inquired after a pause. "Tell me what I am to do. How can I be revenged?" "I am not able to tell you," said she. "Confound it, Laurie, you appear to be most indifferent about the cruel treatment your old friend has met with. I know not what advice to give you. The whole affair I look upon as a piece of folly. This is the 2nd time you have been thrust forth with cuffs and hard words from Stoke Ferry House. The first time you were not so much to blame, but the last time you were much to blame. I don't know that you deserve much pity," she added scornfully. "Hang your pity, I want none of it. But you've got a good headpiece of your own, can't you advise a fellow in this business?" "You must be badly off indeed to come to a woman for advice," she rejoined. "When you want to rob a house, do you ask me how to pick the locks? And now that a lusty farmer has insulted you and given you a good drubbing, you ask me what to do? Throw off your fine clothes and your finicking airs, Alf Purvis. I am only a weak woman, but I need no instruction when I wish to be avenged. Ah, you do not know how sweet it is to be revenged." She became frightfully pale as she made this last observation, and cast upon him a look as venomous as a viper. He remained silent for some minutes. She watched him eagerly. "Your friends have been more successful than you have been," said Laura Stanbridge. "They managed to get into Nettlethorpe's house and carried off all the valuables in a regular businesslike way. They were clever, but you are not." "I am much obliged for the compliment," returned her companion. "Much obliged. This is a fitting time to indulge in taunts and sneers. You compare me to the smoucher and the cracksmana, low-bred pair of rascals, as ever darkened the doors of an honest man's house. I tell you what it is, my lady, you are not the same woman to me that you were not by a long way." "That is most surprising, isn't it?" "It's a fact that I know full well." "Are you the same as long as you were an outcast, a poor wretch wandering about the streets without a home or a friend? You were civil and tractable enough, but now—" "Well, go on, Laurie, go on, finish the sentence." "Now you are vain, haughty, and unmindful of those who have befriended you." "It is false. I never was unmindful of past favors, but I intend to alter my course of life, to reform, and if possible to live honestly." His companion laughed. "I mean it," he added, "me in what I say, but I must commit one crime more. I will not rob this man, I will not steal his money. I will rob him of a treasure he holds dearer than his gold. I will take his wife, thus my heart shall be consoled, and my hate revenged." Miss Stanbridge looked at the speaker in a state of bewilderment. "You love her then?" said she, as her eyes scintillated sparks of fire. The young man nodded significantly. "I love her," he repeated, "and will go abroad and take her with me." "Excellent device." "She shall never leave me." "She will always hate you." "And I shall always love her. All that the mind of man can conceive, all that the powers of man can execute, I will employ to gain her love, but she shall be mine, I swear it." Laura Stanbridge writhed as she listened to these words, after which she became very calm. "You must have taken leave of your senses, my very excellent young friend," she murmured. "You always love her?" "Yes, always." "Bah, you are mad." "Am I? Well, that's a matter of opinion," said he, running his hand through his auburn locks. "You are vain, that you will admit, I suppose." "Nothing of the sort. Never was so in my life." "And ape the manners of your betters." "Anything else, which, to say the truth, do not in any way become you." "Ah, you're jealous," cried he with asperity. The face of his companion flushed up. "Jealous of you, my beauty," she ejaculated in a tone of contempt. "Don't flatter yourself, Alf, by such a supposition. We know each other by this time. If we don't, we never shall. Jealous of you, indeed." "Well, there's no occasion to be petulant or spiteful, Laurie. Don't lose your temper. Every gentleman must have his private amours, and I like you none the less, because I have been carrying on a little innocent flirtation with the farmer's wife." "Love me? I wonder you can make use of such a term," cried Laura Stanbridge, with something like indignation in her tone. "We don't want to quarrel. It wouldn't answer either of our purposes to do that." At this moment there was a knock at the door, and to Fortescue's come in the smoucher, and the cracksman entered. "Oh, you've got back from Broxbridge," then said the latter in a familiar and half-sneering tone. "Yes, I have," answered Fortescue alias Alf Purvis. "You've been having a fine time of it, Captain, enjoying yourself like anything, I suppose." "That's my business, and not yours, my tea-tray friend." At this he and the smoucher burst out into a loud laugh. "We worked it to rights, did the trick, as clean as a brand-new whistle got off. Why, the swag and nobody any the wiser, I suppose. You've heard the whole history from your old friends at the farmhouse." "I've heard all about it. Mr. Nettlethorpe is half crazy, and they say he'll never recover the loss he has sustained." "Oh, what a pity, poor chap. Everybody is so fond of him. You know that must be a great comfort to him. It was a good joke, though you're taking up your quarters at the next farm. Jolly good. That was, I hope, as how you've enjoyed yourself." "Yes, I have very much. But don't you trouble yourself about me, or my pleasures and enjoyments, you've got to look after yourself. Why, Captain, you're rather short and sharp with an old pal, something's upset you. Yes, I am vexed and annoyed. What about? Oh, many things. Can either of us help you? I don't think you can. He's lost his heart, observed Miss Stanbridge, with a merry twinkle in her eye. The two scoundrels burst out into another, and still louder laugh. Why, that's nothing new, missus, said the smoucher. The captain is easily knocked over by a pretty face, he's so very susceptible. Don't talk nonsense, you fool, cried Alf Purvis, in an angry tone. Oh, I've done sorry, I spoke for the matter of that. But there's an old saying, observed the cracksman, and maybe it's a wise one, the course of true love never did run smooth. All present laughed again, all but Alf, who turned away with disgust. I am not disposed to stand any more of your chaff, said he, and so, if you've nothing better to talk about, the sooner you take your hook the better. Well, I am blessed, cried the cracksman, you are riled about summat, that's quite sartain. I never knew you to be so short in temper as you are today. I don't want any more of your sneering observations, and I've business to attend to. Oh, that's it, said the smoucher, well be, for making tracks, then come along, mate. And upon this, the two men wished their superior good day and beat a retreat. You were very sharp with them, Alf, observed Miss Stanbridge. When the two had gone, they meant no harm. They are a pair of vulgar common brutes, and I don't choose to give them too much latitude. I am glad to be rid of them. And I suppose you will be glad to be rid of me. I don't say that lorry you I can bear with, but I can't bear those fellows when I am perplexed and troubled, which I happen to be just now. Is there anything I can do for you, said the deceitful woman, placing one arm round his neck, in a loving manner. Yes, I tell you what you can do. Out with it then. I wish as you go home you'd call upon young Bradley, and tell him to come here as soon as he possibly can. I will do so with pleasure, say you wish to see him. Yes, upon particular business. All right, it shall be done, Alf dear, done with the greatest pleasure. The woman took her departure, and in an hour or two after this Mr. Bradley, the young man in question, made his appearance. He was a genteel good-looking fellow of about 28, and was one of Alf Purvis' most particular friends. If friendship can with propriety be applied to such a connection, for, like Purvis, he was a loose fish, a lawless character. He however affected to be very partial to Mr. Algernon Sutherland, and was just the sort of man he needed to perform the office which he was about to assign to him. The greeting between the two was a cordial one, for Mr. Bradley had not seen his young friend since he rusticated at Broxbridge. Alf at once proceeded to put his friend in possession of all those circumstances which have been described in the preceding chapter. He however passed lightly over the thrashing and his ignominious expulsion from the farmer's house. A nasty, spiteful, objectionable old agriculturist, cried Mr. Bradley after the narrative had been brought to a conclusion. He rode rusted he. That he most certainly Roman 999. He's a Hogaswinia, low-bred vulgar fellow. Very low-bred. Oh, so I should imagine, but well, find some means of serving him out. Wife's a pretty little woman, I suppose. Oh dear me, yes. And a great deal too good for such a pig. Much too good, but we will not discuss that question now. I am in need of a confidential friend like yourself. Certainly, old boy, I am at your service. I have left my portmanteau and things at the farmer's, also my horse. I want you to run down to Broxbridge and demand them. Good, that I'll do without a moment's hesitation. You must give me a note, of course. Yes, a note requesting him to give them up to you, and at the same time I purpose sending him a challenge. Oh, Jerusalem, a challenge, a capital, that I am to deliver, I suppose. Yes. Oh, what a lark, nothing could suit me better, it's quite in my line. By the way, you'd better say the bearer of your challenge is your friend Captain Bradley. I will do so, Captain Bradley of the Horse Marines. Or the fallbacks, there's magic in the word captain, said Bradley, rubbing his hands together with great glee. By the way, I ought to put on spurs and wear a military coat. It would be all the better. I will do so, and at the same time assume a military bearing. Ill astonish old mangled Wurzel, give it him hot and strong without sugar. Egad, ill astonish his weak nerves. Mr. Eric Fortescue, as he called himself, wrote a dignified epistle, in which he demanded all that he had left at Stoke Ferry. This he supplemented with another challenging the farmer to mortal combat. Both these precious documents were given to Mr. Bradley, who was quite delighted with his mission. "You must remember that on this occasion, I am Mr. Eric Fortescue, that is the name I gave when I first made the acquaintance of this rustic. Don't forget that. Ill bear it in mind, of course. I do not know you by any other. I shall say that my friend Fortescue has directed me to wait on you. Roman 100. You can imagine the rest. Leave it all to me. He won't accept the challenge, I suppose." "I should say not, but press the question. Put the matter home to him." "I wills." The next day, Mr. Bradley put himself in the train and made the best of his way to Broxbridge. He had been told by his friend to call at the Carved Lion before proceeding to Stoke Ferry farmhouse, as possibly he might pick up some information at that respectable hostelry. But John Bricket was as silent as the grave and studiously avoided referring to the circumstances attending Fortescue's visit to Mr. Ashbrook. It was a scandal he was in no way desirous of making more public than necessary, and hence his reticence. Mr. Bradley had therefore no other course than to fight his battle single-handed. He presented himself at the farmhouse, and inquired for Mr. Richard Ashbrook. Kitty, who opened the door, said her master was in the fields, but if the gentleman would call in about an hour and a half's time, Mr. Ashbrook would be sure to be in by that. Mr. Bradley, upon this, contrived to kill time by a stroll round the neighborhood. When he returned, the farmer was at home, awaiting the stranger's appearance, in the very same room in which he had chastised his ungrateful guest. The girl announced Captain Bradley, who was at once shown into the parlor. "Ah, your servant, sir," cried the captain. "Mr. Ashbrook, I presume." "Aye, that be my name. What may your business be?" "It is a delicate, and in some respects, a painful one," returned Bradley. "Oh, indeed, I am sorry to hear that." "Yes, I am deputed by my friend Mr. Eric Fortescue to wait upon you in the first place. I am directed by him to demand the things he left here together with his horse, which I am to take back to his town residence." Upon this, he handed the farmer the first letter. "You can take him at once, the sooner the better," said Ashbrook, after he had perused the letter. Then, thrusting his head out of the front door, he called out, Joe. Joe Doughty made his appearance. "Go upstairs and bring down Mr. Fortescue's portmanteau," said Ashbrook. Joe did as he was bid, and in a few seconds returned with the article in question. "There it be," said the farmer, addressing himself to the false captain. "Now, Joe, let this gentleman have the black horse him, as is owned by Mr. Fortescue." "Anything else, sir?" said Ashbrook. "I am sorry to say that I have another, and more important letter, to deliver. Its nature I am very well acquainted with, sir. I must inform you that Mr. Fortescue has been grossly insulted, and I have further to declare that he is a gentleman who never tamely submits to an insult." "Doesn't he, though?" "No, sir. In short, he cannot pass over the indignities to which he has been subjected. No gentleman, in his position, would be warranted in doing so not, if he had any desire to maintain his status in fashionable and good society. I must therefore beg of you to read this second missive. It is a challenge, Mr. Ashbrook. You cannot consistently refuse to give my friend that satisfaction, which one gentleman has a right to expect from another." Richard Ashbrook perused the document curiously, then he burst into a loud laugh. "Do not treat the matter with unbecoming levity, sir. If you do, I shall have reason to feel offended. It is not a time for jesting, Mr. Ashbrook. I therefore demand an answer, please, to name some gentleman who will officiate as your second, so that I may confer with him. That is the usual course we adopt in cases of this sort." "Do 'ee take me for a fool, my brave young spark?" cried Ashbrook, "or what?" "I decline to inform you. What I take you to be, all I require is an answer. Name your conditions." "Conditions? I ain't a-goin' to mek any conditions. Why, the loikes of or your friend, as you term hema, circumwenting deceitful varmint. Have a care, sir, have a care, as to what you say. I will not stand tamely by, and hear my friend Fortescue reviled. Get out, don't think to bullyrag me. If ye gie me any more of your nonsense, I'll chuck forth, and send about your business. Take the fellow's things, and be off while ye've got a whole skin." "What threats?" cried Bradley, putting himself into a military and defiant attitude. "Mr. Ashbrook, I am surprised. I will not depart without an answer." "An answer to what?" "Respecting the proposed hostile meeting. But I pardon you, do not understand the usages of polite society. Permit me to explain." "I want none of your explanations. Don't care to listen to such rubbish so wide. Better be off." "Then am I to say you decline to meet my friend Fortescue?" Fortescue, cried the farmer with a sneer, he's no more Fortescue than I am. Don't 'e come here why any more cock and bull stories, why he's a thief. And the police are arter him, if I were to appoint a place of meeting he'd be collared, and clapped into jail. Do you see that, my brave captain? Mr. Bradley was rather taken aback at this speech. He also had the honor of being well acquainted with the police, and he thought that it was therefore quite time to lower his tone. He assumed for the nonce an air of injured innocence. Mr. Ashbrook said, I put it to yourself as an honorable man, whether you think it the right thing to cast aspersions upon a gentleman, when he is not here to answer you. I do hope and trust that you have not so bad an opinion of me, as to suppose for a moment I would lend myself to so dishonorable a proceeding, as to espouse the cause of a disreputable character in common justice. You ought to offer an apology, and express your sorrow for making such indiscreet observations. Look, here you can go back to London, and tell this friend of yours that he has found out his real character, is known here. The police will g more information respecting him than I can. He's a bad egg if there ever was one, and as to this, well, there. He tore up the letter, which contained the challenge, into 100 pieces, and threw them in the grate. Now, roar Captain, you had better be off, or may be you, and I shall quarrel. I hope not, I am sure, returned Bradley. I have not done anything to offend you, that I am aware of. There be an old adage, ye may know a man by his friend's end. If Mr. Fortescue, as he chooses to call himself, is a friend of yourn, well, I wouldn't gie much for that be all I ha to say. You are complimentary, Mr. Ashbrook, said Bradley with a sneer. Horse be ready, master, cried Joe Doughty from the yard. There you're rather, his horse be ready, wide better mount, and be off, or may be, we shall find out something about you. What regiment are you captain of? What regiment? Oh, the 3rd West Middlesex. Oh, you're in the volunteer service. Yes. Well, captain, I wish you may arrive safely back in London. Your horse is ready. And you decline to return any answer. Look here, if that young scoundrel comes in this neighborhood, he will very soon find himself in one of Her Majesty's prisons. So may tell him that from me, and now, if y'all take good advice, which I think it just as well to offer, y'all just make yourself as scarce as possible, or maybe may find yourself as deep in the mud as he be in the mire. I shall not condescend to have any further discourse with you, said Bradley, assuming as high a tone as possible at parting. He went out into the yard, mounted his friend's black horse, and directed Joe Doughty to take the portmanteau round to the Carved Lion, handing him half a crown for his trouble. He then trotted off, very much dissatisfied with his visit to Stoke Ferry Farm, which he considered to be a most miserable failure. Chapter Roman 111, The Surprise and Escapia Drive for Life. Peace, after his encounter with Bessie Dalton, abstained for a short period from his predatory excursions. The scene in the rich merchant's house at Blackheath had made a deep impression on him, and it is just possible that he had some slight compunctious visitings, but these were of course of short duration. His house in the Avalon Road was, as we have already intimated, exceedingly well furnished on his removal from Greenwich. A large amount of plate, and a considerable collection of pictures, were not transported openly in the van he hired to remove the rest of his goods. They were forwarded secretly from Greenwich to Peckham. It was generally understood in the neighborhood that he was a retired gentleman, possessed of a modest competence, which enabled him to live quietly without business cares, and to indulge his little whims in scientific inventions, in which indulgence he had lost thousands. The mixed family, as we have already seen, did not live in harmony. Mrs. Thompson, it has been said, was rarely without a black eye, and shrieking and swearing were not uncommonly heard proceeding from the house. Yet Peace gave himself the reputation of a humane and moral man, with a character to maintain, who must not be familiarly accosted by milkmen, greengrocers, and other people who resorted to public-house bars in the morning. Peace was very rarely seen, till late in the day, people in the vicinity, who gave the matter any consideration, supposed he was busy with his scientific pursuits, of which he was fond of talking in an effusive manner. He occasionally invited his neighbors into his house to take something, and by all accounts he was a jovial host. He was possessed of 7 or 8 guitars, and almost as many violins. When he came outside the gate in the afternoon, and took a look at the weather, he was communicative and critical to whoever was passing that knew him, and he especially delighted in a chat about crime and criminals with the unsuspicious policemen of his district. In conversation, He had an odd habit of digging his hands deep into his pockets and twisting himself round in the pantomimic contortions of a clown's social visits. He never paid, and he did not encourage unexpected visits to his house. At Peckham he formed a menagerie of pets, which was certainly extraordinary for so unpretentious an establishment, but being a gentleman devoted to science his neighbors thought he might be allowed to indulge a hobby for zoology. That he should be fond of animals is strange, seeing the traits of his character have been disclosed, which indicate that he was cruel and selfish to the last degree. Some of his pets, he had learned to execute tricks wonderful enough to earn a showman his living. His pony especially showed marvelous obedience to his command. At a word, this faithful animal would rear up and remain standing on his hind legs, and at another word, he would lie down as if dead. Tommy seemed to have been trained as a silent but faithful partner in burglary. The custom of Peace was to go out during the day with Mrs. Peace, his son, and Mrs. Thompson in his trap, himself driving and taking a survey of mansions. He intended to rob during the night and arrange about the destination to which he should convey the plunder. He had two methods of attack. He went out early in the evening, when the family of the house to be plundered were all downstairs. Then he robbed the rooms above, or late in the evening or far on in the morning, when the family were all upstairs in bed. Then he roamed through the lower regions and abstracted the heavy articles of plate and pictures, with all valuables that were portable and transmutable into money in most cases. He proceeded alone in these expeditions. The pony went out from Peace's stables at most unseemly hours, and sometimes the neighbors woke up when it returned. One night the driving up to the gate was so furious that the gig knocked over the gate. The noise attracted the attention of a policeman who was on the threshold of a discovery, but he suspected nothing. Peace had unquestionably just returned from an expedition with spoil, but when he saw the officer he blandly invited him in, although it was 1 o'clock in the morning, and lifting up the lid of a long box, he explained to him that he had been engaged in perfecting an invention for the purpose of raising sunken ships, which he and Mr. Bryan were about to patent. "And you know it would not do to let people know about this in the daytime," added Peace, upon which the policeman drank his health. Hoped he did not intrude, and helped to readjust the gate on its hinges. Peace, as we have already signified, had described himself to the new sphere of respectable neighbors, among whom he at this time moved as a gentleman of independent means, and he was looked upon as one who had done well in the world. But there were more burglaries in the neighborhood, and Greenwich became almost as noted for these classes of depredations as Lambeth had been. But there was this difference that, whilst the middle-class people of Lambeth dare not report their troubles to the police, and were not allowed the privilege of complaining to the columns of the dailies, the Greenwich whitebaits would not sit down so calm with this disgraceful state of things. Night after night, the houses of leading residents in the locality were broken open, and quantities of plate, jewelry, and valuables of that description were stolen. The gang who did it were evidently good judges, and selected very carefully before removing anything. Then the police became indignant. The public blamed the police. Letters to editors were freely penned. But still, the depredations continued. Then came a lull. Peace, the single-handed perpetrator of all these daring robberies, had taken time to consider, and had decided to again change his residence. But he had grown in riches, the result of his 6 months' robberies, and he decided upon taking a better household with a more substantial look of respectability about it. And hence it was that he deemed it advisable to remove to the residence which we have already described, namely, the habitation in the Avalon Road. It is not easy to calculate with anything like exactness the mischief which a scoundrel like Peace has done by his daring exploits. Man is a creature of imitation, and after the capture and condemnation of our hero, other rogues endeavored to imitate him. The evil which Peace did seemed to live after him. No sooner had the public experienced a sense of relief at having got rid of him than a successor turned up to carry on the business on the same system which he had introduced. The new candidate for the honors of murder and burglary combined, however, shifted the base of his operations from Blackheath to Hampstead Heath. He was discovered prowling about the grounds of Roseland House by a constable of the S Division. The policeman, on demanding of the man what he wanted there, was answered with a threat to the effect that if he approached, he would blow his brains out. He, however, did approach, and while attempting to close with the miscreant, received a pistol shot, which would probably have killed him had it not fortunately struck the bullseye of his lantern. He was slightly wounded, and in the struggle which followed was struck on the head by his assailant with some blunt instrument. Notwithstanding this, he gave the would assassin chase, and coming up with him again closed with the robber, but was too much exhausted to succeed in his commendable efforts to effect a capture. The man accordingly escaped, and no doubt congratulated himself upon the success which so far attended him in his attempts to follow in the footsteps of the prince of scoundrels, whose nefarious career he had endeavored to shadow forth. Doubtless many of our readers will remember the case to which we refer, since it was reported in all the London and provincial newspapers. We sincerely trust that the loathsome memory of Charles Peace will not breed a contagion of burglary. That crime, however, is infectious, was shown by the garrote epidemic, from which London suffered some few years ago. The best preventive against the prevalence of a possible plague of housebreakers is undoubtedly to be sought for in efficient police surveillance. A stronger force of mounted patrols is wanted in the suburban districts. That a policeman should be left to encounter an armed burglar, single-handed on Hampstead Heath, in the dead of the night, shows that this particular part of the metropolis, at any rate, is not properly protected. In such a place, the police should go in pairs, or if one man is deemed sufficient to guard it, he should be provided with some better protection than a baton against the chances of losing his life through being assaulted by wretches of Peace's caliber. It appears to us that the police on night duty are distributed very unfairly in many streets. For instance, where persons are constantly passing all through the night, more police than are necessary are to be found, but in some suburban retreats the midnight quietude is seldom disturbed by the constable's measured tread. You may walk through the leading thoroughfares of the West End, or the tenantless streets of the city at any hour of the night, and meet with a score of policemen, but on a tour of the same distance in the suburbs, where all or most of the burglaries are perpetrated, it frequently happens that not a single guardian of the peace is to be met with. There is evidently need for alteration here. But none of Peace's imitators, or rather those who strove to carry on their nefarious practices after his fashion, ever succeeded in reaching the same acme of perfection, if it can with propriety be so termed, in any degree comparable to our hero. Peace had been leading a sort of cat and dog life for some time, passed with his two female companions in the Avalon. He knew perfectly well that he was like a man who is at the top of a dangerous precipice. The slightest mishap, one false step, would precipitate him into the dark chasm in which sooner or later he was to be plunged. He therefore strove as best he could to keep a tight hand over the woman he most dreaded. He did not care what amount of money he expended in ministering to her wants, with this proviso that she was to remain indoors, so Mrs. Thompson had her drops at home. She had a weakness for strong drinks and was an inordinate snuff-taker, and according to Peace's own account, she cost him a pretty penny. His weakness in respect to women is perhaps the most remarkable feature in his character. After ruthlessly slaying the ill-fated Mr. Dyson, which crime he perpetrated not for gain, for it was clearly established that the unfortunate gentleman met with his death from the hands of his murderer, simply because the latter had a sort of mad infatuation for his Mr. Dyson's wife. And stranger still, immediately after the commission of the foul deed, he took up with another woman, whom he afterwards had good reason to be in dread of. Nevertheless, despite all these circumstances, he perseveringly and persistently followed his nefarious calling, even while the sword of justice was almost hanging over his head. He had at this time perpetrated 2 murders. He had sent Police Constable Cock of Whalley Range Notoriety and Mr. Dyson to their account, and yet he professed to be a moral man in his new home in the Avalon. It would be impossible to follow Peace's footsteps throughout his extraordinary career while engaged in his various depredations in the suburbs of London, but it will be necessary for the purposes of his history to glance at some of the well-recognized events, which are, so to speak, almost public property. It was not likely he would remain long quiet in his suburban retreat. Excitement was a necessity with him. He could not sit himself down with his 2 female companions like other gentlemen of independent means, must be up and doing. So early one afternoon, the gate was thrown open, and Charles Peace passed through in his pony trap. He had to call on a friend, so he averred, but on this occasion he had with him the lad Willie Ward. He was going to give him a ride for a short distance, and purposed dropping him at the bricklayer's arms. Willie was then to return home either by omnibus or the Marrowbone stage, whichever he chose, but he was not to go further than the appointed place with his patron and stepfather. As far as Willie himself was concerned, Peace had no reason to complain, for he was in a measure attached to his relative, and was at all times faithful and obedient to him. An animated conversation was carried on between the two for the greater part of the journey. The lad would have liked to remain in the trap, just to see what the driver thereof would be after, but he durst not express any wish to that effect, so when the bricklayer's arms was reached, and Peace brought the pony to a halt, Willie jumped out, and retraced his steps without a murmur. Peace drove on. He was, as the reader has doubtless already guessed, on one of his marauding expeditions. It was as yet early in the evening, so early indeed, that few persons would expect burglars were abroad. Peace in the due course of time arrived at Sydenham. He pulled up in front of a roadside inn, gave the pony trap in charge of the ostler, and said he had to wait upon a gentleman in the neighborhood, and would return in about an hour. He was not a man, as we have before observed, who was addicted to drinking, but he thought it just as well to go to the bar, and have a small modicum of brandy and water. Then he left bag in hand, the inference being that he was about to deliver some goods at one of the neighbors' houses. He walked leisurely along till he arrived at a villa residence built in the Gothic style of architecture with the greatest possible effrontery. He opened the gate, and passed into the garden by the side of the house. Nobody appeared to be about, and seeing a bay window half open, he crept through and found himself in one of the back rooms. He peered forth, and seeing the coast clear, he ascended the stairs. Somebody at this time was playing on the piano in the parlor, and the noise of the instrument, which was most unmercifully pounded at effectually, drowned the noise of his soft and cautious footfalls. He found in the upstairs room a number of valuable and profitable articles, such as watches, jewelry, and the like. These he at once possessed himself of. The whole proceeds occupied but a small space, and were carefully disposed of in the capacious pockets of his coat. As he descended, the pianist was still rattling away at the instrument. When he reached the passage, he found on a dumb waiter several silver spoons and forks. He snatched up these, passed through the bay window, by which he had effected an entrance, and got off without being observed by a solitary individual. The family were out for a drive, and there was nobody in the establishment besides the eldest daughter, who was taking a lesson of her music mistress, and the servants who were in the kitchen busily occupied in preparing the dinner. The astonishment of all when they discovered the robbery can be readily imagined. Notice was given to the police, inquiries were made, but Mr. Charles Peace laughed in his sleeve and got clean off, but his evening's work was as yet not over. He bent his steps in another direction, and after walking about 3/4 of a mile, or a little more perhaps, he came in sight of another house he had spotted. In front of this was a conservatory. As on the previous occasion, he opened the gate and entered the grounds. Then he passed along till he came to the conservatory. He looked through the window, and saw that it was filled with the choicest flowers. But he suddenly withdrew his head, as he heard the sounds of voices, which evidently proceeded from the parlor or dining-room. He was at no loss to divine that the family were at dinner, and to judge from the number of voices, he was under the impression that there were several guests present. He hesitated for a moment, being in some doubt as to his mode of action. His object was to gain the upstairs rooms, lay his hands on all within his reach, and then make off. But this did not appear to be so easy a task as he had at first supposed. Probably, the servants were passing to and fro, and in such a case discovery would be fatal. But the greater the danger, the greater appeared to be the fascination to a man of Peace's temperament. He passed along the side of the house, and found the back door wide open. He looked in, and saw no one. With unparalleled audacity and assurance, he crept into the passage, flew upstairs, and inspected the apartments above. He filled his bag with the most valuable and portable articles he could lay his hand on, and up to this time had been undisturbed, but the question was how he was to get clear off. If he dropped from one of the upper rooms, the chances were that the noise of his descent would attract the notice of someone, besides which the windows were so high up that to descend from them was no easy matter. "I shall have to risk it, I expect," said he. "Go down the stairs, and take my chance. It is quite clear they are all of them pretty well occupied in cramming and guzzling, so here goes." He descended the stairs as quickly as he could, and was making for the back door when he was suddenly confronted by a buxom, red-faced, redarmed servant girl, who gave a start and a faint scream as she caught sight of a strange man. No 59. Illustration: The Death of Tommy. The Death of Tommy. Peace was perfectly calm and self-possessed. "Don't be alarmed, my girl," said he in his softest accents. "Is the governor in?" "Yes," she said in the greatest possible state of surprise. "Ah, that's all right," cried Peace. "Can I see him?" "He's at dinner just now," returned the maid, completely thrown off her guard. "But I'll tell him you are here if it's anything particular." "Only a message from Mr. Woodward." "From who?" "Mr. Woodward." The girl had never heard of such a person. It would be strange if she had, seeing Peace, had given the first name that had occurred to him. "I'll go in and ask if he will see you," replied the girl. "Do please," cried Peace. The maid went into the dining room to make the inquiry. This was Peace's opportunity, of which he was not slow to avail himself. He flew out of the house, jumped over the garden fence, and then ran off as fast as his legs would carry him. "Tell him to wait till see him," presently said the master of the establishment, when the girl announced that a stranger wished to speak to him. The girl was astonished when she discovered that the stranger was no longer visible. She went out into the garden, looked about in every direction, but could not of course see anyone. She went into the kitchen and made her fellow servants acquainted with the circumstance. The footman said, no doubt, the feller was going to call again, and that she, Jane, was a little fool. She retorted, and for a few minutes there was an intestine war in the kitchen. However, after this was over, and the strange man did not put in an appearance again, matters did not look so rosy. The servant girl was seriously concerned. What could it mean? The affair had to be explained to her master, who was of course very angry. Until up to this time, no one had suspected that a robbery had been committed, and it was quite an hour before the discovery took place. And then there was of course a fine hue inquiry. But Peace, long before this, had reached the roadside house, where he had left his pony trap. But his evening's adventures were not nearly over as yet. After he had cleared the fence, and got far away from the scene of his depredation, he decreased his speed, for he had become winded, and therefore contented himself with walking at a moderate pace. This he continued to do till the public house was reached. When this had been done, he thrust the bag containing the valuables underneath the seat of his gig, and gave the ostler a handsome gratuity. But now a new danger threatened him. Just as he was getting into his gig, he heard a voice exclaim in a tone of surprise, "Look at that fellow, I do believe it's that scoundrel Charles Peace." The voice proceeded from one of the alcoves which were situated in the gardens of the public house. He was about to depart from, and Peace knew the tones of the speaker, who was a Sheffield detective, with whom he had been formerly acquainted. The celebrated exclamation of the Duke of Wellington of Up Guards, and at them, did not carry greater dismay to the enemy than did to Peace the words spoken by the Sheffield police officer. Peace endeavored successfully enough, it must be admitted, to alter the expression of his countenance as he stepped into the gig, but he was panic-stricken nevertheless, and for the moment all his fortitude appeared to desert him. He heard a movement, a shuffling of feet, a ringing of glasses proceed from the alcove in the garden. He did not wait to hear or see any more. He urged on Tommy, who answered by going at a rattling rate. The wheels flew round so fast that you could not see the spokes. Presently, the driver came in sight of a steep hill. He turned round, and observed in the distance 2 horsemen urging on their steeds to the utmost. They were enshrouded in a cloud of dust. Peace grew sick and faint. "Curses light on them," cried he, "they are giving chase one is Stackhouse, as I am a living man." There was no help for it. The pony had to be put out to the top of his speed. Peace urged him on with a few sharp cuts of his whip, and then by his voice, which had a much more powerful effect, the faithful creature seemed to comprehend that the hour of danger and trial had arrived, for it tore up the hill like a mad thing. The pursuers were perfectly astounded at the speed at which Peace was going. "But we shall have him, yet Clayton have him, as sure as a gun. My brute is panting and roaring like a blast furnace," observed the party addressed. "I don't think he'll hold on if we come to another such a hill as this. Confound it, there doesn't appear to be a level piece of ground in this locality. Can't be helped, we must have him. Ah, if it be Charles Peace, which I am very doubtful about. It's him safe enough. Do you suppose he would go at such a pelting killing pace, unless he knew he was pursued? I am pretty sure about its being Peace, though he is a bit altered. But there, he's got a regular india-rubber face. He can do pretty much as he likes with it twisted up in all sorts of ways. I know him of old. I am glad you do, and hope you are not mistaken, Lord, how this beast of mine does bump one. He's like a great elephant. Put him along, never mind his bumping, cried Stackhouse, in the greatest state of excitement. We shall soon be up with my gentleman. Peace knew every inch of the ground, while his pursuers did not. Had this not been the case, the probability is that he would have been captured, for Stackhouse was bent upon having him, if he could compass it by any possibility. Neither of the detectives was well mounted. They were on hired hacks which rebelled against being put to an inconvenient pace. They had not been accustomed to gallop uphill, and resolutely refused to accede to such an unreasonable proposition. Stackhouse's horse became restive, and had he not been a good rider, the chances were that he would have come to grief. But the urgency of the case demanded desperate efforts on the part of the detectives. Peace, when he reached the brow of the hill, turned sharply round into a narrow bridle road. He traversed this, and then took another turning, at the end of which were 3 cross roads. Upon reaching this point, which he had done, without attracting the observation of those who were giving chase, he took the road which led direct to Forest Hill. Now he put Tommy out again to the fullest extent of his speed, and looking back, he could nowhere perceive the 2 detectives. He had succeeded in doubling upon them. They did not arrive at the cross roads till long after he was out of sight. He's done us, cried Clayton, given us the slip in a most knowing, clever way. There's no telling which road he has taken, and to mend matters, my horse is as lame as a cub, and as obstinate as a mule. He's the very devil himself, I do believe, said Stackhouse. Why, what a pony he must have, to be sure. But it's no use hesitating. Which road had we better take? I leave that to you, my friend. I should say the one which leads direct to London. He would be sure to go that way. All right then, on we go. They did go on as fast as their 2 hacks would take them, but mile after mile was covered, yet not the faintest trace could they find of Charles Peace. Clayton was rather nettled. And suppose, after all, he is not the man, a pretty pair of fools we've been making of ourselves, said he. We've had a pleasant evening's ride. Pleasant you call it? I can't see it in that light myself. It won't do either of us any harm. Well, we shan't find him now, wherever he may be. I am afraid not, so here is a roadside house. Well, give it up then, and dismount. The 2 officers went into the house, and partook of some refreshment. Meanwhile, Charles Peace had been urging on Tommy, who never relaxed his speed till Forest Hill was reached. It then became painfully evident that the faithful little creature was greatly distressed. He stumbled 2 or 3 times, and Peace observed with the deepest concern that the pony was all of a tremble. My poor Tommy, he ejaculated, I fear I've asked too much of you. Hang it, he said in continuation, but the pony is bad, can't hold itself still. The animal in question was in a complete lather, and was snorting and panting in a manner that was painful to behold. Every now and then it gave a cry of pain, which went to the heart of its master. Ah, my faithful friend, mused Peace, you have saved my life. But at what cost? And I dare not risk remaining here, though I have every reason to believe that these bloodhounds are no longer on my track. He had at this time come to a halt, and listened intently to ascertain if there were sounds of coming horsemen. All was, however, quiet, and he had every reason to believe that the danger was over. He therefore let the pony trot along at an easy pace. But even while doing this, he found that he every now and then staggered, and appeared to be in danger of falling from sheer weakness, so that it was a hard job for him to reach the Avalon Road. Chapter Roman 112, A Painful Scene, Death of Tommy Peace's Grief. When Charles Peace arrived at his own residence, he was almost as bad as his steed. It was only by a miracle that he had escaped being captured. Stackhouse was of course very well acquainted with all the particulars concerning the Bannercross murder, and should he Peace come across him, an ignominious death would be sure to follow as a natural consequence, for the gentleman of independent means felt that he could not impose upon the Sheffield detective. All things considered, it was most necessary that the latter should not trace the murder of Mr. Dyson to his residence in Peckham Stackhouse, although he affected to be quite certain as to our hero's identity, was by no means so well assured as he professed to be to his brother officer. And in addition to this, there were other circumstances which conspired to break the thread of the clue. Stackhouse was only in London for a few days, and after the chase described in our last chapter, he returned to Sheffield upon other but less important business. He told the officials there that he believed he saw Charles Peace in front of a roadside inn at Sydenham, but the general impression seemed to be that he was mistaken, and so the matter was suffered to drop. When the pony had been taken out of the trap, its master saw that it was in a very sad condition. There was no use attempting to disguise this fact, which was self-evident. Tommy had not been quite right for some days before this. It had a cold, and was out of order in other ways, but nothing very serious was supposed to be the matter. A mash was given, and the usual remedies applied, but the enormous stress that had been put upon it on this ill-fated evening seemed too much for the beautiful little creature. Peace removed the valuables from his trap and concealed them in his usual hiding place. When this had been done, he rubbed down the pony and tended it as carefully and affectionately as a mother does her pet child. He was greatly concerned about the animal, perhaps quite as much so as he had been about himself during the fearful half-hour or so he had driven so recklessly to save his worthless life. He was greatly dispirited and depressed, and in this instance, he had to keep all his troubles to himself. It would never do to let the women of his establishment know the danger he had passed through, or the real cause of the change that had come so suddenly over his Tommy. His thoughts, as may be readily imagined, were by no means pleasant ones, and for upwards of 2 hours did he sit in the stable watching his steed and musing upon the present and the past, and it might be trembling for the future like a guilty, remorseless miscreant, as he was. For however callous and selfish a man of his type, maybe he cannot be altogether dead to the silent monitor. He had obtained a considerable amount of booty by his night's depredation, and it is surprising, seeing the amount of property that fell into his hands, that he was not a rich man. It is a wonder where all the money went to, and the probability is that he did not know himself. It came, and it went how it would be difficult to say. Upon his entering his domicile, he found both his ladies in the parlor with Willie Ward. As a rule, they did not ask him any questions, or rather no more than was absolutely necessary, but they were at no loss to divine that something had put him out. His brow grew dark when spoken to, and his answers were sharp, and by no means agreeable in either tone or manner, and so but little was said by any member of the select family. When he did not desire conversation, he had recourse to an ingenious device. Took up his violin and directed Willie Ward to accompany him with the guitar. He knew perfectly well that his female companions would much prefer magging, as he termed it, and sometimes he was disposed to indulge them, but he was not on this particular evening. He was not in a mood to listen to their discourse. He therefore laid hold of the fiddle he had bought at the sale of Dr. Bourne's effects, and began to play a prelude. Willie was always but too glad to join in, and he began twanging at one of the guitars. The two females listened to the music complacently enough, but they of course had quite enough of it, and first of all Mrs. Peace went into the kitchen on some excuse or another. In a short time, she was followed by Mrs. Thompson. Then a discussion ensued as to the cause of Peace's moody manner, and both agreed that something or someone had put him out. However, after putting his goat through some tricks, and amusing himself with one or two more of his pets, his ruffled temper became a little more smooth, and Charles Peace was himself again. The women returned to the parlor, a game or two of whist was played, and then Peace arose, and said he must go into the stable. "Into the stable," said Mrs. Thompson in surprise. "Yes," cried our hero, "I don't like the look of Tommy, is very queer." "I am sorry to hear that," observed Mrs. Peace, "but he'll be better in a day or two, I suppose." "I am not so sure about that. He's very bad, poor little fellow, refuses his food." "May I go with you?" said Willie. "Aye, if you like, come along." "Oh, that's what's put him out," said Mrs. Thompson. "I knew there was something the matter. It's the pony. Well, that's a bad job. He cares a deal more for Tommy than he does for either of us, you may rest assured of that. But then you see, the faithful little animal don't cross him, so there is after all good reason for his attachment. He likes to have it all his own way. It's the case with most men. He's got a temper that all who know anything of him will readily admit, but so have we all, I suppose. I hope I've got a better temper than he has." "I dare say you have, but you mustn't run Charles down. He's not such a bad sort after all. There's many worse than him." The two women went on bandying words for some time. There was nothing new in this. It was their custom, and had been so ever since they had become acquainted with each other. It was, as we have before indicated, not altogether perfect harmony in the house in the Avalon Road, and wrangles were of frequent occurrence. It was perhaps in the nature and order of things that this should be so. Meanwhile, Peace and Willie were busily engaged in the stables. The pony seemed to be in great pain, would not take his food, for all Peace's coaxing was restless, and fidgety nevertheless. He pricked up his ears and strove to put a better face on matters when spoken to and caressed by his master. But with all this, it was easy to perceive that he was not in his usual health. As a rule, our hero was not accustomed to give way to despair. His naturally sanguine temperament led him to look difficulties or troubles in the face. Had this not been so, he never could possibly have gone through what he had throughout his guilty and checkered career. Without doubt, he was a most remarkable individual. The sanguine man can bridge over difficulties, which one of the opposite nature would perhaps sink under. His future, he will admit, presents the possibility of failure or mischance, as well as the possibility of good fortune and success. But with him, the preponderance is immensely in favor of the realization of his wishes. Let him make up his mind that the attainment of a certain object is desirable, and he has a wonderful knack of persuading himself that it is easily attainable. He will muse over it until he has clearly realized not merely the bare object that would be all that would present itself to an ordinary imagination, but the thing itself decked out in all the tinsel and trappings which a fervid fancy can create. With him it is the goal which shines out large and luminous, and it is the obstacles to be overcome in reaching it that are too hazy and insignificant to be worth serious consideration. The future always presents probabilities of both, but to the naturally despondent and apprehensive, the balance is always in favor of mischance. Both these peculiarities of character are open to serious objections, and if a man might choose his mental constitution for himself, no doubt, he would be wise to keep clear of both extremes for all the ordinary purposes of life. The capability of regarding the future under the clear and cold light of reason, untinged by the delusive coloring of hopes and fears, is very valuable. He who can do this will not be daunted by imaginary difficulties, or waste his powers by needless preparation to meet them. And on the other hand, he will not court failure by undertaking the tasks that lie before him and neglecting to make due allowances for contingencies. But if the choice lay between the overanxious and the oversanguine temperament, then, for all the purposes of an active and happy life, the hopeful is infinitely preferable. It is just possible that excessive care and caution would in the long run more often prove right in judgment than injudicious hope, but even that is perhaps doubtful. Not merely the unforeseen, but that which cannot be foreseen, by the most anxious vigilance, is so potent a factor in human affairs, that the fortuitous and accidental may perhaps be said to shape as many of our ends as all our cares can do. Moreover, anxiety and fear and morbid apprehension are quite as distorting as high-flown hope and confidence. But even though it be granted that the more cautious temperament is the safer of the two, any advantage in this way is more than counterbalanced by the pluck and energy which a boundless hopefulness is able to inspire. There is, it must be confessed, very little go to be got out of those who are habitually given to a despondent and over-anxious view of things, however useful they may be as skids upon wheels, that are apt to go too fast while all the world over it is, and always has been those who are dazzled by the brilliancy and color in which they themselves deck out the future, who have done the greatest deeds and excited the greatest influence. All history almost has been made. Wars have been waged, freedoms have been won, dynasties have been overthrown, reforms have been brought about, inventions have been perfected not by men who have been preeminent for their skill in forecasting difficulties, but by those who have insanely laughed at impossibilities. No doubt great caution as well as great hope has been characteristic of many of the foremost men of history, but as a rule, the greatest of human works have been accomplished by those whose cautious fears and prudent foresight have continually been borne down by their sanguine temperament, or some equivalent to it. The utterances of oracles, the reading of the stars, omens and prophecies, witchcraft and palmistry, and every other species of infatuation, have at all times been called in to inspire just that confident hope with which capricious nature has so largely endowed some of her children, while to others of them she seems to have denied it altogether. That an oversanguine person is incapable of taking an altogether safe view of things, and that he is always in more or less peril, is true, but it is also true that his very delusions are the source of an energy and daring which must always be wanting to the timorous and despondent. His infatuation may no doubt be regarded as merely a mild phase of insanity, since he will often see that which to the soberest sense is undiscernible, while he often appears blind and deaf to the most obvious facts before him. But if the delusions are akin to those of a madman, the strength and the daring are the madman's too. Undoubtedly, he who has this temperament should be regarded as one of fortune's favorites. The light that leads him on may often prove delusive, but it does not always do so, and even when it does, it sheds a cheery glow upon his path that enables him to enjoy his life as he goes along, and at times permits him to revel in the anticipation of successes that are never to be his. Cowards die many times before their death. The valiant never taste of death but once. Says Caesar. In the same sense, the hopeful individual enjoys good fortune many times, the anxious and despondent only once, and sometimes not at all. A more important consideration is the fact that whereas the cares and worries and disappointments of life have a natural tendency to intensify the over-anxiety and apprehensiveness of those who yield to a proneness in that direction, they tend, in an ordinary way, to correct the opposite fault. There are, it is true, some to whom experience seems to bring little wisdom, and there are still more to whom experience brings wisdom only when it is too late to be very effective. But as a rule, the individual who starts in life with a superabundant dash of the buoyant and hopeful in his composition starts with no doubt a somewhat perilous fault, but yet with a fault which time and experience will greatly modify and reduce, while he who is wanting in this faculty of hope has a no less serious flaw in his composition, and one which, unless he strive against it, time and experience will but increase. The sanguine temperament and self-reliant nature of Peace caused him to surmount difficulties which other men would have sunk under, and had he turned his thoughts and mind more in a proper direction, he had sufficient qualities to have caused him to have cut a respectable figure in the world, but it was not in his nature to abstain from wrongdoing. He was guided by no moral principle, but had been radically wrong from his earliest childhood. But we must return to the stable to which Peace and Willie Ward had betaken themselves. The former was much concerned at beholding the pony rear on its hind legs, as if in pain. Then the faithful animal dropped on all fours again, and looked inquiringly at his master. In a minute or so after this, a sudden shivering seemed to seize the pony, who trembled in every limb, at the same time snorting like a war charger. "Poor little fellow, he is bad," cried Willie in a tone of alarm. "I never saw him like this before. What can be the matter with him?" "That's not easy to say. He's dreadfully bad at present, but he'll get better after a bit." "I hope so." "Oh, he'll get better." Peace, despite the symptoms, which were of a serious character, was still sanguine. He strove to put the best face on the matter, and proceeded at once to prepare a bran mash. In this he was assisted by his stepson. Tommy was the most docile, tractable little animal it was well possible to conceive, and took his mash without hesitation. "Will that do him good?" said the lad. "I hope so," returned Peace. "It is a simple remedy, and can't do him any harm." Peace endeavored to get the pony to take his food. He led him to the manger, and strove by every means in his power to persuade him to eat. Tommy swallowed a few mouthfuls of oats, but this was evidently an effort. Presently he turned away from the manger, and lay down upon the clean straw, which his master had previously prepared for him. "We will leave him now," said Peace. "Quiet and rest will do more than we can do for him. Come along." The two passed out of the stable, and returned to the parlor of No. 4. "How is the poor little fellow?" inquired Mrs. Peace. "I don't like his looks, very bad. I wish to goodness Bill would drop in." "He was here when you were away," said Mrs. Thompson. "What, this afternoon?" "Yes, between 5 and 6 o'clock." "Did he leave any message?" "Said he would call tomorrow, in the early part of the day." "That's well. Bill will be able to set him right, if any man can. I wish he was here now." "Whatever is the matter with the animal?" cried Mrs. Peace. "He's been driven at too sharp a pace for one thing, and in the next, he has been ailing for some days past. Bill will pull him together." "I am sure. I hope he may, but—" "But what?" said our hero sharply. "Why drive him beyond his pace? Mind your own business. What do you know about the matter? Nobody asked you for your opinion, which ain't worth much at any time." His partner was silent. She knew perfectly well that he was irritable, and would, to use a common phrase, quarrel with a straw, so she said no more. Peace bore up bravely against adverse circumstances, but his rencontre with the Sheffield policeman troubled him much. There was no telling what might follow If he discovered the burglar's snug retreat at Peckham, the game would be up. As he reflected on this, Peace's brow grew dark, and his face wore a troubled expression. He had, however, a great desire to conceal from his two female associates the trouble that for a time so seriously depressed him. He therefore assumed an air of bravado, and discoursed upon matters, in a reckless and overconfident tone. Luckily at this juncture, a neighbor dropped in. This was a great relief. A little music followed, and finally a game of cards, so by this means, he was enabled to get through the remainder of the evening. Before he went to bed, however, he went into the stable, and had another look at Tommy, who was evidently in great pain. The poor animal could not rest for long in one position. After attending to him, Peace retired to rest. Between 12 and 1, on the following morning, Bandoligged Bill presented himself at the house in the Avalon Road. Peace was overjoyed to see him. "Well, Bill, old man, I am glad you've Calidhave been anxiously watching for you," cried Peace. "Oh, indeed, anything up. Tommy's very bad, cursedly bad. I don't know what to make of him. I want you to see if you can put him right." Bede attacked suddenly. "Well, yes, it is a bit sudden, but come into the stable and have a look at him." "Right you are, I'll see to him." The two went into the stable, and Mr. Rotten at once proceeded in the most professional manner possible to make a careful examination of his equine patient. "Well, what do you make of him?" inquired Peace in an anxious tone. "Umph," murmured the gypsy, "he's as bad as a os well can be, that's what I make of him. He's got a fever." "A fever? There ain't the least doubt of that, and the chances are what," cried our hero, "that it'll finish him." "Don't say that, Bill." "Aye, but I must say it. I think I ought to know something about osses by this time. Can't you see that he keeps grinding his teeth, that his eyes are distended, and that every now and then he is convulsed? His sight and hearing too are both evidently affected, and he is unable to swallow." Peace groaned and said, "As bad as that, eh?" "Has he been overdriven?" observed the gypsy. "Yes, he has." "I thought so, and by whom?" "By me." Peace hereupon proceeded to put the gypsy in possession of all those facts with which the reader is already acquainted. "Ah, Charlie," said Rotten, after the narrative had been brought to a conclusion, "you've knocked him silly. A os is pretty much like a man in many respects. If you make him do more than he ought to do, it's pretty sure to find him out, even as it finds us out. He's a purty creature, was a free goer. Was none of you sleepy-headed brutes worse luck, perhaps, seeing as how he's done so much for his master? Why, lor bless your, he dee ha gone till he drop it, that's what he dee ha done. Don't I know ithivant? I put him into a pelting pace myself afore now." "You have, and he was none the worse for it." "That's just where it ish was none the worse for it, but I expect as how it was nothing to what you made him do." "I dare say not, but in my case there was no help for it. I don't deny that I ain't a blammin' you should have done the same thing myself, under similar circumstances, but that doesn't alter matters. As far as he is concerned, I am afraid he's done for." "Done for? You surely don't mean that." "You see," said Mr. Rotten in an oracular manner, "I've had to do with osses ever since I was a youngster, a mere kid in a manner of speaking, and can therefore judge pretty well about this air animal. He's got a fever, he's dull and heavy, his head hangs down, there's a chilliness about him, a staring coat, coldness on the surface and at the extremities, and every now and then a shivering fit. These are the first symptoms of what we call symptomatic fever." "Well, but can't you do something for him?" cried Peace. "I'll do all I can, that you may rest assured of, but I can't promise you to effect a cure. I may, it is true, but I am doubtful. He's been overdriven, that is one thing against him, but no doubt the disease would have come on whether he had been overdriven or not." Bill Rotten went out at once, and purchased at the nearest chemist some drugs, which he made up into laxative balls, 2 of which he gave to the pony. After this, he took a small quantity of blood from his patient, which seemed to afford great relief. "Oh, y'all pull him through," cried Peace. The gypsy shook his head. "I'm afraid of it," Charlie said. It's no manner of use attempting to buoy oneself up by false hopes. I am afraid you must make up your mind to lose the faithful little creature who's done his best for you, and has paid the penalty." Peace was sadly depressed as he listened to the words the gypsy had let fall. Still, he clung to hope, even as a drowning man clings to a straw. "It's a bad business," he murmured in a sorrowful tone, "a dreadful business. It was a fatal evening upon which I had to fly for my very life." "It's ugly altogether," returned Rotten, "for one doesn't know what may follow." "There, that will do. Don't make matters worse for us. by anticipating fresh misfortunes look after Tommy, and do your best for him, ill leave him in your hands. Are you going anywhere then? Yes to White Capel. Very well, I'll do my best. And so I leave my favorite in your hands for the present. Peace took his departure, and Rotten remained. He did not leave the Avalanarode for the remainder of that day. Peace returned at about dusk. To his inquiry in the house, he was informed by Mrs. Thompson that the gypsy was in the stable, and that he the gypsy had informed her some hour or more ago that the pony was not expected to live. Peace went into the stable, and found his equine pet stretched on the floor. Rotten was kneeling by its side, and had its head on one of his knees. Well, cried Peace, what news? He's a dead un, returned the gypsy. All his troubles are over. I've done all it was possible for a man to do, but couldn't save him, poor little fella. Peace sat himself down on an inverted pail, covered his face with his hands, and burst into tears. It ain't of no manner of use giving way, so said Rotten. It was to be, I said. So the moment I set eyes upon him this ere morning, there wasn't a ghost of a chance. I've lost my best friend, me faithful companion, murmured Peace. Ah, Bill, but this is terrible. It may be so, but there are worse misfortunes than this. Keep your pecker up, and don't take on so. You laughed at me a few days ago, when I gave you an account of Hester Tate. Now you are worse than what I was. I would have given anything to have saved him. So would I, but it wasn't to be done, eso. It's no manner of use talking about it, 'cause why talking or mourning won't bring him to life again. Of course I know that very well, but I can't help grieving. He was my pet, was to me as faithful and docile as a dog. There never was such a faithful creature. And I have killed him. That's what makes me so miserable. I have killed him. You've done nothing of the sort. He was bad at the time, and it is likely enough that he would have died just the same if he had not been put out to such a killing pace. Cheer up, Charlie. It can't be helped. There are other ponies in the world. Ah, but not like him, none like him. Maybe there are, who knows? Ah, who indeed, not Roman one. Despite the exhortations of Rotten, Peace could not readily get over the poignant sorrow he felt at the loss of his pony. This may appear strange with one of his callous temperament, but the fact remains the same, and many persons could testify to the great grief he demonstrated on this occasion. It passed over, however, in the course of a few days, and Charles Peace was then himself again. Chapter Roman 113. Miss Laura Stanbridge makes a mistake. Caught in the act. Laura Stanbridge, throughout her lawless career, had been singularly fortunate in escaping detection. She was known, or suspected, rather, of being a receiver of stolen goods. And while following this occupation, she had as yet not been entangled in the meshes of that net, which the law throws out to catch the unwary or less fortunate criminal. But no one is wise at all times, and such was proved to be the case with Miss Stanbridge. Actuated by a mad impulse, or it might be from the desire of excitement, this unprincipled woman chose to do a little robbery on her own account. There was no occasion for it, for she was rich, and therefore had not the excuse of extreme need, but nevertheless she could not resist the impulse. She was stopping for a day or two in a small country town in the north of England. Clickborn, the place in question, was one of those clean, dull towns where the streets are always white, the pavement equally so, likewise the houses. Some persons called it a pretty place, and as far as cleanliness and salubrity were concerned, there was perhaps no reason for complaint. But it resembled a huge white sepulchre, names over the doors forming the epitaphs, the cries of the commercial vagrants forming the funeral hymn. This is perhaps not a very flattering description of the place, but it is one which a journalist gave in one of the London newspapers. We do not, of course, vouch for its accuracy, for journalists are prone at times to sacrifice truth to effect that it was clean and apparently dull is beyond all question. Suddenly, however, the principal street was thrown into a state of the greatest excitement. Windows were flung open, and a crowd of faces, protruded beggars basking in the sunshine, returned to their feet, and to an unpleasant consciousness of their starvation, which, while in a dormant state, they had perhaps forgotten. Dogs awoke from their slumbers, and aroused the neighborhood. With their sharp barks, pigeons descended and fluttered round the cause of all this startle and disturbance. There was nothing of any great importance to cause all this flutter and outcry, but the Clickbornites were very impressible, it would appear. The cause was simply this. A lady, elegantly dressed, was walking quietly along the right-hand side of the street, toying with a green silk parasol between her lavender-gloved fingers. The Clickbornites watched with a curiosity as unfeigned as it was undisguised. She was a lady, or supposed to be such anyway. She had the appearance of one, and therefore it was taken for granted that she was such, and she was dressed in the height of fashion, was therefore not only a stranger but a prodigy. Now in most country towns, there is one shop which is as large as three, and which employs a fabulous number of young men in some towns. It is a grocer's in others, it is a fine art repository in Clickborn, it was a draper's. Before the door of this well-known establishment, one might see at a certain hour handsome carriages, which were driven into Clickborn every afternoon when the weather was fine. It was also patronized by young gentlemen, incipient in dandyism, who attempted with Clickbornian scarfs and collars to rival the exquisites of Bond Street or Belgravia. For it must be noted that in addition to the drapery department, there was one devoted to hosiery of every conceivable description. Every town, remote as it may be and rude as its inhabitants may appear, has yet its fashionable hours in Clickborn. No one shopped till the afternoon therefore, when they saw the strange lady enter the great shop at noon. The sensation rose to a climax, and the crowd increased. It does not take much to arouse the curiosity of persons who locate themselves in the country. There is generally such a dearth of objects to create excitement that the good folks avail themselves of any excuse for a surprise. In half an hour's time, the lady reappeared. Her veil was raised. Before she wore it down, however, they had time to see that she was beautiful. Her handsome face inspired the male passengers with awe, the females with envy, and the beggars with hope, although hard experience teaches us that the ugliest people are the most charitable. Beauty is a shrine, at which we involuntarily worship, and which we ever invest with the attributes of compassion. This is evidenced but too frequently, and it is not possible for the most determined caviller to contravene in trials. We invariably find that there is but little interest manifested by the outside public in a female prisoner who is unmistakably plain or ugly. The lady to whom we are now referring was almost lost sight of round the distant corner when the shop door was suddenly opened, and three young men rushed out into the middle of the street with bare heads, and a wonderstruck expression on their countenances. On perceiving the lady, they gave a shout and rushed after her like harriers. The excitement was by this time at its height. What could it mean was the question repeatedly asked, but which no one seemed able to answer. The spectators poured down from their windows to their doors, and from their doors into the street. Something extraordinary had taken place, and everyone was desirous of knowing what that something was. They saw the shopman leading back the fashionably dressed female who expostulated with them loudly. She was most indignant, and told them that they should be severely punished for the indignity they had offered. One of them carried a bundle of lace in his hand, which with a triumphant wave of his hand, he presented to the owner of the Titanic establishment, who, panting and almost breathless, had come up with his subordinates. They were immediately surrounded by a horde of men, women, and children who had come to see what was the matter. These persons cried out in loud voices, and addressing themselves to the master draper, asked what the poor thing had done. There was a general feeling of sympathy for the lady manifested by the crowd, some of whom were disposed to take her part at all hazards. The proprietor of the drapery establishment saw this, and he appealed to them impetuously. He was not very logical, but that did not much matter. Was it right, he said to the gaping bystanders, that he should have be afraid to say how many pounds worth of lace lifted out of his shop, without trying to protect himself? "Oh, gammon!" and all cried a rough navigator, who had been working on the line for the last few weeks. "No gammon, my man," said the draper with sudden warmth. "It's a fact. Isn't it a duty I owe to myself, and to all my brethren in the trade, to resent such an acto punish the perpetrator? Isn't it incumbent on me as a Christian and a churchgoer to expose such dishonest practices? I ask you that." "I always thought it was the duty of a Christian to forgive his enemies," said the navigator. "Leastways, that's what I've been taught, governor." "You mind your own business, my friend," cried the draper, "and ill mind mine." "Don't you attempt to cheek me," said the navigator, who stuck to his post manfully. "I tell yer plainly, I ain't one as else stand it. You may keep a fine shop, but that's no reason for your being better than other people. Let the woman alone, and if so be as she's done anything wrong, she'll have to answer for it, but I don't believe she has." "No more do I," cried another. One of the townspeople, touched by the beauty and sadness of the prisoner, put in a word for her. He besought the draper to take his goods back and pass the matter over as a mistake, which he hoped it really was. "No, no, my friend," said the tradesman, "I am, for making an example of persons of this description, I am as straight as an arrow myself. And there is but one course to pursue. I've sent one of my lads for a policeman, I pay him by the day, and I can't afford to let him waste his time." "But my dear fellow, consider," interposed the townsman who had before spoken. "I have considered if it was a poor man who tried to steal something because he was sick or starving, it would be a different thing altogether. I might take compassion on him. But look at the clothes the woman has on, they are of the most costly description. I can't afford to dress my wife like that, although I work hard, and have done so early and late for the last 30 years. "You work hard," exclaimed the navigator in evident disgust. "You don't know what work has come along. Why, me and ill show yer." "I don't want to have any conversation with you," cried the draper. "Shut up then," said the navigator. "Go back to your flary shop, and let the woman go about her business." "I have no answer to make to this man," said the other, addressing himself to the crowd. By this time, one of the rural police had succeeded in squeezing his way through the crowd of persons. The circumstances were explained to him, and the stolen articles displayed. He endeavored to look as wise as he could, reflected for a few moments, and then said interrogatively, "Do you charge her?" "Of course I da charge her with robbery, with shoplifting." "She couldn't lift your shop, old man, if she tried ever so," said the navigator, "so don't tell no lies." At this there was a roar of laughter from the crowd. "You have him there, and no mistake," cried one. "So you charge her then again," repeated the policeman. "Yes, do your duty," returned the draper, majestically sawing the air with his right arm. "You must come with me to the station house," said the constable, addressing himself to Miss Stanbridge. She bowed her head without speaking and walked quietly by his side. "I should like to land him one on his nose," said the navigator to a companion in the crowd. "That's what I should like to do." "What's that you are saying? Have a care," cried a sidevant detective. "If you don't, you will get yourself into trouble, my man." He ain't worth getting into trouble for," answered the navigator, "so I shall step it. Make your mind easy, old pennythreefarthings. A yard I hope shall be discharged by the beak." And with these words, the knight of the pick and spade took himself off. "I should say she's an old hand," observed the detective. "This is a conclusion they generally arrive at in cases of this sort." "Why is she an old hand?" inquired a butcher of the town. "Tell us that. Do you know her?" "Can't say that I do," returned the detective. "But you see, a raw thief would have turned as white as a turnip when the man said station house, and cried a pailful of tears pretty nigh. But this Moll's too clever to waste words and tears. When it's no use, she can see that the old man means pulling her. And she knows well enough, I dare say, that one might as well talk to a post as a bobby, specially a country bobby. Only wait till tomorrow, and y'all see how white her cheeks, and how red her eyes will get." "Well, she didn't look like a thief to me," said the butcher. "And as to her being an old hand, I don't believe it. It's all moonshine." Laura Stanbridge was lodged very roughly that night, and brought up the next morning before two of the borough magistrates. As the detective had predicted, her cheeks were very pale, and her eyes inflamed with weeping, but in her case they were real tears. She bitterly regretted having been so imprudent as to commit so foolish and unnecessary a robbery. Indeed, she could not very well understand what induced her to run such a risk, and for the greater portion of the night, she was plunged into the very depths of sorrow. Her tears and protestations of innocence, combined with her beauty, might perhaps have saved her, if her judges had been gentlemen of the country, who as a rule take a merciful view of cases of this description, but they were tradesmen. The injured draper was a magistrate himself, and though not allowed to act in his own case, sat close to the bench which he watched with his eyes. No 60. Illustration: the chaplain started. The young chaplain started, as he beheld the graceful form of the prisoner. The consequence was that they committed Miss Stanbridger Clara Johnson, as she called herself upon this occasion, for trial. After this had been effected, the three magistrates returned to their counterzone to sell reels of cotton, marked with mendacious numbers, the second, to regulate his false weights, and measures, the third, to superintend the adulteration of articles of food of various descriptions. The fair culprit was then placed between two policemen, and escorted to the jail, followed by a ragged and sympathizing crowd. Indeed, it was impossible not to be affected by her face, so dignified, so pale, and so resigned. Clickborne Jail is one of the prettiest specimens of the model prisons in this country. We may contrast it with those of the old style, as we contrast the fairy-like colleges of Cambridge with the grand picturesque, but somber piles of the senior university. Built of no dark gray stone, but of variegated bricks which were adorned with fantastic designs, and with an assemblage of graceful and picturesque little turrets, it presented nothing of the appearance of a receptacle for thieves and lawless characters, with the exception of thick bars before the windows, and in the ponderous locks attached to the doors. Laura Stanbridge was conducted by the deputy governor and the head turnkey of the prison to a building separated from the establishment by the ground in which the prisoners were exercised. The deputy governor preceded them up a flight of stone steps and knocked at a small iron door. It was instantly thrown open, and two women of repulsive appearance stood before them. They were both dressed in black, and both had ponderous bunches of keys suspended at their girdles. Laura was forcibly impressed with the depressing nature of all these formalities, but she bore up as best she could, and endeavored to put a good face on the matter. Having handed over the prisoner to the care of these ogresses, the deputy governor and turnkey returned to their own sphere of action. No man was permitted to enter the female ward, but the governor, the chaplain, the visiting justices, and the surgeon, and so having handed Miss Stanbridge over to the female warders, her two male conductors retired. The shoplifter would have much preferred their remaining, for to say the truth she had more faith in those of the opposite sex than she had in her own. But the rules of the prison could not be infringed, and she therefore submitted to them with the best grace possible. She was taken to a reception cell, and subjected to the usual course of bathing and searching, with those thousand indignities which felons and suspected persons have to suffer. When this was over, she was conducted to her cell, which was on the same model as those of the male prisons, and which has been described in a previous chapter of this work. Miss Stanbridge was disgusted with her narrow prison house, and she did not fail to express her dissatisfaction. "Pray tell me," said she in angry tone, "is it customary to put prisoners before their trial in such a miserable hole as this?" "Most certainly it is," was the answer of her janitors. "We have no other cells." "Then I must tell you plainly that I think it an act of great injustice," said Lorioff. "Gross injustice. Am I to understand that a prisoner before conviction is treated in the same manner as a prisoner sentenced to imprisonment without hard labor after conviction?" "Well, yes, she is, unless she happens to have money." "Oh, indeed, money, eh?" "Yes." "And what if she has?" "Oh, that makes all the difference." "Does it then? It's still more discreditable." "Well, assuming she has money, what then?" "She will be allowed to buy books, clothes, and food." "Will she?" "Certainly." "And bedding and furniture?" she asked, glancing at the bed, which was rolled up and bound by a strap, and at a wooden stool with no back to it by the wall. "You cannot buy furniture." The governor would object to any prisoners making themselves so comfortable in prison. He might perhaps let you have a chair or an extra blanket to your bed. But of course we are only subordinates. It rests with the governor, whom I cannot see, I suppose. "Oh, you can see him whenever you like. He is a very genial gentleman, and does all he can to make prisoners comfortable who behave themselves, but they must behave properly." "I am not likely to misbehave myself," said Miss Stanbridge, "but I must tell you frankly that it appears to me that suspected felons are not allowed so many comforts as convicted first-class misdemeanants, who are swindlers, and therefore only felons on a grander scale." She pointed to the rule which applied to the treatment of first-class misdemeanants, and which she had discovered with her first glance at the printed board. "We don't make the rules," said one of the female warders. "I don't say you do. All I object to is being treated like a guilty person. Before conviction I am innocent, and this I shall be able to prove when my trial comes on." The women smiled. "You don't believe me," cried Miss Stanbridge. "Everybody is innocent until found guilty," was the quick response. "I don't expect much sympathy from anyone here, but that does not so much matter. While I am here awaiting my trial, it is but fair that I should be treated with some little consideration." "Certainly you will be, without doubt. I can send for my luggage, I suppose." "If you choose to do so you can. Where is it?" "At the hotel where I was stopping when this shameful charge was made. We have a prison messenger who will fetch your luggage if you pay him for doing so." "I will pay him," cried Miss Stanbridge. "You forget, perhaps," observed one of the women, "that you had only 7 and 6pence in your purse." "I do not forget. I have good friends who will assist me in the hour of my trial and trouble," I am not without means." Upon this both, the women were much more conciliatory in their manner. "We will do our best to make you as comfortable as possible," they both ejaculated. "We always do that to those who have the misfortune to be charged with any offense." "You are very kind, I am sure," cried Miss Stanbridge, with something like irony in her tone. "You had better let me keep the 7 and 6pence," said one of the female warders, "and pay it to the prison servant to clean your cell, otherwise you will have to do it yourself every morning." "Clean it myself, is that in the rules?" "Yes, it is a rule always exacted." "Very well, leave the amount in your hands, that will be the best course to adopt, won't it?" "I think so. There is a by-law in most jails against prisoners keeping their own money. Besides, you know you would soon spoil your fine clothes if you elected to clean your own cell, which I suppose you won't think of doing." "Well, I don't know about that." "Then in that case you had better wear the prison dress if you mean to do prison work. It is gray cloth, very comfortable and becoming." "May I wear it in addition to this dress?" "Oh dear me, no, you must wear our dress or your own." Laura Stanbridge hesitated. "I don't want to be arrayed in the garb of a felon," she ejaculated. "Not unless there is an absolute necessity for my doing, so I will therefore wear my own." She reasoned that in the gloomy dress which these poor criminals wore she would lose many of her fascinations. Besides, it was like putting on a badge of guilt, a thing that was most repugnant to her. Having invited her to study the prison rules, the warders left her to herself. When alone, she gave full vent to her rage, and paced her narrow den with masculine strides, tearing her lip with her white wolfish teeth. She bitterly regretted having made the false step which brought her into her present awkward predicament. It was a sort of mad infatuation which had led her to attempt the robbery at the draper's. She could not any way account for the impulse which had so suddenly prompted her to commit such a foolish act. Crestfallen and humiliated, she felt the danger of her position. She felt also its degradation, for this was the first time she had been in prison. But worse than all, she was fearful of being balked of that revenge for which she had so long and so patiently waited, and of which she believed herself secure. Alf Purvis was at large, and she was in durance vile. "Oh," she ejaculated, "it is indeed bitter to be locked up here, when all was working so well. Without, I must have been mad to run any risk, worse than mad, seeing that there was no earthly need for it." She screamed with rage, and climbing up to the window like a cat, she shook the bars with her white hands till the dust flew from the stones. Uttering frightful imprecations, she sank back exhausted. "This is the worst of folly," she ejaculated. "I cannot escape with my hands and arms. I must use a woman's real weaponshire, voice her beauty, her falsehoods with a man's mind and nerve to guide them." She sat down, and leaning her head against the wall with her arms folded and her face slightly upturned, she began to reflect as a mathematician commences the solution of some abstruse problem, as an actress studies the looks and gestures of a new and difficult part. Man forgets and forgives, but the woman whose pride has been injured can never forget, and will never forgive. Alf Purvis had cruelly wounded her vanity, and this vanity, which when flattered will decoy women into vice, when angered will drive them into crime. Laura Stanbridge had taken a tigress-like fancy for this man, who was so much younger than herself, and whom she had taught to steal. She had spent pains and money upon him, believing that thus she would secure a powerful weapon. But it had proved a weapon with a sharp edge, which stabbed the hand that endeavored to direct it. Spurned in her passions, thwarted in her schemes, she had conceived an incredible hatred against him. It is true she had solaced herself by making a conquest, and for a long time nothing disturbed her friendly and familiar terms of intimacy with Tom Gatliff. This had continued even up to the time of her arrest. But for all this, she had not forgotten her hatred of Purvis, whom sooner or later she had determined to bring to ruin. Now she was powerless, she trembled, when she thought of the exposure and ignominy that might follow. She was surrounded by stone walls and iron Barsby persons, who would be stoned to her entreaties, and iron against her bribes. The stern faces of the warders gave her no hope. Besides, they were women. She had seen the governor for a moment in the corridor. He had scarcely deigned to honor her with a cursory glance as she passed, and as they were taking her through the yards, her eyes busy as her thoughts, had observed a number of children playing in the garden, which was separated from the yards by an iron railing surmounted with huge spikes, yet enclosed within the walls. The governor was probably old and possibly phlegmatic. It was at least certain that he was married, and the father of a large family, he would not be assailable. Her beauty, her falsehood, and dissimulation would be of no avail as far as he was concerned. It would but be a waste of time for her to endeavor to propitiate him. Besides, from what she could gather, he was a man who, although reputed timid and considerate, was withal a strict disciplinarian, and not easily turned from the path of rigid duty which he had followed for so many years. She ran her eyes down the rules, and from thence discovered that one of the visiting justices was by law compelled to visit each prisoner once a week alone, in order that the presence of the governor or turnkeys should not intimidate the prisoners from making complaints. This gave her hope, but it was but a transient one. Once a week she ejaculated, "Ah, that is not of any great import. I would it were once a day then. There would be some chance for me in 2 or 3 visits. It would be difficult or indeed impossible to do much if anything. But in 15 or 20, well, I might yet triumph, but I will watch, and wait. It is not possible to say at present what my chances may be." As she spoke, the door of her cell was opened, and a young man of prepossessing appearance presented himself. He was dressed in a suit of black with a plain white cravat round his throat. His countenance was indicative of deep and anxious thought, and his brow was furrowed with long, thin lines. When she saw his face, her heart seemed to beat more audibly. Her eyes flashed for a moment. Then she bent forward her head and gazed abstractedly on the floor of her cell. "He is young, and I think impressionable," she murmured, "and has, I hope, a good heart." Then she took a pose. Chapter Roman 114, The Prison Chaplain. The gentleman who had so suddenly and unexpectedly entered the cell in which Laura Stanbridge was confined was the ordinary. He was an enthusiast, and during his brief term of office had striven hard to bring the persons he visited to a sense of their miserable position and the evil effects of criminal careers. In some cases, in very few, it is to be feared, had succeeded in bringing the culprits to a right way of thinking. His father, William Leverall, returned to England at the age of 65. He had spent his youth and strength in the East Indies, where he had shed so much of his blood, covered with honorable but fatal wounds. He came home to breathe the fresh air of his native land, and to die. He had not succeeded in amassing a fortune, which many less worthy persons than himself had done, for he had never at any time of his life been a devotee at the shrine of Mammon. He, however, bequeathed the sum of £200 a year to his wife and 2 children. It was all he had to leave them. His will directed that he was to be buried with his hands crossed on his breast, and that his sabre should be by his side. To pay for her children's education, which in England costs so much, Mrs. Leverall went to service as companion to a rich relative. Thus she seldom saw her children, but they were always with her in her thoughts and dreams, and the letters which she received from them gave her the brightest hopes, for they were both affectionate and obedient to a fault. It was her wish that her son might take honors at the university and enter holy orders. His father had always been religiously disposed, and therefore the pulpit seemed to his widow to be the pinnacle of human greatness. It was far better, she thought, than following the calling of a soldier. When her son William, he was named after his father, was 20 years of age, it was time he entered for matriculation. But her daughter Bertha was only 17, and though accomplished, was too young to commence life as a governess or teacher of music. So they had recourse to speculation. Mrs. Leverall gave her son sufficient out of her 10 years' hard savings to pay his expenses to Cambridge, where he intended to compete for that truest of all Lateritian open scholars. She would have preferred Oxford as the arena of his struggles and trials, because her father and brother had both belonged to one of the colleges there. But then it was more expensive, and every sovereign had to be looked at. Young Leverall was persevering and studious. He was therefore successful. He returned in triumph, while his mother stifled him with embraces. Bertha, who was sternly classical, crowned him with a wreath of laurels. Then she gazed at his black and silvery hair, from which the green leaves peeped forth here, and they're like dryads sporting in a dark cave. She gazed at his soft hazel eyes, and at his cheeks, which care and thought had made so pale. Unable to restrain her inexpressible love, she flung her arms round his neck, and kissed him and toyed with his hair, till the leaves fell one by one, crumpled to the ground. Mrs. Leverall shook her head, and then burst into tears. She saw it was a bad omen. Her son and daughter laughed at her, for these superstitions are only cherished by children, and the aged as shadows are longest and darkest in the morn and in the eve. With the little which he had earned from Alma Mater, and with the little which his own mother could afford to give him, He was able to pay his college fees, his room rent, his kitchen bills, and to buy himself clothes. But he was obliged to be very economical, and it was this very economy which drove him within himself and to habits of solitude. At first fresh from school, where his mother's straitened means had not prevented him from joining in the amusements of his fellows, he would sometimes pause in his work and look, and listen with something of envy to the windows, which were blazing with light, and to the gay laughter, and the loud chorus of the bacchanalian song. Soon, however, he learned to despise these boisterous pleasures, for he discovered from the faces and words of their votaries that they, despite their forced uproarious merriment, were not so happy as himself. He would have become a misanthrope had not his heart been touched by a gentler and more refined influence. A new spirit seemed to seize him. It did not descend in the shape of a vulture or a raven, as it descends upon fanatics and bigots if it ever descends upon them at all, but rather in the form of a white and gentle dove. One morning, he awoke a different man. He no longer confined himself to his solitary room, or pored over his ponderous books. Stamping out the last spark of foolish pride with the iron heel of an indomitable will, and disregarding the professed scorn of his college companions, he joined them, and talked with them, hoping that some day he might be able to do them good. When they found that he was unlike the other needy scholars, who to a man condemned those innocent luxuries which they were too poor to afford, they began to like him in spite of his shabby clothes, and the tallow candles which he burnt over his Whatley and Shyless. By the time he had taken his degree with high honors, there was not a man in the college who did not respect him, and there were many who were deeply attached to him. Mr. Leverall was a general favorite, and it would have been strange indeed if it had been otherwise, seeing that he was so unassuming, so gentle, and kind to all who came within his influence. The old adage of winning golden opinions from all sorts of people might be applied to him. He had studied hard, was an enthusiast, and looked hopefully to the future, but man's hopes are not at all times destined to be fulfilled indeed, but too frequently the reverse is the case. His mother spoke to him of those distant and almost unknown lands, where savages with wandering feet and restless hearts existed in a state of barbarism. His imagination was fired by the idea of treading where no white foot had ever trod before, of encountering dangers, of civilizing a whole nation to the science and commerce of man, and of leading it to the right faith. A new society had been formed, who were preparing a crusade against the wooden idols of some obscure Indian tribe in South America. He applied for the post of missionary. His fame and learning, and the great eulogiums which his tutors had passed upon his character, obtained him the appointment. The vessel was to sail in about 3 weeks, and this time he was invited to spend with one of the members of the society. He had never been in the metropolis before. His eyes and brain were bewildered by the vast chaos of men and houses, through which he hurried in an open vehicle. The next day he walked out alone to study the great city, which he might perhaps never see again. He was looking with wonder at one of those shops, which are as large and massive as a castle, and pondering upon the wealth and enterprise of his countrymen, when a horrible sight met his eyes. It was a woman so thin, so miserably thin, that she was almost a skeleton. Her bones seemed to protrude through her skin, her eyes were hollow, her features pinched and shriveled. She wore no dress, but a tattered shawl which could scarcely conceal her shoulders, and a skirt which hung round her wasted limbs in tatters. 2 infants, naked and blue with cold, were clinging to her for warmth, which she tried to give them with her attenuated arms. When he saw this, he was nearly overcome. Several persons passed her, some were tradesmen, other professional gentlemen, and some were well-dressed ladies, with kind, benignant countenances. With words so faint that they resembled moans, and with hands outstretched, this wretched woman appealed to them for alms, but they passed by without deigning to take any notice of her or her supplication. This continued for some little time, during which Mr. Leverall looked at each passenger, as he or she went by. Presently a policeman came upon the scene. He ordered her in a sharp, angry tone to move on. She looked tearfully at his face, saw no mercy there, and was about to leave the spot. Leverall could bear it no longer, gave her all the money he had with him, and walked quietly away, without listening to her shrill and almost delirious exclamations of delight. In 10 minutes he regretted that he had not gone home for more money, but in 10 minutes more he began to learn that it required unlimited means, boundless wealth, to relieve the distress one witnesses in certain parts of the metropolis. Anxious to learn the worst, he turned down the narrowest and darkest street he could find, where the shops were of the lowest and filthiest description, where the atmosphere was tainted, as with a pestilence, where the streets were knee-deep in mud and putrid vegetables, where squalid children were paddling about heedless of the unwholesome atmosphere and its surroundings, where all starved and sinned and drank, the men to nerve themselves for deeds of crime, the women to gain the high spirits and false smiles, wherewith to deceive their victims, the children, because their mothers taught them to, and because they were hungry. It must be conceded that this picture is a repulsive one, but is nevertheless such as one sees in the noisome dens of the great city. It is in vain to legislate for people of this class, so long as their homes, and the internal arrangements of their habitations, remain as they are at the present period. It is in vain to attempt to disguise the fact. Mr. Leverall was in the midst of a populous district where infants were born, and old men and women died with no hand stretched out to feed their bodies, to ameliorate their condition of squalid misery, or to save their souls. He saw enough in one day to convince him that there were thousands at home who were quite as demoralized as the savages abroad. That night he sent in his resignation, stating his reasons. Half the mission disbelieved him, and called him an impostor; the other half believed him, and called him a madman. His friend remonstrated with him, showed him what a brilliant opening he was about to throw away, and assured him that several missions had been started to ameliorate the condition of the London poor, that every effort had been made to bring about a better state of things, but that in almost every instance, the success had not been at all commensurate with the time and money expended. Leverall had his own opinion upon the subject. He could not bring himself to believe that the mission, or those appointed as its agents, had set the right way about the work of reformation. The arguments therefore made use of by his friend only strengthened him in his resolution. The missionaries he had worshipped then were only cowards who abandoned a difficult task at home in order to obtain an easy victory abroad. To him, difficulties in his narrow path were but mountains by which he could climb to the goal upon which he had set his heart. He visited the husband of the lady whom his mother had served as a companion. This gentleman was rich, and had influence in several quarters. He had an antipathy to foreign charity and home heartlessness. He was a practical man who was not easily bamboozled by cant or hypocrisy, and he could not restrain his admiration as he listened to the glowing description of the young man, who, on the short but incontestable experiences of a few hours, had given up a liberal income from motives which, to say the least, were both honest and reasonable. "I think I understand you, Leverall," said his patron. "You think that there is plenty of work at home for a zealous minister, more than enough work in the dens of London." "I feel assured of it, sir. But the task is not an easy one, and hence it is that so many who have undertaken it have given it up as hopeless." "I do not intend to follow their example," said Leverall, in a tone of confidence. His companion smiled. "You will have to cope," said he, "not with untutored savages, who as a rule listen readily, I am told, to the words of those whom they acknowledge to be superior to themselves, but with men who are seared by crime, brutalized by drink, and embittered by misfortune. At present you are young, you have energy, patience, and hope, but you have no experience." "That I admit, but experience I shall get as I proceed with my task. My very excellent young friend, be assured that no great design has yet succeeded which has not been matured with profound thought and deliberation." "Without doubt that is so. Therefore, all things considered, I bid you think twice before you start on a crusade which might after all turn out not only immensely laborious, but perhaps in the end unsatisfactory." "I do not view it in that light." "Perhaps not, but I do. You are without doubt the best judge." "Well, Mr. Leverall, I have been thinking the matter over for some little time, and I am glad you have come here to seek my advice in the matter. I tell you what I can do. At least I hope I shall succeed if it meets with your approval. The chaplaincy of one of our county prisons is at present vacant. Apply for the appointment, and I will exert my interest in your favor." "Oh, sir, I am indeed obliged by this kind offer." "Then you consent?" "Most willingly. In prison you will meet with criminals of the worst type. You will also meet with many whom a timely word of warning will turn to the path of rectitude. It will be a fine arena for you to study the human character, and in a very short time You will have a practical knowledge of erring man. Your salary will not be very large but will suffice for your immediate necessities, and I will give you a certain sum of money to expend upon books, and whatever else you may deem necessary for the good of those placed under your charge. Keep an account of this money with a diary of your doings, and send them to me every 3 months. Accept my most sincere and heartfelt thanks, cried the young minister. When I see that you have grown wise enough to be the leader of a mission, said his patron with a winning smile, I will liberate you from your apprenticeship. Leverall applied for the appointment, which he readily obtained, through the influence of his friend and counselor. Had Laura Stanbridge been able to see into this young man's heart, which was so gentle and so pure, could she have guessed this divine scheme, which was germinating in his brain, and which raised him above all vulgar passions, she would perhaps have despaired of destroying in a few days that which had been implanted at his birth, and which gave promise of such fair fruit. He was not satisfied with the 1 hour of communion with the prisoners appointed by the Lowit. Was his practice to visit them all in their cells privately every day. He had heard that No. 43 was a noted female thief, and he approached her cell with some little mistrust. This statement, however, was altogether erroneous, as many other statements sometimes are either out of prison or within its walls. Laura had never been before in trouble, that is, in other words, she had never been in prison, albeit she had been living by dishonest means for a number of years. The chaplain had expected to find one of those hardened women who are worse than the vilest of men, and who so often replied to his kind words with coarse invectives or obscene jests. When he entered the cell, he started, for he saw a young woman, pale and beautiful, who was seated on a wooden stool with one hand limp and motionless in her lap, with the other supporting her head half concealed in her beautiful brown hair. The chaplain gazed for a moment wonder-stricken at the graceful form of the prisoner, who was the very personification of grief and resignation. Her manner was subdued, and it might be said refined. Mr. Leverall thought there must be some mistake. Surely the fair creature before him could not be a hardened offender. He came at once to the conclusion that the authorities were in error, and nothing could dispossess him of this impression. Laura Stanbridge had observed his start, and the expression of surprise which sat on his countenance. She was about to play a part, and all her hopes depended upon the skill with which she performed it. You are one of the fresh arrivals in this jail, I believe, said Mr. Leverall. She answered by an inclination of her head. Charged with shoplifting, is that so? Yes, sir, she answered. I am charged, that is all. You hope to prove your innocence? Indeed I do. I also hope so. Thank you, sir. He took a volume from his pocket and said kindly, Will you allow me to read to you a little from this book? She did not reply by words, but again nodded her head, and then heaved a profound sigh. Poor thing, she is in great trouble, evidently, murmured the chaplain. He then commenced reading. She listened intently, not to the words, but to the voice, through the tones of which she hoped to read his heart. She was an adept in divining the disposition of a person by the tone of his voice. She found his was firm and melodious, but also firm and regular in its accent. She looked earnestly at his face through her long eyelashes, an art which is much studied by women, and which she had practiced to perfection in cunning. She was almost a match for Charles Peace, and this our hero was very well aware of, for he had at all times been duly impressed with the powers of discernment. He knew her to be a remarkably clever woman, as false and unprincipled as she was clever. These were qualities which were duly estimated by the notorious burglar. She continued her scrutiny of the prison chaplain, but could discover no symptoms of an amorous or voluptuous temperament in him. His complexion was clear, his forehead high, his eyes mild and open, while his chin was strongly marked, and his mouth finely but firmly modeled. From his voice and face, she learnt that he was not only virtuous, but firm. Her first glimpse had caused her to hope. Her scrutiny almost made her despair, but this shadow of despair strengthened her determination, as those fight most fiercely who stand on the brink of a precipice, with their backs to the abyss. It is my only chance, she reflected. If I fail with him, if he will not listen to my entreaties, I am lost, irretrievably lost. I can do nothing with my jailers, who will be women against a woman, and fierce men against the prisoner. I can do nothing with the governor, who is a regulated machine. This man is young, and Piauch is in all probability inexperienced, and innocent. So much the better for my purpose. He is humanis, to be wrought up not by gold, but by words, and well we shall see. Absorbed in these thoughts, She did not hear what he said to her, she only heard an indistinct sound like the murmuring of distant waters. When it ceased, she glanced through her eyelashes, and saw that he was preparing to go. As he opened the door, he looked at her compassionately. She listened to his retreating footsteps till they became inaudible, then she clenched her hands together. He started. I have made an impression on him perhaps. He admires me. Ah, I will teach him to adore me. She gave a laugh and walked to and fro like a leopardess in an iron cage. He looked at me sadly as he went out. Good, that is well. I think he is impressionable, and has moreover one spark of pity for me in his breast. Out of that one spark, I will raise a fire which may light me out of these accursed walls. Chapter Roman 115. Laura Stanbridge has confederates a visit to the prison. The few shillings Laura Stanbridge had on her when cast into jail were of course soon expended. She found out that a supply of money was absolutely requisite, and she began to consider how this could be obtained. She had a large balance at her banker's, and a considerable sum in her house at the West End of London. She had a great objection to doing anything that might advertise her present position to her friends and associates, and she did not care about making a confidant of Alf Purvis. She hoped to get through her present difficulty without letting either Alf or Tom Gatliff know that she had been charged with shoplifting. Unprincipled woman as she was, she had nevertheless a vast amount of pride, and of course this was greatly wounded. After considering the matter over for some time, she determined upon her course of action. Charles Peace was the very man for her purpose. She had befriended him on more than one occasion, and he was in duty bound to do the same towards her anyway. She felt that she could trust him, as there was no reason for him to round upon her. Peace was therefore much disconcerted upon receiving a letter addressed to him in the Avalon Road from his quondam companion Laura Stanbridge. In it, she begged of him to pay her a visit, was to pass as her brother on this occasion. Look here, said our hero, addressing himself to Bandaliged Bill, Laurie Stanbridge has written fool to the end of her name at last. What do you mean? Inquired Bill. Mean why just this she's been charged with shoplifting, been caught in a lace net, and they've run her in. The devil, you don't mean that. Where did it occur? Down in the country where she went for change of air. Gad, she's got a change now, and no mistake. Well, I'm blessed, that's the last thing I should ha' thought of. Why, I thought she was all over money. So she leastways I've always understood. So she wants to see me to arrange about her affairs. Don't care about anybody knowing that she's in quad, and all that sort of thing. That's not to be so much wondered at. It is hard. But you see, Bill, it won't do for me to trust myself inside a jail. 'Tain't likely. But you won't desert her. I'll do what I can bound to do that, but as to paying her a visit, that's all my I won't do at any price. So you see, old man, I've been thinking the matter over, and have come to the conclusion that you might serve poor Laurie. May. Yes, there would be no harm in you running down to Clickborn and having a squint at her. She wants to arrange a few matters, and keep the whole affair dark for the present at all events, till she sees how matters go. Perhaps she may be able to pull through, do you see? And in that case, her friends here in London will be none the wiser. She's not given her own name, I suppose. Oh Lord, no, she's too fly for that. Well, what say you, are you willing? In course I am. She's done a good turn when I hadn't a shoe to my foot, or a rag to my back. Will I go like a shot? Tell me where it is, and I am all there. You are a good fellow, Bill, I always said so, and are the first to help anyone who is in distress. Oh, gammon and all, don't lay it on too thick, Charlie. I mean what I say. I dare say you does, but now let's know the rights of it. Fire away. Peace explained to the gypsy that Laurie was in want of some ready cash. This Peace was willing to furnish her. Within the next place, she wanted somebody to call at her house and inform her maid that she was unavoidably detained in the country. As far as the cash is concerned, that there will be no difficulty about the other matters, will require some little consideration. The first thing to be done is for you to see her. I'll run down this air, blessed day, cried Bill. No, tomorrow will do. Start early in the morning, and do your best. You must, of course, not give your own name. I should think not. I'll call myself Mr. Bourne. Yes, and say you are her uncle, better to pass as a relative, her uncledo, you understand. All right, I am fly, but Lord bless us, this is a pretty business. Why, what could she be thinking about? I expect she did it without thinking. It's the way with women, but she's got her head screwed on right enough, has cut her eye teeth long ago. I certainly shouldn't have thought she would have let herself be caught tripping in that fashion. But there is none of us know what may happen. It was to be, I suppose. That's the best way of looking at the matter. She's proved herself to be a downright good sort to me, and I'd do any mortal thing to serve her, cried Bill in an earnest tone. Whatever she wishes I'll do, if it be possible. That's all I can say, hang it all, but this is a bad business. Don't you say anything about it to a soul, mind you that. I will not. Not to the women of this house, or Willie. Oh dear me, no, I shouldn't think of such a thing. She may still be able to pull through. I hope so, I am sure. Well, I never blowed if this hasn't queered me, and no mistake. Let's have some grog, old man. It's put my pipe out tomorrow morning, you say. Yes, be the early train. You will be able to learn more then, for of course, she's obliged to be a little pinched in her letter to me, which commences with my dear brother. The gypsy burst out into a loud laugh. That's a cocker, said he. She looks a deal more like your daughter, old man. There isn't the least doubt of that. She looks wonderfully young, all things considered. She's what I call a fascinating woman, and when togged up is right up to the knocker. Well, I am sorry for her, poor soul, very sorry. Mr. Rotten drained off the remainder of his whiskey and waiter, and did not refuse a fresh supply when Peace pushed the bottle towards him. Bill could take a pretty good amount of spirits and beer, and did not appear to be much the worse for it. Peace, on the contrary, seldom exceeded the bounds of moderation. Keep your head cool for tomorrow's business, said he to the gypsy, for y'all want all your wits about you to dodge the jailers, and to throw dust in their eyes. You don't want to be very clever to do that if it's gold dust. Yes, that's right enough. You'd better take a little with you. It will be serviceable, I dare say that is, if you know how to work it. I'll work it right enough. You've no call to be afeard of that. After some further conversation, Bandlegged Bill took his departure, for by this time Mrs. Peace and Mrs. Thompson had come into the room and put an end to the discussion. On the following morning, Mr. William Rotten took a return ticket to the nearest station to the jail in which Miss Stanbridge was confined. Before doing so, he had deemed it advisable to make as elaborate a toilette as circumstances would admit, and looked on this occasion really respectable, and in addition to this, he had determined upon being guarded in his expressions, avoiding as much as possible any cant sayings or slang expression. His grammar was a little faulty, it must be admitted, but it was wonderful how he could pull himself together and assume an air of gentility when the occasion required it. He presented himself at the prison gates, and said he had come from London to see his niece. He was admitted at once, although it was not visiting day. But the chaplain had obtained permission from the governor for No. 43 to see her relatives in the cell in which she was confined, and Bill, or rather Mr. Bourne as he called himself, was at once conducted up some steps, then through corridor after corridor, till cell 43 was reached. As he came in sight of it, he observed a clerical-looking gentleman emerge from its entrance. This personage was Mr. Leverall, who glanced at the gypsy. Uncle to the prisoner, No. 43, observed the warder in answer to the glance of inquiry given by the chaplain. Ah, said the latter, you are the young persons unclear, you, said the chaplain. Yes, sir, returned the gypsy. It's been a sad shock to her relatives, and has fallen upon me with terrible and overwhelming force. I have come to know the rights of it, for we all of us find it hard to believe. I hope and trust, and, indeed, I may say, I feel assured that I have awakened in the mind of your niece a sense of her position, which is indeed a most distressing one. She has no friends or relatives in this neighborhood, I believe. No, sir, not any. All her relatives reside in London. You may think yourself greatly favored in being permitted to visit her in her cell. It is against the prison rules, but the governor has kindly accorded you the privilege. I am sure I don't know how to sufficiently express my thanks, said the gypsy with a look which would have imposed upon the most skeptical. Mr. Leverall passed on, and Rotten was conducted into the presence of No. 43. As he was passing through the door, he slipped half a sovereign into the hand of the warder, who had been instructed to remain with the door half open in sight of the prisoner and her visitor, so that while in this position he could not fail to hear the whole of the conversation that passed between the two. But the piece of gold had a magical effect. He withdrew out of earshot, and Bill and Miss Stanbridge were enabled to converse without reserve. Oh, it's you, Bill, cried the latter. Why hasn't Charlie come? Couldn't arrant. That's the reason. Well, I never expected to see a niece of mine in this position, he added, emphasizing the word niece emphatically. My dear uncle, cried Laura, taking up the cue, I hope you have not come here to upbraid me. Far from it, I am here to see what can be done for you, my darling, returned, he putting his arms round her neck, and giving a loud smack or two with his lips, to make believe that he was kissing her. This little ceremony over, he glanced through the chink in the door, and saw that the warder had withdrawn to the further end of the corridor. All right, he said to Laura out of earshot, now let's to business. Charlie can't come, but I am here instead, so fire away, while we've got the opportunity. You must not say a word to anyone about this unfortunate business. The gypsy nodded. And above all, nothing to Gatliff or Purvis. Another nod. Go to my house, and tell the girl that I am detained in the country, and shall not return for a fortnight at the very least. I wish you could manage to take charge of the house during my absence. That would be a great relief to me. Stop there. Yes. But I haven't your authority, and they'd turn me out. Ah, dear me, how powerless I am, how very powerless, cried Laura in a tone of sadness. I am at his mercy, and he would not scruple to do anything. I'll help you as far as lies in my power, said Rotten, that you may depend upon. Do, there's a good creature, for I need help just now, and I know I can rely upon you. The gypsy put 5 sovereigns into her hand, which she slid into the pocket of her dress. That will be enough to go on with, I suppose, observed he. Oh yes, more than enough. Where did you get them from? Charlie. Call at the house as often as you can, and see how matters are going on there. I suppose Alf will see that all's right, I hope so. But you keep an eye upon the place, and let me know if anything's amiss. I will. Anything else? I don't know that there is. The gypsy leant forward, and whispered into her ear, I am your uncle, and my name is Mr. Bourne, remember that. Miss Stanbridge nodded. And Charles is Thompson, that's understood. If you once address him by the other name, he will be ruined. He bid me charge you to remember that. But I am not likely to forget it. But you'd better not write to him at all. Has he said so? Yes. He has his reasons, then I will not do so. The conversation was continued for some time. Laura Stanbridge felt very well assured that Charles Peace had some very strong motive for concealment, whether she suspected at this time the magnitude of his crimes, or that he was liable at any moment to be arrested on the charge of murder, it is not so easy to determine. But it was quite clear that he had manifested no disposition to desert her, since he had sent down Rotten with remarkable promptness. She had unbounded confidence in the discretion and faithfulness of the gypsy, and this confidence, it is needless to say, was not misplaced. No. 61. Illustration. As he entered, she seemed confused. As he entered, she seemed confused and attempted to rise. During their interview, she fully explained her position and laid down the line of action he was to follow. In short, she made him her confidential friend and factotum. And after a long conference, much longer than is usually accorded to prisoners, bandoligged Bill kissed her hand affectionately and passed out of the cell, the door of which was immediately locked by the prison warder. Bill put a handkerchief to his eyes and pretended to be deeply affected and apparently overwhelmed with grief. He suffered himself to be conducted in silence through the corridor of the prison. He hastened back to Peace and made him acquainted with all that had passed between himself and Laura Stanbridge. Umph, ejaculated our hero, it isn't of any use mincing matters. In cases of this sort I am sorry for her, and will do what I can to help her. But it isn't any reason, because one person has tumbled into the water, that another should do the same thing in his endeavors to save a friend. I can't go and see her and want. She knows that old man. She's a sensible woman, and sees things in a proper light. I will see her as often as she requires me, so that's enough in it. You can't do her a morsel of good. Of course I will serve her to the utmost of my power, said Peace, but it must be done without my running any risk. I have got quite enough to contend with here, and if the police are down upon me, or have the slightest idea who I am, the game will be up and I am done for. Do your best, Bill, and for mercy's sake keep dark. You've no call to be afeared as far as I am concerned, replied the gypsy. I shall see her again, and see how she gets on, but Lord, I dare say shall be able to pull through. She wants me to keep an eye upon her house, which of course I am in duty bound to do. She ain't got altogether what you might call the best sort of people about her, hang it all, but she has been a fool. A downright fool in this case, and no mistake. But it's too late to talk about that. She's got herself into a scrape, and must get out of it in the best way she can. I intend to stand by her, come what may, cried Bill, and so don't you trouble yourself in the matter. "You are as good as gold, that's what you are," replied Peace. Rotten remained for some time at Peace's house, and took his departure therefrom with many protestations of friendship towards Peace and the unfortunate Laura Stanbridge. Chapter Roman 116, The Young Enthusiast, A Woman's Wiles. Miss Stanbridge had set herself a task, which required all the tact and finesse she was mistress of to bring about a successful issue. She had the cunning of the serpent, the patience of Job, and hoped to prevail before the drama was played out anyway. She made up her mind to have a stout fight for it. She was duly impressed with the fact that it would not do to be too precipitate. She must study the character of the man whom she hoped to make her victim. 2 days passed without her being able to obtain any fresh insight into the character of the jail chaplain. He came in always at the same time, and remained with her the same length of time. He was punctual in his attendance, and equally so in his time of departure. This was very systematic, but not by any means so satisfactory. He appeared to be fulfilling a duty in a methodical manner. Nothing more. Laura watched his looks, his tones, his gestures, weighed them, compared them, and analyzed them, and could gain nothing from them that could lead her to hope. He was earnest in his discourse, was gentle and conciliating in his manner. But then she judged rightly enough that this was habitual to him. He was, so she imagined, just the same to the other prisoners. She could not flatter herself that he evinced any greater consideration for her than the other inmates in the jail. This vexed her. She must have recourse to stratagem, for the time was passing, and she was no nearer the goal upon which she had set her heart. On the last day, she listened to his words, as well as his tones. They were words of pity, which she could not turn as a weapon against him. She now began to fear that the look upon which she had built her schemes had not been one of compassion for her beauty, but regret for her sins, and that this was a soul too high above her for her arts to pollute. If this proved to be the case, she would be defeated in her purpose. Up to this time, she had studiously avoided speaking to him. She had not looked at him openly, for thus she counted on exciting his curiosity. But now, she determined to use her voice, her eyes, and her blandishments, and to cast forth the first of those silver cords with which she hoped to enmesh his heart. When he came to visit her at the accustomed hour, he found her upon her knees, cleaning the floor of her cell. Her snowy arms were white, and naked her brown hair fell with disheveled art upon her shoulders, and over that voluptuous bosom which her dress did not entirely conceal. As he entered, she seemed confused, and attempted to rise, looking at him with eyes which appeared to languish, but which were really piercing into the depths of his soul. He glanced at her for a moment or so, and then turned away with aversion, but without precipitation. He said that he would return when he had visited another prisoner, and these words, so calm and cold, crept like ice through her heart. He had not evinced the slightest passion or hesitation, but was perfectly calm and self-possessed. She was vexed, shuddered. This was not a man. He was either supremely dense and unimpressionable, or else sublime as an angel. In either case, he was impregnable. She heard him enter the cell adjoining her own, and hastily finishing her task, she adjusted her hair, and waited patiently until he had concluded his ministrations to the other prisoner. He remained with no 42, exactly the same length of time that he had accorded to her on the previous occasions. It was therefore clear that he made no distinction between the other prisoners and herself. Upon discovering this, she was deeply mortified. Consumed by bitter thoughts and anxieties, for the first time she omitted to look at him, or to even listen to his discourse. For the first time she was deaf to his voice, or as blind to his face, as she had wished him to believe. "O you impenetrable creature," she exclaimed when she was again alone. "O you man without a passion, I will not rest till I have found out a flaw in your armor, till I have learnt where I can wound you. You must be human, you must be weak. I bide my time, I must and will triumph." She dug her nails deep into her flesh, and gnawed her lips to prevent herself from shrieking aloud. At the end of 2 hours, exhausted with rage, she sank back upon the wooden seat, and wiped away the tears which fury had brought to her eyes. There was a clatter at the door. A trap flew open in the center, and presented a slide on which was a bowl of gruel, and a hunch of bread, her supper. At the same moment, a stream of white flame burst up into the air, and flared and bubbled, making her cell light and cheerful. She took her supper from the slide, ate it slowly, and replaced the bowl upon the board. Half an hour afterwards, the door again clattered, and the mug disappeared. A great bell rang, and filled the whole building with its harsh and monotonous tones. At this signal, she went to the corner of her cell, unrolled her bed, and suspended it from wall to wall after the fashion which has been described in one of our previous chapters. She undressed herself, slow-living, engaged in deep thought all the while she lay down upon the bed. Her brow was still dark, and disturbed suddenly. It became irradiated, and the prisoner sprang up in bed and clapped her hands together. "Ah, how foolish I have been," she ejaculated. "But now I understand how blind I have been. Ah, passionless man, I will conquer you, yet it is my only chance. I will get him into my power." The gaslight died out of the leaden pipe. Laura Stanbridge sank back in her bed and fell asleep with a smile upon her lips. Anyone to have seen her thus would have said she was a young virgin who was dreaming of her honeymoon. On the following day, the chaplain, at his customary hour, paid the shoplifter another visit. He exhorted her to prayer and repentance, and was more than usually earnest in his manner. She listened to him this time, and affected to be deeply moved at the words he gave utterance to. Having fulfilled his duties thus far, he rose to leave the cell. He paused and laid his hand on the lock. She took advantage of this pause to speak. It was the first time he had heard this voice, which was sweet, plaintive, and dangerous, as the voices of the sirens of old. "Ah, sir," said Laura Stanbridge, with a sigh, "you tell me to pray for mercy, and to repent of my sins." "I do," he murmured. "And yet you do not even ask me whether I am innocent or guilty." He paused for a moment, and looked intently in her face. "Young woman," he presently ejaculated, "I am not allowed to make myself your confessor. I beseech you to address yourself to a higher power, to him who knows all our hearts, if you are innocent." "If, reverend sir," exclaimed Laura with an injured look, "I am so, that is a question I must decline to discuss, or offer an opinion on. If what you say is true, I hope and trust you will be able to prove your innocence. Will you read a little of this while I am gone?" he added, and he placed a pocket Bible between her passive hands. She did not answer. "I will leave it with you," he murmured. She nodded her head mechanically. He went silently and almost sadly from the cell. Then she rose and walked slowly to and fro with her beautiful but treacherous head upon her breast. She repeated these words several times. "I am not allowed to make myself your confessor." In spite of the mild tone in which they had been pronounced, her eyes, which lost nothing, had detected a momentary contraction of the eyebrows. At length she solved the enigma. Her chaplain had thought of the Roman Catholics. As he spoke of this, she felt convinced he had therefore a prejudice against them. "Good," she murmured, "I have discovered that you have a prejudice, and each prejudice in a man's mind is a crevice in his armor. It will suit me very well to attack him on his weakest side, and it will go hard with me if I do not in the end succeed in my purpose." When we signified that William Leverall was neither a fanatic nor a bigot, an exception should have been made in respect to one point: did hold the profession of the Catholic faith in utter abhorrence. It is not possible to find any one man faultless, high-minded, and virtuous, as was Mr. Leverall. In almost every way he was nevertheless intolerant in this respect, and yet it appears strange that this young man, who had so often emptied his needy purse, who had passed so many sleepless nights after witnessing a spectacle of human misery, or human sin, that this man, who was really devout, should dislike men who were perhaps as devout as himself, and who tried to win souls as even he himself strove to do. A bitter and poisonous hatred to popery had been instilled into his heart by ignorant and prejudiced tutors, and by the controversial books and newspapers which they had placed in his hands. It was the one blemish on his white robe. When he came the next day, he found No. 43 with the sacred volume in her hands, and her eyes filled with an ardent gaze. "Oh, sir," she exclaimed as she rose, her bosom heaving and her face stirring with emotion, "oh, sir, you have saved me. I began to read this book not because you asked me, but because I was dull. But soon the words began to steal into my heart. I read on, and on, unable to withdraw my eyes away. When the light was put out, I screamed in the horrible darkness and silence of the night. I heard whispers all around me, and sounds like the rustling of wings in the air. And the words which I had read I read again, in strokes of fire on the wall. I awoke in the morning with a burning head, and a cold shivering in all my limbs again. I opened the book almost fearing to read, and yet unable to resist the strange fascination which it exercised over me. Accept my most heartfelt thanks, you have saved me." She burst into tears as she spoke and uttered words which were stifled with sobs, but all the while she was watching him like a lynx. She saw his hands clasp, and his lips flutter. For an instant she understood that he believed in her sincerity, and gave a smile behind her hand so cold, so sardonic, that it would have served as an offering to the demon who inspired her. He stayed with her for a longer period than his usual wont in that time. He discovered that she possessed the power of diving through the dead and inanimate letter, and revealing the pearls of the spirit, which were beyond the reach of common understandings. In fact, she was a wonderful woman, for in 2 hours, she taught him not only a lesson in theology, but she had completely studied his character, and was learning it by heart. Ah, murmured Laura Stanbridge to herself after he had departed, he is the most virtuous man I ever met with, but so much the better virtue is simplicity. Simplicity leads to concession, concession to vice. That is why many good women fall, and are scouted as ruiners, and why artful women shielding themselves with prudence only useful virtuae, respected as moral members of society. As she lay in her bed that night, she murmured to herself in a state of satisfaction and full confidence in her diabolical machinations. He has 2 flaws in his armor. One is ambition, laudable in its way, but in all ambitions there is a stamp of the cloven foot. The other is a blind and senseless bigotry. Upon a certain point through one of these, I will stab him in the head, and through the other in the heart. For 5 days, she allowed him to visit her without taking any fresh steps. Precipitation would be her ruin, and she was too wary to risk taking any false step. During the succeeding 5 days, she coiled herself slowly and silently round the poor sleeping victim. Soon, he would be quite encircled in those horrible folds which embraced before they killed. During those 5 days, she matured her observations of the intricacies of his character, and obtained a certain mastery over him by her prodigious penetration into the meaning of the sacred writings, and by her eloquent and exalted language. These he ascribed to divine inspiration, instead of the human intelligence. There are men so superstitious upon the problem of faith and inspiration that they are unable to see things in a practical light. Without knowing it, he already venerated her for in acuteness and powers of perception. She was more than a match for him, and he never for a moment suspected that she was playing a part with one special object. This gained, she would relapse again into the unscrupulous and sinful woman she had been all through her life. The warders congratulated him upon the good effects of his ministrations. No 43 was quite a different person now from what she used to be, said one of them to Laura Stanbridge's pastor. I believe and hope she is observed, Mr. Leverall. Oh dear me, yes, sir, cried the woman, quite different when she first came here. Shed howl to herself when she thought no one was by, and answer us so surly when any one of us spoke to her. It made a body loath to go anar her, but now it is quite different when we go in. She's meek and mild, and is always a reading a good book, and she speaks so beautiful, makes use of such soft and loving expressions, that it does one's heart good to listen to her. Poor soul, I do hope she'll get through the bit of trouble she's got into. The chaplain's countenance was indicative of the pleasure he felt at listening to the foregoing observations. She is in an excellent frame of mind, and feels her position most acutely. I am sure of that, said he. She does, poor dear, and everyone is sorry for her, cried the canting old crone, who, as the reader may suppose, had been well bribed by the prisoner in cell No. 43. Miss Stanbridge had been playing her cards pretty well. All things considered, bribes would not do with the prison chaplain, but she held him in bondage by other means. Of this she was perfectly convinced, and the sequel proved that she was not far out in her reckoning. She began to reflect upon her projects, which were still vague and unsettled. At present they were like dark shadows which passed backwards and forwards, but which she could not grasp or connect. She possessed, or supposed she did so, a key to liberty, but she was wandering in the dark, for she had not yet found the door. She resolved to make him tell her his history, thus she might obtain a clue to the labyrinth in which she was lost. Thus she might find a fulcrum, without which the most powerful lever is useless. William Leverall was by this time fairly in the toils of the huntress, albeit she did not realize this herself, but he was so without perhaps knowing it. She had so wrought upon him that when he left the cell, he could not dismiss her from his thoughts. To say he was in love would be making use of too strong a term. He was fascinated, even as people are said to be fascinated by the piercing eye of the serpent. His eyes were dull and reddened through want of sleep when he again approached the cell in which Laura Stanbridge was confined. He had of late visited her several times in the day, and whenever he came he found her always reading. On this occasion he opened the door softly, she pretended not to hear him. He gazed upon her with a feeling that almost amounted to veneration. Her pale face, and her eyes glowing ardently, made her resemble a virgin saint at her devotions. He was touched, and his countenance was expressive of pity, which to say the truth was the index of his thoughts. He grew more sad when he remembered that perhaps in a few weeks she might have to wear a felon's dress and endure a felon's doom. This thought made him shudder. He fancied that he saw her striving to soar above the shame, and ignominy saw her dragged back into the abyss by the base drudgeries and foul companionship of infamous and base women. Oh, he murmured, how is it possible to avoid the law? How can she be rescued from her impending doom? He remained silent and motionless, still gazing at her sorrowfully. She divined his thoughts, and her black heart leapt with joy when he spoke to her. She gave a faint scream and said apologetically, "Oh, sir, pardon me, I did not know you were here." She showed him what she had been reading, and described her feelings with that perfidious eloquence, which was one of her chief weapons. Then she asked him to relate to her his life. He sat down by her side, with his eyes bent on the ground. She was delighted, but did not attempt to give expression to the joy she felt. Then calmly and in soft low voice, he entered upon his history. He told her all about his college life, his 3 years at the university, his missionary prospects, his interview with his relative, and his appointment as chaplain to the prison. He spoke to her of his mother and sister, whom he loved so warmly. And he laid bare his warm and enthusiastic heart, into which she probed with cold and ingenious calculations. When he had ended, he found her silent and thoughtful, looking vacantly on the ground. He believed that she was buried in a reverie. But this was not so. She was attempting in these few moments to mold her scheme into a form which could not fail. She threw out a sentence in order that she might feel her way. She watched him keenly as she spoke. "How long have you been here?" Then she inquired carelessly. 2 years, he answered with a sigh. 2 years of prison life off earnest ministrations. Oh, sir, how many hearts have you moved by your eloquence? Had I not met you, I might have been lost, you so good, so noble. Hush, do not indulge in laudation, he said, interrupting her. But I must when I speak of you, said she, leaning her head forward, till her cheek almost touched his. Without you my life here would have been insupportable. And the future, she added with bitterness, and bursting into tears, I dread to think of the future. Ah, he ejaculated, that is a sad reflection. Oh, sir, she said in a tone which seemed to find its way to his heart, what a terrible position I am in. I behold exposure, ignominy, and disgrace before me. My poor mother will break her heart when she learns what I am charged with. Does she not know it already? He inquired in some surprise. No, dear, no, my uncle thought it best to keep it from her. It may be that the charge against me will not be substantiated, and in that case, she will be spared the infliction of knowing her daughter has been an inmate of a prison. I cannot tell, your words are altogether inadequate to express the miserable state of hopeless despair. I am in think of a respectable family being disgraced, think of the odium and obloquy that must necessarily fall upon me, even under the most favorable circumstances. I have not before spoken of my own deep sorrow, me abject despair. I have not pained you by a recital of all my agonizing thoughts, because I thought it selfish to do so. But oh, sir, you behold in me one of the most wretched and miserable creatures you have ever met with. At night I think of these things, by day I strive by prayer and penitence to cast aside the heavy shadow which has fallen over me. I ask for mercy, I pray, to be relieved from this miserable thraldom. She ceased suddenly, and burst into a passionate flood of tears. He bent over her, and with soft words tried to assuage her grief, which was painful to behold. You must not give way to despair, bear up against the deep affliction which has fallen upon you, he murmured. Cheer up, brighter days are in store for you, let us hope. For me there is no hope. You must not say that hope never deserts us, however sorely we may be tried. It never deserts the truly repentant sinner. You do not need to be told that. Oh, I am supremely miserable, she ejaculated. If it were possible for me to return to society without disgrace and exposure, I would for the rest of my life devote myself to the service of my fellow creatures. But what, he inquired. I fear it is not possible. Can you see any way? This was a home thrust, and the chaplain hardly knew what reply to make. I am sure you would lead an exemplary life. I hope so if you obtained your release. I swear it, she exclaimed with sudden warmth and energy. I will swear it on this sacred book. She laid her hands on a volume which was on the table before her. All this is very sad and painful, he murmured. You are respectably connected without doubt. Dear me, yes, someday, I hope to introduce you to my relations. There will be time enough to think of that hereafter. Ah, hereafter, you are right, it is the present, the miserable, hopeless present, I have to consider. And when I think of that I grow sick at heart. Tell me, what I am to do. You are so good, so pure and high-minded. She looked up into his face, and saw that he was deeply moved. Forgive me troubling you about my worldly affairs. I feel that I am inflicting pain upon you. Pardon me. She drew her hand across her eyes, and again regarded him with a glance, which was at once supplicating, caressing, and voluptuous. He quailed before the glance. Tell me, what I am to do, said she, placing her hand upon his shoulder. A beautiful woman in distress might well move the most obdurate heart, the most unimpressionable of the opposite sex to her own. Mr. Leverall felt a strange thrill pass through his frame. It was the first time the prisoner had been so demonstrative. His pulse quickened, as he felt her soft, pliant hand upon his shoulder. She was not slow to perceive the effect of her wiles. As a cat with slow, noiseless, and stealthy steps approaches her prey, so did Laura Stanbridge approach her victim. She poured forth another piteous and eloquent appeal, and as she did so drew closer to him. My guide me, counselor me, kind and gentle monitor, tell me what I am to do, said she. You who are so wise, have such wondrous powers of perception and penetration, are so well adapted to save and succor one who is at the present moment surrounded with difficulties which appear to be insurmountable. I have already given you the best advice I could offer, said he, not daring to turn his head and look at the upturned, beseeching face of the siren by his side. You have caused me solace, which can never be forgotten, she exclaimed, with something like rapture in her tone and manner. She rested her head on his shoulder, pressing him fondly with her hand on the other. He did not attempt to withdraw from her embrace. He placed his arm round her waist and drew her towards him. Their lips met, and being now no longer master of himself, he had one long lingering embrace, which, if the truth must be told, was neither parental nor fraternal. He is mine, murmured the charmer to herself. He is in my toils, and soon, very soon, I shall be able to mold him at my will. It was true enough. The chaplain was fascinated. With the seductive being by his side, he forgot to administer his habitual moral discourse, forgot all but one thing, this being that he had an alluring and fascinating woman by his side end. He drank deep of his first draught of illicit love. She had worked unceasingly to bring about the present issue, and she had succeeded far beyond her expectations. The fortress she had been endeavoring to reach for so long a time fell into her hands, as suddenly as unexpected. A smile of triumph sat upon her features, for she felt that the battle was nearly won. She felt assured also that very shortly she should be able to gain her liberty. Nevertheless, she could not conceal from herself that much remained to be done. Mr. Bourne, her uncle, had paid her another visit. He had brought her a second supply of money, which had been sent by Charles Peace. Laura Stanbridge had bribed the female warders in charge of her so liberally that they were quite astounded at her munificence. In prisons, workhouses, and other public institutions, money works wonders. It is useful enough, we all of us will readily admit, everywhere and under all circumstances. But without it, the prisoner can do little or nothing. With it, he or she can do a great deal. The female warders were in the pay of Laura Stanbridge. She persuaded them that she was highly connected, that some of her relations belonged to the upper ten, and they believed her. Small wonder at that, seeing that in appearance she was far above those females they were accustomed to have under their charge, and in addition to this, she appeared to have ample means furnished her from those of her relations, and outside the walls of the prison. The chaplain's visit on this occasion was one unusually long indeed. There is no telling how long it would have been had it not been rudely interrupted. While seated by the side of his enchantress, the alarm bell of the prison was suddenly rung. This was followed by the shuffling of feet along the corridor, the sounds of many voices, as of people who were conversing hurriedly. Mr. Leverall judged rightly enough that something unusual had occurred in the jail. My dear Laura, he exclaimed, he had already learned to call her by her Christian name, there must be some strong reason for all this commotion. I must therefore leave you now. You are going, cried the prisoner, pouting. Well, I will not seek to detain you. The door was suddenly opened, and a male warder thrust his head. He was evidently in a state of alarm and said, Oh, your pardon, sir, but the governor wishes you to attend a patient in the infirmary. "What is the matter, Martin?" inquired the chaplain. "A prisoner has attempted to escape, and is dreadfully injured. The governor thought you had better see him." "Oh, certainly, by all means, I will do so," observed the chaplain, who at once left the cell with the prison official. Chapter Roman 117, The Attempted Escape. Murdoch the Smuggler. When Mr. Leverall reached the infirmary, he approached the bedside of one of the patients to whom his attention had been directed by the surgeon. The man appeared to be almost in a state of collapse. "Is he in immediate danger?" said the chaplain to the doctor. "I think not, but his injuries are very serious. He has sustained a compound fracture of the leg, 2 broken ribs, besides other casualties consequent upon his falling from a high wall on to the stone flags of the yard." "How very terrible! It's that man Murdoch, I see." "Yes, the smuggler, as he is termed, a most determined, incorrigible ruffian." Mr. Leverall made no reply to this last speech, but approached the bedside of the sufferer. "I am sorry to see you in this position. No 59, observed the chaplain, very sorry. He groaned the man, "I wish it escaped or else have been killed outright." Oh, here he writhed with pain. "You must bear up against this new misfortune, and have the grace of patience," said the chaplain. "I ain't got any patience left, it's all gone long ago, and I don't want any of your palaver." "You must not talk like that, let me read a little to you." "No, I won't be read to, I don't like it, leave me to myself." "But I must beg of you to listen to my discourse. It is useless your being obstinate or refractory." "Get away, and leave me alone," cried the man in a voice which was something like the roar of a wild beast. The chaplain began to read after a few further observations, and the man hallooed and shouted like a maniac. Nevertheless, the chaplain persevered, although not a word he was uttering reached the ears of the wretched man. At this moment, the governor came in. He was a tall, handsome man of about 55 with a military stride and a military voice. He was in fact a retired officer in Her Majesty's service. He glanced at the sufferer, who was writhing and making hideous grimaces. "I am afraid you'll not be able to do much with him, not at present at any rate," observed the governor, addressing himself to the chaplain. "Still, I thought it my duty to communicate with you." Mr. Leverall bowed to the governor, who glanced at the doctor. Then the 3 gentlemen withdrew into a corner of the room and conversed in whispers. "He's of a most excitable temperament, and as to making any impression on him, I frankly own that I believe that to be quite hopeless, under all the circumstances of the case, he had, I think, better be left to himself. His wounds are dressed, the broken bones are set as well as we could do them, and in the course of an hour or so, I shall prescribe an opiate." The governor nodded. The surgeon was a special favorite of his. "In that case, I shall not attempt to address any further conversation to him," observed Mr. Leverall, pocketing his book and accompanying the governor out of the ward. "I am glad he's taken his hook, jolly glad," said the smuggler, following with his eyes the receding figures of the governor and the chaplain. Desperately injured as the man was, and dangerous as were his wounds, these were as nothing in comparison to the madness of his despair at being thwarted in his attempt at escape. Matt Murdoch was a villain of the most pronounced and desperate type. He had for many years of his life been a seafaring man, first as a smuggler, then as a pirate, while at other times he had been in the merchant service. He had been convicted upon various charges, and had been sentenced to short terms of imprisonment both at home and abroad, and at one time he was the chief of as lawless a set of desperadoes as ever trod on land or sailed in salt water. At length, however, the law proved too strong for him. He was tried upon the charge of murder and piracy on the high seas. The first charge, however, was reduced to manslaughter, and Matt Murdoch was sentenced to penal servitude for life. He was sent to Dartmoor, and while there he made 2 attempts to escape. He was such a trouble to the authorities there that they were glad to get rid of him, and an order was therefore sent for his removal. It was understood that his ultimate destination would be either Portland or Spike Island, but for the time being he was lodged in the same jail in which Laura Stanbridge was incarcerated. While here he meditated and matured another plan of escape. He succeeded in removing the bars of his cell, crept through the aperture, and dropped onto the wall, which enclosed one of the yards, then began to creep along this in the hopes of arriving at the outer wall, from whence he hoped to drop into the street, but much to his chagrin he found himself baffled. He could not keep his equilibrium, the reason for this being that, in one of his attempts to escape from Dartmoor, he had been fired upon by the sentry on duty, and had received a bullet in his right hip. The bullet was extracted, and the wound healed up, but it left Murdoch partially a cripple he could not rely upon or make good use of his right leg forever afterwards. The consequence was when he was on the wall its weakness became painfully manifest. The miserable man was almost powerless. He tottered, swayed to and fro for a moment, then closed his eyes and fell. When discovered by the prison officials, he was senseless. He was carried into the operating room where a consultation took place, and the doctors in attendance did the best they could for him under the circumstance. And after this, Murdoch was placed in the infirmary. Under the influence of morphia, the smuggler was passive and peaceable enough, but the moment the effects of that drug passed away, he began howling and screaming like a wild beast. The bitter mortification he felt at the unsuccessful nature of his last attempt to escape was too much for him. It drove him frantic, and during the night the manifestation of his rage was so terrible that the patients in the same ward with him could get very little sleep. On the following day, when the doctor paid his accustomed visit, they won, and all complained of the noise made by Murdoch. The wardsmen and night nurses corroborated their statement, and the consequence of all this was that the wounded smuggler was transferred to a small room at another part of the prison. Ill or well, Matt Murdoch was a difficult customer to deal with, and not one of the few professional nurses who were in attendance on the prisoners seemed disposed to volunteer their services to wait on the smuggler. But as we have indicated in a previous chapter, it is a common thing for the prisoners themselves to be appointed as nurses to the sick. And so, after some little discussion, a young man named Walter Knowlton volunteered his services as attendant on Murdoch. There was some reason for this Knowlton, and the smuggler had been on friendly terms ever since they made each other's acquaintance in the jail where they were both confined. They had worked side by side in the same shop at mat making, and Murdoch had spun many a yarn to the younger prisoner. Seeing and knowing all this, the officials won, and all agreed that no person was better adapted to the task than Knowlton, who was generally acknowledged to be an excellent nurse. In addition to this, he was a young man of rather a superior class. He was well educated, had moved in respectable society, and was generally liked by all who knew him. Prior to his conviction, he held a good appointment in a mercantile house in one of our provincial towns, and was greatly esteemed by his employers, who it was said allowed him too much latitude. His downfall was brought about by a concurrence of circumstances. He began by betting. Then, he indulged in a plurality of mistresses besides other little foibles, which it is perhaps needless to mention. The end of it was that to bridge over a difficulty, he made use of his employer's money. The first time he escaped discovery, as he made up the deficiency just in the nick of time, but he had recourse to the same desperate alternative several times afterwards, and the result was that his defalcations were discovered, and he was given into custody. He was convicted upon the charge of embezzling, but his prosecutors strongly recommended him to mercy. It was thought that he would have a mere nominal sentence, a few days' imprisonment, perhaps, but he had the misfortune of being tried before a severe judge, who never under any circumstances gave less than 6 months' imprisonment, so 6 months young Knowlton had, and hence his becoming a fellow prisoner with Murdoch the smuggler. It would be difficult for me to attempt to convey to the reader the bold and fearless nature of this man who, like a caged tiger, was forever clawing at the bars of his cage. Nothing appeared to intimidate him. After his attempt to escape at Dartmoor, he had for several months been forced to work at the quarries in chains weighing some 30 pounds or more. Every vigilance had been exercised by his guards to prevent the possibility of his flight, and yet the idea of escape haunted his imagination and became a never-yielding monomania. The thought of regaining his liberty seemed to be the one acting principle of his life. He used to observe to his companions in crime that he would much prefer being executed than having to endure a lifelong imprisonment. Whether this was merely said out of bravado or not we cannot determine, but one fact is quite clear: of all the prisoners in this jail, and others he had been drafted to, he was the most restless and discontented of all men. Else pined most for liberty. When young Knowlton entered the apartment occupied by the sick man, Murdoch gave a grunt of satisfaction, but he said nothing at first beyond that momentary expression. "Poor chap, he does look bad though," murmured the commercial, "if we may so term him, very bad." There was a silence for some time. Knowlton sat himself down at a side table and began to read. He and the other convicts, who were elected to similar offices to himself, were permitted to have what books they chose from the prison library. This was of course a great boon to them. He read on for half an hour or so, being under the impression that the patient had sunk into a peaceful slumber, but this was not so. Murdoch even at that hour was meditating how he might at some future time affect the object the thought of which had occupied his undivided attention for so many long and wearisome years. He knew that young Knowlton was in the room, and he judged, or rather hoped, he had been appointed nurse. This hope, he fancied, would be delusive if he made any inquiry. He therefore chose for the nonce to maintain a moody silence. He wouldn't be first to spinat. He didn't care for any man. He had been befooled and baffled. The world was against him, and he was against the world. These were his first fugitive thoughts upon Knowlton's first half hour or so in the apartment. The door opened, and the governor entered. He walked to the bedside of the patient and looked at him for a moment or so, then, apparently satisfied with his inspection, he said in a kind tone, "I hope you like your new quarters, No. 95. They are much more comfortable, I think, than the infirmary." The convict nodded. "Ah, that's well," observed the governor in a cheery tone. "Is there anything you want? If so, tell me what it is." "Want?" repeated Murdoch. "Yes, can we do anything for you?" "Can you? Yes." "What is it?" "Give me my liberty," shrieked the smuggler. The governor started back. "You ask impossibilities," said he. "Be reasonable. At the present moment your life is in peril. Be patient. No. 95. You are not out of danger, for the present, and excitement may prove fatal. Be patient and resigned, and hope for the best." "Hope, that has long since deserted me. I want my liberty." The governor said no more, but turned away and slowly left the apartment. "He is incorrigible, and almost unmanageable," he whispered to the doctor. "I never met with such an obstinate man in all my experience." The doctor nodded significantly, but made no reply to this last speech. In a few minutes after this, Murdoch was left in the charge of Knowlton. The latter did not seem inclined to force the conversation. He knew the irritable nature of the patient, and therefore deemed it advisable to leave him to his own reflections, which were, to say the truth, bitter enough. The smuggler tossed about in his bed, groaned, and ground his teeth, but his nurse took no notice of all this. He was well used to scenes of this nature, and was moreover well versed in the treatment of such persons. Presently Murdoch glanced towards him, and said in a more subdued tone, "Have they placed you here to attend upon me?" "Yes," answered Knowlton. "I am your nurse. Does that satisfy you?" "I'd rather have you than anyone else. Give me your hand." Knowlton put down his book, and went to the bedside of the injured man, who grasped and shook his hand gratefully. "Ah, Walter, old chap, I am pretty well done, for haven't much life left in me, but I am thankful that they've allowed ye to be by my side, cause, ye see, we've always been friends, since we first met always." "I hope so, I am sure," returned Knowlton. "Aye, but we have, there's no gainsaying that, good friends, and true. Oh, but it was a narrow squeak after all. If it had not been for my game leg as deserted me, when I most needed its service, I should by this time long ere thishave been outside these accursed walls. Bad luck to the soldier who fired upon me at Dartmoor. May he be," he uttered an impious oath. "Silence, you must not talk like that. It's no use bearing malice against one who only did an act of duty. I wish he had been throttled afore he fired on me. Had it not been for that, all would have gone well. You really must endeavor to be as calm as possible. Do not excite yourself." "Not excite myself? No, certainly not. That is, if you wish to recover." "Just Providence, think what I have suffered," cried the pirate. "9 long, long years of misery, and now 2 months of cherished hopes are crushed in a moment, shattered, maimed, and almost done to death. Here I am at the mercy of my jailers, and the hope of liberty still further from me. Merciful heaven, but it's terrible, horrible." He writhed and moaned in bitter anguish. "Be patient, Murdoch, be contented with your lot." "Contented?" he ejaculated, bursting out into a mocking, harsh, horrible laugh. "Why are you so desirous of gaining your liberty? Why, oh, you know not what it is to endure the horrible drudgery of 9 years' penal servitude. If you had, you would not ask such a question. Well, perhaps not. Yours is a hard lot, and has been for 9 long miserable years. But of what use is liberty to you now? You are old, Murdoch. The best and brightest of your days have passed." "True, I am old. There's no denying that. You are right, I am old. Past 50, I suppose." Nearly 60. Well then, supposing you gained your liberty, what would you do to obtain a living? You are getting past work. I am not past work as yet, returned the pirate savagely, though I am not the man I was, but I can turn my hand to a thing or two still. That may be still you would have a precarious sort of existence, as I said before the best of your days are over, and you might starve. The captive smiled. Should I? He ejaculated, I know better than that. I hope you would not still, after your long imprisonment, you would find the outside world strangely altered. Many of your friends are doubtless dead, others may be in distant parts, and you would therefore be thrown upon your own resources. I am afraid, Murdoch, you have not duly considered all these things. I tell you I have considered all you mention, and more too, a good deal more. Starvey. An almost disdainful sneer of triumph curled his lip as he said, I am richer than you, or anyone supposes. It was now Knowlton's turn to start. Richer? He ejaculated. The pirate nodded. Ay, lad, he murmured, riches, if I could only get outside these walls, if I could only regain my liberty. I don't know what to make of you, and that is the truth, said the young man. You are a puzzle to everybody, you rich. Certainly, if I could escape, I should be so. You are indeed most fortunate. This was said with a degree of bitter irony, which, while it conveyed a doubt of the truth of the assertion, told how highly Knowlton esteemed the gifts of fortune. No. 62. Illustration: Murdoch drawing a chart. Murdoch the pirate, drawing a chart of the whereabouts of the hidden treasure. Would you like to be rich, Walter? Inquired the pirate. I should be telling a falsehood if I said the contrary. Do you take me for a fool that you endeavor to deceive me? Belay there, cried Murdoch, hold on a bit, lad, I ain't romancing, talking wildly. When I say I can make your fortune, what think you of that? I don't know what to think. It appears to be incredible, but still, I am bound to believe what you say, seeing that you can have no motive in declaring that which is untrue, so let it pass. Wait till you are better, till you have recovered. It will be some time before that comes to pass. I say I can make your fortune, and you take no heed of my words or warning. I do take heed. You would carry out some robbery in which you would have me join. I think I understand. The pirate shook his head. No, you don't, cried he. If you will assist me to make my escape, well, succeed the next time. If you will do that, you shall be rich, for I will give you half I have. Walter Knowlton was under the impression at this time that the pirate was light-headed, and he therefore did not take much notice of the declaration he had made. He deemed it advisable, however, to humor him, for experience had taught him that it was never at any time advisable to contradict patience in the condition Murdoch was in at that time. You are in earnest, I know that, said he, and I am quite sure you would keep your word as far as your promise to me is concerned. But you don't believe me for all that, observed the sick man. Yes, I do, indeed I do. You merely say that to humor me. Your manner belies your words. I tell you I do. Good, then, that being so, we shall be able to understand each other, and I will take you into my confidence, for I believe I can trust you. The conversation was suddenly brought to a close by the entrance of the prison chaplain. Chapter Roman 118. The injured man and his attendant pirates. Gentle in his manner and soft in speech, the chaplain approached the bedside of the wounded smuggler. I hope and trust, Murdoch, that you are more disposed now to hearken to my counsel. Remember, you are at the present time in imminent danger, and there is no telling what may be the result of the terrible injuries you have received. There is no telling how soon you may be called away by a power which is omnipotent. Let me conjure of you to make some amends for the past by a sincere repentance. Remember, I don't want to be preached to, interrupted the hardened criminal. All I want is to be left alone. But it is my duty to endeavor by every means in my power to bring you to a right way of thinking, and I should be sadly unmindful of my sacred mission if I neglected you at this time. I must therefore beg of you to hear me. I don't want to hear you. I am nearly mad with pain and driven half crazy. When I think of being cheated of my liberty, I am done this time. And if I am to slip my moorings, the sooner I do so the better. There, that will do. I don't want any palaver. You can't make matters any better. But I hope and trust I can, returned Mr. Leverall. Nay, I will venture to assert that I am sure I can, if you will be a little reasonable. Come, Murdoch, you will not turn a deaf ear to one who is prompted by the purest and best of motives, in striving as best he can to soften your heart and make you comprehend your awful position. I know my position well enough. It is a hopeless one. They've been killing me by inches for 9 long and miserable years they'll never be satisfied, until they see the breath out of my body and then they may cut me up piecemeal in the dissecting room, as soon as they please. Nobody wishes to see you dead, and you are quite wrong in such a supposition. It is not at all likely that anyone in this jail regards you with personal animosity. It is unjust and unreasonable to suppose such a thing. You are taking a morbid view of things. Now permit me to read to you. No, I won't be read to. I don't want any long-worded sermons. I want listen, leave me alone. But I cannot, and must not leave you in your present distress. Remember, you have a soul to be saved, and you must listen to the words of one who came into the world to save us all. You have me at an advantage, cried the smuggler. I am powerless, and cannot get away. I hope you do not want to get away. Yes, I do. He's very self-willed, and won't bear being spoken to, said Knowlton, addressing himself to the chaplain. I am perfectly assured that he is self-willed and obstinate, but that is the greater reason for my endeavoring to move him, and bring the unhappy man to a better condition. I am not in the habit of giving up persons of his nature as altogether hopeless. The chaplain then in a slow measured voice read from the volume he had brought with him. Murdoch this time made no objection. He closed his eyes, and appeared to be half asleep nevertheless. He listened to much the chaplain uttered. The reading lasted some quarter of an hour or 20 minutes. Mr. Leverall was under the impression that the old evil-minded man had profited by his ministrations. He closed the book and, laying hold of the smuggler's horny hand, shook it, and then took his departure, thinking he had done enough for the present, and to continue further would be only to weary the sick man. A good kind gentleman, said Knowlton, when the door had closed on the chaplain, and he is one who takes a deep interest in all who have the misfortune to be incarcerated within these walls. He means well, I dare say, cried Murdoch. I am sure he does. No man ever meant better. I am sure I ought to speak well of him, for he has been both father and brother to me. It may be so, but I am too far gone. Do you see, I ain't to be piloted into port by any of his kidney, and so it's no use mincing matters. I didn't interfere with him when he let go the jawing tackle, because wit ain't no manner of use. Just heaven, what would I give to be clean out of these waters? And then, if you succeeded in doing so, you would not be much better off, perhaps. Shouldn't I, you allow me, to be the best judge of that? No better off indeed. I tell you what it is, Walter, you don't know why I yearn for liberty so much. I confess I do not. The pirate shook his head. That's where it is, said he. Why, you must have led a strange life, I should say, observed the young man, and been witness of scenes that were no doubt of a harrowing nature. I've passed through a deal more than I could ever tell. You have sailed to almost every port in the world, and have had a hard time of it occasionally, but it's all over now, Walter, all. Come, take some of this, Beefdia, said his attendant, drawing to the bedside of the sufferer. Murdoch with great difficulty sat half up, his back and shoulders supported by pillows, and partook of some refreshment, which he seemed to enjoy. There, that'll do for the present, said he, handing his attendant the basin. I feel a little better now. The hours flew by. Night came on, but the sick man was unable to obtain sleep, and young Knowlton sat up and watched him with exemplary patience. As the night waned, its tedium was beguiled by conversation, for when alone with his nurse, the pirate was loquacious enough, for nothing pleased him better than spinning yarns, as he termed it, and giving his companion a brief recital of some of the incidents in his earlier career. Knowlton encouraged him in this, for he argued that it was far better than his brooding over his present misfortunes. Well, for the matter of that, I have seen all sorts of sights, both ashore and afloat, said Murdoch, but about as terrible a bit of business, it is well possible to conceive, was what is termed a cacciata. A what, said Knowlton? A cacciata, it's an Italian word, I believe, but it means a fight with knives or poignards. As I can't sleep, ill just give you an account of it. When I was a young man, I did a little business on the cross with an Italian count. He wasn't of much account, but that doesn't much matter. But to talk to him, you'd suppose butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. I had left my ship for a time and visited Rome to see the sights there, and met by chance my old friend the Count. Murdoch, said he, what brought you here? A little matter of business in the first place, I answered, and pleasure in the next. All right, my friend, he returned, I am glad to see you. You have seen most of the sights, I suppose. I have seen a good many. Have you any further visits to pay? I don't know that I have. I think I must have seen everything. Gunless, you have something further to show me. "Well, yes," said the Count, "you may congratulate yourself, for I think I can show you something this evening that will be both novel and distracting." "Just suit me then," said I, for you must know, Walter, I was at this time a young harebrained chap, as didn't care a straw what places I visited, or what risks I ran. "I should imagine you to be all that," returned Knowlton. "Well, we shall see," said the Count. "I must leave you, for we must not be seen together, and you must leave Rome in the morning, without fail. Not a word of our conversation to anyone. Meet me tonight in front of the Alberti Theatre. Silence mystery, and may good fortune favor us." "Well," observed the pirate, "I couldn't quite get the right soundings, so was just going to heave the lead again, when my gentleman walked swiftly away. I walked on, musing on the mysterious sensation which had been promised me by my friend. Reaching my lodgings, I put on my traveling suit, settled my account, and made arrangements for leaving in the morning, according to the Count's instructions. I was, at this time, a smart young fellow," added Murdoch, "and in every way different to what you see me now. Lord bless us, it appears impossible I can be the same person, but what have I not gone through since then?" "Ah, time changes the best of us," observed his companion. "It will effect a wonderful alteration in me, no doubt, as years go on." The pirate made no reply, but remained silent for some little time, and Knowlton was under the impression that he was too weak to continue his narrative. Such, however, was not the case, for after a somewhat lengthy pause he renewed his story. "As soon as it was dark," said Murdoch, "I directed my steps to the Alberta Theatre. It was about 8 o'clock. I found the Count promenading the walk. He was not alone, but was accompanied by a young man with a full Italian face, and who walked and chatted with him while waiting for me. For some inexplicable reason, my heart began to beat violently when my eye fell upon the Count, and his companion. With a gesture imposing silence upon me, the Count whispered, 'Come, let us lose no time, but get into the carriage.' It was with some astonishment that I noticed that I was not presented to the stranger. Nevertheless, so soon as we were in motion, we all began to chat as if we were intimate acquaintances. The unknown was a person of charming manners and excellent conversational power. Although somewhat effeminate, he had an air of distinction. He had that dull tinge characteristic of the Meridianocs who drink only water. He was about 24 years of age. He wore a mustache of fine texture and ebon blackness, and his raven hair contrasted singularly with the whiteness of a neck, whose shape would have excited the envy of a woman. He was in short one of the handsomest of Italians. The carriage rolled on for some 10 minutes, and was already traveling obscure streets which to me were wholly unknown. While it is true that I had no fear, I ought to say that the singular circumstances of this nocturnal journey awakened an emotion which bordered on inquietude, and which induced me to break out suddenly. "My dear friend, I accepted your proposition with my eyes closed. Now, after all this mystery, will you tell me where you are conducting me?" "Your pardon," said the Count in a serious tone, "I have promised to enable you to assist at a spectacle, such as you have never seen and never will again in all your life. But where this spectacle will take place, I am not permitted to say. I count upon your discretion, and rely upon your abstaining from all questions. I have promised you a sensation, and you shall see it, and I guarantee to you that it will be satisfactory as a sensation, for it will be most terrible and most bloody." "Bloody," repeated I, surprised at this confidence. "Yes, bloody and terrifying beyond description. There is yet time. Do you wish to renounce this excursion? If you do not have the courage, I will accompany you too. My friend, I have faith in your loyalty, and I know you will do nothing unworthy the character of a brave gentleman." "Fear nothing," said the young Italian in excellent English, "only wait till in your own country before you speak." A moment after our carriage halted, we found ourselves in a small square, dimly lighted, a species of carrefour, which gave access to 4 streets. We descended and waited till the carriage had driven away, and the noise of its wheels was lost in the deserted streets. It was 9 o'clock. "Follow us," whispered the Count, "and do not utter a single word." We proceeded a dozen steps along one of the streets which led into the place, and then the Count stopped before a door, and said in a low voice, "It is here." He pushed gently against the door, which yielded easily, and then we entered a long dark corridor, at the extremity of which there shone a faint light through the curtains of a second door, which seemed to open into some lighted apartment. We had walked about half the length of the hall when the second door opened, and there came out a man who closed it behind him with great care. During the instant that the door was open, we heard a murmur of voices, which convinced us that the room beyond was occupied by a numerous company. At a sign from the Count, we all three halted. The man came softly forward, until he reached the Count, who stood in advance and whispered some words in his ear, which we could not hear. The next moment he turned to the right, and led us to a stairway which seemed cut in the wall, and which by the faint light we saw to be filthy beyond description. We followed our guide on tiptoe and in absolute silence. We ascended several steps, and found ourselves in front of a door. Our guide took us by the hand, and we groped our way silently into the darkness of what I imagined to be a hall of some kind. The darkness was impenetrable. We were led a short distance, and then all three of us were quietly forced into a species of brule or canapé. Then we waited. What was going to happen, and what astounding thing was I about to witness? Despite my confidence in the Count, I could not, in view of our marches and countermarches in the darkness, and all so silently, restrain somewhat of an apprehension. Gradually there began to reach us from in front and below us the murmur of voices, and which we could not distinguish when we first entered the apartment. From such indications as I could possess myself of, I concluded that we occupied a position with reference to those below us, like that of spectators in a gallery to the actors on the stage. These were mere suppositions, however, for the darkness was so intense that I had no means of verifying their justness. None of us spoke. Suddenly a great noise broke out in the place in front of us. There were cries of joy and enthusiasm. There was a general stamping of feet, and at the same instant, directly in front of us, a curtain was drawn aside as if by magic. I was correct in my surmise that we were in a sort of gallery. We were so placed that without being seen or our existence suspected, we could command a complete view of the large room below us, and in which some 20 people were conversing with each other and throwing themselves about with a demoniacal violence. The Count whispered in my ear, "Now we can speak, but we must not permit ourselves to be overheard." And now, said I, "will you explain the mystery of seeing a score of Italians in a state of intoxication?" The Count laughed slightly, and for an answer he said, "Look attentively." As for the young Italian, he revealed his presence only by long-drawn sighs. I could now examine at my leisure what passed below us in the room, which was lighted by 4 miserable lamps, and which gave out more odor than light. Some 20 persons were present. They were ordinary men with healthy color, and whose glances were full of pride and energy. Some of them were advanced in years, and were gray, others were mere boys, but all appeared equally audacious and daring. At the moment I had taken in these particulars, one of them had mounted a bench, and commenced to speak. The rest listened with great attention, and from their attitude, I could infer that the proposition of the orator was received with favor. All at once it occurred to me that these men were not intoxicated. There may have been 1 or 2 whose brains were somewhat affected by drink, but none had that brutal and contemptible drunkenness which one sometimes sees among our workmen in the large cities. One would imagine them to be conspirators or bandits, but never drunkards. I always understood that the Italians were not addicted to habits of intemperance, observed young Knowlton. Neither are they, at any rate as far as my experience of them is concerned, returned Murdoch. If the truth must be spoken, I have every reason for believing that the majority, if not all of those present, were as sober as you and I are now. Well, we haven't had anything to intoxicate us, that is quite certain, said the young man with a smile. The pirate continued. What is going to happen? I asked the Count in a low voice. You see all those men, said the Count, in a voice which vibrated with emotion. They are mostly young men in every case. They are robust. Well, my good friend, all these young men whom you see are about to poignard each other, to attempt to kill each other with an unimaginable ferocity. I repressed an exclamation. What is it? You tell me. Why, these men have the appearance of being intimate friends. They are, and it is necessary that they should be, and that they should possess a great reciprocity of esteem in order to carry out the terrible combat, whose conditions they are even now arranging. I heard this with stupefaction. I tried to believe myself the victim of a joke on the part of my friend, but the tone of his voice left me no room to doubt. Besides the precautions we had taken to assist at the combat of the gladiators, the semi-revelations and mysterious occurrences of the evening did not permit me to suppose that my friend told me anything but the exact truth. And will this act of savagery take place under my eyes? Let me at first, said my friend, explain to you this singular duel, For it is a duel sustained without enmity, without heat, without anger, for the simple purpose of proving to each other their surpassing courage, and their contempt for existence. This savage recreation, which owes its origin to barbarous ages, is called a caxiata from the word caxia, hunting from time to time, when security from the police is certain. A group of persons, such as these, meet in some secluded locality, for the purpose of holding a caxia whose end is solely to test their courage. But hold, he added, that tall man whom you see at the extremity of the hall is about to announce the proposal to fight. At the same moment, I heard in the obscurity our young companion rubbing his hands with great satisfaction. Although a good deal disturbed at what I had heard, I did not lose emotion of the men. Suddenly there arose a great tumult in the hall. The man whom the Count had indicated by his great stature pronounced a sort of speech, but he spoke with so much heat and volubility that it was impossible for me to understand a single thing except the word caxiata. When he finished speaking, each man put his hand in his pocket and drew out an enormous knife whose blade shone and sparkled with a sinister brilliancy. "My God," said I, "are they going to cut each other's throats under our very eyes?" "Calm yourself," said the Count, seizing my hands with force. "Reassure yourself. You will see nothing. What is now passing is the worst. Come, be courageous, and do not lose sight of a single movement." The recommendation to calm myself was wholly useless. Despite myself, I was seized by an undefinable nausea. The belief that I was about to see the room below running with human gore gave me a tremor of horror, and held me spellbound in a condition of horrible anticipation. But such is the deformity of the human heart that, notwithstanding I experienced a most frightful repulsion, my curiosity was powerfully interested, and my fear of suffering was more than overpowered by my desire not to lose a feature of the frightful scene. At once, and as if obedient to a signal, these 20 individuals commenced to disrobe themselves, but before commencing, and seemingly as a precaution, each placed his knife by his side, and within reach. It was a formidable weapon, whose variety of form indicated the character of the individuals. With supreme calmness and an assurance that was terrifying, they divested themselves of everything save their pantaloons, which was held up by waist belts. In almost the flash of an eye, they were stripped to the waist, and ready for the combat. It was, I assure you, a moving and cruel spectacle to see all these robust torsos, with their white or bronze coloring, thus becoming revealed in the feeble tremulous light of the hall. Despite the impending horror of a savage butchery, I could not but admire the energetic heads, the fierce glances, and the rude muscularity of the arms, now ready to deal out death. When they cleared away the tables, so as to leave the arena free, all these athletic forms assumed attitudes whose delineation would have made the fortune of a painter of the human form. "Now," said the Count, "the fight is going to commence. The tall man, whom you see in the center of the group, is recalling to them the conditions of the sanguinary combat. These conditions are: the lights must be extinguished, so that he who is struck may not know who has given the blow, which is the only means of avoiding repentance on the one hand, and hatred on the other. It is not permitted to give a blow below the belt. Whatever may be the severity of the wound which one receives, he can neither utter a complaint nor a groan, as the sound of his voice would establish his identity. One who is down cannot be struck. When one is wounded or wishes to discontinue his participation in the combat, he extends himself at length, and is secure from molestation. But so long as there remain two of them erect, who meet each other in the darkness, they strike pitilessly at each other's breasts, and this despite the fact that they may be friends, relatives, or even brothers. And now, the last table and stool being removed, each individual placed himself knife in hand with his face to the wall. There remained only the extinguishing of the light before the carnage should commence. I followed with a horrible curiosity each phase of the savage tragedy, which was about to conclude in the darkness, not more than a dozen feet from where I sat during those latter preliminaries. I felt such a lively emotion of horror that I could scarcely refrain from uttering a cry in order to reveal our presence and put an end to the infamous proceedings. Had only my personal safety been involved, I should not have hesitated, but my companions were present, and they had not ceased to repeat that the smallest suspicion of our presence would compromise all of us. I was obliged, therefore, to await the termination in silence. Soon the tall sacrophant extinguished one of the 4 lamps, then the second was deliberately put out, and then the third as I saw him approach the 4th, and last when my heart ceased to beat, and I involuntarily closed my eyes. When I opened them, it was night silence, the profound peace of the tomb, and I seemed to be under the influence of a dream. At a movement which I made on my seat, and which was more noisy than prudence would permit, the Count seized me vigorously by the arms, and his significant pressure seemed to say silence at the same moment. We heard a certain agitation at our feet, the combatants putting themselves into position for the attack. From the depth of the obscurity, we could at first hear only what seemed like repressed breathing, and which was scarcely perceptible. Doubtless each was upon the defensive, holding his breath, and acting with great circumspection, which would not permit more active movements. But of all this, we could see nothing, absolutely nothing. We could only guess at what was passing. However, each moment, the agitation augmented in the darkness, in which swarmed these terrible gladiators. The restrained chests began to dilate, and the vague and scarcely perceptible tumult of the first moments began to take a more pronounced form. It seemed to us that we could distinguish at the least indication the movements of the combatants. We imagined we could see them bounding from one end of the hall to the other, seeking to strike an adversary during the furious elan of their passage. Little by little, as the blood of the combatants became frenzied, the primitive incoherence of the battle was accentuated by a horrible, murmuring. The impact of rushing bodies began to be distinguishable, the clear sound of the knife striking the flesh could be heard, and then falls and hoarse rattles. A little later, when the infernal tumult had swollen to its height, there were heard savage vociferations, sounds of suffocation, dull cries, and strange ejaculations uttered in no language, and in no recognizable accent, but none the less horrible and lacerating. This fearful occurrence, rendered still more frightful by the profound darkness, lasted some 20 minutes. At the end of this time, somebody cried in Italian. To the floor everybody, and in a moment silence reigned as if by enchantment. The same stalwart devil who had extinguished the lamps now relighted them one by one. The scene, which came slowly into view from the darkness, was horrible in the extreme. Those who had not been struck during the melee immediately began to raise those who were extended in a sea of blood, their chests gashed, and their arms slashed by deep blows from the knife. A sickening odor filled the already vitiated atmosphere. The combatants pattered across the bloody floor, some crowded about the wounded, others calmly wiped their bloody knives upon their handkerchiefs. 2 or 3 who were wounded, but who had not fallen with bent necks, examined with cold disdain the wounds they had received. The spectacle was at once sinister, and yet full of courage, hideous and attractive, abject, and full of grandeur. I wished to fly, and yet when the moment of departure came, it was necessary to tear me away. And this is what is known as cacciata. What a horrible scene, exclaimed Knowlton. One would hardly suppose it possible that such atrocities could be committed in a civilized country. I was, as I have already told you, young at the time, but it made so deep an impression on me that I shall never forget it for the remainder of my life. And your friend, the Count? Oh, he died a violent death. He was stabbed in the street by a hired bravo some years after the tragic affair he had taken me to. He was a bad lot, had sold his best friends, and got himself into some scrape, the rights of which I never knew, but it ended in his death. I have seen a good many horrible sights, since then have been cast adrift on the ocean, and only saved by what one might term almost a miracle, and have been driven into this cursed port at last. Oh, how I sigh to be again on the blue water. You cannot understand the misery of my situation, cause why, you see, you have been brought up differently to what I was, and can't feel the punishment of being cooped up under hatches for life. Death is happiness in comparison with it, perfect happiness. You must hold up, and not give way to desponding thoughts. If you do, well, I know what you would say. I shall go to Davy Jonas' locker. Yes, that's what you'd say. You are right enough, my lad. Feeling as I do now, I shan't much care if I do. Young Knowlton looked at the clock, and saw that it was time his patient had his medicine. Murdoch swallowed the contents of the glass, which the other presented to him, and shortly after this, he sank into a fitful slumber. Chapter Roman 119, Laura Stanbridge, and the chaplain. An irresistible appelled escape. The attempted escape of Matt Murdoch had by this time become known to most of the inmates of the jail, and there were many who deeply regretted that the pirate had been so unsuccessful, for there is always a certain amount of sympathy evinced by prisoners for one who has had tact and address enough to plan and carry out any scheme for breaking through the walls, bolts, or bars of the jail. Although most of Murdoch's fellow prisoners sympathized with him, they were discreet enough to refrain from expressing their opinions openly to any of the officials of the jail. Laura Stanbridge had learnt the whole history from one of the female warders who had her in their charge. She was by this time on familiar and friendly terms with both of these women, who professed to be greatly interested in her. The reason for this was obvious enough. Laura had liberally showered her gifts upon them, and hence their altered demeanor towards her. She had a scheme in her head which she hoped to carry out before the day of trial arrived. She was perfectly well aware that if found guilty, she would not have a very lengthened term of imprisonment, but she had special reasons for not running the risk of a conviction. She hoped to get clean away by some means or another. This designing woman already exercised a powerful influence over Mr. Leverall, who, to say the truth, became each day more and more fascinated with her. She was always in his thoughts, and he was ashamed to confess to himself the precise nature of these which, to say the truth, he could not analyze. He strove, however, to dismiss her image from his mind, but the more he tried, the less successful he seemed to be. It was strange indeed, marvellous, but his was not a solitary case, either with churchmen, heroes, or sages, who are one and all open to the wiles and blandishments of an artful and designing beauty. While the miserable and ill-fated pirate was tossing uneasily on his pallet, his mind filled with visions of the liberty he was never destined to realize, Mr. Leverall was giving more of his time to the prisoner in cell No. 43 than the exigencies of the case would seem to warrant, but nobody took heed of this. It is true the two women attendants remarked to each other that the chaplain appeared to be a bit sweet on No. 43, but there was after all nothing surprising in this. Ministers, like other men, had their favorites in the prison, and it was quite certain, so they averred, that Mr. Leverall had effected a great change in Miss Stanbridge, and it was equally certain, although they did not say so, that she had effected a still greater change in him. On the morning after Murdoch's attempted escape, Laura Stanbridge received another visit from the man who passed as her uncle. Banduligged Bill brought her a fresh supply of money, and in answer to her inquiries, informed her that he had called repeatedly at her house, and informed the maidservant that her mistress would return to London shortly. He also said that Mr. Gatliff had made repeated inquiries after her, and that Alf Purvis had been most insulting to him, Bill, declaring that he did not believe he had any authority to visit the house from its mistress. As may be readily imagined, Bill retorted. In consequence of this, a wordy war ensued, and Purvis ordered the gypsy not to show his face there again. But the latter, as he termed it, was not to be sat upon by a conceited puppy like that, and he therefore told him that if he gave him any more of his cheek, he'd give him a prop in the eye as soon as look at him. They were very nearly coming to blows there, and then, but Mr. Purvis was under the impression that he might get the worst of it, so he was fain to be a little more moderate in his language. "And it ha' done it, and no flies," said Rotten. "There ain't any mistake about that, tain't likely id'd submit to be bullyragged by the young hound, and be hanged to him." "He's a conceited fellow, Bill," observed Laura. "Everybody knows that, but don't take any notice of what he says. It isn't worth while." "I don't know so much about that," returned the gypsy, with a nod. "A sound thrashing 'ud do my gentleman a world of good, and hell have it some of these days, mark you that." "And how about Charlie Peace, I mean, Mr. Thompson?" inquired the fair prisoner. "Oh, he's as right as the mail, sent his love to you and all good wishes, but he durst come himself, because you see he might be recognized, and then the game would be up and Charlie would be quoted. Oh, don't think anything the worse of him for it, but he can't come. I understand that. I don't wish him to commate, would be the worst of folly for him to do so." After a short interview, the gypsy took his departure, and returned to the Avalonarode to report progress. As the evening drew on, Mr. Leverall entered cell No. 43, and found its occupant reading and in tears. He was deeply moved, and drew towards her. "How is this?" he said, placing his hand on her shoulder, in tears. She looked up at him, and made room on the seat. He sat down beside her. "You are weeping," he said. "Oh, sir, you little know the miserable hours I pass when you are away, and I have no friend or counsellor, no one to sympathize with me. What am I to do? How am I to avoid exposure, disgrace, ignominy?" She sobbed convulsively. He endeavored to pacify her, and to change the subject of her thoughts, gave her a succinct account of Murdoch's attempt at escape, the injuries he had received therefrom, and his present condition. Poor fellow, she exclaimed when the narrative had been brought to a conclusion. I can indeed sympathize with him, for I am in much the same position myself. Escape. Do you hear, my kind and benevolent friend, me savior, if I could escape? As she uttered these last words in a low hissing whisper, she crept closer to him, placed her rich ruddy lips close to his ear, and repeated them again and again. He started and almost trembled. Do you understand, said she, her cheek touching his, as she made this last inquiry. Impossible, quite impossible, he murmured. Nothing is impossible to those who have a will, who are earnest and firm of purpose, nothing. He shook his head, but made no reply in words. Ah, sir, she ejaculated in a persuasive tone, take pity on me, and you will be rewarded, be solaced, when you reflect that you have been instrumental in rescuing a contrite woman from the dark abyss which lies before her, you so good, so gentle, whom I love with all the ardor of an affectionate nature, will aid me, I am sure. She took his hand within her own soft, silky palm, and pressed it with every demonstration of affection. He knew not what reply to make. His mind seemed to be in a perfect chaos. His temples throbbed, and he felt like one who is on the brink of a precipice. She poured into his ear a plaintive and urgent appeal. My dear young creature, what can I do in this business? Much, said she. Answer me one question. What is it? Do you wish me free? Indeed I do, he answered. That is spoken from the heart, said she. It is genuine. You do wish me well, I feel assured of that. She bent forward, and her beautiful bust became half revealed by this action, for her dress was unfastened in front, accidentally of course. But Mr. Leverall was an exemplary, virtuous, and pious young man, yet he was human, and being so was subject to the passions and frailties which the best and most rigid-minded persons find at times to be all-powerful. For the first time, perhaps, he discovered that he was enamored of the seductive creature by his side, and she had sufficient penetration to perceive this also. She was now convinced that she had won the prize which she had sought with so much patience and industry. You will aid me, she murmured as she placed her cheek against his. I am sure you will. He made no reply. He was what the corner man of a nigger troop would call a gone coon. The huntress had him in her toils. You will, she repeated, if you could see into this heart. She placed his hand, beneath the folds of her bodice, on her bare bosom. The young chaplain was astounded, was in a delirium of delight. With his disengaged arm, he pressed her form, and covered her cheeks and lips with burning and passionate kisses. It was night in the prison. For a few hours, all punishments were past, all cares were forgotten. It was night in the prison, and all save Murdoch and his attendants slept, the guilty with the innocent, prisoners with the jailers, chained with the free. Pale moonbeams threw a faint light upon the long dusky corridor, and filled it with wild, uncouth, fantastic shadows. But soon a stranger shadow, still it moved it, glided silently by the wall. A key turned softly in the locked door, opened by incestuous shadows, floated across the floor. Another door opened at this time with more noisate, was the door of the corridor. The moonbeams disappeared, all was dark in the prison, dark, and impenetrable as a demon's mind, dark and gloomy, as a lost soul's despair. That night the tolling of the deepened bell awoke the frightened inhabitants of Clickborn from their sleep. It was the alarm bell of the jailone of the prisoners had escaped. The dulcet voice of a woman proved to be a more potent agent than the brawny arms of Murdoch, the pirate. Chapter Roman 120, Death of Matt Murdoch, Last Bequest. The extraordinary and unaccountable manner in which the prisoner in cell No. 43 had contrived to get clear of the prison walls was of course a matter of surprise to everyone, and a considerable amount of blame and censure fell upon persons who were not in any way concerned in it. The two female warders underwent a rigid cross-examination, but they both declared that they were as much in the dark as the governor himself. The turnkeys were next questioned. They could throw no light on the subject. There was a great hubbub for the next few days, but not the faintest scrap of information could be obtained whereby the real culprit might be traced. The governor was very irate, the warders were sulky, and everybody seemed to be discontented. Nevertheless, Laura Stanbridge had succeeded in her purpose. She had cleverly given her janitors the goby, and once more she experienced the inestimable blessing of liberty, and she was far too clever a woman to run the risk of being recaptured by any act of imprudence on her own part. Meanwhile Matt Murdoch remained in a precarious position. He was closely tended by Walter Knowlton, whose kindness and attention were duly appreciated by the pirate, who soon began to lend an attentive ear to the exhortations of the prison chaplain. A change for the worse took place in the condition of the injured mariner some 3 or 4 days after the departure of Laura Stanbridge Murdoch was stricken with fever, and at times he was lightheaded. The night nurse who had been deputed to relieve Knowlton, worn out with fatigue and weary watching, was overcome with sleep, and while in this condition the pirate in one of his paroxysms leaped out of bed wounded and wearied as he was, and caught hold of the iron bars, which ran in front of the small window of his apartment, and vainly strove to remove them. He fell to the floor exhausted and senseless, and it was not possible to say how long he had remained in that condition. An alarm was given by his attendant when the discovery was made, and Murdoch was placed again in bed, but his ultimate death may be attributable to this accident. But he appeared to have but one dominant idea, this being the desire of escape. Walter Knowlton returned to his duty, and after this, he never left the pirate till the end came. He found Murdoch by this time quite an altered man. He was no longer the dissatisfied, impetuous, unreasonable, being as heretofore. On the contrary, he was passive, resigned, and at times even gentle in his manner now. And then he would make use of his old nautical phraseology. "I'm nearly done for," said he to Knowlton, when they were closed in for the night. "It was a bad business your leaving me in the hands of that lubber. He went fast asleep, and it appears I jumped out of bed. I've heard all about it. Don't blame the chap, he was worn out, and sleep overtook him, it's no fault of his." Well, perhaps not when one comes to consider the matter. But I tell you what it is, Walter, my line is nearly worn out, my lad. There isn't half a fathom to run reef. It's hard for the likes of me to slip my wind in this narrow hammock, deuced hard. I should like to have been going free when I sprang my last for the long voyage. "Oh, you must not talk like that. With good nursing and proper attention, you will recover," cried Knowlton. The pirate shook his head. "No," said he, "don't deceive yourself, Walter. My log is made up, and I must founder. I know that by what the doctor said he won't be able to keep me afloat for many days longer now. There's a strange feeling about my heart and head, which makes me sure that he gave the right heave of the lead there. I feel stronger now than at any time since I first fell from that cursed wall." But added he in a tone of sadness, "I've seen too many shipmates slip their cables not to know that's my signal for sailing to the other world now. Don't turn away your head, Walter, because my looks upon your face can't be for long, and I don't want them to be shortened. You've been good and true to me. We've only known each other since we've been in limbo, but for all that our friendship has been firm ever since we first clapped eyes upon each other. It has, and I hope better days are in store for both of us. You are young and have only to sail in the right direction, and all will go well enough with you, my lad, I hope, and trust it may. But as to this old hulk, that's quite a different matter. But I shouldn't mind if I could be free. You see, Walter, I was very young when I first looked on the sea. I had seen no land then, and as I grew older, it seemed to me to be the natural element for men to live on. I had the same thoughts of land as the longshore people have of the sea, and I have often thought it strange when I have known messmates of mine who have done that and brought them aboard again. Now, when I overhauled it in my mind, I have thought there must be something in the land which I had never fetched. I have many times lain and looked at the green fields, but never fancied they were the sea. No, Walter, never. But it would not become me to call them foolish, as thought so much more about the land than the sea, for there may be something in home and friends and birthplaces which drains a man's heart there ahead of all other things. I have never known any of them, for I was on the sea from the earliest days of my life, and should indeed be blessed if I could slip my cable on it now. But I dare say it's pleasant, as I have heard many of my shipmates say, to be stowed away in an old churchyard, which you played about when a boy, and where your kin and friends may always have an eye on your last berth, and the youngsters come and stick flowers on it. I dare say this is all very pleasant, but it is not a thing for me to look or hope, for I have neither family or kin of any sort. No old churchyard, as I skylarked about, or youngsters, to show their pretty remembrance that it ain't a skulk that is under hatches. I must never leave these walls even after death, and there'll be no one to point out the spot where I lie." "No one," cried Knowlton. "Well, maybe I was wrong there," returned the pirate, "and I am sure if you thought my sleep would be lighter or more pleasant by pointing it out, or do anything, you would do it. That I am quite certain of. It's something for a man to say he has picked up a friend, a true and staunch one, 1,000 miles from his home in a prison." "Did you never know your parents?" said Knowlton. No, never, answered the pirate. I wish somehow or another that I had. But what's the use of overhauling that now that my grog is stopped for, with or without family? I must founder, and perhaps it's better that I should. There is nobody to let tears run out of their lee scuppers for my sake. It is better as it is, much better. Matt Murdock paused from exhaustion, and his face, which had been flushed, now grew deathly pale. No. 63. Illustration piece entertains two detectives. Piece entertains two detectives to dinner. Walter Knowlton saw that it was time he took some nourishment, and he at once proceeded to give him some light, nutritious food. The pirate panted for breath, and a cold, clammy perspiration broke out all over him. He, however, rallied, and with a faint smile said in a weak voice, "That was the first cast of the line. There's very little water. Next heave I shall shoal." "You are better now, Murdock," said Knowlton. "Cheer up, old man. When I first met you," observed the pirate, "I knew pretty well that you would stick to me till the last, and I am not mistaken. Oh, not mistaken. Well, you see, my friend, I haven't known many as I cared about, few of us. There is something I would say to you before I sink to my last sleep. I said some few days ago that you should have half I possessed. It seemed ridiculous, I dare say, and you did not take much heed of it, but it's true nevertheless. You shall be rich, Walter, independent for the remainder of your life. All I have I bequeath to you." "All you have?" "Yes, every stiver. Don't think I am wandering. I am in my sober senses. My head was never clearer than it is at the present moment. Listen. I am all attention. Proceed." "Well then, mark what I say. On the beach of St. Michael's, just beyond the rock of Urglas, in a pit 6 feet deep 10 years ago, I hid an iron case containing gold and jewels, to a large amount, enough to make us both rich for the remainder of our lives. I shall never live to gain the treasure, but you may and can if you've a mind to do so." Knowlton paused and then added in a tone of doubt, "The tale seems scarcely credible, Murdock. You have been a prisoner for more than 9 years. "That's true enough. It's fully that time since Arkansas and I, being closely pursued, buried the treasure in the spot I have mentioned. A few days after this, we were seized at Preston, and tried for mutiny and murder on the high seas. I never committed murder, and this I solemnly declare, but we were both convicted of manslaughter. The rest you know." "What has become of your companion then?" "What, Arkansas?" "Yes. Dead years ago." "Then you are the only person living who knows of this?" "The only one. You need not therefore wonder at my desire to obtain my freedom." "Certainly not." Notwithstanding all his endeavors to appear indifferent, young Knowlton had listened with deep attention to the pirate's recital. When he had ceased to speak, the young man remained perfectly silent for some time, seeming to balance in his own mind the probability of the story he had just heard. Casting his eye up for a moment, he found those of his companion fixed on him. He started from his reverie, and said in a dubious tone, "The story you tell is, to say the least of it, a strange and improbable one. These hidden treasures are a hackneyed subject." His fellow convict regarded him with a look of indignation. "You do not believe me, then, Walter?" he murmured. "Nay, I don't say that," was the quick response, "but how came the iron case to fall into your hands, and who did it belong to?" "It would be too long a story to tell you how we became possessed of it. Neither does it much matter. It belonged to an English merchant, who is long since dead." "Oh, then there is no claimant?" "Not that I know of." "Will you promise me one thing?" "What is that?" "Promise me to search for the treasure after I am dead." Young Knowlton hesitated. "Will you promise?" said the pirate still more earnestly. "Yes, I will." "Good. Well then, the doctor has left some sheets of paper and a pen and ink on that table. I will make you a rough drawing of the spot where it is buried. I am not much of a hand at drawing, but I've done a chart or two in my time, so let's go ahead." Knowlton gave him the requisite materials, and Murdock sat up in bed and made a tolerably accurate drawing of the spot and its surroundings. When this was completed, he fell back upon his pillow in a state of exhaustion. A death-like pallor overspread his features, and he drew his breath with difficulty. "Give me your hand, Walter," said he. "Ah, that's well. Pray for me, my friend. I have heard that, when the chaplain prays for a sinner, he makes an easier passage aloft. But if you now could say a word or two for me, I am sure it would do more than parson's lingo." "I will indeed, I will, messmate," cried the young. "Walter, you couldn't have done me a kinder act than calling me your messmate," exclaimed the pirate with sudden animation. That has done me more good than our doctor's care and attention. That's cleared the turn for my run more than all. It's pleased me to hear you call me your messmate. I don't like parting with you. You have been very kind to me from the first hour we met. As a dying man, Walter, I have been true to you. And afore I have made a spare hammock, tell me whether you think so. I do, Murdoch. I wish you may be spared. Avast there, Walter, avast, exclaimed the pirate, his voice growing more and more feeble. You have never forgotten me at any time. Come, never turn your head from me, look on me. Why should you show a wet eye? Damn, you make my scuppers run over. Ill must part some day. And why not now, Walter? Take your hand from your face. If you love me, let me see your face. Why, that's it, Walter. I've looked my last upon the sea. There is a haze over it. You had better send a hand aloft, a smart seaman too. Keep a bright lookout, it's very hazy, Walter. Are you sure the fire was got under decks full of smoke? Open one of the ports. And yet I am very cold, Walter. I am shaking. Have I got your hand, topman? Away there, clap. On the yard, tackles, stretch out along your tackle, full top out, Walter, my friend. God bless you, remember the beach of St. Michael's. The pumps are choked. He paused for a moment, and at first young Knowlton thought he was dead, for his eyes closed, and his face exhibited the ghastly pallid hue of death, but a moment afterwards he opened his eyes, and tried to gaze around him. They were dull and glazed, but he turned them anxiously from side to side. He knit his brows and worked his lips about with an evident desire to speak. He passed his hand through his hair, and at length exclaimed, "The reef has now struck a hole in her, which no carpenter can stop, and the seas that wash over her will wash everything out of her as clean as a captain's steward. Does a stupin, you may cut away at the masts, but she will not move. You may spare yourself the trouble. Her comes a sea that will carry them by the board. Hold on. Mates, for your lives, that sea has fixed her. Cut the lashings of the boat on the boom. The next sea will carry it from the chucks to the quarter. Bear a hand, bear a hand. Here comes the sea, Walter, hold on by me. Where are you? Avast, I am alone. The sea blinds me. I am faint. I cannot swim a stroke. The water gurgles in my throat. Down. The last word died on his lips. His features were convulsed, his jaw fell, and all was over with Matt Murdoch the pirate. It would be a task of considerable difficulty to attempt any description of the sense of loneliness that fell upon Walter Knowlton at this time. Despair seemed to enter his heart. It is true that he had attended upon the sick on very many occasions, but this was the first time he had witnessed the death of a fellow creature, and he was so supremely miserable that he was well-nigh bursting into tears. It is equally true also that the dead man had doubtless for the greater portion of his career led an evil life. He had been a lawless freebooter, who from a moral point of view had very little to recommend him, and was therefore deserving of very little sympathy. But Knowlton knew only the best and most favorable side of his character, and he had always evinced a great liking for the old pirate or smuggler. Possibly this might be in some reason attributable to Murdoch's being shunned and despised by the other prisoners, who were however greatly in dread of him. To Knowlton, however, he had been uniformly kind, and this was proved by the last request he had made to trace the secret springs of the human heart. Is beyond the skill or power of man, and strange as it may appear, Walter Knowlton felt as acutely the loss of his fellow prisoner as many men feel the loss of a dearly loved relative. He is gone, murmured the young man. Who can say whether he has passed away, and will not trouble any of us further? He glanced at the features of the dead man, which were so calm and peaceful without any expression of pain on them, and heaved a deep sigh. Then he bethought him of the paper with the rough draft thereon, and at once proceeded to secrete it beneath his flannel shirt. It would not be intelligible to anyone but himself, and even if the prison authorities discovered it, the chances were that it would not be taken from him if he told them that it was given him as a keepsake from his deceased friend. So he had but little fear as far as the chart was concerned. But presently a sort of superstitious fear seemed to creep over him, and so powerful was this influence that he thought the eyes of the dead pirate moved. This was but imagination, but it exercised a powerful influence over him. Young Knowlton had attended on sick persons for the greater portion of the time he had been a prisoner, but he had never before had a patient die under his hands. It was the first time he had been in the presence of death, and as he glanced at the rigid features of the dead pirate, his heart beat audibly, and a horrible fear seemed to creep over him. Everything was so still, no sound struck upon his ears, not a faint murmur of any sort. He would have been thankful if he could have heard the faintest indication of a human voice, or any articulate sentence uttered by a living creature. He was for some time so overcome that he found it impossible to rise from his seat, but remained sad and thoughtful till the unbroken silence became oppressively painful. Presently, he thought he detected some movement from without as of a warder passing almost noiselessly along the corridor. He sprang to his feet and made towards the door. This done, he shouted for assistance. A measured tread told him that one of the prison officials was going his rounds. Knowlton hammered at the door with both his fists. It was instantly opened, and a tall man with a large, bushy beard thrust his head in. "Well, what do you want?" inquired he, perfectly unmoved. "Help come in, he is dead." "Who, the pirate?" "Yes, for mercy's sake, come in." The warder entered and made straight for the bed on which the remains of Murdoch were stretched. One glance sufficed to tell that it was all over with the wretched Murdoch. "Gone, eh?" he ejaculated. "It's rather sudden, but the doctor said there was no chance for him. Well, poor fellow, all his troubles are now over in this world. When did he breathe his last?" "Not half an hour ago. Oh, less than that." "Humph, well, tell the governor," returned the warder, passing again through the entrance to the apartment, and closing the door gently after him, which he however locked with his usual caution, remembering, at the time the clatter there had been about prisoner No. 43. In a few minutes after this, the deputy governor and prison surgeon entered with the turnkey. The surgeon pronounced the prisoner dead. The last offices were performed, and young Knowlton's duties were over as far as the pirate was concerned. They thanked him for his attention, and he was conducted to a cell in another part of the prison. This was about the most comfortable berth in the whole ship, to make use of the language of the dead pirate, and Knowlton had every possible indulgence it was possible to accord consistent with the rules of the establishment. It wanted only 6 weeks more to complete his term of imprisonment, and during that period, he was chiefly engaged in the infirmary, but he could not forget the last words of Murdoch, and he had a burning desire to test the truth of his statement as to the treasure which had lain hid for so many years. Chapter Roman 121, Miss Stanbridge's peregrination visit to Charles Peace. Laura Stanbridge succeeded in reaching London without attracting any attention or arousing the suspicions of anyone. She walked on for miles, until she was fairly worn out with excitement and fatigue. Nevertheless, she persevered, being at the time under the full impression that messengers would be dispatched from the jail in all directions for the purpose of recapturing her. This was done, but as frequently occurs in cases of this sort, the messengers went in every possible direction but the right one. Laura did not deem it advisable to continue for very long in any of the high roads. She went through by-lanes and unfrequented footpaths, and thereby dodged her pursuers when fairly worn out with fatigue, so that she could barely drag one leg after the other. To make use of a common saying, she bethought her of what she could do to betake herself to a house of public entertainment, would be running a great risk, as the chances were that these establishments would be the first places the police would visit. She espied at no very great distance a large-sized barn, and at once made for this as a haven of rest. She had not much difficulty in unfastening the door, which was only secured by a wooden peg. This done, she crept in and stretched herself at full length upon some trusses of straw. She was so overpowered and prostrated that she soon sank off to sleep, and did not awaken till the voices of men fell upon her ear. She then suddenly sprang to her feet and looked through the crevice of the barn door. It was by this time early dawn, and the hilltops were tinted with the rays of the rising sun. In an adjacent field, she beheld 2 farm laborers at work, and a milkmaid with her pail. When their backs were turned, she crept out of the barn and passed into the lane which she had traversed on the night previous. She had sufficient money on her person for her immediate wants. This had been given her by her friend Mr. Leverall. As the milkmaid came along with her pail, she wished her a good morning. She was a good-looking buxom wench with red cheeks and mottled arms, a very personification of rude health and good nature. "And good morning to you, Mom," said the girl, staring with wonder. "But ye be up? Why, the lark misses." "Yes," said Miss Stanbridge, "I lost my way last night, and took shelter in the barn, till the morning I could not find any place open." "Maybe you're a stranger to these parts," observed the girl. "Quite a stranger, don't even know where I am or the name of this place." "Ye be London bred, and London born, if I ain't mistaken." "You are quite correct in your surmise. I am a Cockney, that's what you country people term us Londoners." The girl gave a broad grin and a chuckle at this last observation. "I dunno how you could manage to rest in such a place as that," said she, nodding with her head towards the barn. There was no help for it, my good girl, beggars must not be choosers, you know. But I say, listen to me. A moment, added Laura, slipping a shilling into the maid's handkin. You tell me like a kind good girl, as I am sure you are, where I can get a conveyance about here, a post-chaise, or something of that sort. It matters not what it is. Where e goin' to then? I want to get to the nearest station. How far might that be off? Well, better nor 5 miles, not a morsel less. And can you tell me where they let out flies? Lord, not Roman one. You won't find any here about, I am thinking. Dear me, that's unfortunate, no conveyancy. Will e come inside the house, and see Mrs., cried the girl, as if a sudden thought had struck her. Ah, that I will shall be, but too glad to do so. Where is the master? There ain't no master, he be dead and gone. Oh, only a Mrs. Ah, that be all, but she be a good sort. I shall be most delighted to make her acquaintance. Laura Stanbridge was conducted into a primitive-looking parlor, and introduced to a comely, cheerful-looking old lady, the mistress of the establishment. Your servant, ma'am, said the old dame, glad to see you. The milkmaid informed her mistress that the London lady had lost her way on the previous night, and had sought shelter in the granary, and furthermore, that she wanted to reach the railway station as soon as possible. I be sorry you had no better accommodation, observed the old lady, but e must be faint for want of summat to eat and drink. Sit e down, and ha some breakfast, ma'am. Ye shan't go away why an empty belly. I am sure you're a very kind. I have the wherewithal to pay for what I have. Tush, tush, child, don't ye be talking after that fashion. You are freely welcome to all I have. It be a poor tale. Indeed, if we can't help a fellow creature in distress, don't you see it? Yes. And what brought ye to these parts, if it be a fair question? Miss Stanbridge hesitated, and turned away her head with mock modesty. Oh well, if it be a secret, don't say a word. It isn't much of a secret, as I know of, observed the escaped prisoner. I came unbeknown to my relatives, had to meet a young man to whom I have been engaged. Oh, I see, lass, I understand, and maybe your parents object to him as a suitor for your hand. Yes, they do, but here she hesitated again. You love the chappies, that it? I do. She tried to blush, and partially succeeded. Her companion tapped her playfully on the. Well, well, she ejaculated, I don't blame ye, ha done the same thing myself years agone. I don't know as ye are to be blamed. We none of us can help our likes and dislikes, and we all like to choose for ourselves in cases of this sort. It is but natural. And did he keep his appointment? Did ye see him? Yes, Ulfhe is obliged to go abroad, and wrote to me to beg me that I would meet him and wish him farewell before he took his departure. Thee beast, a brave girl to come all this distance by yourself, and I be glad ye saw him. It is perhaps needless to observe that the whole of this story was invented on the spot by the acute and mendacious Laura Stanbridge. It was the first that occurred to her, and as the old adage has it, any excuse is better than none. The old lady snapped at the bait, and believed every word the other had spoken. After Laura had partaken of a substantial breakfast, which to say the truth she did ample justice to, she began to consider how she could get to the station. It was so remarkably early, not 6 o'clock at, the chances were that she might be able to make a clean run of it, and get clear off before the myrmidons of the law were abroad hunting for their prey. I wish I could meet with a conveyance, madam, said Laura, addressing herself to her elder companion. It is essential that I should be in town as early as possible, but I cannot at present see how it is to be compassed. Not unless y'all consent to ride in a milk cart, returned the other. In a milk cart, goodness me, I shall be, but too delighted. What matters it what sort of vehicle? Well then, I tell e what e can do if you're ammoned, and don't care about it. In less than a quarter of an hour Nat will start the milk to the station, and he can take you with un. Oh, my dear lady, I am so much obliged by this offer. In a quarter of an hour, say you? I surely it be better nor 9 miles, and if so be as ye are in a hurry. I am in a great hurry. Well then, it 'ud take a goodish while to walk at least. It would me, my health ain't so good as what it used to be, nor my legs, either for the matter of that, but ye be strong and lithe of limb. But still, it be too far for e to walk, so e'd better go. Why, Nat? As she spoke these last words, a rawbone lad of about 18 thrust his shock head in at the door. Oh, here be Nat, cried the old lady, so that be all right now, lad, you're going to ha company to the station. Company, repeated the lad, who be it, Mrs. This lady, I know you're fond of the ladies. The lad blushed up to the roots of his hair, and went his way without further ado. Don't care about taking me I fancy, said Laura. Not care he's but too delighted don't 'e mind him lass that's his ways, rather sheepish and queer why strangers. Oh hell tech, right enough here nat, I say, ain't 'e got your ears this morning or ha? 'E left 'em behind 'e coom here lad. The lad came into the room. Now look here, you've got to take this leddy to the station so mind, drive careful. And don't get the wheels into the ruts any more than you can help do understand. Yes missus said the yokel scratching his head be very careful. Good lad the leddy wants to get to the station, as soon as possible is the horse put to. Yes and the milk is in the cart, but your see missus it bean't much of a trap I mean, there ain't much room to spare I wish it a better turn out tain't good enough for the likes of un. This was said in a whisper, but Miss Stanbridge heard every word. I am quite content said she addressing herself to the lad nobody knows me hereabouts. If we had to travel through the streets of London, it would be a different matter you know. In a minute or so after this, the milk cart was at the door of the farmhouse and Laura, who had gone upstairs to arrange her hair, and to make something like a rude toilette quickly descended, and after thanking her hostess, and wishing her farewell stepped into the cart, and sat herself beside the lad. Be careful, be very careful, and mind the ruts was the last injunction his mistress gave him as he drove off. Now for it murmured Miss Stanbridge, if we should chance to run across any of the warders I am lost. But the probability is that they want any of them be about thus early, they never are in places where they are wanted not, that I want to see any of their ugly visages. Anyway, there's no help for it now. I must take my chance as many have done before me under similar circumstances. The road to the station was evidently not much frequented for some considerable time after the horse and cart had left the farmhouse. Not a solitary passenger or vehicle met the eyes of either Nat or Miss Stanbridge. So far all went on well. Not many vehicles about it, would seem observed the latter. No, not many seldom is at this time, ye see it's a cross road, and people doesn't care about driving over it, except them, as is obliged, and there bean't many of those it be very lonely by night though. So I should imagine, but it's a bright, beautiful morning, and the birds are singing so gaily, I wish I could live in the country instead of London. Ah, I just say ye do marm, but maybe why'd get tired of it after a bit. I think not, don't you like it? Ah, said the lad with a loud guffaw, I like Lunnon, there bean't any place like Lunnon to my thinking. Ah well, it is of course all a matter of taste, and I suppose we most of us like any place better than the one we are in. Miss Stanbridge did not force the conversation beyond reasonable bounds, but she thought it quite as well to be on familiar and friendly terms with the farmer's boy, who was as good-natured as he was unsophisticated, so they continued to chat familiarly until the station was reached. Then alighting from the vehicle, she put half a crown in the lad's hand, which seemed to have a marvelous effect on him. At first he obstinately refused to accept the gratuity, but Laura was equally obstinate in forcing it upon him. He was profuse in his thanks, and when he returned to the farmhouse, he declared his fellow passenger to be a perfect leddy. Miss Stanbridge took a first-class ticket for London, and then went into the ladies' waiting-room where she remained till the train was upon the point of starting. She succeeded in reaching the metropolis in safety. After paying a short visit to her house in the neighborhood of Regent Street, and assuring her maid that she was a good deal better for her trip into the country, she set off for the Avalon Road. She found Charles Peace at home. The time had not arrived for him to sally forth upon his depredating excursions, and he was busily occupied with his mechanical inventions. What Laurie, he ejaculated upon catching sight of his visitor. Well, I am staggered, what's up, no true bill found, or what? I didn't wait for the grand jury, old man, returned Laura, indulging in a loud laugh. Didn't wait, returned Peace, looking at the speaker from over his spectacles. No, Charlie gave him the slip, my boy. Ah, it's been a lesson to me, take good care, never to be caught on the same hook. It's been a hard fight, but I've won, and now. Well, and now, old girl, what now? It won't do for me to remain in London. Oh, that's it. Well, you know, they'll be on the lookout, and to remain at my old quarters would be too risky. I don't know so much about that, Lord bless ye, Laurie, those fellows' heads are as thick as a skittleball. If you've got clean off which it's pretty cert you have, seeing that you are here safe and sound, and looking better than ever for your country tripe, you've no cause to fear ain't the blokes after me, and haven't I dodged them to rights? Ah, but I am not a Charles Peace. Hush, silence, cried our hero in a tone of alarm, placing his hand before the mouth of the speaker. Then in a tone more serious, he added, drop that name for evermore, drop it as you love me, do this. I am Mr. Thompson, didn't Bill tell you this? I beg 10,000 pardons, of course, he Roman 999. What a donkey I am, to be sure, I am not as a rule so incautious, Thompson said, she emphasizing the last word. Enough, say no more about it then, but don't forget. I will not. Laura Stanbridge now put him in possession of all the circumstances which took place respecting her escape, and wound up by thanking him most heartily for his kindness. Oh bother that, said our hero. Bill's behaved like a trump card, which to say the truth he is. Why, Laura, id trust him with my life, and if you have gratitude towards anyone it should be shown to him. I shall never forget his kindness, never, ejaculated Laura. He's worth his weight in gold. Indeed, I could never have believed it possible. He had so much goodness in him, if I had not had such unmistakable proof of it. But I shan't remain in London, though, so before I go, I will return you the money you were kind enough to send me. Any time will do, for that I am not in want of it. No time like the present, so here you are, Thompson. She drew from her purse notes for the amount, and handed them to her companion. Oh, if you are so beastly particular, so be it then, observed Peace, taking them from her, and pocketing them. There's an end of that then, said he. Well, I am as pleased as Punch to see you once more free. Why, it's the first time you've been in jail, ain't it? Yes, the very first, and I hope, Thompson, it will be the last. I hope so, I am sure, returned Peace in a sanctimonious tone and manner which would have done credit to a dissenting minister. Miss Stanbridge stopped for some little time after this. She was introduced to the two ladies of the establishment. But of course, not a word was said either by herself or our hero upon past circumstances or the nature of her connection with Peace. The women had to be kept in the dark as much as possible, and certainly their lord and master contrived somehow or other to throw dust in their eyes, which, all things considered, must be deemed almost marvelous to all reasonable persons. But Peace was a wonder in many ways, this being by no means the least remarkable trait in his diversified character. Laura Stanbridge, as we have already seen, knew very well how to make herself agreeable, and her two female companions declared, after she had left the house in the Avalon, that she was a most delightful woman, a declaration which we don't expect any of our readers will endorse. Chapter Roman 122, The Trial of the Detective Espice's Visit to Bow Street. Although Charles Peace was what is termed playing a game of hide-and-seek, and to play this game effectually, it is usually deemed advisable to court publicity as little as possible. Mr. Thompson's he called himself did not choose to pursue this course of action. He went abroad and paid frequent visits to places of public resort, and was as self-possessed and confident as if he had no oppressive weight on his conscience, no heinous crimes to answer for. In point of fact, he assumed all the airs and graces of a man who had done nothing but meritorious acts throughout his life. It was at this time that the town was startled by the extraordinary detective case in which the convicts Kerr and Benson played so conspicuous a part. The confidence of the public was suddenly shaken in the whole system of the detective department of this country, and it was only after an overwhelming weight of evidence had been brought forward that they could give credence to the startling revelations of bribery and corruption practiced by Kerr and his accomplices, paid officers of the Crown. Far be it from us to stigmatize the whole force as corrupt and unreliable. There are doubtless many good men, many intelligent, active, and praiseworthy officers to be found. But the machinery appears to be too cumbersome to be put in motion with sufficient rapidity to be of much service in cases of murder or manslaughter. We have alluded to this in a previous chapter. And since that was written, events have occurred which strengthen us in our opinion. The Scotland Yard Detective Department is, and has been for years past, miserably inefficient in tracing out the perpetrators of the heinous crime of murder. And we are convinced that sooner or later it will be requisite, for justice' sake, as well as for the safety of the public at large, that some better organized body of men will have to be formed to meet this crying evil. Murders are rife in the land, and it is perfectly appalling the number of murderers who escape the strong arm of the law, which of late seems to be almost paralyzed in dealing with crimes of this nature. Charles Peace had read in the papers the report of the first inquiry into the charge made against the four detectives. He was greatly interested in the case, for, said he with a sort of chuckle, I think I ought to know something about chaps of that kidney. I've dodged 'em a good many times, and when it answered my purpose I've bribed them. But this, I only did when my dodgery failed. I'll go and have a squint at these beauties when they come up for their next examination. I am sure I'd do nothing of the sort if I were you, observed his wife. What good can it do you talk about women's curiosity? Why, it's nothing in comparison to yours. Mind your own business, you fool, answered Peace, sharply. Leave me to be the best judge of my own actions. Oh well, I've done you know best, I suppose. I only made the remark for your own good. I shouldn't have thought you had any desire to be seen in Bow Street Police Court. I have a desire, and that's sufficient. I am as safe there as I am here, more so perhaps. It may, and doubtless it does, appear singular that Peace should have had any desire to disport himself in the court referred to, but it is nevertheless a fact he was present at one of the examinations of the detectives, and this has since been proved beyond all question. The court was crowded almost to suffocation when the detective case came on, and Peace had the greatest difficulty in elbowing his way in. The Bow Street Court, as most of our readers know, is miserably small and inconvenient, as far as the public is concerned. It could not very well be worse in the way of accommodation. It has for years been acknowledged to be ill-adapted for the purpose for which it was constructed. Peace found this out. He was a little man, and behind him was a man of elephantine dimensions, who kept bearing the greater portion of his weight on his shoulders. I wish you'd not press on me in this manner, said our hero to his tormentor. I can't help it, the people are shoving behind, don't blame me. Order silence in the court, cried the usher. But I am half stifled, observed Peace. Can't you make room for me somewhere? No, every place is occupied. If you don't like it, go out, said the big man. Peace, who was dressed in a suit of black with his silver spectacles on his nose, and looked a mild, meek old gentleman of the Pickwickian order, again remonstrated in a soft, gentle voice. What's the matter? Inquired a stout-built, good-natured-looking man, as he elbowed his way through the throng. Old gentleman's hardly pressed, and can scarcely breathe, answered one of the persons in the rear, and who evidently commiserated our hero's situation. The stout person, who seemed to be dressed in a little brief authority, touched Peace on the shoulder, and said in a whisper, Follow Methi's way. Peace, nothing loth, did as he was bid. He was taken by his conductor from the body of the court, and passed into that portion of it where the lawyers, barristers, and other persons of a nondescript order thread their way. Here he was comparatively comfortable, that is as comfortable as it is possible to be in this precious sample of a court of justice, which is perhaps not saying much. His conductor stood by his side on the same platform. I don't know how to thank you sufficiently for this act of kindness, observed our hero. Don't mention it, sir, I beg, returned the gentleman, who, if the truth must be told, had mistaken Peace for another and more exalted person. Presently the four detectives, Maklajan, Druskovich, Palmer, and Clark, brought in. They took up their stations, and were joined by Mr. Froggatt. The solicitor, Mr. Poland, proceeded to state the case. After he had concluded, Mr. Superintendent Williamson was called. It will be needless for us to give a detailed account of the proceedings, as the result has long since been patent to everybody. It will suffice for our purpose to note that Peace became on friendly and familiar terms with the gentleman who had been of such service to him. They conversed freely during the day's examination, and when the court rose, Peace asked his companion to have a glass of wine. Well, observed the latter, I don't mind if I do, but I've not as yet dined. Nor have I, said Peace. Are you going to have your dinner in the neighborhood? Yes, was the ready response. Well, so am Roman 1, suppose we dine together somewhere. Yes, I'll do so with the greatest pleasure. They adjourned to a neighboring tavern, where they met a friend of Peace's companion, whom the latter introduced as a Mr. Shearman, who, it is perhaps needless to mention, was the American detective who had the charge against Dr. Bourne in hand. Shearman had come over again to this country to pot, as he expressed it, a runaway Yankee who was charged with frauds on an extensive scale. Mr. Shearman, said the gentleman, addressing himself to Peace, pardon me, but I don't know your name. I took you for Mr. Belmore, whom I have the honor of knowing. My name is Thompson, said Peace, and I am most proud to have made your acquaintance. I will, with your permission, show you a rough draft of an invention of mine. He drew from his pocket a drawing of his apparatus for raising sunken ships. His two companions inspected it, and said it appeared to them to be a most admirable contrivance. This declaration was succeeded by a long discussion upon its merits, and soon after this dinner was served, upon which the three gentlemen sat down. Peace had not the faintest notion at this time that he was hobnobbing with two detectives, and it was fortunate for him that Mr. Wrench did not put in an appearance at this juncture. "Well," said Shearman, "how goes the case ugly against the prisoners?" "Most remarkably strong against them," returned Mr. Cartridge, Peace's friend. "I guessed as much. While it's a scandal to your country, a great scandal," observed Shearman. "Oh, everybody must admit that, sir," returned Peace. "For my own part, I can't see any excuse for these men. They were well paid, would on retiring be entitled to pensions, and yet they must aid and abet dishonest persons like Kerr and Benson." "That is if they have done so," said Mr. Cartridge. "Do you doubt it after what we have heard today?" inquired Peace. "I should be sorry to prejudge the case, still, as I before observed, it looks ugly. That I readily admit. It is possible, however, that they may be able to produce some rebutting evidence on the trial, which will materially alter the complexion of the case. One never knows what may take place, for it has been often said that truth lies at the bottom of a well." When the dinner had been dispatched, Peace called for the bill, which he insisted on paying, alleging, as an excuse, that he had invited the other two to dine with him. They both protested against this, but Peace, who was in a liberal mood, would have his own way, and a compromise was therefore effected by the other two being allowed to pay for wine and cigars. In the course of conversation, Peace discovered that he was passing a pleasant hour or so with detectives. He was a little disconcerted when he ascertained this, but there was now no help for it, so he put a bold face upon the matter, but was at the same time more guarded in his conversation. Mr. Shearman, as heretofore, told one of his stories about his own exploits in America, and Mr. Cartridge, not to be outdone, narrated the following case of mistaken identity, which for the reader's behoof, seeing that it is possessed of considerable interest, we print in extenso. Chapter Roman 123, Mistaken Identity. "I felt convinced," said Mr. Cartridge, "that I had got the right man, for all the facts that had come to my knowledge were dead against him. But I am free to confess that there were others who were of a different opinion. I will just give you a circumstantial account view of the case." "Send for his friends," I repeated in reply to a question put to me by the inspector of a police station, at which I happened to be. "Oh yes, I see no reason to refuse his request, but I think you are fully justified in not admitting him to bail." The prisoner in question was a tall, fair man of gentlemanly appearance, who seemed to feel his position acutely. He had lately been brought in on a singular charge of skittle-sharping. The prosecutor, a simple-looking countryman, deposed that he had met the prisoner 3 days before in Westminster with two other men, and was by them solicited to have something to drink. After his compliance, a game of skittles was proposed, bets were made, and he was ingeniously robbed of £80 in gold and notes. The whole of the gang on that occasion made their escape, but the prosecutor met the prisoner while walking in the Strand, and recognizing him at once, gave him into the custody of the first police officer he saw. The prisoner vehemently protested his innocence, and in no measured terms declared that he was the victim of a mistake. He gave the name of Joseph Halliday, and gave a respectable address, which we afterwards found was a correct one, described himself as a civil engineer, and said that he was the scapegoat of the prosecutor's stupidity. It was the early part of the afternoon, but the business of the court that day not being very heavy, the magistrate had finished his work and gone home, so that Mr. Halliday would have to remain a prisoner until the next day, even if he were able to prove his innocence in an incontestable manner. We were accustomed to see respectable men that is externally respectable brought into the station on charges of skittle-sharping, and so Mr. Halliday's decent exterior did not impress me in his favor in the least. He appeared greatly distressed, and said repeatedly, as the charge was being taken, that he was innocent. His manner had the appearance of being genuine, but I never allowed appearances to have any weight with me. Some of the rascals who infest the streets and plunder the simple are such clever actors that if they were not incorrigibly idle, they would make a decent living upon the stage. I suggested to the inspector that it might be a case of mistaken identity, and in order to set the question at rest, it would be better to send for the landlord and barman of the Duke's Head, which was the name of the public house in which the swindle had been perpetrated. The prisoner evinced the utmost signs of joy and exultation when he heard this proposal, and the prosecutor made no objection, saying that he was sure their testimony would bear out the charges. he had just made against Joseph Halliday. Accordingly, messengers were dispatched to the Duke's Head, requesting the immediate attendance of the landlord and his barman. In the meantime, the prisoner was conveyed into the yard of the station house and placed in a row with 9 other men. It was intended that the witnesses we had sent for should identify the prisoner from amongst a number of others. When they arrived, the landlord of the Duke's Head requested to be told why he had been summoned. "A case of skittle sharping," replied the inspector, "took place in your house 3 days ago. Would you remember the 3 men who hired your skittle ground for the best part of the afternoon?" "Perfectly," replied the landlord. "There were 4 altogether, and this gentleman," turning to the prosecutor, "was one of them." "You are quite right, but he is the victim of the 3 rogues. We imagine that we have one of them in custody. He is amongst some others in the backyard. If your memory serves you, you will have no difficulty in selecting him from his companions." "I don't think I shall have the least trouble. I have a distinct recollection of the whole party," replied the landlord, following myself and the inspector to the yard. The barman we left behind his turn was to come next. It must have been a moment of intense anxiety to Mr. Halliday. I was a little curious as to the result and looked on with expectation. The courtyard was a narrow piece of ground in which men were drilled occasionally. It was covered with gravel and surrounded by a high wall which, however, in no way obstructed the light, which fell in a bright stream upon the men who were marshaled in single file to await the scrutiny of the landlord, who took a critical survey of them, and without a moment's hesitation went up to Mr. Joseph Halliday, and touching him on the shoulder exclaimed, "This is the man." A shudder of repulsion ran through the prisoner's frame, and he turned ghastly pale. "I thought he would have fallen." The inspector smiled and said, "An old hand, evidently." "Oh, they generally come to that conclusion in most cases, though they not observed peace." "Well, I don't know that they do, sir," returned Mr. Cartridge, "but you know we have such a number of shocking characters under our hands that it is after all but a natural conclusion. But I will proceed with my narrative." "Oh, I knew him again in an instant," exclaimed the landlord, who went back again with the inspector to allow the barman to commence his investigation. "A tin cup stood under a tap, and seeing the prisoner looked faint and ill, I filled it with water and presented it to him. He drank off the contents at a draught and regarded me gratefully. 'You are very kind,' he murmured in a low tone. There was something in his voice that interested me, something quiet and gentle, but the evidence against him was so strong and damning that I could not bring myself to regard him favorably or look upon him as the victim of a mistake. Presently the barman made his appearance. He seemed an intelligent fellow, possessed of powers of discrimination. He walked along the yard and looked steadily at the men who were grouped together for his inspection, and stopped abruptly when he came to Mr. Halliday. "This is the one," he said triumphantly. "I could tell him amongst 1,000. No 64. Illustration: his plan for raising sunken vessels. Piece describing to the 2 detectives his plan for raising sunken vessels." The slender hope which had hitherto animated the prisoner now deserted him, and he fell on the ground in a heap insensible. It was a terrible ordeal for him to have gone through. If innocent, stepping up to the inspector, I said, "This is a remarkable case. But although the evidence seems against him, it is oddisn't it that he should take on so. I don't know, these fellows are up to as many dodges as there are days in the year. He must take his chance. He'll have a fair trial tomorrow perhaps. He can prove an alibi if you take an interest in him. You can talk to him. I won't lock him up again till you've done your little bit of palaver." Thanking the inspector, I returned to Mr. Halliday, and was glad to see that he showed signs of returning animation. Some good Samaritan had sprinkled his face with water, and he had opened his eyes. By my orders he was accommodated with a chair, and when he was sufficiently recovered, I began a conversation with him. "Do you still persist in saying that you are the victim of a mistake, Mr. Halliday?" I exclaimed. "Most certainly, I do," he replied earnestly. "Someone must have a strong and fatal resemblance to me. Will you tell me how you spent your time on the day of the alleged robbery?" "With pleasure," he answered, "but I presume excuse my asking the question that I am talking to someone connected with the police. I am a detective, and in my professional capacity may be of service to you." "You are very good, and I esteem myself fortunate in having met with you. In the first place, I must tell you that I am a civil engineer by profession, and tolerably well known to people who move in scientific circles. On the day in question, when the man who gave me in charge was robbed and plundered, I was attending a meeting at Muswell Hill and giving evidence as to the advisability of extended sewerage in the vicinity before the Muswell Hill Board of Works. The solicitors to the board will prove it, the members of the board will prove it. Very good so far, I replied. Leave your case in my hands, and make yourself easy as to the result. I shall, with your permission, instruct Mr. C., one of the cleverest practicing barristers we have in cases of this kind, to defend you when brought before the court tomorrow morning, and to ask for a remand. You must put up with the worry and annoyance of imprisonment for a few days. Bring all your philosophy to your aid, and I will see if I cannot unravel this tangled skein. By the way, I should like to ask you one thing. As many as you like, he replied readily. Does any of your family resemble you in any way? Have you ever been taken for anyone else on a previous occasion? Some years ago, he replied thoughtfully, my twin brother was alive, and you would not have known us from one another. We were veritable dromios. Is he dead now? I am sorry to say he is. We were much attached to each other, but he was of a roving disposition, and would never stick to anything. I started him in several professions, but he always repaid my kindness by ingratitude, which is hard to bear from a relation. At length, on my refusing to assist him any longer, he ran away to sea, and the ship in which he sailed was subsequently wrecked on a voyage to Malaga. Oh, I said with a prolonged exclamation, I began to see my way a little clearer. Wishing Mr. Halliday goodbye, I left the station house to commence operations. If what the prisoner said about his being in attendance upon the Muswell Hill Board of Works, at the very time at which he was accused of being at an obscure pothouse in Westminster, in company with 2 other men not in custody, to defraud a simple-minded countryman of his money, the case was at an end. I at once left a retainer for Mr. C., and engaged his services for Mr. Joseph Halliday on the morrow. I had a shrewd suspicion that I was about to embark in the investigation of one of the strangest cases of mistaken identity that had ever been heard of, nor was I mistaken, as after events tended to prove. I was acquainted with a man of the name of Pegon, a Frenchman who had, it was popularly believed, been a thief in his own country, although he might have left France through political motives. On arriving in England, he had taken service in the police force, and evinced such wonderful dexterity in tracking criminals that he speedily became one of our most valued detectives. The old saying said, a thief to catch a thief, was, admitting the reports about Pegon to be true, never better exemplified than in the person of the dapper little Gaul. He was not a proficient in the English language. He talked it in a half-broken sort of way, rather amusing than otherwise. It was to Pegon that I betook myself after leaving Mr. C's office. I found him at his favorite public house, Three Spies. He was seldom at home, and when not on business, he could always be discovered at the beforementioned tavern, or else at the Welsh ambassador's Goat in Boots. Pegon had probably a greater acquaintance with the skittle-sharping fraternity than any other man in London. He knew them all, and when they occasionally took a trip into the country, Pegon would miss the familiar face, find out where he was gone, and telegraph to the police of Birmingham, Manchester, or Liverpool, and they would exercise such a strict lookout that their vigilance would soon drive the sharper back to his old haunts and associates. When Pegon met him on his return, he would smile sardonically and say, "Back again, a change of air is good for your health," and his mouth would distend itself into a broad grin. It was rumored that Pegon was occasionally heavily bribed by the thieves to allow them to remain unmolested, but his superiors took no notice of this scandal, as they always found him an active and intelligent officer, and if a man was wanted particularly, and Pegon was applied to for his apprehension, he was almost always forthcoming at a specified time. Pegon was sitting in the parlor of the Three Spies, smoking contentedly, and drinking out of a pewter pot, which contained nothing stronger than the best old and mild ale. He rose when he saw me, and exclaimed in a genial tone, "Sir, at ease you, how you carry yourself. Sit downer is a chair." Taking out his handkerchief with true politeness, he dusted the bottom of it and handed it to me. "Good morning, Pegon," I said. "I have come to consult you on a matter of some importance." "Yes. 3 days ago, a countryman was robbed by a skittle sharper at the Duke's Head in Westminster." "Yes," said Pegon, concentrating his attention on what I was saying. "Today a gentleman was arrested on suspicion of being concerned in the robbery. The barman and the landlord swore that he was one of the men." "Ah," said Pegon, "that is strange, ever strange. Have you heard of the robbery?" No, but I have my suspicions my good friend Toko and my dear friend Donamore have been flush of their money, and I suspect. Who is Donamore? I ventured to ask. Donamore, oh he good fellow Donamore, but he go little too far. In what ways? I shall tell you, replied Pegon. Donamore he come to my ooze, and he drinking my wine, but that is noting go no noting, you must know I need to pay Donamore, when I first come to England to show me thing or two, I not know much. And Donamore, he shows me the places where thieves go and give me hint now and then, but Donamore he good fellow, only he go little too far just little bit too far one day, he come to my ooze, and he drinking my wine and smoking my tabac. But that is noting go noting but he go to drawer, and he steal my stocking go Donamore he good fellow, but he go little too far. Your stocking, I said, that was not very valuable I should think. Oh begar it was I keep all my money in my stocking 30, 40, 50, £100 oh Donamore, he good fellow, but by gar he got little too far. So you think Donamore had a hand in this robbery, I said laughing at the Frenchman's story. I be damn well sure, replied Pegon slapping his fist on the table. I say to myself, aha Donamore my boy, you have been at your old games again, more stocking a Donny more take. Care, sir, you do not go little too far. Who is Toko? I asked. Toko he Donamore's pal, they stand in always. And the third, do you know him? I believe these fellows always work in gangs. Oh certainment, it most be, let me see, it most be Von Beast the German, I know him, oh he is crafty, like one English foxies I say so. Von Beast I had heard of as a clever German thief, who had once been imprisoned for 2 years for a daring burglary in Oxford Street. What do you know about Toko? Toko he is what you say new man's, almost he has not been here bove year and half, he is sailor, or something he look like gentleman, and knows how to talk, and Donamore he make him decoy, oh leave Donamore alone, I have met him before today yees, I know Donamore he good fellow, but he go little too far, just little bit too far. And as the little Frenchman recalled his grievances, he pulled away somewhat vigorously at his pipe, and looked at the sanded floor, as if the reminiscence of the gold-laden stocking was painful to talk about. After a pause of a minute, he said, oh yees I know Donamore, and then he chuckled as if he contemplated revenge. Where could you find Donamore and his associates? I asked. I say, asked the astute little Frenchman, is there reward offered? No, I replied, but Mr. Halliday the gentleman I was speaking of, who is in custody, is well off, and will I have no doubt make a couple of days' work worth our while. Bien, that is goot, I like to be on Z-square, you know, you vash humbug, I vash humbug, we all vash humbug tines, you shall hear Donamore Toko, Von Beast, all stay now, at the Crown King Street 7 Dials. I have my eye on all of them tougers, I am fatherthy are my children. Let us go then, and reconnoiter, I want to see if this man Toko resembles Mr. Halliday, in any way, if so the mystery is cleared up at once. Of course it is well we will go, I can spot them, I shall not touch Donamore, I think for Donamore he good fellow. But he go little too far, just little bit too far. Donamore and me were pals once confers, you shall have Toko and Von Beast. But Donamore, he shall shake loose leg a little longer, vat you say to that, sir. I have no objection, I replied, I only want Toko. Bon, you shall have Toko, and I will be liberal, I will throw Von Beast into the bargain. We shook hands in order to cement the bargain, and leaving the 3 spies we wended our way to the 7 Dials, and entered the Crown. It was filled with thieves, and loose women, their companions. Pegon perceived no trace of the trio. We were in search of coming near, he said, attendes, they are en hout. On ascending the stairs, we found ourselves in a spacious room in which singing was going on. It was long and narrow, with a stage at one end, and a succession of tables on each side, with a passage up the middle for ingress and egress. Very much after the manner of the cafés chantants in the Palais Royal, the room was tolerably well filled. A man who threw himself into the most awful contortions and impossible attitudes, attired in a suit of clothes of a check pattern, something like Mr. Leach's caricature of Mr. Briggs, when his mind is on hunting intent, was lilting a ditty respecting Sary's young man, which seemed to take the audience by storm. The success of this song was only equaled by another beginning. A cove he would amazing go, whether the blueskins would or no. An evident allusion to accomplished thieves and baffled policemen. We took up a position from which we commanded an excellent view of the room. I began to look about me, and perceived a couple of bottles of champagne, standing on a particular table in one corner. At this table 3 men were seated. I started. Pegon asked me, what was the matter? I smiled at my stupidity. I thought I saw Mr. Halliday. My explanation of the singular coincidence was that the brother whom Mr. Halliday had thought dead had escaped the shipwreck which had induced the belief of his decease, and that on returning to England, his innate vagabondism had broken out afresh, and he had allied himself with Donamore and Von Beast. Who is that? I asked Pegon, pointing out the man who bore such a marvelous resemblance to Mr. Halliday. That is Toko, and that is my dear friend Donamore, while the other is that sacker German Von Beast. Oh, I will make it hot for Toko and Von Beast. Cannot you go up to them and get into conversation? I asked. Pegon looked at me steadily for a moment and replied, You of course my friend Donamore, he will jump to see me, but I shall give him the office, and say it is no business he is not wanted, and we shall be ver merry when he is in luck. He will spend money like a king, so vil Toko. But Von Beast, he is a screw, no good, no not to anyone. Come along, moan. Cher baises, moi non, it is droll, is it not? Come long, let us go to these ruffians. The Frenchman offered his hand to Donamore and exclaimed, Ah, how is Donamore, my old friend Donamore? I always say he ver goot fellow, but he once go leetle too far, just leetle bit too far. But we will not talk about that now. I have come out for what you say, spree one lark. And I am rejoiced to see you here, and my friend Von Beast too, and that dear Toko. Toko, how you do you not shake hands with your own Pegon? That is right, Von Beast, your hand, that is right also. Now Donamore, you make room for us. Donamore, slightly reassured, made room for us, and we sat down. Ah, continued the indefatigable Pegon, you have been in luck lately. Champagne, vin de Sille. Give me some, Donamore, I feel very dry. Donamore called for some more glasses, and poured out some wine for both of us. The more I looked at Toko, the more surprised was I at the wonderful likeness between him and Mr. Halliday. No wonder. I thought that the innkeeper and his barman, as well as the prosecutor, were deceived. The resemblance was something marvelous. I remarked the same mild-looking blue eyes, the same rather broad mouth, and thick lips, the same straight nose, a little dilated at the nostrils. But there was one thing about Toko which was not observable in Mr. Halliday. His face wore a restless expression, as if he had been haunted by the apprehension of arrest. You would have put him down at first sight as a man who had something upon his mind, which was eternally weighing upon his spirits, and depressing them. He drank heavily. His somewhat bloodshot eyes, together with their swollen lids, and the dry, parched, burnt-up, cracking skin upon his lips, sufficiently proclaimed the fact of his having addicted himself to spirituous compounds in a wholesale manner. Pegon was in his element. He carried on the part he had undertaken with admirable cleverness. Ha ha, laughed the sharpers. Pegon's a good judge, said Toko. Yes, leave him alone, replied Donamore. More wine, Donamore, exclaimed Pegon. Once you drinking my wine today, I drinking yours. Donamore complacently filled his friend's glass, paying mine the same compliment after Pegon had, to his satisfaction, quaffed the foaming vintage. He exclaimed, Donamore, you telling me one thing? Fire away, old fellow. You will tell me true this one thing? Yes, half a dozen if you like. What you going to do now? Do, repeated Donamore with the light of consternation in his eyes, for Pegon's words seemed to have a strange significance for him. Yees, what you going to do? Oh, I don't know. The man looked nervously around him, and eyed the door suspiciously, as if he fully expected to see a body of police standing in its immediate vicinity. Why not try change of air? I am well enough. This was said rather surlily. Birmingham is nice place. D. Brummagem, muttered Donamore. Ah, you not like to leave your friends? No, I don't. That is good, shows you have good heart, it is, but natural you are so well known and have so many friends. He laid a stress upon the last word, and Donamore, looking steadily at Pegon, said angrily, Look here, Pegon, what the deuce are you driving at? Me noting, my friend, it is only anxiety for the state of your health. My health be blowed, what's your little game? How you talk as if I ever had little games, but he is so funny, that Donamore. There was an awkward pause, during which the sharpers looked at one another uneasily. There is that dear Von Beast, resumed Pegon, his friends could not part with him, he is too precious to them. Drink your wine, and hold your row, growled the German. Ha ha, laughed Pegon. That dear Von Beast is like one bear with a sore head, he is complimentary too, but I shall have the pleasure of returning his compliment some day. I never forget my debts. Devil doubt, you said Donamore. I wish I was like you, Donamore, exclaimed Pegon. What for? Shall I tell you? Go ahead. I would take a schwassel. Where's the pull in that? Oh, you'd soon learn the squeak. It was clear now that Donamore began to see some hidden meaning in Pegon's apparently objectless remarks. He became more and more uneasy, and it was evident that he came to the conclusion that Pegon was giving him the office in a friendly way. He did not care much for Toko or Von Beast. Self-preservation was the first law with him, and he apprehended they were both wanted, whilst he was through the Frenchman's kindness allowed to escape rising from his chair in a careless way. He put on his hat. You are not going yet? Asked Pegon, pretending to be surprised. Going? No, not till midnight. I'm game for a spree. Were you off to then? Back in a minute. When his associates heard this, they disposed themselves quietly to await his return. Pegon muttered to himself, Oh, he's fly bird, fly bird. After the lapse of 5 minutes, the sharpers began to grow fidgety, and Toko rose to take his leave. Pegon got up at the same time and exclaimed, Have you a minute to spare? What for? Just one word. Private conversation. You stop here. This was to me. Toko and Pegon walked up the room together. Suddenly, there was a cry of rage and alarm. I looked up. 2 men in the body of the hall were fiercely straggling together. The fight was of short duration. In less than a minute, Toko was lying on his back on the floor, handcuffed. When Von Beast perceived this, he turned deadly pale. I heard him utter an imprecation upon Donamore and his treachery, and then he made a rush towards the door, but Pegon had by this time drawn his policeman's staff, which he carried concealed under his cloak, and as the German attempted to pass him, he struck him on the forehead, and he rolled heavily over upon the floor. Toko and Von Beast were both manacled and helpless. A smile of triumph flitted over Pegon's face. He beckoned to me. I came up, and stood by the side of Toko, who was sitting disconsolately upon a bench. The musical performance was arrested, and the people who were in the hall manifested the most lively interest in the proceedings of Pegon and myself. I was especially an object of remark and scrutiny. Mr. Halliday, I said in a low voice to Toko. He started. My words roused him from his listless, apathetic mood, and he asked in a hurried voice if I spoke to him. Certainly, I replied. That is your name. How do you know? That does not matter. You cannot deny it. I can. I do, he vociferated. Your violent asseverations, I began when he interrupted me, saying, Whoever says so is guilty of an infamous falsehood. Possibly, I replied. By the way, have you seen your brother lately? Me brother, he stammered. Yes, the engineer. Who are you? He cried, and why do you ask me these questions? I am a detective, and I ask you these questions in order that justice may vindicate her character and reputation for impartiality. A detective, he repeated slowly. I think I said so. Why, I should as soon have thought of seeing a flying fish, or a sea serpent with a ring through its nose. You have not answered my question respecting your brother yet. I have not seen him, nor do I wish to. What harm has he done you? Only driven me to, but never mind. He thinks you're drowned at sea. A good job to let him think so. Do you know where he is now? No, he replied laconically. He is where you will soon be. In jail. Yes, in a prison. What, he cried with a bitter laugh, does it run in the family? Not that either. Explain yourself. You are the cause of his arrest. He ejaculated in astonishment. Yes, he is accused. Of what? Of committing an offense, the responsibility of which rests entirely with you. He has been taken up as a skittle sharper. No, you are joking. I assure you I am speaking the truth. There seemed something so exquisitely ludicrous in the idea of his sober, steady-going, respectable brother being brought before a magistrate for a disgraceful misdemeanor that the dissipated scamp laughed immoderately. The painful position in which he was did not affect his hilarity or his flow of animal spirits.